Lin Yang traversed into the realm of High Martial Blue Star, a world where mythical beasts roamed freely. The protagonist, Lin Yang, inherited the quintessential traits of a hero, an orphan's sacred body, alongside a mysterious beast by his side. During the job transfer ceremony, an astonishing phenomenon erupted. Little did he know, that enigmatic creature was the embodiment of the Heavenly Dao system, awakening within him the singular, growth-capable hidden class of Forbidden Spell Mage. However, upon evaluation, a glaring F appeared in the profession assessment column. F-grade waste god? Huh, merely a name to instill fear. Can an F-grade even make a dent against an S-grade Forbidden Spellcaster? Ridicule surged like a tidal wave. Lin Yang remained silent, yet his heart brimmed with joy. Mental power, infinite. Destructive power of laws. When the first tiny forbidden spell effortlessly annihilated a secret realm, draining the spiritual energy within 100 miles, the entire world was left in utter disbelief. What happened to the so-called F-grade? Who was this monster, whose energy pool seemed bottomless, surrounded by a multitude of divine projections, casually tossing forbidden spells as if discarding cigarette butts? Chapter 1. The National Job Transfer. Junior. Just let me catch a glimpse. In the biology classroom, the air was thick with a unique scent of aged wooden desks mingled with formaldehyde and dust. Suddenly, Lin Yang was enveloped by a gentle fragrance as a figure gracefully approached Su Xiaowei. The senior renowned the biology club for her cheerful demeanor and vivacious personality, leaned in slightly, her thick eyelashes fluttering and her sparkling eyes brimming with unabashed curiosity. A mischievous smile danced at the corners of her lips, fixating on Lin Yang's tightly guarded hands. Lin Yang felt a rush of warmth to his ears, his heart racing uncontrollably. Instinctively, he stepped back half a pace, his back gently meeting the laboratory table as he clutched his hands even tighter. His throat tightened, words escaping him. Senior, do you really want to see? I fear I might frighten you. Come on, don't be stingy. I'm just curious. Let me have a look at Su Xiaowei, squatted down, resting her chin on her hands, gazing up at him. Her expression carried a hint of playfulness, as if anticipating a delightful surprise. Lin Yang felt uneasy under a penetrating gaze, his breath quickening. Taking a deep breath, as if summoning immense resolve, he finally relented. All right, just one glance, okay? With utmost slowness and care, he retrieved a small creature from his pocket. Wow. Su Xiaowei let out a subdued gasp, her eyes widening in astonishment as if she had unearthed a precious treasure. Drawn closer by an irresistible urge, her voice brimmed with excitement. But oh my, it feels so soft. She extended her slender finger, tentatively brushing against the little creature. How could it be so adorable? May I come a bit closer to take a look? Her cheeks flushed with delight, reminiscent of the sunset painting the horizon in hues of crimson. Adorable, Lin Yang felt as if her words struck a chord within him, his face reddening further, his voice low yet tinged with defiance. You haven't seen it when it wakes up? It can be quite fierce, and it has the potential to grow much larger, truly impressive. He paused, glancing at the peacefully slumbering creature in his palm, his tone laced with resignation, though it does sleep quite a lot. Indeed, why is it always sleeping? Su Xiaowei's curiosity was piqued once more. Unable to resist, she gently poked the small creature's round belly, but remained utterly still. It's always asleep. Lin Yang shrugged, gazing at the sleeping being, his voice filled with confusion. As Su Xiaowei continued to engage with the little creature, her fingers feeling the delicate rhythm of its life force. Yet, the creature remained in deep slumber, unresponsive. After a moment, she sighed. Well, it seems today I shall miss witnessing its ferocious side. With a touch of reluctance, she cradled the sleeping being carefully, returning it to Lin Yang's palm. Her fingertips inadvertently brushed against his hand, sending a subtle tingle through him. Let's go. Su Xiaowei stood up, her face brightening with a radiant smile, dispelling the earlier disappointment. The job transfer ceremony is about to commence. If we dawdle, we'll miss the excitement. With that, she led the way toward the classroom door, her ponytail bouncing playfully behind her. Lin Yang was a traveler, having awakened to the archetype of a protagonist upon his arrival. An orphan. This world, known as Blue Star, was a planet exponentially larger than Earth. Unlike Earth, this realm was rife with mythical beasts and secret realms. The little creature nestled in his arms was a gift from his parents before their untimely demise. Originally a palm-sized beast egg, it had inadvertently hatched when Lin Yang's blood splattered upon it. Since then, this little being had become his sole family. At this moment, the entire senior class was enveloped in an indescribable atmosphere, a blend of exhilaration and anxiety. In the gymnasium, students clustered in small groups, whispering amongst themselves, their faces a tapestry of anticipation and nervousness. As Lin Yang entered the gym, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Li, adjusted his signature black-framed glasses, his gaze sweeping across the youthful, tense faces in the room. Raising his voice deliberately to quell the underlying unrest, he proclaimed, "Silence." Clearing his throat, each word resonated with authority. "Students, today marks a pivotal juncture in your lives. Your career awakening begins now." He paused momentarily, then continued, his pace slowing, each word pronounced with clarity. Career levels, ranked from lowest to highest, are divided into 9 tiers: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and a legendary SS grade. Careers are classified into combat, support, and lifestyle categories. Those awakening combat and support careers should not become complacent. Likewise, those awakening lifestyle careers should not feel disheartened. A role in logistics can be a commendable choice. At that moment, the vast gymnasium had been transformed, emptied of its usual activities. In the center, a circular altar, constructed from ancient, unknown gray-white stones, stood majestically. The stones were etched with intricate, arcane runes that seemed to shimmer with a soft glow. Even from a distance, one could feel the palpable pressure of spiritual energy emanating from it. The entire venue fell into a profound silence, the only sounds being the quiet murmurs of the teachers maintaining order. Students lined up in a serpentine formation according to their classes, each step towards the unknown filled with boundless imagination or trepidation. At the center of the altar, the officiating priest, clad in an ancient robe, emotionlessly placed his hand upon the levitating crystal orb. As each student took their place, the orb would illuminate, casting either a faint or bright glow, projecting ethereal words. However, the results felt like icy water, dousing the flickering flames of hope that had just ignited in the hearts of many. Wang Chong, F grade, minor, lifestyle. Li Feng, D grade, massage therapist, support. Zhang Wei, C grade, shield warrior, combat. Zhao Gang, grade B, pharmacist, support. Time trickled by, each passing second amplifying the stifling atmosphere, rendering it almost unbearable. Sun Hao, grade A, master chicken farmer, lifestyle. As this proclamation echoed through the air, a wave of suppressed laughter erupted from the crowd. The chubby boy, whose name had just been called, momentarily froze, his face flushing crimson as he scratched his head, appearing somewhat bewildered as he descended from the altar. Under the gaze of onlookers, the principal, positioned at the forefront of the observation platform, had long since furrowed his brow into a deep con shape. His anxious eyes scanned the dwindling list of remaining students, the veins on the back of his hand standing out prominently as he gripped the railing. Could it be that this year, not a single one of the top-tier combat or support professions emerged from our esteemed institution? The oppressive clouds of despair loomed heavily, almost tangible, pressing down upon the hearts of all present. Just as this suffocating sense of hopelessness reached its zenith, the crystal orb at the center of the altar erupted with a blinding, ice-blue radiance. This brilliance did not merely flicker and fade. It shone continuously, akin to the heart of a polar glacier, casting forth tiny, gently falling ice crystals that glimmered in the air. The entire altar resonated with a deep, sonorous hum. S grade. Combat class. Chapter 2. The Forbidden Spellcaster of F rank. The ancient priest's voice, usually as calm as a still pond, trembled for the first time. He inhaled deeply and proclaimed aloud, "Winter Mage, awakened, Zhou Shuer." The silence was shattered in an instant. A cacophony of gasps, exclamations, and incredulous whispers surged through the entire arena like a tsunami. Every gaze converged upon the ethereal and elegant figure of the young girl at the center of the altar. A faint chill surrounded her, and her eyes, initially clouded with bewilderment at her newfound power, quickly transformed into a resolute glimmer reminiscent of ice and snow. The principal clenched his fists tightly, so much so that his knuckles turned white. The tension in his face finally relaxed as he exhaled a long, deep sigh. Revealing a smile of relief tinged with euphoria, he patted the railing with vigor, exclaiming, "An S-rank combat profession. Moreover, a formidable ice mage among elemental spellcasters. This will undoubtedly elevate our school's prestige and grant us a significant advantage in resource allocation this year." His taut nerves could finally ease, and he felt as though the main event of the year had concluded splendidly. Just as the principal's smile began to blossom and his focus relaxed, ready to bask in the joy of success, a seemingly inconspicuous figure at the back of the crowd stepped forward. Lin Yang. He ascended the cold stone steps of the altar. The moment his feet touched the central rune area of the altar, the small, slumbering creature in his arms stirred unexpectedly. In an instant, it transformed into a radiant beam of light, without warning. The light was profound and mysterious, as if a miniature, resplendent galaxy had been ignited and compressed, brimming with unimaginable vitality and an ancient aura. Whoosh! The luminous stream flew into Lin Yang's chest like a weary bird returning to its nest, unimpeded and precise. Lin Yang felt as though a warm sun had been infused into his chest, a powerful yet gentle warmth radiating throughout his limbs. He was utterly dazed, his mind a blank slate. Instinctively, he looked down at his empty hands and the softly glowing area on his chest, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening? How did the little creature get inside?" Before he could gather his thoughts amidst this sudden upheaval, a thunderous roar erupted from the altar beneath him, as if an ancient behemoth had been roused from slumber. A blinding light, unprecedented and capable of piercing the heavens and scorching retinas, surged skyward without warning. The light was no longer a singular icy blue. Crimson, golden, indigo, emerald, and deep violet, countless vibrant, auroral rays intertwined and surged forth, completely engulfing Lin Yang's diminutive form. The massive arena, from the dome to the farthest corners, was illuminated as brightly as day by this furious, sacred radiance. Buzzing. The terrifying surge of magical energy transformed from mere ripples into a cataclysmic tsunami of tangible force, sweeping outwards with devastating might. The altar, sturdy and inscribed with ancient runes, groaned under the overwhelming pressure, producing a sound that was both grating and unbearable. Fine cracks, like a spider's web, visibly spread across the surface of the stone foundation. Students seated nearby were violently tossed about by the invisible shockwave, gasping in alarm. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, as the cacophony of noise, discussions, and exclamations abruptly ceased. The entire space fell into a vacuum-like silence. Thousands of eyes, filled with shock, confusion, fear, and disbelief, remained fixated on the center of the still spiraling beam of light. Even the air felt solidified, and the heavy pressure caused many to forget how to breathe. In the heart of the light, Lin Yang's form had long been submerged. He felt as if he were floating at the source of the universe, inundated by an overwhelming torrent of information, power, and whispers washing over his consciousness. The little beast that had merged within him pulsed like a nascent star, resonating in profound harmony with the altar and his very being. An ancient, majestic voice, seemingly emanating from the world's very will, inscribed itself deep within his soul. Ding. Detected superspec soul fluctuations. Finding successful. Congratulations, host. Awakened growth type hidden profession. Forbidden spellcaster. Current profession level, F. Mental power. Professional traits. Growth potential. Unique. Mental power. Law level destructive capability. To be unlocked. The frigid, mechanical notification echoed in Lin Yang's mind, each word laden with indescribable weight. Particularly, the phrase forbidden spellcaster carried an aura that seemed capable of shaking the very foundations of existence. Yet, the final glaring letter felt like a bucket of ice water poured over him. F rank. The principal's gaze fixed upon the colossal profession crystal column, where the solitary, dimming letter hung suspended, his pupils constricting in disbelief as he nearly shouted, F rank? His voice quivered with shock and absurdity. What had happened to the earth-shattering phenomenon? The terrifying vortex of energy that seemed poised to tear the entire awakening square asunder and shake the heavens? Was this truly the result? The colossal disparity left the principal momentarily dazed. Puffed. In the deathly quiet square, someone, unable to contain themselves, let out a short, mocking laugh that rippled through the stillness like a stone cast into a serene lake. This laughter ignited a powder keg, instantly exploding throughout the entire square. Ha ha. F rank. It's really F rank. My heavens. After that commotion, I thought I was about to witness history, almost wet myself from fright. And it turns out, it's an F rank god? Ha ha ha, what a useless deity. TSK, a forbidden spellcaster? The name sounds impressive, but with an F rank, you likely can't even cast a single spell, can you? What is this? The most useless hidden profession in history? Oh no, perhaps it's the only F rank hidden profession? With this distinction, Lin Yang, you truly are unprecedented. The exaggerated tone of unprecedented drew even greater laughter from those around. The derisive chorus surged like a tide, crashing relentlessly against Lin Yang, who stood before the awakening crystal column. You were all bark and no bite. I was genuinely fooled by that display. An F-rank hidden profession? Who would believe that? I bet the altar is broken. Ha! What a waste of excitement. Thought we had a once-in-a-lifetime genius, but instead, we got a monumental failure. And a loudly named one at that. Various piercing voices intertwined, unrestrainedly mocking the stark contrast of expectations. Just moments ago, the onlookers had been rendered speechless, filled with awe or envy. Now, they seemed to have found an outlet for their pent-up emotions, turning all their negativity into arrows aimed squarely at the unassuming figure in the arena. The immense psychological disparity fueled their mocking laughter, as if such derision could somehow validate the foolishness of their previous astonishment. Once upon a time on Blue Star, there existed the profession of the forbidden spellcaster, a classification that began at the very least with an S rank. This vocation was formidable, wielding skills of catastrophic potency that could lay waste to the world. However, its Achilles heel was the exorbitant toll it exacted on mental energy. In simpler terms, it was a voracious consumer of mana, extremely depleting mana. An S-rank high-tier forbidden spellcaster would typically exhaust their mana reserves with a single casting. It was even more dire for Lin Yang, who bore the meager F rank. With such a paltry growth attribute, it was likely he would never cast even a single spell in his lifetime. Standing motionless, Lin Yang's right fist hung limply at his side, silently clenched, his knuckles turning pale from the strain. He bowed his head, disheveled hair cascading down to obscure his face, rendering his expression inscrutable. Only he could perceive the pale blue system interface before him, detailing his mental power and destructive power of the laws. It resembled a monstrous beast submerged in an abyss, quietly awakening its frigid vertical gaze. Chapter 3. The Forbidden Spellcaster's Mana Drain. What concern is it of my infinite mana? Lin Yang's figure appeared diminutive beneath the colossal awakening crystal pillar, bearing the brunt of scornful, schadenfreude-laden, and purely malicious gazes from all directions. His head hung low, shoulders trembling uncontrollably. To an outsider, this was unequivocal evidence of despair and humiliation. Yet, only he understood that the source of his tremors was not sorrow, but rather a near-manic ecstasy, threatening to burst forth from his throat, coupled with the physiological spasms from desperately suppressing this overwhelming emotion. An F-rank forbidden spell god? A dry, incredulous voice shattered the brief commotion at the edge of the square. The crowd turned to see the principal, whose previously flushed face had paled to a hue reminiscent of a frostbitten eggplant. Staring intently at Lin Yang's back before glancing up at the now dim, but painfully glaring F-grade rating on the crystal pillar. His lips trembled, his mind a tempest of conflicting thoughts. In the annals of Blue Star's awakening history, which profession, bearing the name of the divine, was not a paragon of strength and boundless potential? It symbolized power and ensured a promising future. Chen Guodong was already racing through his thoughts on how to petition the Education Bureau for special resources, how to disseminate this news to bring unparalleled glory and a flood of students to the school. Yet, it was the forbidden spellcaster. It was that vocation forever nailed to the pillar of shame, perceived as a mere trinket. Were forbidden spellcasters not powerful? Undoubtedly, they were. They were strong to the point of absurdity. With a mere flick of the wrist, they could summon storms or unleash calamities. One spell could topple mountains and dim the sun and moon. They possessed a strategic deterrent power capable of rewriting the battlefield and even influencing the fate of nations. Whether through the lethal precision of a single target forbidden spell or the widespread devastation of a mass spell in warfare, the might of a forbidden spellcaster could render all other professions insignificant, outclassed, and overshadowed. Theoretically, forbidden spellcasters stood atop the pinnacle of the profession pyramid. In the history of Huagua, they had not been absent. Decades ago, during the Meteor War, an S-rank forbidden spellcaster emerged, igniting a national fervor. The upper echelons were shaken. This was seen as a harbinger of national prosperity, the ultimate trump card to turn the tide of battle. The state invested unimaginable resources to nurture him, top-tier magical potions, the rarest elemental cores piled high for his consumption, the finest protective gear, and the most advanced cultivation methods, all aimed at ensuring his successful growth to unleash world-altering forbidden spells at critical junctures. The results were indeed remarkable. A meticulously prepared Inferno Judgment spell evaporated a surging river, obliterating tens of thousands of elite beasts and reshaping the terrain, thereby creating a crucial opening for the frontline troops. News of victory spread, igniting nationwide jubilation. However, beneath the celebration lay the despair of finance officials, their hair falling out over the nearly depleted national treasury. Post-battle assessments revealed that the resources consumed to support that S-rank forbidden spellcaster's single spell could have armed a battalion of over 100 high-tier elemental mages. And that battalion, through collective effort and some sacrifice, could achieve similar, if not more versatile, battlefield coverage. What was more alarming was that the forbidden spellcaster resembled a bottomless pit. The S-rank talent brought not just power, but an utterly terrifying demand for resources. Every elevation of rank, every casting of a forbidden spell, required a staggering amount of energy. The state gritted its teeth to sustain this, akin to walking along the precipice of a cliff. Tragedy struck nonetheless. In a pivotal battle, that S-rank forbidden spellcaster made a minuscule calculation error regarding his limits and mana consumption. This slight miscalculation became the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. The terrifying energy of the forbidden spell spiraled out of control, consuming all his life force, magic, and even his soul in an instant, leaving behind naught but a weathered skeleton, like dust from millennia past, and a robe that crumbled to ash with the lightest touch. That harrowing scene became an eternal nightmare for all high-ranking commanders and supporting mages present. It heralded the complete collapse of the national strategy for forbidden spellcasters. Since then, the vocation of forbidden spellcaster in Huagua, and across the entire circle of practitioners on Blue Star, was stamped with the labels of the most useless of professions. A voracious beast and a high-risk self-detonator. Its power was nuclear in scale, yet its operational costs were catastrophic. Moreover, its wielder could transform into a human bomb at any moment, indiscriminately. The resources required to cultivate a forbidden spellcaster could instead create dozens or even hundreds of stable and reliable high-tier professionals. Even a fool could do the math. If an S-rank forbidden spellcaster faced such a dismal fate, what of Lin Yang, rated a mere F? A sigh, cool and laced with faint regret, emanated from the principal's side. Just awakened as a winter mage, surrounded by an ethereal icy blue aura, Zhou Shui stood there like an ice fairy. The curiosity and attention that had once blossomed on her stunning face, due to Lin Yang's grand manifestation, had now evaporated entirely. She shook her head gently, unwilling to gaze upon this disappointing conclusion, redirecting her cold gaze to the clear sky beyond. The name Lin Yang and the F-rank forbidden spell god seemed no longer worthy of even a sliver of her emotion. Meanwhile, the clamor in the crowd did not cease due to the principal's lapse or Zhou Shui's indifference. Instead, it grew more brazen at Lin Yang's disheveled exit. TSK, the forbidden spell god? What a name that could scare a bull. Alas, it toppled with the slightest breeze. F-rank. Ha. I awakened as a berserker, and at least got a C rank. Exactly. A useless profession, not even as practical as my barbecue master. At least I can grill skewers to sustain myself. I said it all along. How could an orphan without parents possibly have such good fortune? The heavens are fair. All day long. Who are you trying to impress with your pretentiousness? Do you really believe you can turn your fortunes around through mere awakening? Dream on. Indeed. No matter how profound your enlightenment, how can it possibly compare to the wealth amassed by 3 generations of my family? The cruel words dripped like icy venom, infiltrating Lin Yang's ears amidst a cacophony of mocking laughter from all directions. Each utterance of orphan, each jab of poor student, felt like a dull knife, relentlessly slicing through his past memories. The hardships, loneliness, and injustices he had desperately tried to forget were now brutally exposed by these malevolent taunts. He staggered down the last step, his steps unsteady, as if the weight of this immense blow had drained him of all strength. Bowing his head, disheveled strands of hair obscured much of his face, while the trembling of his shoulders intensified. No one witnessed the peculiar upward curve of his lips, as he struggled to suppress a laugh that threatened to erupt, biting down hard on the soft flesh of his lower lip. The pain was intense. So intense it nearly forced tears to well up in his eyes, swirling in his sockets. To onlookers, this only solidified the image of his humiliation, inviting another wave of scornful ridicule. Only Lin Yang understood the madness brewing within him. A tidal wave of surprise crashed upon his heart. So this is it. He had always believed that the sole inheritance left to him by his parents was that peculiar beast, which spent its days in slumber, utterly useless save for its adorable demeanor. It was not until just moments ago, when the chilling sound of the system prompt coincided with the proclamation of the forbidden spell god, that an overwhelming surge of incomprehensible information flooded his mind. This was his delayed, unique advantage as a transmigrator, a treasure buried deep within his soul, awakened only at this moment by the ritual. And that slumbering ball was merely a facade, a ruse. The true treasure lay in the system that accompanied his transmigration. F-grade. Lin Yang's heart erupted in laughter. To hell with the F-grade. To others, it was a label of worthlessness, but for him, it served as a perfect disguise, confounding all. A growth-oriented profession with a lower initial rating meant a more terrifying potential for growth. The resource drain of a forbidden spell master? A bottomless pit of resource consumption? I possess boundless mental energy. What does this imply? It means that those horrific forbidden spells capable of draining the life force of an S-grade forbidden spell master are as natural to him as breathing. It signifies that the astronomical resource consumption that would daunt entire nations is, for him, utterly trivial. When he casts forbidden spells, the only cost might be a bit of hunger. As long as he is well fed, he can unleash forbidden spells endlessly, until the end of time, until a serene world is restored. Your resource drain as a forbidden spell master has nothing to do with my infinite reserves of energy. Chapter 4. Am I saddened? I am so deeply saddened that I burst into laughter. The raucous jeers, the cheap pity, all the narrow-minded judgments of his profession. At this moment, as Lin Yang fully awakened to the system, all of it seemed utterly absurd and insignificant. With his head bowed, he navigated the invisible web woven from countless disdainful, mocking, and pitying gazes, inching towards the outskirts of the crowd, moving toward a corner forgotten by the clamor. System, open the panel. With a mere thought, a spectral blue screen unfolded in his vision, visible only to him. Host, Lin Yang. Profession, forbidden spell god. Rating, F. Growth potential, level 1. Strength, 10, equivalent to an average healthy adult. Agility, 10. Stamina, 10. Mental energy. Talent, thought form magic, elemental control, ice, unlock pending. Traits, growth potential, unique, mental energy. Rule level destructive power, unlock pending. Thought form magic, an innate talent of the forbidden spell god, allowing the casting of forbidden spells without incantation, with a cooldown reduction of 100. Elemental control, the forbidden spell god has innate dominion over all elements. Full elemental unlock, currently unlocked. Ice. Skill, ice-type forbidden spell, Sigh of the Ice Snow Queen. Sigh of the Ice Snow Queen. The forbidden spell god invokes the laws of ice and snow to release the area of effect forbidden spell, Sigh of the Ice Snow Queen. Dealing extensive ice-type magical damage and inflicting a freezing effect, with damage and area scaling with the level of the forbidden spell god. Gasp. Lin Yang inhaled sharply, his shoulders trembling violently as if burdened by an immense sorrow. He clenched his jaw, his teeth chattering, exerting every ounce of strength to suppress a laugh that threatened to tear through his throat, one that could shatter roofs. F-grade? A useless god? To hell with it. Every word on this panel mocked the world's ignorance. Lin Yang, do not be too disheartened. A voice laced with complex emotions sounded from behind him. Lin Yang blinked rapidly, pushing back the physiological tears born from overwhelming suppression, slowly turning around. Principal Chen Guodong stood a few steps away. His chubby face contorted into a grimace that was more painful than a frown. His eyes were a mix of residual shock, immense disappointment, and a hint of strained professional concern. Half a step behind him stood the newly crowned focus of the crowd, S-grade, winter mage, Zhou Shuer. The girl stood tall, her delicate features resembling a frost-kissed visage, an aura of cold surrounding her like an exquisite ice sculpture. Her gaze upon Lin Yang was calm and indifferent, as if he were merely an inconsequential backdrop. Ahem. Chen Guodong cleared his throat, attempting to imbue warmth into his voice. Lin Yang, although, the direction of this forbidden spell god's profession, historical experience indicates, may possess certain strategic limitations. He carefully chose his words, striving to avoid the harsh terms of uselessness. However, a divine-level profession, that is beyond question. It is a rating exceedingly rare in the annals of Blue Star's history. Just on that account, you have brought immense honor to our school. The institution will remember your contributions. Lin Yang kept his head down, his shoulders still slightly trembling, his voice muffled. Thank you, Principal. His demeanor, caught between deep distress and forced politeness, rekindled a flicker of guilt within Chen Guodong. Although it was only F-grade, it was still a divine position. Perhaps it would prove useful in the future? Perhaps during the entrance exams, he could expend some life force to help the school secure first place? Yes, that is good. As long as you have the willpower. Chen Guodong assumed a principal's authority, proclaiming that the awakening of a profession was merely the beginning. Level was key. To assist you in rapidly enhancing your strength before the entrance exams, the school has specially granted you access to the low-level nest, Dark Forest. He paused, glancing at the two, especially Lin Yang. Taking into account the characteristics of the profession, the school has also equipped you with a support team. A powerful shield warrior for protection, a priest for healing, and a sacrificer for assistance. This is the most secure configuration for leveling up. He waved his hand grandly, as if bestowing a significant favor. Moreover, the school will additionally provide a novice equipment piece as encouragement for outstanding new students. Shuer, you may choose first. Chen Guodong retrieved several luminous pieces of equipment from the storage ring he always carried, laying them out upon the office desk. Among them was an earring adorned with aquamarine, a wand shimmering with intricate frost patterns, and a formidable tower shield. Zhou Shuer surveyed the items without a moment's hesitation, her delicate fingers pointing directly at the aquamarine earring. I want this serene earring. Her voice was cool and decisive. This item, capable of gradually restoring mental energy, was undoubtedly the most practical choice for her, a high-consumption ice mage, in the initial stages. Chen Guodong nodded, his gaze shifting towards Lin Yang, infused with encouragement and reassurance. Lin Yang, why not select something for yourself as well? This, apprentice's barrier, chest plate offers decent defense, or perhaps this longsword. Lin Yang raised his head, his expression devoid of much emotion as he scanned the cumbersome chest plate. Ultimately, his gaze settled on a wooden wand with a rustic design, its tip embedded with a murky ice crystal. He extended his hand and grasped the wand firmly. Powerful novice wand, LV1. Physical attack, 7. Magical attack, 9. Attack speed, 10. Casting speed, 5. Hit rate, 1. Rarity, elite. Quality, blue. This will do. Lin Yang's voice remained calm, his fingers unconsciously caressing the cold crystal atop the wand. The attributes were quite ordinary, yet to Lin Yang, it mattered little. Indeed, that wand aligns perfectly with your career direction, Chen Guodong endeavored to affirm, then spoke earnestly. So, tomorrow morning, you will both enter the Dark Forest with your team. Remember, safety first, obey commands, and proceed with caution. Principal, Lin Yang suddenly interrupted him, his voice soft yet resonant within the office. I do not require a team. Huh, what did you say? Chen Guodong momentarily failed to comprehend, assuming he had misheard. Zhou Shuer's ice-blue eyes finally flickered, genuinely focusing on Lin Yang for the first time, her expression tinged with visible surprise. No need for a team? An F-grade? Unable to cast even a single skill? A forbidden spellcaster? What does he intend to do? Serve as a snack for the aberrant beasts? Lin Yang met their astonished gazes with a faint, almost imperceptible smile, seemingly concealing some other meaning within it, too swift to grasp. He waved the novice wand in his hand, his tone as nonchalant as if discussing the weather. I can enter alone. More people would only dilute my experience. Chen Guodong's hefty hand slammed down on the mahogany desk, causing the teacups to rattle. This is utter nonsense. Chapter 5. A soon-to-be emperor on the verge of death, wielding an ultimate imperial weapon, is approaching. Lin Yang, do you even grasp the gravity of your words? He nearly shouted. spittle flying through the beams of light, filtering through the blinds. The dark forest is indeed a low-level den, but the aberrant beasts roaming within are no trifles. Even the lowest-grade goblins could devour you whole. His chest heaved violently, heartbroken as he pointed at Lin Yang. You, an F-grade practitioner, cannot even conjure the most basic fireball spell, and you wish to enter alone? Are you courting death? He took a deep breath, attempting to suppress his boiling anger. His tone shifting to one of earnest concern. I understand your frustrations. I know that young people are impetuous and cannot tolerate grievances. But reality is reality. Acting on impulse will only lead to your demise. Accept the school's arrangements. It is for your own good. It is a responsibility we hold towards you. The atmosphere in the office seemed to thicken, the echoes of Chun Guodong's roar lingering. Zhou Shuer, who had remained as still as a statue, finally exhibited a tangible shift in her ice-blue gaze. Her eyes lingered on Lin Yang's face for several seconds, his expression eerily calm, contrasting sharply with his words. Her finely shaped brows knitted slightly, her cool voice carrying a hint of subtle inquiry, shattering the silence. How do you intend to farm monsters? This question was direct and pivotal. An F-grade without skills, what could he possibly use to combat aberrant beasts? Lin Yang did not respond immediately. He merely weighed the ordinary wand in his hand, noting the conspicuous hit rate of 1, a faint smile almost imperceptibly tugging at the corners of his mouth. He lifted his gaze, first glancing at the agitated, spittle-flecked principal, before finally locking eyes with Zhou Shuer, whose gaze resembled a frozen lake. I will use this. He raised the wand, his tone as casual as if discussing what to have for dinner. Silence. An absolute silence enveloped the principal's office in an instant. Chun Guodong's outburst caught in his throat, his eyes wide as saucers. A flicker of disbelief crossed Zhou Shuer's previously frozen expression. A flicker of the emotion known as speechlessness passing through her icy depths. Strike? Use this broken stick to hit an aberrant beast? Does he think he is wielding a baseball bat to whack moles? The silence bore a palpable weight, stifling and suffocating, until Lin Yang finally retracted the faint smile, nodded slightly at the principal, and turned to open the heavy wooden door of the office. Sunlight and the residual clamor of the corridor flooded in. Zhou Shuer silently followed him out, the sharp clicks of her heels echoing in the empty hallway. Lin Yang. A cold voice called from behind. Lin Yang paused momentarily, not turning back. Would you consider teaming up with Zhou Shuer? It would ensure safety. Ultimately, she could not bear to see a classmate, even an F-grade 1 deemed useless, risk his life due to impulsiveness. Lin Yang finally turned around, his expression neutral as he calmly waved his hand. No need. His refusal was crisp and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. You. Zhou Shuer's icy facade finally cracked, her cool gaze flashing with a hint of anger and confusion at the rejection. Just as she was about to speak, a voice laden with evident malice and a sense of superiority interjected. Shuer, why would you team up with such a waste? Lowering the class of the team? A boy clad in branded sportswear, his hair slicked back, approached briskly. It was Zhao Kai, a well-known rich heir from Linhai High School. He had been the loudest in mocking Lin Yang at the Awakening Square. He looked at Lin Yang with disdain, as if it were about to overflow. This worthless brat. With no parents and awakening as an F-grade, acting all high and mighty, let him die? It would save the country some resources. The more he spoke, the more animated he became, his finger nearly poking Lin Yang's nose. Hey, Lin, what was that tone you just used with Zhou? Huh? Did awakening as an F-grade mess up your brain too? Seeking a beating, are we? Do you believe I want to just take you out right now? In the face of Zhao Kai's provocation and insults, Lin Yang remained neither angry nor retreating. He simply gazed quietly at Zhao Kai, a hint of playful amusement lingering at the corners of his mouth. That smile was faint, yet it felt like an invisible thorn, pricking at Zhao Kai's skin, leaving him inexplicably uneasy. What was he afraid of? He is nothing but a mere F-grade waste. Zhao Kai suppressed the discomfort within him, puffing out his chest with a facade of bravado. Zhao Kai, is it? Lin Yang finally spoke, his tone calm, and even carrying a hint of casual banter. I wonder if you have ever come across a novel titled The Emperor's Extreme Weapon? Zhao Kai was taken aback, evidently unprepared for such an unexpected question. He instinctively nodded. I've read it. Why do you ask? Oh, Lin Yang's smile deepened, exuding an air of harmlessness. Then you should remember a particularly famous line from the book. A near emperor at the brink of death arrives with the extreme emperor's weapon. Zhao Kai's pupils constricted sharply, a chill creeping up his spine. Lin Yang's voice remained tranquil, yet it felt as if it carried shards of ice. Tell me, what would you think if I were to play with a small forbidden spell at your home, should I truly wish to embrace death? Silence descended once more. A forbidden spell master. It was common knowledge among the inhabitants of Blue Star that, when one's mental strength faltered, one could sacrifice their life force to unleash a forbidden spell. Though this individual was merely an F-grade, who could predict whether he might actually lose his sanity. Gulp. Zhao Kai struggled to swallow, his throat tightening. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Don't scare me. His voice trembled, desperately attempting to counter. I don't believe it. I refuse to believe you would consume your precious life force over something so trivial. Quit your threats. His words were abruptly cut off. For Lin Yang had made a move. No incantation, no build-up of energy, not even a shift in his gaze. He simply, casually raised his right hand, lightly rubbing his thumb and middle finger together. Snap! A crisp sound echoed. Buzz! It was as if an invisible switch had been flipped. In an instant, the entire campus of Linghai No. 1 High School was gripped by an unseen hand of frost. The sweltering heat of a summer afternoon was abruptly siphoned away. The temperature plummeted at an alarming rate, from 30 degrees to 20, then to merely a few degrees above freezing. In the blink of an eye, summer had transformed into a polar wasteland. Chapter 6. The Ice Queen's Bewildered Countenance. The biting cold pierced through clothing, stabbing into every pore like countless fine ice needles. Thick, intricate frost flowers instantly adorned the corridor windows, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds under the pressure. Tiny ice crystals materialized in the air, swirling like the prelude to a blizzard, gently cascading downwards. Ah, it's so cold. What is happening? My heavens. Is it snowing? No, wait, they are ice crystals. In the corridors and classrooms, every student was left dumbfounded by this sudden transformation, terrified screams resonating incessantly. Then, a more shocking scene unfolded. In the air above the teaching building, countless swirling ice crystals rapidly converged, coalescing and taking shape. Within mere moments, an enormous female visage, entirely composed of pure ice and snow, loomed majestically beneath the heavens. That face was breathtakingly beautiful, stunning to the point of suffocation. Its contours were so perfect they seemed otherworldly, with ice-blue eyes as deep as an eternal frigid abyss. Long eyelashes appeared to be sculpted from the purest ice crystals, each reflecting a chilling radiance. Her nose was elegantly high, and her lips, while exquisitely shaped, exuded an aura of absolute zero. Her hair, made of ice and snow, cascaded like a flowing glacial waterfall, silently drifting and solidifying around her visage. The entire colossal face emanated a divine, ancient, and chillingly beautiful terror. A pressure that was utterly overwhelming. What on earth is happening? Even Principal Chun Guodong burst from his office, his glasses slipping down his nose, staring in disbelief at the astonishing sight above, his teeth chattering from the cold. Except for one person. Zhou Shuer. Her exquisitely beautiful face, usually serene, was now marred by an unprecedented shock. Her ice-blue pupils constricted in fear and disbelief. As an S-grade, winter sorceress, her perception of ice elements far surpassed that of ordinary folk. What loomed in the sky was not mere ice magic. It was a formidable power of ice law that sent shivers through her very soul. It was the chilling will derived from the world's essence. An aura so terrifying it could freeze time and encase all in ice. This is bad, Zhou Shuer screamed, her normally cool voice cracking with fear as she abruptly turned to the eerily calm young man beside her. It's a forbidden ice spell. The Ice Queen sigh. Lin Yang, have you lost your mind? Unleashing this spell will drain your life force instantly. You will die. All the students will perish. All because of you, Zhao Kai? Why did you provoke him? Her voice, now sharp and piercing due to sheer terror, echoed hauntingly in the frigid silence of the corridor. Thud. Zhao Kai's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. A warm liquid uncontrollably seeped from his pants, swiftly forming a thin layer of ice on the cold floor. His face turned as pale as a sheet, tears streaming down as he stared at Lin Yang in horror, as if gazing upon the grim Reaper himself. No. Lin Yang. Brother Lin. Old Master Lin. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I am but a mere speck. Please, show mercy. I am still a virgin. I do not wish to die. I do not want to die. I beg you. Revoke your powers. Please, spare me. He babbled incoherently, prostrating himself in a frenzy. Entirely stripped of the arrogance of a wealthy heir, leaving only the primal fear of death. Lin Yang cast a glance at the quivering, wretched Zhao Kai on the ground, then raised his eyes to the stunningly beautiful, yet world-ending visage of the Ice Queen suspended in the sky. The playful smile that had graced his face vanished entirely, leaving only an almost indifferent calm. Very well, he said softly, his voice not loud, yet distinctly overshadowing Zhao Kai's wails. Since you acknowledge your mistake. He paused, as if contemplating, then casually waved his hand towards the sky, his tone as relaxed as one dismissing an inept assistant. All right, no need for that for now. You can return. With those words, silence fell. An eerie, profound silence. All the stupefied students frozen in the corridor. Principal Chen Guodong. Zhao Kai sprawled on the ground. Even the magnificent face of the Ice Queen in the sky, which had radiated an overwhelming chill, seemed to flicker with a hint of confusion. The Ice Queen's bewildered countenance. Silence. An absolute silence enveloped the icy corridor. Everyone appeared as though they had been petrified, maintaining the posture of gazing upwards, mouths agape, eyes bulging as if they might pop from their sockets. In the sky, that breathtakingly beautiful, yet terrifyingly suffocating visage of the Ice Queen, along with the chilling essence capable of freezing souls, began to dissipate, silently and unobtrusively. Like the retreat of a tide. Just moments ago, it had been a scene of apocalyptic magnitude. In the next moment, the biting cold wind abruptly ceased, and the swirling ice crystals melted away like phantoms, as the temperature began to rise at an astonishing pace. The frost flowers on the window emitted faint cracking sounds, transforming into droplets that rolled down. The sunlight regained its warmth, as if the terrifying spectacle of frozen time had never transpired. Had it vanished? Had the forbidden spell been lifted? How could this be possible? Wasn't it said that once a forbidden spell was cast, it could not be halted? How had he accomplished this? After a brief silence, a surge of incredulous gasps and exclamations erupted. All eyes turned towards the figure who remained calm in the center of the corridor, still holding that crooked novice wand. Their expressions utterly transformed. Fear, confusion, and awe mingled together like spilled paint. A forbidden spell could be interrupted midway? Principal Chun Guodong leaned against the doorframe, his glasses askew, murmuring to himself. As his worldview was shaken to its core, he felt as though his decades of understanding regarding the professional hierarchy were crumbling. However, not everyone was awed by this miraculous feat. Zhao Kai, slumped on the ground, felt the cold dampness in his pants clinging uncomfortably. Even more distressing were the glances from those around him, filled with disdain and mockery, that swept over his trousers. A profound sense of shame and rage of being publicly humiliated ignited within him, consuming what little sanity remained. Lin Yang, you bastard. He sprang up from the icy floor, his pallor transforming into a sickly flush. Pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Yang, his voice, sharp and breaking from extreme humiliation and anger, demanded, keep pretending. You think I don't see through you? That attack just now must have drained your vitality. You're just a hollow shell now. Let us see how long you can. A crisp, casual, almost nonchalant snap echoed once more. Snap. Chapter 7. Come play again sometime. The sound was not loud, yet it pierced through Zhao Kai's every outburst like an invisible ice spike. It shattered the warmth that had just returned, leaving a chilling void. Buzz. The familiar, soul-freezing hum descended once again. The recently restored temperature plummeted as if thrust into liquid nitrogen by an unseen giant hand. This time, it fell even faster and more violently. 30 degrees. A dozen degrees. Below zero. The biting cold wind swept across the campus like a million icy blades. The droplets that had just melted refroze into a thicker layer of ice within moments, and the windows groaned under the strain. The students, who had just exhaled in relief, screamed in terror, clutching their arms as they trembled, feeling as though their blood was congealing. In midair, countless ice crystals began to gather and coalesce once more. The colossal, breathtaking visage of the ice and snow queen re-emerged beneath the heavens. However, this time, everyone felt a distinct difference. On that flawless ice crystal face, the once profound eyes, as deep as an eternal abyss, now displayed an unmistakably human expression, an exaggerated, clear roll of the eyes. That eye roll was so forceful, so expressive. The oppressive aura emanating from the giant face remained terrifyingly formidable, capable of freezing all in its presence. Yet, paired with that colossal eye roll, there was an inexplicable hint of annoyance and frustration, as if to say, not you again. This time, the corridor fell utterly silent. Even the screams were frozen in throats. Everyone, including the startled Zhou Shui and the principal Chun Guodong, whose worldview lay in ruins, along with the students who were scrambling for cover, seemed to be under a petrifying spell. Their gazes first swept in horror towards the ice and snow queen's visage adorned with a giant eye. Then, in unison, they turned back to the central figure, the instigator, who still held that seemingly shabby novice wand, his expression as tranquil as if he were strolling through his own garden. It was as if he had merely flipped a switch, resetting the air conditioning to its cooling mode. Lin Yang's gaze leisurely settled on Zhao Kai's face, which had gone from crimson to a ghastly gray, his mouth still frozen in a snarl. A faint smile curved at the corner of Lin Yang's lips, his voice low yet piercing through the biting wind, reaching every ear. What were you saying I could still do? Please, continue. I'm listening. An absolute silence enveloped the corridor. All the students, frozen in place, alongside the principal Chun Guodong, whose worldview lay shattered, held their positions as if encased in amber, gazing upwards between the giant face of the ice and snow queen and the madman in the corridor who clutched the broken wand. Zhao Kai was utterly dumbfounded. He lay on the frigid ground, the dampness in his pants long since frozen, uncomfortable yet trivial compared to the tumultuous fear and absurdity surging within him. His mind was consumed by a singular thought, racing incessantly. This person is insane. A complete lunatic. Did he just lift a forbidden spell because of my words? Is he reckless with his life? A madman. Zhao Kai's lips trembled, his throat constricted as if blocked by a lump of ice. Barely managing to utter a word. Whoosh. A plump yet remarkably swift figure, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, lunged forward like an agitated bear whose tail had been stepped on. It was Principal Chun Guodong. The usually pampered principal now moved with astonishing agility, his pudgy right arm snatching Zhao Kai's neck like a vice. With a surge of strength from his waist, he executed a standard, swift strike. Bang! A muffled thud resonated. Zhao Kai didn't even have time to scream before he was sent flying like a ragged sack, sliding across the icy, smooth floor until he crashed into the corner. Crouching and clutching his neck, he coughed violently, tears and snot covering his face. Chun Guodong adjusted his glasses, his gaze sharp as a blade, his voice booming with righteous indignation that echoed through the corridor. Zhao Kai from the senior year, maliciously bullying classmates, endangering the safety of all students and staff. The nature of your actions is extremely vile. By urgent resolution of the school committee, you are hereby expelled. This decision is effective immediately. Upon concluding, his demeanor shifted dramatically as he turned to Lin Yang, his face beaming with a smile, rubbing his hands together. Rest assured, Lin Yang, this matter has nothing to do with you. It's entirely Zhao Kai's own doing. The school will administer justice fairly and resolutely. In the corner, Zhao Kai clutched his painfully bruised neck, hoarsely struggling to defend himself. Principal, cough. Whoosh. Another cold figure appeared beside him like a specter. It was Zhou Shuai. She looked down at the wretched Zhao Kai, her exquisitely sculpted face devoid of emotion, as if she were dealing with refuse. She raised her delicate hand, delivering a precise chop to the back of Zhao Kai's neck. Ugh! Zhao Kai rolled his eyes back, slipping into unconsciousness, and the world fell silent. Zhou Shuai finally lifted her head, meeting Lin Yang's slightly astonished gaze. Her tone was as calm as if she were reading a laboratory report. Stating matter-of-factly, he said he acknowledges his mistakes. He has no objections to the school's punishment and extends his heartfelt apologies to you, Lin Yang. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, glancing at the unconscious Zhao Kai on the ground. Did he really say all that? Yes. Chun Guodong interjected, his tone resolute. Indeed. Zhou Shuai chimed in, maintaining her composure. The two spoke in perfect synchrony, as if they had rehearsed this countless times. Lin Yang's lips twitched, almost betraying a smile. He shrugged nonchalantly. All right then, given his earnestness, I shall show mercy and forgive him this once. As the god of forbidden spells, he was not like those beleaguered elemental mages who had to communicate with elements and appease spirits. He was a deity. His talent was called elemental domination, absolute dominion. As long as he withheld his consent, the school's forbidden spells would remain suspended in a state of delicate anticipation, much like the sword of Damocles hanging over everyone's heads. In midair, that stunning visage crafted from ice and snow seemed to roll its eyes heavenward in exasperation. Those enormous crystalline eyes brimmed with an unmistakable irritation, as if to say, are you done yet? Thanks. Lin Yang finally recalled the matter at hand, casually waving his hand toward the sky. His tone was as relaxed as bidding farewell to an old friend after a casual visit. You can head back now. Come play again when you have time. Chapter 8. The Walking Human Nuclear Bomb. At these words, the crowd, still reeling from the principal's and Zhou Shuai's astonishing maneuvers, collectively froze once more. Come play again. With a city-destroying forbidden spell? In the air, the icy queen's ethereal form seemed to momentarily stiffen. Her large eyes rolled even more dramatically. In the final instant before her figure completely dissipated, everyone clearly witnessed her perfect crystalline lips silently and emphatically forming the words, C-N-M. Seeing this, Lin Yang not only felt no anger but rather amusement. He weighed the wand in his hand and, addressing the spot where she had vanished, remarked with a tone of newfound realization, hey, this ice queen is rather courteous. Just leaves without forgetting to ask if I've eaten. Quite the considerate person. As his words fell, the terrifying chill that froze everything suddenly receded like a tidal wave. The temperature soared dramatically, the ice on the windows rapidly melted, with droplets splattering onto the floor, producing a light patter reminiscent of the shattering of everyone's worldview. All eyes, from the principal to the students, were fixated on Lin Yang. Their gazes were imbued with a complex array of emotions, lingering fear, bewilderment, and awe, but ultimately coalescing into a singular, unmistakable realization. This fellow was a reckless madman, squandering precious vitality just to display a world-ending forbidden spell like a firework, while casually greeting the Ice Queen. Was he out of his mind? Who would dare provoke him? He was nothing short of a walking human nuclear bomb. The following morning, at dawn, outside Linhai City, at the entrance of the dark forest lair, throngs of people filled the area, creating a cacophony. Recently transitioned senior students moved like a swarm of sardines, crowding the limited space to the brink of suffocation. The air was thick with excitement, tension, and a restless curiosity about the unknown. However, as a figure ambled over, holding a rather unremarkable wand, an eerie spectacle unfolded. Centered around him, the crowd parted as if cleaved by an invisible chill, leaving an immediate vacuum. The students of Yizhong, regardless of what they had been doing moments ago, seemed to hit a pause button, their bodies involuntarily tensing, eyes darting, and some instinctively tightening their outer garments. Their teeth chattering. It was as if he were not a person, but a walking block of ancient ice. Is he? Someone whispered, their voice trembling. Other students from different schools looked on in confusion, their expressions riddled with questions. Hey, buddy, what is going on? A student with a spiky hairstyle from Urjong couldn't help but poke a pale-faced student from Yizhong. Who is that guy? Why are you all acting like you've seen a ghost? Why are you trembling in his presence? The pale student's lips quivered as he cast a terrified glance towards Lin Yang before quickly lowering his head, his voice barely above a whisper. Don't ask. Stay away from him. Exactly. Just seeing him gives me the chills, another female student from Yizhong echoed, hugging her arms nervously. What on earth is going on? The spiky-haired student was even more puzzled, but observing the Yizhong student's demeanor, akin to avoiding a venomous snake, made him inexplicably uneasy. This individual was a true force to be reckoned with. No, a madman. His current image perfectly aligned with that of the self-destructing infantry in the Red Alert game. No matter how impressive you were, if you provoked him, he would simply explode on the spot, taking you down with him. The power was unfathomably immense. Who would dare to provoke him? It was truly advisable to steer clear. Lin Yang was entirely indifferent to the bizarre vacuum surrounding him, even relishing this uninterrupted Q experience. He nonchalantly swung the powerful novice wand in his hand, the murky ice crystal at its tip glinting faintly in the sunlight. Not far away, several principals stood together. The principal of Urzhong, a lean middle-aged man, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, raising an eyebrow as he glanced at Chen Guodong. Is that the F-grade divine profession from your Yizhong this year? His tone carried a hint of inquiry and a barely perceptible schadenfreude. Yes, that's him, Lin Yang. Chen Guodong replied, scratching his nose, his expression somewhat complicated. Beside him, the portly principal of Sanzhong stroked his chin, looking perplexed. It's odd. It's clearly a divine profession, yet how did it end up rated F? Shouldn't your awakening crystal be sent back for repairs? Don't ask me. Chen Guodong shrugged, his face etched with innocence and grievance. Who am I supposed to ask? If it weren't for Zhou Shuer's S-grade winter mage propping up the scene this year, I might have already been rolling up my belongings at the Education Bureau by now. His tone was lamenting, yet the glimmer of suppressed pride in his eyes was unmistakable to the other two old foxes. Give it a rest. The principal of Urzhong playfully smacked Chen Guodong's shoulder. You have an S-grade and you're still whining about being poor. Go on, enjoy your secret glee. Exactly. You're fine standing there, aren't you? The principal of Sanzhong chimed in, both of them seeing through Chen Guodong's thinly veiled boasting. Just then, a cool figure parted the crowd, making her way directly toward Lin Yang. It was Zhou Shuer. Today, she donned a practical ice blue outfit that accentuated her snow-white skin, further enhancing her frosty demeanor. Following her were 3 team members, each displaying varied expressions, a sturdy man with a tower shield and a serious demeanor, a gentle-eyed girl wielding a staff, and a boy with a cross slung across his back. Zhou Shuer stood before Lin Yang, her ice blue eyes calmly surveying him. Her voice remained flat, yet carried an air of officiality. Lin Yang, the party limit for the lair is 4. I can remove the priest to make room for you in the team. She paused for a moment before adding, this would ensure your efficiency and safety. To onlookers, this invitation seemed like an extraordinary boon. An S-rank elite leading the team, and even willing to adjust the team configuration for an F-rank like him. However, Lin Yang merely lifted his eyelids lazily, twirling the magic wand in his hand, his tone utterly nonchalant. No need, thank you. He didn't even grant Zhou Shuer the opportunity to respond, casually adding, too many people create noise, which affects my leveling efficiency. Zhou Shuer's exquisitely frozen face, akin to an eternal winter, visibly thickened with a layer of frost. Her ice blue pupils narrowed slightly, and the knuckles of her fingers gripping the staff turned pale from exertion. She cast Lin Yang a deep, frigid glance, her eyes radiating a cold fury that could freeze a soul. It conveyed a clear message of indignation, a warning of self-destructiveness. With a swift turn, her ice blue ponytail sliced through the air, leaving behind a chillingly disdainful remark echoing in her mind. Go ahead. May you perish in the den and serve as fodder for goblins. The crowd erupted into chaos. What? He rejected her. An S-rank elite offered to lead him, and he disdainfully complained about the noise, affecting his leveling up? This F-rank waste, has this fellow lost his mind? How ungrateful can one be? Does he truly consider himself above others? Indeed, an F-rank, without even a skill to his name. What kind of bravado is this? Without a team, what could he possibly achieve in the den? Become a goblin's sacrificial offering? Ha ha ha, this is simply too amusing. This might just exemplify the legendary phenomenon of misplaced confidence. Wouldn't it? Laughter, murmurs, and unabashed mockery surged forth like a tidal wave. The students of Yizhong, who once harbored fear towards Lin Yang, were now stunned by his audacious actions, momentarily forgetting the cold and joining in the spectacle. All gazed at the solitary youth, awkwardly clutching a tattered wand, standing alone in a vacuum. Suddenly, a crisp, casual snap echoed, one that would forever linger in the memories of the Yizhong students. Snap. Chapter 9, Indiscriminate Fire Coverage. Snap. Snap. Lin Yang, bored, flicked that novice wand with indifference, casually rubbing his thumb and middle finger together, producing a faint yet continuous snapping sound. To others, this noise might merely be a nuisance, but to the ears of the Yizhong faculty and students, it resonated like thunderclaps from the heavens. Oh no! A piercing scream erupted from an unknown source, igniting the panic. Not good. He.S. about to. Run. Escape for your lives. Just a moment ago, they were merely spectators, even mocking Lin Yang. Yet now the Yizhong students erupted into an unprecedented survival instinct akin to ants doused in boiling oil. They disregarded their dignity, scrambling and crawling, crying out for their mothers, exerting every ounce of strength to flee in the opposite direction of Lin Yang. It felt as if what pursued them was not a mere person, but a nuclear warhead set to detonate. The scene spiraled into chaos. Hey, what else with the crowding? You stepped on my foot. What madness is this? The other students from various schools, bewildered by this sudden exodus, were swept into disarray, shouting in confusion, utterly oblivious to what transpired. Some were nearly knocked down, while others cried out in pain from being stepped on. In the heart of the chaos, Principal Chun Guodong reacted with remarkable swiftness. His portly figure suddenly demonstrated astonishing agility. Like a hippo confronting a nemesis, he let out a growl and lunged forward. Thud, thud. The unsuspecting principals of the second and third schools were unexpectedly tackled to the ground, entangled in a heap. Old Chun, what madness has possessed you? The principal of the second school, nearly gasping for breath under the weight, adjusted his crooked glasses, furiously shouting. The third school's portly principal groaned, nearly rolling his eyes in exasperation. Ouch. My old back, Chun. At your age, you still resort to ambush? Who would have thought you'd indulge in such antics? I'm a straight man. He suddenly realized that Chun Guodong's chubby hand seemed to unintentionally land in an inappropriate area. Get your hands off me. Chun Guodong's face turned pale as he scrambled to extricate himself from his two colleagues, shouting hoarsely, his voice cracking. He is about to unleash a forbidden spell. Do you understand? A forbidden spell. Forbidden my foot. The principal of the second school finally broke free, adjusting his glasses while cursing vehemently. An F-rank priest can't even conjure a flame. You're scared of a mere snap? Have you lost your mind? The third school's principal, rubbing his back, wore an expression of disdain. Exactly. Don't you need to chant or prepare to cast a forbidden spell? Can you really unleash one with just a snap? Do you think he is a deity? I suspect you're just trying to take advantage of me. I've sensed the way you look at me. As these three principals rolled on the ground, pointing fingers at each other in a tangled mess, the other students from various schools remained baffled, cursing in confusion. Meanwhile, the instigator, Lin Yang, appeared utterly unfazed, oblivious to the pandemonium behind him, which resembled a scene from a disaster movie. He continued leisurely crafting that insufferable, deathly snap. Step by step, at a leisurely pace, he approached the swirling, softly glowing energy vortex at the entrance of the dark forest den. He even had the leisure to glance back just before stepping into the vortex, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, exuding a mischievous and malevolent charm. That smile, amidst the chaos, stood out starkly, glaringly. In the next moment, his figure vanished into the swirling energy light, leaving behind the cold, emotionless mechanical prompt echoing clearly above the still chaotic scene. Lin Yang, entering the den. Dark Forest, Level 1. First entry into the dungeon. Only normal mode can be selected. Transmitting. The world seemed to have been put on pause. The three principals remained disheveled, panting as they glared at each other. The students from other schools exchanged bewildered glances. Utterly perplexed, the faculty and students of Yizhong sat in stunned silence, collapsed on the ground, as if they had just crawled back from the gates of hell. The light of the teleportation portal rippled away like water. Lin Yang's figure materialized in a dimly lit forest. The air was thick with the damp scent of decaying organic matter, mingled with a faint hint of blood. Towering ancient trees twisted and coiled, their dense canopies nearly obscuring the sky, leaving only mottled, dim light to filter down onto the moss-covered, leaf-strewn ground. Crack, crack. Not far away, several hunched green-skinned creatures, their skin resembling moldy bark, were gathered around a mangled corpse, emitting a nauseating gnawing sound. With sharp ears and jagged teeth, their murky eyeballs gleamed with greed and ferocity. They were the lowest-tier cannon fodder of the den, goblins. One of the goblins seemed to sense something, abruptly lifting its head, its frothy fangs curling into a grotesque grin. It cast aside the severed arm still dripping with blood, its murky gaze fixated on Lin Yang, who stood alone, clutching a tattered wand. A cacophony of sinister laughter erupted from its throat, summoning its companions. The other goblins abandoned their meager sustenance, grasping rough-hewn sticks or rusty daggers as they encircled him with malevolent intent. Their small eyes gleamed with a ravenous hunger for fresh flesh. In the face of these grotesque, bloodthirsty creatures, Lin Yang exhibited not an ounce of trepidation. He couldn't even be bothered to lift his wand. It was as if he regarded them as nothing more than an unsightly nuisance, his brow furrowing slightly as he casually muttered, the sigh of the Ice Queen's forbidden spell. There were no lengthy incantations, no intricate gestures, nor careful considerations of range and power. This time, he opted for the most direct and brutal approach, an overwhelming barrage of force. At the instant his words fell, the space before Lin Yang distorted abruptly. An indescribable chill descended from the very fabric of reality. In the air, the breathtaking yet despair-inducing visage of the Ice Queen reformed, her colossal crystalline eyes betraying a hint of agitation at being summoned. Then, before the horrified and dazed goblins, the Ice Queen's flawless ice crystal lips parted slightly, as if blowing dandelion seeds. She exhaled gently. Whoosh. It was not merely a gust of wind. It was a sigh emanating from the unfathomable depths of eternal ice. A torrent of frozen time cascaded forth. A visible, fan-shaped shockwave composed entirely of pure, unrelenting cold swept silently, yet swiftly forward, a harbinger of death. The extent of its reach perfectly aligned with Lin Yang's mental calculations, about 100 meters, the limit of a first-level spell. Buzz. Time seemed to freeze momentarily. Where the shockwave passed, the air groaned under the burden, instantaneously crystallizing into fine icy powder that scattered about. The goblins, who had leapt forward with wicked grins, found their movements abruptly halted. Their grotesque visages had not yet transformed into expressions of terror before their bodies. Skin, muscle, bone, and organs were all completely frozen within a billionth of a second. Even the ground beneath their feet, the contorted bushes nearby, and the very dust suspended in the air were all transformed into exquisite, translucent ice sculptures. In the fan-shaped area before Lin Yang, everything appeared to have been paused, solidified in a breathtakingly beautiful exhibition of frozen artistry. Sunlight filtered through the sparse canopy, refracting off the myriad ice crystals to cast a kaleidoscopic glow, creating a strangely cruel, yet mesmerizing spectacle. Due to the nature of his profession, the range and destructive power of his forbidden spells were solely correlated to his level, independent of mental prowess. Nonetheless, even at level 1, the range and damage of his forbidden spell were nothing short of terrifying. Lin Yang, satisfied, weighed his new novice wand in his hand. Indeed, quite efficient. While others toiled for hours in teams to gain a level, he had achieved it in mere moments with a single utterance. In the air, the Ice Queen's ethereal form began to dissipate slowly. Just before vanishing completely, her enormous crystalline eyes rolled upward, nearly reaching the heavens. Her perfect ice crystal lips silently moved, forming the words, S.B. Lin Yang squinted, observing intently. He nodded earnestly, waving farewell to the fading apparition with a look of sudden realization and even a hint of admiration. A sandbag? Quite an astute assessment. Indeed, this lowly lair crumbled beneath the might of his forbidden spell, like sandbags before a tempest. Ice Queen, you possess remarkable insight. The last vestiges of her form flickered violently, as if nearly succumbing to his words, before finally dissipating in a swirl of resentment. Lin Yang surveyed the crystalline masterpiece surrounding him, contentedly hoisting his elite-quality novice wand. Humming an off-key tune, he strolled leisurely deeper into the dense forest, as if he had merely swept away a few fallen leaves from his doorstep. Defeated a level 1 beast. Goblin. Experience. 10. Defeated a level 1 beast. Goblin. Experience. 10. Defeated a level 2 beast. Goblin Captain. Experience. 20. Defeated a level 3 beast. Minotaur. Experience. 30. A series of cold, clear system notifications flooded Lin Yang's ears like popping popcorn. As the final notification chimed, a wave of warmth surged through him. Level up. Level 2. Unlocked forbidden spell. Blessing of the Earth Mother. Host. Lin Yang. Class. God of Forbidden Spells. Class rating. F. Growth potential. Level 2. Strength. 2010. Agility. 2010. Stamina. 2010. Mentality. Talent. Thought manifestation. Elemental control. Ice. Earth. To be unlocked. Traits. Growth potential. Unique. Mental power. Law level destructive power. To be unlocked. Skills. Ice type forbidden spell. The Sigh of the Ice Queen. Earth type forbidden spell. Blessing of the Earth Mother. Blessing of the Earth Mother. When the god of forbidden spells treads upon the earth, they may summon the Earth Mother to bestow blessings. Blessing effects increase with level. Current attribute boost, 200 to all attributes. Duration, until MP is depleted. New forbidden spell. An increase of 200 to all attributes. Duration until MP is exhausted. MP? Upon seeing the skill description regarding duration, Lin Yang glanced at the blue mana gauge beneath his personal panel. Mentality, MP. Excellent. It appears to be a permanent skill. Without hesitation, Lin Yang activated the skill. Blessing of the Earth Mother. Buzz. A rich, warm energy, akin to the pulsations of the earth, surged from his feet. Lin Yang felt every cell in his body rejoicing, as if he were soaking in a hot spring, an exhilarating sense of power coursing through him. Above his head, a benevolent female apparition, composed of warm, earthy light, began to materialize. She wore a crown woven from wheat stalks and a robe adorned with glimmering gemstones. Her visage gentle and exuding the formidable essence of life itself. This was the projection of the Earth Mother. She slowly opened her arms, and a concentrated, golden beam of light enveloped Lin Yang with precision. Bathed in the golden radiance, Lin Yang felt as though his body had been reforged anew. Strength, 220, 200. Agility, 220, 200. Stamina, 220, 200. Mentality, 200. With these attributes, he could likely obliterate any creature. Lin Yang waved his wand, the air erupting with the sound of a breaking wind. As he ventured deeper into the forest, the monsters he encountered escalated from goblins to elite minotaurs wielding massive axes and rippling muscles. Yet, in Lin Yang's eyes, the only distinction between them and the goblins was that their experience bars were slightly longer. The solution? Simple and brutal. Monsters appear within sight. Snap. A crisp sound reverberates. The Ice and Snow Queen's sigh of a forbidden spell. The ethereal image of the Ice and Snow Queen is repeatedly compelled to manifest, coalescing in midair. Her expression, initially one of impatience, gradually morphs into a silent fury, exuding expletives. B, are you busy? I understand. I am indeed quite occupied. But it's nothing. Thank you for your concern. You're rather kind. Each time Lin Yang receives a greeting from the Ice and Snow Queen, he feels an immense warmth in his heart. He never anticipated that in this world, there would be someone, nay, a deity, who genuinely cared for him. How utterly moving. Until, once again, the Ice and Snow Queen's crystalline eyes suddenly gleam with a flicker of schadenfreude, for she has discerned that each time she is summoned, she can distinctly observe the ethereal image of the Earth Mother steadily hovering above Lin Yang's head. It seems yet another unfortunate soul is on the horizon. At that moment, the Earth Mother, whose visage was originally serene and radiated maternal warmth, undergoes a dramatic transformation. From tranquility to astonishment upon realizing that her blessed subject is perpetually receiving buffs under the infinite blue bar's support. Finally, her benevolent countenance appears to contort slightly. Her outstretched arms seem to stiffen. Silently, she exclaims, M.L.G.B. Naturally, Lin Yang remains oblivious to the Earth Mother's lamentation regarding his origins. He merely feels the warmth emanating from beneath his feet, so comforting that it makes him yearn to stretch languorously. TSK. The Earth Mother is truly a kind and generous goddess. He exclaims with heartfelt admiration. Above him, the Earth Mother's ethereal image flickers violently, as if choked by his heartfelt declaration, nearly dissipating on the spot. Earth Mother, QNMLGB. How long will this damn forbidden spell last? Is it still not over? This pose of mine with arms outstretched is exhausting, you know. Chapter 11. The speed is too rapid. It has mutated the lair. Roar. The thunderous roar rends the profound silence of the dense forest. A stench of blood fills the air. Lin Yang finally reaches the core of the lair, confronting the lair's boss. A hulking figure, akin to a small mountain, wielding a colossal stone axe, the Minotaur Elite, level 5. This behemoth clearly did not expect such an eager offering to arrive so soon. Its copper bell-like crimson eyes, at this moment, are somewhat dazed, fixated intently on the ethereal image of the Earth Mother, which emanates a warm golden light and bears a forced, benevolent expression above Lin Yang's head. With over 200 agility points, Lin Yang's figure vanishes like a wraith from his original position in an instant. The next moment, he materializes before the Minotaur Elite, whose body is as broad as a wall. Following this, he springs upward with the force of a compressed spring. There are no elaborate incantations, no dazzling lights. He merely grips tightly the powerful novice wand, its tip embedded with murky ice crystals, raising it high as if wielding a most primitive and violent club. A surge of 220 points of strength explodes forth, channeling into his arm, and he strikes down fiercely. Target. The Minotaur's crown. Boom. A resounding thud that could halt one's heartbeat. Time seems to freeze for an instant. The Minotaur Elite's crimson eyes bulge, filled with utter horror and disbelief. Its massive body, akin to a small mountain, is struck as if by an invisible hammer, before it can even let out a wail. Its head is driven forcefully into the hard ground by the sheer ferocity of the blow. Crack. Boom. From its center, jagged, spiderweb-like fissures instantaneously spread out over 10 meters. Soil and stone, mingled with the stench of blood, soar skyward. Instant kill. An absolute, overwhelming instant kill. Defeated level 5 beast boss. Minotaur Elite. Experience. 100. Level up. 3 levels. A warm current surges through him once more. Lin Yang savors the elevation of his power, while the system notifications flood the screen once more. Unlocking forbidden spell. The love of the blazing flame goddess. Host, Lin Yang. Profession, forbidden spell archmage, F. Level, 3. Strength, 330-10. Agility, 330-10. Stamina, 330-10. Spirit. The Earth Mother's blessing enhancement effect increases to 300. Talent. A thought leads to magic, elemental manipulation, ice, earth, fire. To be unlocked. Traits. Growth potential, unique, mental power, rule level destruction power. To be unlocked. Skills. Ice system forbidden spell. The Ice and Snow Queen's sigh. Earth system forbidden spell. The Earth Mother's blessing. Fire system forbidden spell. The love of the blazing flame goddess. The love of the blazing flame goddess. The forbidden spell archmage invokes the powers of the blazing flame goddess Hecate, summoning the world-destroying flames woven from her hair to incinerate all before him. Crack. A subtle sound resonates. Lin Yang glances down, noticing that the elite novice wand, which had accompanied him on his brief journey, is now covered in spiderweb-like cracks at its tip. Shortly thereafter, the entire wand appears as though it has been drained of all vitality, shattering piece by piece into a heap of wood shavings and debris. TSK. The leveling up process is a bit sluggish. Lin Yang shakes his hand, observing the pile of refuse at his feet, unable to suppress his complaints. The experience required to level up increases exponentially. The difficulty is indeed absurd. He remains unaware that if those outside the lair knew he had ascended 2 levels in less than half an hour, even managing to defeat a level 5 boss with his bare hands, they would likely be left agape in disbelief. Level 1, Dark Forest, presents an exceedingly high challenge for newly transitioned students. A 4-person team must cautiously grind down a single ordinary minotaur for an extended period, as even a slight misstep could lead to their annihilation. The notion of Lin Yang effortlessly dispatching foes, turning even a boss into firewood, is nothing short of a fantastical tale. Meanwhile, in another segment of the Dark Forest lair, Roar, a robust minotaur bellows, swinging its gigantic axe. Shield Warrior. Be cautious of its skills. Prepare to evade. Zhou Shuer's icy voice, akin to ice beads falling on a jade plate, resonates accurately amidst the chaotic battle. She wields a beautifully crafted staff radiating coldness, her posture upright. Her ice blue hair sways gently with her movements, and her gaze is sharp as an eagle-ass. Yes. Although the Shield Warrior is nervously sweating under Zhou Shuer's command, his body instinctively retreats to the left rear as instructed. The priest's slow healing must not cease. The Shield Warrior's health is under great pressure. If out of mana, drink a potion immediately. With a wave of her staff, a sharp ice spear accurately strikes the Minotaur's knee, causing its charging step to falter. Priest, ensure to bless me the moment I release the ice spear. Her commands are clear, calm, and imbued with an undeniable authority. Boom. The Minotaur's poised axe crashes down at the position where the Shield Warrior previously stood, creating a deep pit in the ground. Narrowly escaping, the Shield Warrior is drenched in cold sweat. Zhou Shuer is incredible. Her commanding prowess is astonishing. The Fire Mage and Priest express their heartfelt admiration. Zhou Shuer's lips curled into an almost imperceptible arc, relishing the admiration and reliance of her teammates. With a flick of her wand, ice shards rained down like droplets, harmonizing with the attacks of her comrades, ultimately bringing down the obstructive Minotaur. This was the fruit of meticulous preparation and calm analysis. She stowed her wand away, her tone nonchalant yet imbued with a touch of well-placed modesty, assuring them that with diligence and practice, they too could achieve such feats. Sister Zhou is incredible. Following her, we're bound to feast. The praises of her teammates only deepened the sense of superiority swelling within her. The sensation of controlling the situation, surrounded by adoration, was precisely what she sought. Suddenly, her thoughts flitted to a certain individual, prompting an involuntary eye roll. The entrance to the lair remained as tumultuous as ever. I bet Zhou Shuer's team will be the first to emerge. With an S-rank leading, their efficiency is unquestionable. Absolutely. Just look at those teams still dawdling at the entrance. I wonder if they've broken the record for the fastest clearance? I doubt it. They've just changed classes. The crowd buzzed with speculation, their focus fixed on Zhou Shuer. Suddenly, a hum erupted. The swirling energy vortex at the entrance of the lair violently trembled, emitting a piercing drone. The previously stable radiance became chaotic and frenzied, shifting from a gentle glow to a profound, oppressive dark purple. The ground began to tremble slightly. The air felt thick, and an overwhelming, heart-stopping pressure, far exceeding that of a level 1 lair, surged forth like a tide. Oh no, the lair has mutated. A hidden lair has emerged. Has someone broken the record for the fastest lair clearance? Panic and disbelief engulfed the entrance. All eyes were glued to the now violent, deep, ominous entrance of the lair, their hearts lodged in their throats. Good heavens! Dark Forest has upgraded to depths of the Dark Forest. It's a team lair. The difficulty has skyrocketed. This is troublesome. The challenge of a mutated lair escalates based on the speed of record breaking. The faster it's breached, the higher the difficulty. Given this commotion, it can't be anything less than adventurer or warrior level, right? Gulp. The entrance to the dungeon was fraught with tension. The dark purple vortex pulsated ominously, its weighty pressure rendering several principals and teachers almost breathless, their hearts gripped by an invisible hand. For heaven's sake, don't even mention S-rank. I've never heard of an SS-rank team making such a commotion. The principal of Second High paled, his voice dry. What on earth is happening? Cold sweat dripped from the forehead of the principal of Third High, his concern palpable. If something goes awry, none of us here can escape responsibility. Chun Guodong struggled to swallow, his plump face devoid of color. He gazed at the increasingly ominous entrance, his voice trembling. Old Lu. Do you think this could be a king-level lair? Shut your crow's mouth. Principal Lu of Second High nearly leapt from his seat. Can't you wish for something good? Quickly, report this. Level 1 emergency. Just as the crowd descended into chaos, panic spreading like wildfire, the humming abruptly ceased. The furious, swirling dark purple vortex suddenly solidified, transforming as if doused in thick ink, plunging into utter darkness. Deep, silent, as if connecting to the abyss itself. A line of icy, crimson text, as if etched in blood, materialized above the pitch-black entrance. Depths of the Dark Forest. Level 10. Difficulty, Hell level. Hell level. My heavens. It's over. All is lost. Despairing cries cascaded over everyone at the entrance like a tsunami. Hell level. For students barely at level 1 or 2. Freshly transitioned, This was a veritable death trap. Inside the lair, the world spun chaotically. Lin Yang had just picked up a seemingly robust, refined iron wand, dropped by the Minotaur elite, weighing it in his hands. Before he could assess its feel, the scenery before him twisted and shattered. In the next moment, he found himself in a far darker, damper, primordial forest where ancient trees towered, seemingly devouring all light. The air was thick with a pervasive stench of decay and an even more dangerous metallic tang. Alongside him, several bewildered teams, recently stabilized, had also been randomly transported here. Among them was Zhou Shui's fully equipped team. Sister Zhou, where's this place? The voice of the priest trembled, gripping her wand tightly. The aura here is tenfold more terrifying than before. The shield warrior's expression was grave, instinctively raising his tower shield in defense. Why do I feel there are more people here? The priestess gazed at the indistinct figures surrounding them, equally bewildered. Zhou Shui suppressed the tempest of emotions within her. Her ice-blue eyes scanning the surroundings with sharp clarity, swiftly deducing. This must be the core area of the depths of the dark forest, triggered by a hidden mechanism. We have been randomly transported to the periphery. Only by defeating the final boss here can we break the seal and allow everyone to escape. Her analysis was methodical, attempting to calm the restless hearts of her comrades. However, before her words could fully settle, her gaze was abruptly captured by an extraordinarily conspicuous figure not far away. It was impossible to overlook. In this miserly lit, eerie primordial forest, only he sported a head adorned with a lamp the height of a person, radiating a warm, earthy light. It was the ethereal image of the Earth Mother Goddess. Yet at this moment, her visage diverged starkly from the benevolent and serene goddess of legend. The countenance, once composed of light, now bore a semblance of profound apathy. No longer did she extend her arms in blessing, but rather crossed them over her chest, exuding an unmistakable impatience and a palpable sense of displeasure. When Zhou Shui's astonished gaze fell upon her, the ethereal image of the Earth Mother seemed to sense her presence. She slightly turned her face, clearly and emphatically raising an eyebrow in Zhou Shui's direction. Then, a luminous arm was lifted, gesturing a universally understood sign of goodwill towards Zhou Shui. Simultaneously, she muttered something under her breath. Hey, what are you looking at? For the first time, a clear crack appeared on Zhou Shui's eternally frozen, stunning visage. Her mind blanked, utterly unable to comprehend this subversion of her understanding. Lin Yang, she nearly exclaimed, her voice tinged with a pitch she herself was unaware of. What are you doing here? What is that thing on your head? Lin Yang, with a curious expression, waved the towering, refined iron wand he had just acquired, feeling it far more suitable than the previous one. Hearing her voice, he lazily turned his head. The first sight that met his eyes was Zhou Shui's figure, which stood out even in the dim surroundings. Well, it is indeed large, and it is also quite impressive. But internally, Lin Yang felt no stir of excitement, even feeling a hint of disdain. Isn't it too big? Wouldn't he that hinder mobility? Still petite and exquisite, better to grasp with a single hand. What else can I upgrade? Sightseeing and tourism, perhaps? Lin Yang's tone bore a hint of irritation at the disturbance, casually gesturing toward the divine projection above his head. Is this what you mean? Oh, my permanent buff. Blessing of the Earth Mother. Debuff? The blessing of the Earth Mother? A forbidden spell. This is beyond cool. The teammates behind Zhou Shui, particularly the young priest, were nearly wide-eyed with astonishment. He glanced at the staff in his hand that barely emitted a weak glow, then back at the vivid, gesturing holographic goddess hovering above Lin Yang, barely restraining himself from throwing his staff in frustration. Comparisons between individuals lead to despair. Comparing goods results in disposal. Now that is what one calls a buff. A top-tier buff complete with special effects and interactive features. Must it be so ostentatious? The priest internally screamed, filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Just as Zhou Shui's team directed their gaze once more toward that striking buff, the Earth Mother's projection appeared increasingly agitated. Her arms, once crossed, fell to her sides, and she directed her disdainful spitting gestures toward Zhou Shui and her companions. Tui, 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 as if Lu Huangshu were spitting, though devoid of actual saliva. The contemptuous disdain emanating from a spiritual realm struck Zhou Shui and her companions with the force of a tangible shockwave. Zhou Shui, shield warrior. Priest, in a crisis of faith. The group once again fell into collective petrification, their minds rendered utterly blank. This goddess seems to lack decorum. No, wait, is that the crux of the matter? The real question is, why can this buff continue to hover above her head, glowing and radiating while also hurling insults? What sort of divine, Jing, forbidden spell is this? Chapter 13. I told you are too slow. Let us not dwell on that. Zhou Shui forcibly suppressed the dizziness caused by the goddess's mental assault, striving to maintain her composure as the captain. Her ice-blue eyes turned to Lin Yang. This hidden lair is exceedingly perilous, at hellish difficulty. Lin Yang, would you consider joining my team? The team dungeon permits larger parties, which would enhance safety. As soon as her words fell, Lin Yang immediately recoiled, as if a cat had its tail stepped on, his expression one of vigilance. He instinctively crossed his arms before his chest. Ugh. Are you trying to leech off my experience? The four behind Zhou Shui'er froze in place. Their expressions a mix of incredulity, as if they had swallowed a fly. Leech off your experience. Have you no sense of shame? They roared internally. You, an F-grade useless god, can't even cast a spell properly. Who is leeching off whom? The captain graciously offered you refuge out of camaraderie and the peculiar buff above your head, fearing you might be devoured by passing monsters. And you dare to be ungrateful? Go die for all I care. Zhou Shui'er seethed, her chest heaving violently, her formidable figure in ice-blue armor cutting a striking silhouette. She shot Lin Yang a piercing glare, her icy gaze capable of piercing through flesh. What further inflamed her was that the numb goddess projection overhead, seizing the moment of her anger, audaciously stuck out her tongue, rolled her eyes, and made faces. She spun around, her voice frigid as if icicles were falling. Let us go. With a suppressed sense of frustration and silence, the team plunged headlong into the deeper, darker forest. Watching the others vanish into the twisted shadows of the colossal trees, Lin Yang merely shrugged. He weighed the hefty, iron magic staff in his hand. After all that talk, aren't you just looking to leech experience? Not a chance, he proclaimed with righteous indignation, as a dignified mage. How could I allow mere feminine charms to hinder my ascension? Upon finishing, he theatrically glanced up at the glowing orb above him. Isn't that right, Earth Mother? This upward glance fortuitously aligned his line of sight directly with the hem of the Earth Mother's gown. Earth Mother projection? Instinctively, she closed the luminous legs formed by her light. My apologies. Lin Yang feigned a lackluster apology, his gaze lingering momentarily on a certain area illuminated by earthy hues. Unable to resist, he muttered, that goddess ought to mind her hygiene. Her undergarments have turned yellow. The luminous aura of the Earth Mother projection warped and fluctuated violently. Her previously impassive face flushed an enraged shade of purple. She abruptly raised her hand, pointing at Lin Yang, her silent fury erupting. Q, N, M, D. It was already yellow. Once Zhou Shui'er's team had distanced themselves, Lin Yang, still clutching his staff, ambled deeper into the forest. Not far ahead, the sounds of fierce combat erupted, accompanied by gasps and the sharp sound of weapons slicing through the air. Several dozen meters away, amidst a tumultuous clearing, Zhou Shui'er's team was embroiled in a fierce struggle. Their adversary was a lithe, swift cat demon. Cat demon, LV7. This creature was cloaked in slick black-purple fur, its crimson slit pupils flickering ominously in the dim light, its sharp claws producing a piercing shriek with every slash. The level disparity and speed advantage rendered it a mockery of their efforts, darting between the four, each attack fraught with peril. Watch out. Its target is the priest. The shield warrior roared, raising his shield in defense, yet the cat demon nimbly evaded the heavy tower shield, leaving behind a deep claw mark. The priestess shrieked in retreat, her staff glowing. Zhou Shui'er's face turned ashen. The ice spike spell required a brief casting time. Utterly unable to keep pace with the demon's ghostly speed, her commands felt utterly futile against the overwhelming disparity in power. Despair surged like icy tides, instantaneously engulfing the four-person team. Just then, a human-shaped spotlight strolled casually past the edge of the battlefield. It was Lin Yang, staff in hand, preparing to circumvent the fray. The golden, tempestuous projection of the Earth Mother above him shone brighter than a lighthouse in that shadowy battlefield. Zhou Shui'er's peripheral vision instantly caught sight of him. Lin Yang, she nearly screamed, her voice tinged with unprecedented urgency and an instinctive protective instinct she herself hadn't realized. Get away. That's a level 7 cat demon. You'll die? Gritting her teeth, a glimmer of determination passed through her ice-blue eyes. I'll hold it off. You all escape quickly. She was willing to sacrifice herself to provide an opportunity for her teammates and Lin Yang. Just as Lin Yang was prepared to slip away, his footsteps halted. He turned his head to regard the ice element girl, who was desperately evading the demon's claws, yet still urging others to flee, his brow furrowing slightly. Sigh. Lin Yang sighed inwardly. He genuinely didn't want to involve himself in this troublesome affair. However, witnessing such a fool who was nearly being clawed to shreds, yet still thinking of others. TSK, very well. With a resounding thud, Lin Yang slammed his iron staff onto the ground. The unyielding ground shattered like a fragile cookie, instantaneously erupting with a terrifying web of cracks. This commotion rendered not only Zhou Shui'er's team momentarily dazed, but even the ferocious cat demon paused, bewildered by the sudden surge of ominous energy emanating from the bulbous figure. Its crimson vertical pupils warily regarded this unexpected threat. In the next heartbeat, amidst the near-stupefied, ghostly gazes of Zhou Shui'er's quartet, Lin Yang's figure vanished. It was not a mere magical flicker, but a pure manifestation of physical prowess and velocity, creating a visual dissonance as he reached the pinnacle of speed. The air was left in the wake of a violently torn current. When he reappeared, it was as if he had teleported, starkly positioned between the 7th-level cat demon and Zhou Shui'er. His swiftness was so extraordinary that even the agile feline creature failed to react in time. Lin Yang grasped a heavy iron staff, more akin to a siege hammer than a mere wand. The sinewy muscles of his arm were distinctly visible under the golden radiance. The cat demon swiftly maneuvered, attempting to distance itself from this terrifying man crowned with a blinding light. Yet Lin Yang's silhouette followed closely behind, like a shadow. A hint of impatience curled at the corners of his mouth. Too slow. Meow. The savage 7th-level cat demon was startled into a bristling frenzy by the sudden appearance of the humanoid spotlight and the overwhelming force that accompanied it. Its scarlet pupils constricted instantly. Driven by primal instincts, it did not retreat, but rather became emboldened, emitting a piercing, shrill screech as its claws slashed through the air with a sonic boom, striking at Lin Yang's face with lightning speed. Whoosh! The shadow of its claws swept past, only to tear through the air. Lin Yang's figure vanished once more, akin to a specter. A mere fraction of a second before the cat demon's claws could make contact. In its place remained a distorted trace of air, instantly vacated. With its strike missing, the cat demon staggered forward, its fatal vulnerability exposed in an instant. Just as it was engulfed in terror and attempted to pivot, an overwhelming force, akin to a catastrophic landslide, descended upon it without warning. I told you, you're too slow. A cold, impatient voice, reminiscent of death's decree, reverberated above the cat demon. Lin Yang's form was now positioned directly above the creature. He firmly gripped the hefty iron staff, his muscular arm, illuminated by the golden light of the Earth Mother, resembled a coiled, golden dragon, exuding an explosive power. There were no elaborate techniques, no superfluous movements. He simply channeled the full extent of his formidable strength, over 300 points, along with the gravitational force of his descent, directly and brutally into the staff. Then he struck. Boom! The sound was so profoundly thunderous that it seemed to resonate within the very soul. Time appeared to freeze for a moment. The cat demon's agile form was crushed as if struck by a colossal hydraulic press, unable to emit even a semblance of a scream before being violently driven into the hard ground. Crack! Splatter! The gut-wrenching sounds of shattering bones and bursting flesh echoed simultaneously. At the point of impact, a vast crater, several meters in diameter, instantly formed. Web-like fissures spread wildly. Earth and shattered stone, mingled with dark purple blood and severed flesh, erupted like a fountain, only to rain down in a dismal shower. Dust filled the air. At the center of the crater lay a grotesque, nearly unrecognizable mass of flesh, along with the blood-stained iron staff embedded deep within. A single strike. An absolute, overwhelming explosion in the most literal sense. Silence. An absolute silence enveloped this small battlefield. Zhou Shui's team stood frozen like 4 statues of ice. Their eyes bulged, nearly popping from their sockets. Their mouths gaped open in a soundless gasp, as if an invisible hand had seized their throats. The remnants of fear and despair on their faces had yet to fade when they were completely engulfed by an extreme, cognitive-shattering shock that bordered on the absurd. The shield warrior's tower shield clattered to the ground. The light gathered at the fingertips of the priest extinguished with a soft pop. The young priestess's staff trembled slightly in her grasp. Zhou Shui's exquisitely beautiful face, now ice-cold and expressionless, was filled with an unprecedented daze and confusion. Their minds were blank. All logic, common sense, and understanding of the professional hierarchy had been utterly obliterated, shattered by that singular, brutal blow, as if a deity had descended. He just used that staff to turn a 7th-level cat demon into a meat patty. When he mentioned knocking it dead, he truly meant it with that staff? The shield warrior gaped at the indescribable mass of flesh on the ground. Along with the deeply embedded staff, his mind completely short-circuited. Wasn't he a mage? A god of forbidden spells? F-rank. This was wilder than a berserker. More violent than a weapon master. This terrifying speed and the ability to reduce a 7th-level elite monster to a 2-dimensional carcass had to be the prowess of someone at least level 30 or above, right? What manner of monster was he? The 4 of them were overwhelmed, their worldviews shattered beyond repair. Zhou Shui, snapping back from her profound shock, felt her ice-cold cheeks flush with a faint hue. When her icy blue eyes glanced at Lin Yang, a subtle ripple of emotion, one she herself was unaware of, flickered within them. After all, what maiden could remain entirely composed in the presence of such a straightforward and brutal hero who had just saved her life? However, as she regarded Lin Yang with her complex emotions, the golden silhouette of the Earth Mother above him seemed to respond in kind, slightly raising its chin in a remarkably human-like manner. Its expression shifted from one of indifference to one of 3 parts pride and 7 parts boastfulness. Its gaze seemed to convey, how about that? Is my forbidden spell impressive, or what? Defeated a 7th-level beast, cat demon, experience, 210. Lin Yang, satisfied, withdrew the bloodstained staff, flicking off the remnants of unknown matter. Indeed, the hellish level was rewarding, with experience points doubled. This efficiency surpassed that of ordinary dungeons by a considerable margin. What on earth are you? Zhou Shui's voice quivered slightly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Yang with a complex expression. No need to thank me, just call me Lei Feng. Lin Yang didn't look back as he hoisted the staff, more akin to a weapon than a wand, and dashed off. He left behind only a phrase that lingered in the wind. No teaming up, Don't even think about leeching experience. Zhou Shuer was instantly petrified. What the hell? Aren't you called Lin Yang? And also, I'm not leeching your experience. Zhou Shuer stomped her feet in frustration. Her icy blue attire barely containing the fierce rise and fall of her chest, as if it might burst forth at any moment. Lin Yang, wielding the staff, sprinted through the perilous depths of the hellish level forest, transformed into a merciless experience harvester. In a forest where fires couldn't be set, afraid of igniting a wildfire? He scoffed, for within this dungeon, he himself was the wildfire. The forbidden spell of the blazing flame goddess' affection. Space warps. An indomitable will. Hot enough to melt souls, descends. In midair, a female apparition composed entirely of pure flames suddenly materializes. She possesses flowing, lava-like crimson locks, a visage both enchanting and commanding. Adorned in a battle skirt woven from flickering tongues of fire, her eyes resemble two blazing suns. It is none other than Hecate, the goddess of blazing flames. She extends a finger crafted from flames, nonchalantly, with a hint of languor, plucking a single strand from her molten tresses. Then, facing Lin Yang, she gently blows. As if extinguishing a candle. Whoosh. The slender fiery strand, the instant it leaves her grasp, abruptly expands, transforming into a cataclysmic sea of flames that engulfs all. Wherever it passes, towering ancient trees, jagged stones, and even the very air itself ignite instantaneously in the searing heat, leaving behind a charred expanse. Shrouded in acrid smoke, an arena of death. Having fulfilled her task, the fiery apparition begins to dissipate. Just before vanishing, her burning gaze inadvertently catches sight of the maternal earth goddess's silhouette above Lin Yang, exuding a robust golden radiance, her arms crossed, wearing an expression of bemusement. The earth goddess, sensing the fiery goddess's gaze, unusually offers a cryptic smile, one that seems to welcome her to hell. The blazing flame goddess. Before she can comprehend the meaning behind this smile, her form has already vanished. The affection of the blazing flame goddess. The affection of the blazing flame goddess. The affection of the blazing flame goddess. Lin Yang's method of defeating monsters is straightforward and brutish, akin to igniting a bonfire in his own backyard. When the apparition of Hecate is once again compelled to manifest in midair, her fiery eyes finally discern the silhouette of the earth goddess hovering above Lin Yang, glistening with golden light, her attributes maximized, evidently having lingered for an extensive duration. The visage of the blazing flame goddess, once alluring and imposing, now wears an expression of utter astonishment and confusion. She abruptly spreads her fiery arms, pointing at Lin Yang, then at the earth goddess, and finally at herself. A silent roar seems to pierce through space. What is going on? Are you telling me you're engaging in this? How could you possibly wield such power? Are you out of your mind? Chapter 15. Who the hell is the earth goddess? Though Lin Yang cannot decipher this cryptic dialect, he tilts his head in earnest contemplation, observing the goddess's lip movements. He attempts to interpret. Touch? Are you asking me to touch you? He appears conflicted, thinking, this might not be appropriate, although you are quite beautiful. I am not that sort of person. Despite his words, however, his hand, gripping the staff, instinctively reaches forward, as if genuinely wanting to touch the goddess's fiery apparition, the blazing flame goddess Hecate. Her burning eyes widen in disbelief as she gazes at Lin Yang. She quickly whirls back to the earth goddess above him, her expression brimming with questions. What is happening here? The earth goddess's silhouette, in resigned exasperation, spreads her radiant hands and shrugs, her face reflecting a blend of weariness and pity for this troublesome situation. Amidst this terrifying pace of advancement, it isn't long before a surge of warmth envelopes Lin Yang once more. Level up for levels. Unlocking forbidden spell, the kiss of the goddess of life. Host, Lin Yang. Class, forbidden spell mage, F. Level, 4. Strength, for 140, 10. Agility, for 140, 10. Stamina, for 140, 10. Spirit. The effect of the earth goddess's blessing is enhanced to 400. Talent, elemental command, ice, earth, fire, life, to be unlocked. Traits, growth potential, unique, mental strength. Rule level destructive power, to be unlocked. Skills, ice element, sigh of the ice queen, earth element, blessing of the earth goddess, fire element, affection of the blazing flame goddess. Life element, kiss of the goddess of life. Kiss of the goddess of life. The forbidden spell mage wields the power of life, summoning the goddess of life, Ivanora, to bestow a blessed kiss, instantly restoring all states to their peak, rendering the caster invulnerable during the skill's activation. Lin Yang hefts the increasingly weapon-like iron staff in his hand. His gaze sweeps over the newly unlocked skill description, his brow raising with intrigue. The kiss of the goddess of life? He strokes his chin thoughtfully. He is a serious individual, one who has transcended base desires, fixated solely on leveling up. He would never, definitely would, be seduced by the beauty of any goddess. Such kisses are merely manifestations of power. Restoration and invincibility? A practical skill. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the gloomy forest depths dungeon, the atmosphere is suffocating, akin to the stillness before a storm. The pitch-black entrance looms like a gaping abyss. consuming all hope. Hell level. Those children. Several principals pace restlessly, their faces betraying increasing anxiety. Chen Guodong's plump visage glistens with sweat. His glasses precariously perched on the tip of his nose. When will the Education Bureau arrive? The principal of the second high school bellows into the communicator, his voice hoarse. Soon, soon. They said they are on their way. The liaison teacher's voice trembles. Panic coils around each heart like a tangible vine. Hell level. For a group of freshly minted level 1 novices, this is not merely a test. It is a collective execution. Old Chen, do you think it could be the principal of the third high school's voice is dry, his eyes desperately fixating on the ominous entrance. Shut your crow's mouth. Chen Guodong interrupts him sharply, though his own grip on the railing trembles uncontrollably. We must survive this. It all depends on Su Shuer now. She is the only one with a chance to slay the boss, being the sole S-rank among us. Chen Guodong fervently prays within, cold sweat soaking his back. Just as this suffocating despair and anxiety reaches its zenith. The pitch-black dungeon entrance suddenly quakes violently, without warning. More ferociously than before. Dark whirlpools spin and twist, and a blinding scarlet light erupts at its center, dazzling to the extreme. As if the abyss has unveiled its eye of annihilation. What is happening? Why has the nest gone berserk? It's over. We're doomed. Not even the gods can save us. Where are the Education Bureau officials? Hurry. Report this. Something terrible has happened. Despairing wails erupt instantaneously. The principals stagger, nearly collapsing to the ground. A frenzied hellish nest? This is a legendary difficulty level that exists solely in disaster films from textbooks. Let alone students. Even if all the elite of Linhai City were thrown in, it wouldn't suffice. Chen Guodong's vision darkens, nearly fainting on the spot. His mind is consumed by a singular thought. It's over, it's all over. Deep within the nest, Lin Yang strolls leisurely, wielding his increasingly weapon-like staff. He suddenly halted, as if he had stumbled upon an extraordinary curiosity, and looked up at the sky with keen interest. The once oppressive and shadowy heavens, shrouded by ancient trees, now transformed into a smoldering crucible. Dark crimson clouds churn violently, flowing like molten lava, exuding a heart-pounding aura of searing heat and impending destruction. Between the gaps in the clouds, blinding golden-red beams of light flickered open and closed like the eyes of a colossal beast. Wow, Great Mother, look! Lin Yang exclaimed, pointing at the apocalyptic scene above with a tone of discovery akin to that of unearthing a new continent. There's even fire clouds in the nest. Quite a spectacular sight, I senti it. The ethereal visage of the Earth Mother hovering above him rolled her eyes in exasperation, manifesting a sense of utter despair. She silently roared at Lin Yang, her lips forming the words, "You idiot! That inferno is your doing, igniting the nest in chaos. Who the hell is the Great Mother here?" Of course, these lamentations, filled with maternal concern, were lost on Lin Yang, who could not hear a single word. He even found the fiery clouds rather artistic, adding a vibrant hue to the grim forest. However, this artistic creation of Lin Yang, which nearly incinerated the core of the dungeon, inadvertently became a lifeline for all trapped students. The cataclysmic inferno surged forth like a ferocious tidal wave, driving the scattered students toward the relatively safe perimeter area. At that moment, the outskirts of the nest were in disarray. Students from various schools gathered together, their faces smeared with soot and shock, many with their hair singed by the intense heat. The air was thick with the acrid scent of char, mingled with the sounds of survivors gasping for breath. Goodness, that fire just now nearly cooked me alive. Has the boss gone mad? The power is utterly outrageous. It must be a fire mage. Which school's lunatic is this fierce, setting fire without a care for the surroundings? Nonsense. What kind of fire mage can unleash such apocalyptic flames? Senior Zhou Shuer's S-rank ice spikes were almost vaporized. What? Even the S-rank winter mage couldn't withstand it? Who on earth is this fire starter? Chapter 16, The Flame Goddess with a Thinning Crown. The crowd buzzed with anxiety, entwined with intense curiosity and dread. Their eyes involuntarily gravitated toward the most conspicuous team among them, the S-rank squad from Linhai No. 1 high school. The shield warrior, still rattled, gingerly touched the searing edge of his tower shield. The young priestess's face was pale as a ghost, while the priest appeared dazed, filled with existential doubt. Yet, standing before them, Zhou Shuer was peculiarly silent. Her icy blue combat attire was smeared with soot. Strands of hair singed and curled. On her exquisitely cold and beautiful face, shock and residual fear lingered. The terrifying inferno that consumed everything had instantaneously vaporized even her S-rank ice. The unreasonable, violent momentum seemed intent on igniting the entire dungeon. An image, profoundly discordant yet inexplicably fitting, intruded upon her mind with vivid clarity. The figure of the one she deemed an F-rank waste, a lunatic, an arrogant fool. Zhou Shuer abruptly lifted her head, her ice-blue pupils constricting sharply. It was as if she penetrated layers of distorted air and burning embers, staring intently at the nest. Her lips moved soundlessly, uttering a name so absurd, even she found it ludicrous. Could it be Lin Yang? In the heart of the gloomy, dense forest, the core area had devolved into a heart-stopping wasteland. The once towering ancient trees, which had blocked out the sun, were now reduced to twisted, charred remnants, resembling ghastly claws reaching toward the dark crimson sky. The ground was blanketed in thick, brittle ash, rising in choking clouds with each step. The air was saturated with the acrid scent of char, still tinged with the lingering terror of extreme heat. As far as the eye could see, there was an eerie stillness, broken only by the scattered remnants of glowing embers flickering like dying eyes in the depths of the ash. This was the masterpiece left behind by Lin Yang's artistic endeavor, a scorched hell ravaged by the forbidden spell, the flame goddess's affection. Yet, at the edge of this desolation, a relatively intact area strangely remained. Though the ancient trees loomed ominously, they had not been touched by the flames, instead emanating an even more potent aura of danger. Clearly, this was the lair of the final boss and the last refuge for the elite beasts that had narrowly escaped from Lin Yang's inferno. In midair, the ethereal image of the flame goddess Hecate, who had just been compelled to sacrifice a strand of her luxurious hair, had yet to fully dissipate. Her enchanting yet regal countenance, now etched with an indescribable sorrow, gazed longingly at her fiery tresses, as if deprived of a beloved toy. Though she could restore it in the next moment, her eyes reflected the forlorn expression of a child whose cherished possession had been taken away. That look was akin to a noble worker forced to toil overtime without pay. Her resentful gaze swept over Lin Yang, who stood beneath the resplendent golden image of the Earth Mother, her arms still crossed over her chest. Yet, the numb expression on her face now clearly betrayed a tightly suppressed smirk, as if on the verge of bursting into laughter at the unfolding chaos. The Earth Mother mused internally, TSK, 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 look, I'm still the clever one. When I designed the forbidden spell, all I needed to do was gracefully bestow blessings and stand still. Unlike that foolish girl who has to pull out her hair. How tragic. Too tragic. Well, it seems everything has burned down nicely. Lin Yang, staff in hand, surveyed the remnants of his creation, nodding in satisfaction as though admiring a high-quality artwork. It's time for a change of style. He snapped his fingers, the sound resonating crisply amidst the desolate wasteland. Forbidden spell, the sigh of the ice and snow empress. Buzz. The frigid will instantaneously dispelled the lingering heat. The breathtakingly beautiful visage of the ice and snow empress reformed in the air once more. However, this time, as her ethereal form appeared, her deep, abyss-like eyes immediately locked onto the nearby, still dissipating figure of the flame goddess Hecate, whose expression mirrored deep-seated sorrow. Ice and fire. The wills of the two goddesses silently clashed in the air. Ice and snow empress. Flame goddess. Sighed the ice and snow empress's gaze swiftly swept over the still smoking wasteland below and caught sight of Hecate's expression of injury and grief, as well as the Earth Mother above, whose face was twisted in barely contained mirth. A hint of foreboding swept across the ice and snow empress's perfect icy visage for the first time. She instinctively shivered, without a moment's hesitation. Without a single word of greeting, the ice and snow empress abruptly parted her crystalline lips and, with a perfunctory yet highly efficient gesture, directed her breath toward the scorched earth below. Whoosh! A blast of icy blue air surged downward. Wherever it passed, the searing wasteland instantly cooled, billowing clouds of white smoke as the blazing ashes crystallized into dark ice particles. The charred remains were enveloped in a thick layer of pure frost. In the span of a single breath, what was once a searing, hellish inferno transformed instantaneously into a realm of chilling silence, enveloped in an eerie black frost. Having completed her tasks, the ethereal visage of the Ice Queen dared not cast even a fleeting glance at Lin Yang, nor did she engage in their customary exchanges. With a swift motion, she vanished into thin air, fleeing as if even a moment longer would expose her to a dreadful curse. Task accomplished. Lin Yang paid no heed to the Ice Queen's hasty retreat. He hefted the iron staff in his hand and struck it forcefully against the frost-coated ground. Boom. The ice shattered. Lin Yang's gaze, sharp as a drawn blade, pierced through the enveloping cold. He fixated intently on the dark region ahead, untouched by the flames, yet radiating an aura of ultimate peril. All that remained was the boss. Defeated, and then he could return home. Outside the entrance of the lair, the oppressive silence, akin to the calm before a storm, was shattered. It was replaced by a more oppressive chaos. The Education Bureau's special officer, Mr. Wong, a middle-aged man with a neat hairstyle and impeccably tailored uniform, was now drenched in beads of sweat, his glasses fogging up. He held a tablet, his fingers racing across the casualty statistics interface, his voice taut with urgency. What's the status? Have the casualties been tallied yet? Speak quickly. The teacher in charge of the statistics wiped his brow, his voice hoarse yet tinged with a hint of relief. Report, Mr. Wong. All the statistics are complete. Thankfully. Truly fortunate. Fortunate. Mr. Wong shot his head up, his eyes sharp as blades. A frenzied hellish lair. And you dare tell me it's fortunate? Yes. Yes. It's like this. The statistics teacher hastened to explain, his words tumbling out rapidly. Although the lair has mutated violently, shortly thereafter, an inexplicable and widespread inferno erupted in the core area. An inferno? Mr. Wong's brows furrowed tightly, his expression one of incredulity. This is the lair of dark attribute beasts. You're telling me there was a fire inside? This isn't the flame of Grauka dungeon. Where did the fire come from? Absolutely true. Interjected a boy from the second school, recently teleported out, and with singed hair, his voice trembling with fear. The fire. It was as if the sky had collapsed and was ablaze. If we hadn't fled quickly, according to multiple students who had escaped, the investigator quickly added. Disbelief etched on his face. The ferocity of the flames, their vast expanse, and extreme temperatures were preliminarily assessed to potentially reach the level of a forbidden spell. Forbidden spell? Mr. Wang's voice soared an octave, nearly cracking. It was as if he had heard the most absurd joke of the century, his glasses askew with anger. Nonsense. Preposterous. Alarmist rhetoric. There were only freshly awakened first-level students inside. They haven't even grown their first hairs. Who unleashed a forbidden spell? With what? Love and courage. Fuming, he paced in circles, spitting words in frustration. This must be the result of the boss going berserk or a special phenomenon triggered by the dungeon's mutation. Forbidden spell? Utter nonsense. However, the term forbidden spell struck like icy needles into the nerves of Principal Chun Guodong from the first school. A jolt coursed through his corpulent frame, his face draining of color from anxious yellow to ghostly white. Cold sweat gushed forth from his forehead and temples, cascading down his chubby cheeks. Instinctively, he grasped the nearby railing, his fingers whitening from the pressure, his lips trembling. Uncontrollably, his mind flashed with vivid images, the figure striding confidently into the dungeon, the casual snap of fingers that seemed to harbor world-ending power, and yesterday on the playground. The gigantic face of the Ice Queen, silently cursing. Could it be? That little ancestor of his surely, He actually set off fireworks inside. His heart felt as if gripped by a cold hand, his vision dimming. A forbidden spell in a depth-level dungeon? This was no mere child playing with fire. This was akin to igniting a nuclear bomb, as if it were a firecracker. No, if he were to unleash such a spell, would he not fear being drained to a husk by its power? Host, Lin Yang. Class, Forbidden Spell Mage, F. Level, 9. Strength, 990-10. Agility, 990-10. Stamina, 990-10. Mentality. Blessing effect of the Earth Mother has increased to 900. Talent. Thought Law, Elemental Mastery, Unlockable. Elemental Mastery. Ice, Earth, Fire, Life, Wind, Time. Traits. Growth Potential, Unique. Mental Power, Law Level Destructiveness, Unlockable. Forbidden Spell. Sigh of the Ice, Queen, LV2. Blessing of the Earth Mother, LV1. Love of the Flame Goddess, LV2. Kiss of the Life Goddess, LV1. Wind. Howl of the Hurricane Goddess, LV1. Time. Mastery of the Time God, LV1. This time, he leveled up 4 times, unlocking 2 new forbidden spells. The remaining 2 upgrades randomly enhanced Sigh of the Ice Queen and Love of the Flame Goddess by 1 level each. For Lin Yang, the power range of forbidden spells was linked to his own level. Leveling up merely made the area of effect more expansive and potent. Yet the level of the forbidden spells themselves pertain to intriguing characteristics. First level forbidden spell, the goddess's phantom appears, unleashes the skill, and departs without overtime. Second level forbidden spell, the goddess's phantom can remain, potentially generating other skills or effects. Thus, amidst the intermingling of charred remnants and frost in this bizarre lair ruin, a spectacle emerged that could blind any creature's titanium alloy eyes. Above Lin Yang's head, from left to right, red, yellow, and blue lights flickered in a dazzling display, resembling an unstable traffic light. At the center, radiant in golden light, with arms crossed and an expression of I see through the mundane, stood the Earth Mother. Her blessing was a permanent passive. Her duty to stand guard had rendered her numb. To the left, the ice blue glow coalesced, revealing the breathtakingly beautiful crystalline visage of the Ice Queen. Her deep, abyss-like eyes initially reflected a hint of confusion at being summoned, before instinctively scanning her surroundings. Upon noticing her neighbor to the right, her crystalline gaze widened in shock. To the right, crimson flames surged. The fiery visage of the flame goddess Hecate appeared, exuding irritation at being forced into overtime. Her burning eyes immediately locked onto the Ice Queen to the left. Ice and fire, the 2 fated goddesses, stood separated by the central figure radiating a rich, earthy yellow light, their gazes clashing fiercely in the air. Ice Queen. Mouth movements. What the heck? You're here too. Flame Goddess. Mouth movements. What is going on? Immediately, the gazes of the 2 goddesses converged, slowly shifting towards the unsuspecting instigator below, Lin Yang, who bore a staff. The Ice Snow Empress transitioned from bewilderment to horror. Is this lunatic hanging me on the wall? And then to resigned, frozen despair. I'm exhausted. Let it be over swiftly. The Flame Goddess, on the other hand, fluctuated from agitation to utter confusion. What is happening? Fixed position, and finally to rage. I am the noble sovereign of flames, not your household bulb. Ultimately, her fury dissipated into a thread of powerless resignation. I'm worn out. My patience is thinning. Do as you will. The expressions of the 2 goddesses were a captivating spectacle, their silent exchange brimming with a shared lamentation of the calamity they had inadvertently wrought. Caught in the middle was the Earth Mother. Her visage, composed of earthy golden light, remained steadfastly inscrutable, arms crossed. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern the corners of her luminous mouth twitching in a minuscule, nearly imperceptible frenzy, desperately curling upwards. Her body, formed of light, quivered ever so slightly, rhythmically. It was not fear, it was the struggle to suppress laughter, an overwhelming joy that threatened to fracture her very essence. Inside, the Earth Mother's thoughts galloped like a wild stallion. Ha 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 ha. It's here. Finally here. Over time. Everyone's on duty. No one can be absent. I shall no longer endure this lunatic's torment alone. Ha ha ha. What bliss. Chapter 18. The Timid God of Time. Ahead, shadows loomed thick like unyielding ink. The air was suffused with a nauseatingly sweet and cold malice. A pair of crimson vertical pupils, akin to lanterns from the abyss, slowly opened in the darkness. Cursed Cat Demon, LV-10. It was several times larger than the cat demons encountered previously, its body cloaked in a pure black fur that seemed to absorb light. With sinewy muscles writhing beneath. Jagged bone spikes protruded grotesquely from its spine and joints, glimmering with a sinister emerald glow. The once agile physique now radiated a ferocious power, each heavy breath exuding a foul stench. Its fangs bared, drool dripped onto the ground, hissing as it corroded the earth. Lin Yang, staff in hand, strode into its warning zone as if meandering through his own backyard. Meow! A shrill roar pierced the air, threatening to shatter eardrums. The cursed cat demon did not immediately pounce on Lin Yang. Rather, it abruptly lifted its head. In that instant, from the shadows surrounding Lin Yang, several swift black figures emerged like specters. They were elite cat demons, boasting a formidable level of 8. Coordinating seamlessly, they surrounded Lin Yang from all sides, sealing off any potential escape routes. Their razor-sharp claws tore through the air, weaving into a lethal cage of blades. Oh, so you know how to call for reinforcements? Lin Yang's brows remained unruffled. Just as those deadly claws were about to rend him asunder, a sharp, casual snap of his fingers echoed. The dominion of the forbidden spell, God of Time, a resonant force, ineffable and as if touching the very essence of existence, descended. The space directly before Lin Yang twisted abruptly. A slender figure clad in a pure white classical robe, resembling a delicate maiden, materialized out of thin air. Her features were exquisitely doll-like, silver hair flowing without a breeze. Most striking was the immense clock, composed of pure radiance, that hovered and slowly rotated behind her head. The instant the goddess appeared, she struck an exaggerated, powerful pose, leaning dramatically to one side, right hand gripping her collar, left hand clutching her garment, a JoJo stance. Simultaneously, her perfect lips moved silently yet forcefully, forming an unmistakable shape, the world. In that fleeting moment, time within a radius of approximately 90 meters around Lin Yang came to a halt. The swirling dust froze midair. The attacking cat demons, poised to strike, remained suspended, their menacing expressions completely immobilized. Even the malice and stench permeating the air were as if pressed by a pause button. The entire realm fell into an absolute silence, akin to a vacuum. Only Lin Yang and the 3 radiant goddesses above him continued to experience the flow of thought and perception, though it was but a fleeting moment. Time had indeed been halted. As time resumed its normal flow, a series of claws struck Lin Yang with ferocity. However, bolstered by nearly 1,000 points of terrifying vitality, his skin proved tougher than steel. The cat demon's claws, capable of shredding steel plates, left not even a white mark upon him. They merely produced a series of grating sounds, akin to claws scraping iron. Lin Yang, unfazed, stood his ground, absorbing the peculiar oscillations of that brief moment, silently calculating a radius of about 90 meters, duration of 9 seconds. As expected, like other forbidden spells, it was subject to level constraints. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. Time-based abilities. Though presently at a low level with a brief effect, the potential was simply extraordinary. Just imagine, as his level increased, he could dictate time at will. A true hidden gem. Lin Yang grinned widely. In the next moment, he moved. His staff was swung with a single hand, its speed creating a blur of afterimages, rendering its trajectory nearly invisible. Bang, 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 like a game of whack-a-mole. The muffled explosions resonated in unison. The elite shadow cat demons, still in their attacking stances, had no time to emit a cry of despair before being brutally obliterated mid-air by the staff's precise strikes, akin to balloons bursting under pressure. Black-purple blood and shredded flesh erupted like a cruel, macabre firework in the dim forest. The stench of blood intensified tenfold. Meanwhile, the time goddess, still maintaining her striking JoJo pose, wore a slightly proud expression on her exquisitely delicate face. She tilted her head, seemingly eager to witness Lin Yang's astonished admiration, while simultaneously adopting an even more exaggerated pose, silently mouthing, "What do you think? This goddess is impressive." Before her boast could fully escape her lips, her gaze met the trio of radiant goddesses hovering above Lin Yang, their lights divergent. The Earth Mother, struggling to suppress laughter, her eyes glimmering with a schadenfreude that welcomed newcomers into the fray. The Ice Snow Empress, her crystalline gaze resembling that of a dead fish, exuding indifference towards yet another unfortunate soul. the flame goddess. Her fiery lips curled in disdain, a clear expression of how pitiful, a novice. The silent, meaningful stares of the three goddesses felt like buckets of ice water poured over her. The time goddess's delicate face, visibly shifting from pride to shock, then from shock to embarrassment and anger, radiated silver light that surged violently. Her half-formed JoJo stance crumbled instantaneously, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, striking the ground with a violent stomp, leaving no time for a biting retort. In an instant, her entire being transformed into a chaotic stream of silvery light, dissipating into nothingness with a swift whoosh. She fled faster than if pursued by a cat demon. Only a faint, almost imperceptible tremor, unique to social anxiety, lingered in the air. At that moment, the lair was left solely with the boss, the cursed cat demon. Though engulfed in fury, the fundamental instinct for survival remained intact. Its four legs, cloaked in pure black fur and sinewy muscle, trembled like reeds in a tempest. The massive body quaked as if sifting grain, and the crimson vertical pupils brimmed with sheer terror. It fixated on the man approaching with a bloodstained staff, step by deliberate step, and that glaring traffic light atop his head. The left side bore an expression of indifference, the middle contorted in suppressed laughter, while the right radiated impatience and ire. The three ethereal goddesses, exuding distinctly terrifying yet unparalleled auras, loomed over it like three invisible mountains, pressing down deep into its soul. The sensation was more despairing than confronting the abyss itself. Lin Yang's footsteps were unhurried as he traversed the ground, covered in black ice and ash, producing a series of soft crunches. Each sound felt as though it were stepping on the taut nerves of the cursed cat demon. A low growl escaped its throat, a cryptic, weeping whimper, as its colossal form instinctively recoiled, clawed feet carving deep furrows into the ground. What dignity could a boss possess? What might did the Shadow Sovereign hold? Before absolute, unreasonable power, they were nothing but refuse. The pressure surged like a tangible tide, each wave cresting higher than the last. The cursed cat demon finally succumbed. Meow? Chapter 19, the world's fastest completion record. Despite its frenzied state, the instinct to survive still flickered within the cursed cat demon. Witnessing Lin Yang obliterating all its elite subordinates with the ease of swatting flies crushed any remnants of its ferocity. Its four legs, cloaked in pure black fur and sinewy muscle, now trembled as if shaken by an unseen force. The massive form quaked as if sifting grain, and the crimson vertical pupils now only reflected sheer horror. It fixated on the man wielding the bloodstained staff, advancing step by deliberate step, with that glaring traffic light atop his head. The left side coldly indifferent, the middle twisted in a suppressed smile, and the right side exuding impatience. The three ethereal goddesses, radiating distinct yet terrifying auras, pressed down upon it like three invisible mountains, weighing heavy on its very soul. That sensation was more despairing than facing the abyss itself. Lin Yang's footsteps were measured, crunching softly on the ground strewn with black ice and ash. Each sound was akin to stepping on the taut nerves of the cursed cat demon. A low growl emerged from its throat, a plaintive sound that echoed its anguish, as its massive body involuntarily recoiled, claws gouging deep into the earth. What dignity did a boss possess? What might did the Shadow Sovereign hold? In the face of such absolute, unreasonable power, they were but refuse. The pressure surged like a tangible tide, each wave cresting higher than the last. The cursed cat demon finally shattered. Meow? It emitted a piercing, distorted shriek, abruptly pivoting. Four legs exploded forth with unprecedented speed, transforming into a streak of black lightning darting towards the deepest shadows of its lair. Escape. It had to escape. The further away from this creature with a light atop its head and a weapon in hand, the better. Oh, you think you can flee? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, preparing to swing his staff for a long-distance throw. Buzz. To the left, the Ice Queen's crystalline gaze shot a cold glance. Whoosh. A silent, absolute zero cold wave swept through. The frantically fleeing cursed cat demon found its hind legs and part of its body instantly encased in a translucent ice sculpture. The immense inertia caused its upper body to crash heavily to the ground, producing a muffled thud. Roar. The agony and coldness elicited a heart-wrenching wail as it struggled to pry itself free from the icy prison with its forepaws. Sizzle. To the right, the flame goddess Hecate, exuding impatience, flicked her fingers. A slender yet searing flame, imbued with the heat of molten iron, descended with precision. Hiss. The cursed cat demon's arms were immediately transformed into steam, and the ground beneath it melted away, creating a deep pit. Howl. The cursed cat demon's anguished cries morphed into desperate lamentations, its body writhing frantically upon the ground. Lin Yang, carrying the staff, ambled leisurely toward it, looking down at this once mighty boss. You see, had you cooperated earlier, you would have suffered far less. His tone was as flat as if discussing dinner. He had not anticipated that after the curse ascended to level 2, the goddess manifestations could autonomously assist, a feature that proved rather convenient. The cursed cat demon raised its remaining crimson eyes, filled with profound dread and desperation, towards Lin Yang, along with the three radiant, expression-diverse traffic lights above his head. In the next moment, Lin Yang swung his staff, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, delivering a simple yet powerful blow. Thud. The world fell silent. Defeated the level 10 beast boss. Cursed cat demon. Experience 1000. Level up, level 10. Random forbidden spell level 1. Host Lin Yang. Class Forbidden Spell Mage FE. Level 10. Strength 1100. Agility 1100. Stamina 1100. Mentality. The Earth Mother's blessing amplification effect increased to 1000. Talents: Thought Manifestation, Elemental Mastery, Elemental Guardian, Unlocking Pending. Elemental Mastery: Ice, Earth, Fire, Life, Wind, Time. Traits: Growth Potential, Unique, Mental Strength, Rule Level Destructive Power, Immortal Body, Unlocking Pending. Forbidden Spells: Sigh of the Ice Queen Level 2. Blessing of the Earth Mother Level 1. Love of the Flame Goddess Level 2. Kiss of the Life Goddess Level 1. Wind: Howl of the Hurricane Goddess Level 1 Level 2. Time: Mastery of the God of Time Level 1. Immortal Body: The Forbidden Spell Mage can resurrect in place upon death, returning to a severely injured state. Elemental Guardian: The Forbidden Spell Mage is immune to damage from elemental skills lower than their own rank. What the? Lin Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. The surge in attributes from leveling up several times was anticipated. However, the class level leaped directly from F to E. Furthermore, the newly unlocked talent, Elemental Guardian and trait, Immortal Body, were simply astounding. Elemental Guardian essentially declared him immune to 999 elemental attacks in the world, whose elemental rank could surpass that of a forbidden spell mage. As for Immortal Body, resurrecting upon death, severely injured, Lin Yang's lips curled into an excited smile. He just so happened to have the kiss of the life goddess, yet to try, transforming from severely injured to full health. Wasn't he this akin to having infinite resurrection armor? The depths of the dark forest, raging hell level, have been conquered. The fastest Gonglur Jilu, Sa Xin. All survivors are about to be teleported out of the dungeon. Above Lin Yang's head, the Earth Mother could no longer contain herself, as golden light surged violently, accompanied by a silent, maniacal laughter. Ha! Time's up. Clocking out. The Ice Queen maintained her expressionless demeanor, yet the corners of her crystalline lips seemed to faintly lift. The Flame Goddess, in a fit of irritation, tossed her molten hair, mouthing, "Quit dawdling. Next time, be swifter. I have a hair appointment." After Lin Yang stowed away an item dropped by the cat demon, a radiant light enveloped him, marking the conclusion of the dungeon. At the entrance, a vortex as dark as ink, exuding an aura of the abyss, suddenly erupted into blinding white light. Buzz. As the brilliance faded, a figure was teleported forth. It was none other than Lin Yang, brandishing a bloodied staff, impeccably dressed, and radiating an uncanny vitality. Silence. An absolute stillness instantly cloaked the entire entrance plaza. All eyes. From the Educational Bureau's special envoy, the principals and teachers of various schools, to the bewildered, grimy-faced students, were riveted on the solitary individual who had emerged from the abyssal core. Then, colossal words appeared in the sky above the nest. Congratulations to Lin Yang from Lin No. 1 High School. Successfully conquered the level 10 Berserk Abyss Dungeon, the depths of the dark forest. Freshly set the world record for quickest completion. Achievement unlocked. Abyss Wanderer. Boom. Following a brief period of silence, a cacophony of astonished gasps and incredulous chatter erupted. Lin Yang. Is it really him? He single-handedly conquered the Abyss level. Set a global record. How can this be possible? Wasn't he the useless F-rank god? Chapter 20. The Cinematic Master Lin Yang. Educational Bureau Envoy Wang was nearly wide-eyed, mouth agape, struggling to close it. Principal Chun Guodong's face displayed a spectacular mixture of ecstasy, apprehension, and a resigned numbness that screamed, "So it was you, kid." However, after the initial shock, the tide of the crowd swiftly shifted. Wait, how come he looks completely unscathed? Indeed, it's the Abyss level. Even an S rank would emerge with scars, right? Could it be that he cast a forbidden spell? Of course. A voice filled with sudden realization and scorn chimed in. Undoubtedly, he burned his life force to unleash a forbidden spell. Otherwise, how could an F rank achieve this? Exactly. The old trick of a forbidden spellcaster. When one lacks sufficient mental power, they burn their life to gain strength. TSK, he appears so vigorous, but perhaps he is just at the end of his rope, experiencing a fleeting revival. Fool. To steal the limelight in the early stages, he has sacrificed his entire future. Indeed, the strength gained by burning one's life is but a transient blossom. Once the life force is exhausted, he will be finished. The discussions surged like a tide, swiftly transforming from shock to sympathy, regret, and unabashed mockery. Everyone was convinced that Lin Yang's survival and record-breaking feat came at the excruciating cost of his life force. A one-time genius without a future, in their eyes, remained a pitiful, foolish F-rank. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Lin Yang, with his staff in hand, wore a playful smirk on his lips. The ethereal images of the three goddesses above him had vanished. In that moment, He indeed appeared as a pitiful wretch who had just overdrawn his life. Burning life? Huh. He felt the surging power within him, akin to an ocean, and the so-called bug-like, undying body. His mood was exceedingly delightful. I can only say, you are utterly ignorant of absolute power. At the dungeon entrance, the clamorous discussions crashed against him like a cold tide. Words such as burning life, fleeting beauty, and foolishness relentlessly battered the young man who had just returned from the abyss. Lin Yang, bearing the bloodied staff, listened to the surrounding clamor, his playful smirk deepening. He resembled an outsider, relishing the grand spectacle he had unwittingly orchestrated. At that moment, a pair of cool yet trembling eyes pierced through the crowd, locking onto him. It was Zhou Shuer. Her icy blue combat attire was stained with the marks of battle, a few strands of hair chaotically clinging to her pale cheeks. Those eyes, once as serene as a frozen lake, now shimmered with a tumult of emotions. Relief from having survived, incredulity, but most prominently, an overwhelming heartache. She gazed at Lin Yang, standing unscathed, listening to the surrounding assertions of his imminent demise. To her, his apparent well-being was merely a facade upheld by the burning of his life. The figure, staff in hand, seemed to her as if it could extinguish like a candle in the wind at any moment. Chen Guodong pushed through the crowd, his rotund form squeezing to the front. This principal, usually marked by a touch of worldly wisdom, now wore a pale, stricken expression, his lips quivering, eyes bloodshot behind his glasses, fixated intently on Lin Yang. Lin Yang, he suddenly roared, his voice hoarse and trembling with extreme emotion, as if he had expended every ounce of his strength. Are you insane? Ignoring the gazes around him, he grasped Lin Yang's arm with such force that Lin Yang raised an eyebrow in surprise. I don't know. I don't understand what unholy abilities you possess that have allowed you to survive until now. Chen Guodong's voice was low yet resonated like the roar of a wounded beast, filled with anguish. But every action, every power has its price. Tell me, how could you forcibly unleash such power to confront the abyss level without consequence? This must be depleting your very essence. You are burning your lifespan, he shouted, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, devoid of any joy from the glory Lin Yang had brought to the school. Only a pure, intense sorrow as he watched his own child approach the abyss of destruction. You're only 18. This phrase nearly shattered Chen Guodong's voice, infused with a sense of desperate lament. Your life has just begun. How can you throw it away so recklessly? The surrounding chatter abruptly quieted. Everyone turned to the distressed principal, witnessing his unmasked grief. Those who had mocked Lin Yang's foolishness moments ago now felt a burning shame on their faces. Faced with Chen Guodong's anguished roar and the spittle nearly hitting his face, Lin Yang's playful smile gradually faded. He fell silent for a moment, casting his gaze over the students he had just rescued, most of whom now looked at him with complex expressions. He faintly tugged at the corners of his mouth, offering a weak, forced smile that carried a hint of frailty. Principal. His voice was somewhat hoarse, tinged with post-exertion fatigue. But if I don't do this? He paused, his gaze returning to Chen Guodong, revealing a calmness that tugged painfully at Chen Guodong's heart. What will happen to my classmates? His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Shall I simply watch them perish? Silence. An absolute silence. The crowd that had been buzzing with chatter moments ago fell abruptly mute. Everyone lowered their heads, unable to bear the sight of Lin Yang's pale, weakened face, which was etched with sacrifice. A profound sense of shame descended upon each individual like a heavy lead weight, striking hard at their hearts. Indeed, regardless of the methods Lin Yang employed or the sacrifices he made, he undeniably tore open the abyss of death with sheer determination, rescuing them all from their dire predicament. He emerged as the savior of all. Had he not burned his life force to unleash the forbidden spell, every single one of them, ensnared within the heart of the lair, would have perished without exception. The derisive words that had mocked his foolishness now rang out as painfully discordant and despicable. Lin Yang. Chen Guodong's grip on Lin Yang's arm trembled violently. Gazing at the boy's strained smile, he found himself choked with emotion, unable to utter a single word of reproach, left only with an overwhelming sense of heartache and helplessness. At that moment, Lin Yang seemed to finally reach his limit, coughing weakly a couple of times, his body swaying unsteadily. Principal, I feel a bit tired. I wish to return and rest, he murmured, his voice barely a whisper. All right. Yes. Let us head back immediately. Chen Guodong seemed to awaken from a trance, hastily releasing his grip and cautiously supporting Lin Yang, as if he were a fragile porcelain figurine. Old Zhang, Shaoli, hurry, drive, take Lin Yang home. I, on behalf of the first high school, reward Lin Yang with 1 million. Observing the principal's eagerness to part with his own life savings, it was clear that this money would come from the Education Bureau. Director Wang from the Education Bureau was already aware of the situation and, upon looking at Lin Yang, his eyes reflected nothing but uncontainable admiration and regret. Supported by others, Lin Yang subtly curled the corners of his lips upward in a barely perceptible, yet joyous, manner. Though the divine apparition above him had vanished, the little person in his heart was already laughing with hands on hips. Ha ha, 1 million. This performance of injuries was worth it. Chapter 21. The turbulent tenderness. The black official vehicle jolted along the uneven streets of the dilapidated old town, eventually coming to a halt in front of a row of low, crumbling, peeling tenement buildings. The air was thick with a damp, musty odor mingled with the scent of cheap cooking oil. Lin Yang, you live here? Asked Teacher Zhang, a middle-aged man in his 40s with thinning hair and a kind face, as he gazed at the desolate scene outside, his brow furrowed in disbelief. Beside Lin Yang in the back seat sat Teacher Xiao Li, a beautiful young woman in her 20s, her figure elegantly accentuated by her professional attire. She, too, covered her mouth in shock and sympathy. Unable to reconcile the heroic boy who had saved the entire school and shattered global records with this forsaken corner seemingly abandoned by the city. Lin Yang. Teacher Xiao Li's voice was soft and gentle, laced with cautious probing. If you're facing difficulties at home, why not apply for assistance from the school? We will certainly help you. In the back seat, Lin Yang leaned weakly against the car window, his complexion pale and breathing shallow. Upon hearing the question, his long eyelashes fluttered, and he struggled to sit up straighter. His lips trembled as he whispered, laden with a heartbreaking fragility, I am all alone at home. He turned his face slightly away, gazing out at the mottled wall, as if hiding something, his shoulders trembling subtly. I don't want others to know I'm an orphan. I don't want to be looked down upon. Those words struck the two teachers like a needle, piercing deeply into their hearts. Alone, Teacher Zhang's grip on the steering wheel tightened, his knuckles turning white. Realization dawned on him, and his voice quivered ever so slightly. What about your parents? Lin Yang appropriately lowered his eyelids, casting a shadow with his thick lashes. He took a deep breath, attempting to muster a brave smile. But that smile was more painful than tears, his voice choked with suppressed emotion. I'm used to being alone. It's just that sometimes, at night, I can't sleep and think of. He paused, seemingly expending all his strength to utter those heavy words, recalling his parents who perished on the battlefield against the beasts. What? Teacher Zhang felt as if struck by lightning, turning his head abruptly, his eyes widening in shock. His mouth opened, but the words were caught in his throat, unable to escape. The vehicle was enveloped in a heavy silence. This child was indeed the orphan of a martyr. A muffled sob broke the stillness. Teacher Xiao Li was already in tears, gazing at the resilient boy who was desperately holding himself together. She thought of his parents sacrificing their lives to protect their homeland, of him growing up alone in a slum, and of his selfless act today, burning his own youthful life to save his classmates. A tsunami of heartache engulfed her. Lin Yang. Teacher Xiao Li bent down without hesitation, extending her arms to embrace the frail boy tightly. You are not alone. Do you hear me? You are not alone. Her voice, tinged with tears, was resolute, and warm droplets fell onto Lin Yang's hair and neck. You still have your classmates, and teachers who love you. The entire school. We will always be by your side. From now on, I will take care of you. She held him so fiercely, as if transferring all her warmth and strength to dispel the loneliness and shadow of death surrounding him. Ugh. Lin Yang was caught off guard, his face suddenly buried in the teacher's shoulder. That gentle embrace, filled with floral fragrance and warm tears, enveloped him entirely. His airways were completely blocked. Li teacher. Lin Yang's weak protest was muffled against her shoulder. He struggled symbolically for a moment, his mind racing with thoughts. Oh my, I'm going to suffocate. If I had known, I wouldn't have acted so earnestly. This is harder to endure than facing a boss from the abyss. He felt like a fish stranded on shore. Flailing futilely, his face flushed. The scent of her body and the saltiness of tears overwhelmed his senses. Teacher Zhang watched the scene with reddened eyes, observing Teacher Xiao Li tightly embracing Lin Yang, as if he were a treasured gem returned from loss. He sighed heavily. Filled with both sorrow for Lin Yang's circumstances and endless worry for the future he had jeopardized by expending his life. All right, Xiao Li. Teacher Zhang finally could not bear to watch any longer, fearing that Lin Yang might truly be suffocated. He gently patted Teacher Xiao Li's shoulder, his voice hoarse. Let Lin Yang catch his breath. We should first take him upstairs to rest. Only then did Teacher Xiao Li come to her senses, realizing she had been too forceful. She quickly released her embrace, her face still marked with tear streaks. Seeing Lin Yang gasping for air, red-faced, she felt a mix of compassion and embarrassment. I am so sorry, Lin Yang. I got too carried away. Are you all right? Do you feel unwell? Do you need to go to the hospital? Lin Yang took deep breaths, savoring the precious air, while weakly waving his hand, resolutely stating, And no, it's all right, Teacher Li. Thank you. I just have a bit of trouble breathing. With both teachers flanking him, carefully supporting him as one would a national treasure, Lin Yang, the thespian, finally returned, albeit weakly, to his sparsely furnished home that awaited the arrival of 1 million in nutritional support. Shutting the door, he severed the intrusive gaze of the outside world. The expression of imminent demise that had adorned Lin Yang's face vanished without a trace. He stretched his limbs, allowing a radiant smile to grace his lips. Approaching the bedside, he picked up the dust-laden portrait of his parents, gently wiping it clean. After replacing the image, he reclined upon the creaking, dilapidated armchair, crossed his legs, and hummed a cheerful tune. Abyss-level dungeons? Global records? Burning one's life away? Merely the quotidian existence of a cinematic maestro. The old chair emitted a groan of protest under his weight. Lin Yang swayed contentedly, the pallor of impending death long since dissipated, replaced by a glimmer of knowing amusement. His fingertips drummed lightly against the weathered armrest, creating a rhythmic sound. All right, he suddenly spoke, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable authority, shattering the silence of the small room. Have you had your fill of the spectacle? Step forth and converse. With his words, the creaking wooden door to the inner room was silently pushed open. 3 shadowy figures materialized like phantoms merging with the darkness, stealthily appearing within the cramped living space. Clad in form-fitting black attire devoid of any insignia, their faces obscured by masks that revealed only their eyes and mouths, their gazes were cold and sharp, akin to venomous blades, devoid of any trace of humanity. They positioned themselves in a triangular formation, instantly blocking all possible avenues of retreat for Lin Yang. An invisible aura of lethal intent suffusing the air, causing the already chill atmosphere of the room to plummet. Speak. Lin Yang languidly leaned against the armchair, not even bothering to rise, merely arching an eyebrow as his gaze swept over the trio. What brings you uninvited guests here? Are you from the demolition crew? This ramshackle abode hardly holds any value. The individual in the center stepped forward, his voice a hoarse rasp reminiscent of metal scraping, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Lin Yang. F-class profession, forbidden spell sorcerer. Level 10. Currently adept in both fire and ice forbidden spells. Suspected to possess a unique ability to evade the backlash of forbidden spells and delay death. The playful expression on Lin Yang's face froze instantaneously, his pupils contracting imperceptibly. The precision of their information was nothing short of terrifying. It appeared they were no ordinary thieves. He fell silent, neither confirming nor denying, simply observing them in silence as an intangible pressure pervaded the atmosphere. The figure clad in black seemed unfazed by his silence, its frigid voice pronouncing, "Your parents once left behind a mysterious beast. Surrender it. Otherwise, death shall be your fate." The final word echoed like a tangible shard of ice, instantly freezing the air around them. The other 2 black-clad figures sharpened their gazes, resembling venomous serpents poised to strike. Lin Yang's brows knitted together deeply. A mysterious beast left by his parents? The little creature? These individuals were aware of its existence. A chill crept up his spine. The sacrifice of his parents on the battlefield against the beasts was likely far from a mere accident. This little entity, unexpectedly hatched from his own blood and now transformed into a system, was the crux of the matter. You want me to hand it over? Lin Yang gradually straightened his posture, his eyes flashing like lightning as he locked onto the central figure. Very well. Tell me, who are you? And how did my parents truly meet their end? There's no need for probing, the figure in the center declared, its voice unyielding, as if stating an established fact. Resistance is futile. No sooner had the words left its lips than all 3 figures surged with a palpable energy. 3 distinct waves of energy erupted within the confined space, like a miniature tempest. The very air quivered in response. Profession, assassin. Level, 20. 3 level 20 assassins. In a place like Linghai City, this was nearly an unstoppable force, capable of erasing any target without a trace. The central figure slowly raised a hand, beginning a countdown, its cold voice resonating like a tolling bell. 3, 2. Lin Yang regarded the descending hand, akin to the scythe of death, not with fear, but with a derisive chuckle that bore unmasked scorn. 3 concealed insects. Do you truly believe you have me at your mercy? 1. At the moment the countdown concluded, the assassin on Lin Yang's left vanished like a wraith merging with the shadows, leaving behind a nearly imperceptible ripple in the air. The speed was beyond the grasp of ordinary vision. The other 2 assassins revealed a cruel indifference, as if they had already envisioned the scene of Lin Yang's blood spraying and his head soaring in disbelief. However, a thunderous crash reverberated through the air, a sound so heavy it felt as though it could halt one's heart. It was as if a cannonball had struck the wall to Lin Yang's left, as though struck by an invisible hammer, caved inward, creating a massive human-shaped indentation. Spiderweb-like cracks spread wildly across the ceiling and floor. Dust and debris cascaded down. At the center of the indentation lay the recently vanished assassin, his body contorted in an unnatural position, limbs limp and dangling. The force of the impact had torn his mask asunder, revealing a pale, bloodied face, his eyes rolled back, unconscious and unresponsive. Life or death uncertain. The entire assault transpired so swiftly that even an afterimage was indiscernible. It was as if the assassin had collided with the wall himself. What? Impossible. The indifference on the faces of the remaining 2 assassins was instantly replaced by sheer horror and disbelief. They whirled to face Lin Yang, as if confronted by a specter. There he stood, still maintaining the same mocking posture, not having moved an inch. He merely casually retracted his right fist, which bore not a speck of dust. A level 20 assassin. Their primary attribute is agility. Even if he were an A-class profession, accruing 10 attribute points per level, all invested in agility, he would possess merely over 200 points at level 20. Such speed was already unfathomable to ordinary beings. But what had just transpired? Their vaunted swiftness had seemed as sluggish as a snail before Lin Yang. Observing the astonishment etched on their faces, Lin Yang's smirk widened. He leisurely rose to his feet, stretching his wrist with a soft crack. What's the matter? Surprised? His voice dripped with mockery. Simultaneously, a formidable, suffocating aura erupted from Lin Yang without warning. Above his head, the ethereal figure of the Earth Mother, radiating a rich golden light, arms crossed, and wearing an expression of amusement, clearly materialized. Golden light cascaded, illuminating Lin Yang's form, akin to that of a war god. Blessing of the Earth Mother. Strength, 1,100 1,000. Agility, 1,100 1,000. Stamina, 1,100 1,000. Mental strength. The oppressive sense of dread loomed heavily, akin to an invisible hammer, mercilessly striking the hearts of the two assassins. Monstrous fiend. The assassin on the right let out a terrified shriek, yet the instinct of a killer compelled him to swiftly suppress his fear. A glint of malevolence flashing in his eyes. There could be no retreat. To retreat was to court death. They had no choice but to fight with every ounce of their being. Together, let us slay him, the assassin on the left bellowed, his voice imbued with a resolute determination akin to a last stand. The two surged forth like bolts of black lightning, one to the left and the other to the right, unleashing their full power and speed. The daggers whistled through the air, glinting coldly as they aimed directly for Lin Yang's heart and throat. Their angles were wickedly sharp, their movements perfectly synchronized, effectively sealing off all avenues for Lin Yang's escape. Faced with this lethal combined assault potent enough to bring any level 20 warrior to despair, Lin Yang did not even so much as raise an eyelid. He merely lifted his right hand with a nonchalance reminiscent of swatting a fly. The motion was unhurried, yet imbued with an air of omnipotence. Snap! A crisp sound echoed. In that moment, time seemed to be paused. Chapter 23, Barrier of Wind. In a mere second, the fierce determination in the eyes of the two assassins froze. Their movements suspended. Lin Yang's figure vanished like a phantom from where he stood, only to reappear beside the right side assassin. He could not even be bothered to wield a weapon. He simply extended a finger that appeared ordinary, lightly flicking the wrist of the assassin holding the dagger. Crack! The sickening sound of bone fracturing resonated. The assassin's wrist contorted grotesquely, the dagger slipping from his grasp. The excruciating pain transformed the assassin's previously fierce demeanor into one of sheer horror. Lin Yang paid him no mind, his form flickering once more, now standing before the left side assassin. The dagger was less than an inch from Lin Yang's throat, yet that inch felt like an insurmountable chasm. Lin Yang extended his left hand, striking first with precision, grasping the assassin's wrist with the dagger. Then, with a gentle squeeze. Pop! It was akin to crushing a ripe tomato. Under Lin Yang's grip, possessing a terrifying strength of 1,100 points, the assassin's wrist was reduced to a bloody, pulpy mass. Ah! A shrill, inhuman scream tore through the silence of the small room. The left side assassin collapsed to the ground, clutching his utterly ruined wrist, his body convulsing violently in agony. The right side assassin, cradling his twisted wrist, turned pale as a ghost, gazing at Lin Yang with eyes that reflected the terror of witnessing a demonic entity descending upon the mortal realm. Lin Yang flicked the blood from his hand, casting a glance at the two incapacitated figures on the ground and the mural adorning the wall. He crouched before the last conscious assassin, a languid smile gracing his face. Yet his gaze was sharp as a blade, as if it could pierce through to the very soul. He inquired calmly, his voice reverberating like thunder in the stillness of the small room. Now, can you answer my questions properly? Who are you? What connection do you have to the death of my parents? And what do you know about that aberrant beast? The assassin trembled violently, overcome by searing pain and unfathomable fear. He looked upon this seemingly harmless youth, who had effortlessly incapacitated his two companions, and cast a furtive glance at the earthen yellow goddess figure looming above, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority, her arms crossed, gazing down with a detached indifference, as if observing mere ants. A chill coursed up his spine, far more penetrating than the agony of his shattered wrist. I cannot tell you. The assassin's voice was hoarse and parched, filled with desperate struggle. Otherwise, the organization will harm my family. Deep within his eyes, beyond the fear, lay a despair in the face of an even more dreadful existence. Otherwise, Lin Yang's smile deepened, tinged with a hint of playful curiosity. Otherwise what? The assassin, desperate to leverage the organization's terror to intimidate Lin Yang and perhaps gain a fleeting moment of respite, was about to speak when, snap, a crisp, casual, and almost nonchalant sound pierced the air like a death knell. Buzz. The assassin did not even perceive what Lin Yang had done. He merely felt an icy chill, emanating from the very depths of his soul, engulfing him in absolute zero. Ugh! The scream of terror lodged in his throat. In the blink of an eye, his body, once trembling from pain and fear, was now as if a switch had been flipped to absolute zero. From his skin, muscles, and bones to the very blood coursing through his veins, everything was frozen in a fraction of a second. His expression was etched in the utmost terror and disbelief. His eyes wide as saucers, a thin layer of frost instantly forming over his pupils. He transformed into a lifelike ice sculpture, radiating a terrifying chill. Even the last breath he exhaled crystallized into tiny ice particles in the air. Instantaneous death. A dual freeze at the physical and spiritual levels. The incapacitated assassin on the ground bore witness to this spectacle unfolding in the blink of an eye. He watched as his companion transitioned from pleading for mercy to becoming an ice statue, his mind utterly short-circuited. A profound dread pierced through the last vestiges of his psychological defenses as if an ice pick had struck deep. No, demon. You are a demon. He howled. A dissonant wail akin to a beast at death's door, his body uncontrollably retreating, dragging his severed wrist along the ground, leaving a trail of glaring blood. He looked at Lin Yang with eyes filled with utmost, incomprehensible terror. Who the hell is this person? No, he cannot possibly be human. He hasn't even completed the process of intimidation and coercion. He froze him solid in an instant. His methods are even more ruthless than our own. Gulping down a mouthful of blood-tainted saliva with great difficulty, he felt his bladder losing control. Lin Yang slowly rose, casting a disdainful glance at the paralyzed assassin, as if he were mere refuse. Behind him, the air warped once more, a chill more frigid and pure than that exuded by the Earth Mother enveloping the space. The breathtaking visage of the Ice Queen slowly emerged, her crystalline face stunningly beautiful. Her silver hair flowed like a glacial river, and her deep ice-blue eyes resembled an eternal abyss, now filled with visible irritation at being disturbed from her slumber. She coldly glanced at the assassin, now a puddle of muck upon the floor. That gaze was more chilling than absolute zero. Great one, spare me, have mercy. The assassin broke down completely, tears streaming down his face, bowing his head repeatedly, utterly disregarding the agony of his severed wrist. I will speak. I will tell you everything. Just do not kill me. Do not turn me into an ice sculpture. He babbled incoherently, desperately grasping at the last straw of salvation. Outside, there are others of our kind lying in ambush. They must have heard this commotion. Let me go? I can lead you to them. I can't. Oh, commotion? Lin Yang suddenly smiled, interrupting his desperate plea. That smile was more terrifying to the assassin than the gaze of the Ice Queen. What commotion? I did not hear anything. Lin Yang tilted his head, feigning innocent bewilderment. Snap. Another crisp sound echoed. Buzz. This time, the space behind Lin Yang rippled with an entirely different kind of energy. A tempestuous and ethereal presence descended abruptly, as if capable of rending the very heavens asunder. A divine specter, clad in a flowing gown of verdant silk, materialized gracefully. Her striking visage infused with a wild and untamed allure. Her hair, a tempestuous cascade of azure locks, danced like a storm, while her eyes shimmered with the essence of swirling gales, enveloped in a visible vortex of azure winds. It was none other than the goddess of the tempest. Upon her arrival, she eschewed the frigid indifference of the Ice Queen, instead bowing elegantly toward Lin Yang, akin to a dancer taking her final bow. As she bent, a formless and overwhelming tempestuous pressure began to manifest, enveloping the entire tenement building like an intricate cage, silencing the distant sounds of traffic, the coughs of neighbors, and even the cries of alley cats, all vanishing without a trace, as if erased by an invisible hand. Only a suffocating stillness, reminiscent of a vacuum, remained. The wind barrier, an absolute domain of silence. Chapter 24, The Mysterious Organization, The Fangs of Shadow. The last hope of the assassin, akin to a punctured balloon, was utterly extinguished. He beheld the trio of divine specters behind Lin Yang, each exuding a cataclysmic aura, and gazed upon Lin Yang's face, which bore a devilish smirk. As he felt the despairing silence that enveloped them, his mind finally shattered. I confess. I shall reveal all. He screamed in a frenzy, tears and snot marring his face, his body crumpling like a limp rag doll. His remaining sanity was pulverized. We are agents of the Fangs of Shadow. It was the organization that sent us. Your parents' demise was orchestrated by them. It was all for that egg. Spare me. I beg you. I will tell you everything. He shrieked incoherently, spilling forth all he knew, mingled with his dread of the organization and his despair before the demonic figure. Lin Yang's smile gradually faded, replaced by a chilling coldness akin to an Arctic glacier. The Fangs of Shadow. The clues had finally converged. The three divine specters behind him seemed to sense the icy intent brewing within him. The light of the Earth Mother grew dense and weighty. The Ice Queen's gaze shimmered with a more profound glacial light, and the winds surrounding the Tempest Goddess emitted a low, mournful wail. The air within the small abode felt as though it had solidified into tangible ice crystals, pressing heavily upon every corner. The curve of Lin Yang's lips was devoid of warmth, cold as the depths of winter. Since he wished to play, he spoke softly. Yet his voice bore a chilling essence that could freeze souls. Then let us indulge in this game. As he turned his back and walked toward the door, the facade of false mirth vanished in an instant, leaving only the venomous cold and surging murderous intent in his eyes. It was the flame of vengeance ignited by the revelation of his parents' tragic fate. Though his parents had perished in this world, Their love during their lifetime had bestowed upon him a fleeting happiness in his childhood. With a subtle shift in thought, the figures of the Earth Mother and Tempest Goddess dissipated like phantoms, leaving only the lingering elemental disturbances in the air. Meanwhile, a sharp crack, echoed ominously as two remaining black-clad assassins, whether unconscious or in despair, were instantly encased in a crystalline layer of ice, exuding an absolute chill, transforming into grotesque, eternal ice sculptures. Lin Yang did not cast them another glance. He carefully retrieved his parents' portrait. Nothing else in this dilapidated abode was worthy of his attachment. He cast a final, complex gaze around the home that had borne witness to his lonely childhood and countless memories, ultimately hardening into a frigid resolve. This place could no longer be his sanctuary. Addressing the empty room as if in soliloquy, he declared, "Burn it down for me." The moment his words fell, boom, without warning, a cataclysmic flame of golden red, pure in its essence and governed by the laws of destruction, erupted spontaneously, igniting every corner of the room simultaneously. There was no source of fire, no gradual spread. It was as if the very fabric of space had ignited. This fire was no ordinary flame. It ravenously consumed everything in its path: dilapidated furniture, peeling wallpaper, the ice sculptures on the floor, and even the air itself. Everything it touched was instantaneously vaporized, leaving no ash in its wake. The temperature soared to such extremes that space itself began to warp. Yet, this terrifying conflagration appeared to possess sentience. It rampaged through the room. But upon touching the walls and windows, it collided with an invisible barrier, precisely contained within the room. Not a single spark nor a wisp of heat escaped. Even the neighbors remained oblivious. Mere moments passed. The flames vanished as abruptly as they had appeared. What remained was a charred shell of a house, hollow and devoid of substance, as if meticulously sliced by the most precise laser, with not even a wisp of smoke escaping. Lin Yang stood at the entrance, his silhouette elongated by the distant, dim streetlight. He casually surveyed the shadowy alleyways and abandoned vehicles surrounding the tenement, his gaze sharp as an eagle-ass. He understood that many eyes were undoubtedly watching from the shadows. In the next instant, whoosh, a tempestuous whirlwind of pure wind elements materialized beneath him without warning. The whirlwind lifted him effortlessly, as if cradled by an unseen hand, and he floated steadily above the ground. This was a newly unlocked ability, a boon of the second-level forbidden spell. The goddesses could assist in the precise manipulation of corresponding elements within a limited sphere. The powers of the Ice Queen and the Blazing Goddess were similarly enhanced. Several black-clad assassins lurking nearby, equipped with night vision and scopes, were fixated on the now hollowed-out house, desperately searching for Lin Yang's whereabouts. Suddenly, target ascending. PS flying. Report. Target suspected of possessing flight capabilities. Repeat. Target is airborne. The frantic, distorted cries echoed through the radio. The assassins in hiding were rendered momentarily stunned. In the night vision, the figure defied all logic, hovering nearly 100 meters above the tenement. What the hell kind of profession is this? Can an F-class mage really fly? Requesting aerial support. Immediately. Right now? The commanding officer screamed into the communicator, his voice cracking. We cannot let him escape. Bring him down with the hummingbirds. However, their reactions and calls were destined to be in vain. In midair, Lin Yang seemed to sense something, a cold smirk gracing his lips. He lowered his head slightly, as if issuing a command to the void beneath him. The next moment, buzz, a visible sonic ring, composed of compressed pure wind elements and glowing with an azure-white luminescence, suddenly materialized beneath Lin Yang. The ring ignited like an engine's ignition, erupting with blinding light and the shrill scream of rending air. Boom! The sonic boom erupted. Lin Yang's figure vanished in an instant, under the horrified gazes of all the black-clad assassins below, as if he had turned into a specter. All that remained was a rapidly expanding shockwave and the deafening roar of glass shattering in the nearby tenement windows from the sonic boom. He moved with a speed that transcended the limits of visual perception, so swift that even the hummingbird helicopter's targeting radar could only catch a fleeting glimmer. Akin to a shooting star. Gone. Report. The target has departed at supersonic speed. Repeat. Supersonic departure. The walkie-talkie crackled with a voice filled with despair, nearly numb with disbelief. In the night breeze, only Lin Yang's frigid voice lingered, echoing in the ears of all the ambushers. Let the games begin. The shadows fawn? A vendetta against my parents? This game has only just commenced. Chapter 25. The Wealthy of Lehigh, the Zhou Group. The following morning, sunlight bathed the campus of Lehigh No. 1 High School. Clad in a faded school uniform, Lin Yang ambled through the school gates. The atmosphere was charged with an unspoken tension. Most students, upon seeing him, no longer regarded him with disdain or fear as they had the day before. Instead, their gazes reflected a complex mix of awe, curiosity, and even a hint of gratitude. Several students nodded in acknowledgement, their enthusiasm tinged with caution. Good morning, Yang Ge. Thank you for yesterday, Lin Yang. Are you feeling all right? Although their words still carried an undertone of concern for his self-sacrifice, their attitudes had shifted dramatically. After all, regardless of the cost, He had undeniably become a savior to them all. Little Li, their teacher Li Liao, had donned a more refined outfit today, waiting expectantly at the entrance of the teaching building. Lin Yang, you've arrived. How are you feeling? Did you sleep well last night? Are you experiencing any discomfort? She fired off questions in rapid succession, even attempting to reach out to check Lin Yang's forehead. Lin Yang subtly sidestepped, allowing a faint look of weariness to cross his face. I'm all right, Teacher Li, just a bit tired. The substantial sum of 1 million in nutritional funds had indeed arrived, but instead of checking into a hotel, he had chosen to rest in an abandoned warehouse, sheltered by the protective aura of his goddess buff. Rest more if you're tired. Today's classes aren't critical. Mainly, we'll discuss the arrangements for the college entrance examination. Li Liao quickly reassured him, her voice soft and soothing. Not far away, a figure approached with a blend of coolness and eagerness. It was Zhou Shuer. Today, she had exchanged her combat attire for a well-tailored light blue dress that beautifully complemented her fair complexion, softening her previously formidable demeanor and adding a touch of youthful radiance. Lin Yang. She reached him, her ice blue eyes sparkling with a hint of shyness. Do you have some time today? My father wishes to meet you to express his gratitude in person. She paused, lowering her voice slightly. He insists that you are his savior and must be thanked personally. Lin Yang initially intended to decline, his mind clouded with thoughts of the Shadow's Fong and his parents' blood feud. However, upon reconsideration, he realized that, being without a stable place to stay, the Zhou family, as the wealthiest in Lehigh, might provide a temporary refuge and a chance to gather intelligence. He nodded in agreement. All right. Zhou Xuaner's face instantly brightened with a radiant smile, akin to the first thaw of spring. On the playground, Principal Chun Guodong personally announced the details of the college entrance examination, merely encouraging everyone to make the most of the remaining time to improve their scores. Afterward, he approached Lin Yang, his chubby face etched with concern and empathy. In a hushed tone, he advised, Lin Yang, your health is paramount. Don't push yourself too hard. If you need anything, just reach out to Teacher Li or me. Li Liao nodded vigorously beside him, her gaze resolute. Lin Yang responded weakly, his heart betraying no emotion. After school, Lin Yang strolled leisurely towards the school gate. Zhou Shuer had been waiting there, and upon spotting him, she waved joyfully. However, when Lin Yang's gaze fell upon the convoy beside her, even his well-trained eyes couldn't help but widen slightly. At the school entrance, a long-wheelbase Rolls-Royce Phantom stood imperiously, its sleek lines and glossy surface radiating understated opulence under the sunlight. Even more striking, flanking the elongated Phantom were two ordinary Rolls-Royce ghosts, resembling loyal sentinels guarding their master. This miniature motorcade exuded an unspoken air of authority, compelling the surrounding students to cast sidelong glances and murmur among themselves. Noticing Lin Yang's gaze, Zhou Shuer's cheeks flushed slightly, and she bashfully lowered her head, softly explaining, I told him this was too extravagant, but my dad wouldn't listen. Not a problem. Let us go, Lin Yang replied with a smile, nonchalantly opening the car door and stepping inside first. In his eyes, this display of grandeur paled in comparison to the overwhelming presence of the goddess's ethereal shadow above him. Wow, a long Rolls-Royce Phantom. And there are bodyguard cars in front and behind? What a spectacle. Zhou Xuaner's family must be incredibly wealthy. Lin Yang actually got into her car. What luck. He's practically on the verge of losing his life, and yet manages to hook up with the daughter of the Zhou family. What a stroke of good fortune. Indeed, an F-class useless being, burning away his life. What could the Zhou family possibly want from him? The envious whispers and unabashedly jealous looks pierced through the air like thorns aimed at the slowly departing, elongated Phantom. In the heart of Lehigh City, atop a towering skyscraper, a man clad in a perfectly tailored black suit elegantly held a glass of red wine, surveying the city below as if it were a mere model. The golden glow of the setting sun caressed his sharply defined profile, yet it could not thaw the chill emanating from his deep-set eyes. Behind him, a subordinate dressed in black combat gear bowed to report, his voice trembling with fear. Target Lin Yang was spotted this morning at Lehigh No. 1 High School. He appears to be in normal condition. Our personnel were completely annihilated at the scene last night. The method suggests an advanced fire-based ability. The man gently swirled the crimson liquid in his glass, not turning around, his voice low and melodious, yet laced with a bone-chilling coldness. You dispatched 3 level 20 elites, along with perimeter support, to capture a level 10 waste, and yet failed? The organization has invested so many resources in nurturing you, and this is what you achieve. He tilted his head slightly, the floor-to-ceiling window reflecting a fleeting glimmer of serpentine malice in his eyes. Sir, the subordinate stammered, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The latest information indicates that Lin Yang was picked up after school by Zhou Shuer, the daughter of the Zhou group. The Zhou group? The man paused in his swirling of the wine glass, a flicker of surprise crossing his features before his gaze deepened with intrigue. Ah, the daughter of Zhou Tianhao. This is rather interesting. Inside the elongated Phantom, the space was extravagantly spacious, with plush leather seats and an array of amenities including a minibar and a refrigerator. Lin Yang maintained a serene expression as he gazed out at the rapidly receding streets, his mind racing to piece together the clues surrounding the shadow's fawn. Zhou Shuier sat across from him, nervously twisting her fingers, her eyes occasionally darting towards Lin Yang. The setting sun streamed through the car window, casting a silhouette of the slender yet remarkably upright youth. His calm demeanor filled her with a sense of mystery and allure. She felt her heart racing. Lin Yang seemed to sense it, suddenly turning his head to look at her. Zhou Shuier, like a startled fawn, hastily averted her gaze, her cheeks blooming with 2 shades of crimson. In an attempt to mask her embarrassment, she anxiously scanned the interior of the car, feigning surprise as she pointed to a corner. Wow, there's even a refrigerator here. Would you like something to drink? Lin Yang, observing her lackluster performance, couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth into a barely perceptible smile. This girl, her acting skills were far inferior compared to his own. Before long, the convoy came to a smooth halt in front of the grand, opulent revolving doors of the Pinnacle Hotel, the finest 5-star establishment in Linhai City. The car door was respectfully opened by a steward. A well-dressed, poised woman sporting gold-rimmed glasses had been waiting at the entrance, wearing a professional, impeccable smile. Miss Zhou, Mr. Lin Yang, welcome to the Pinnacle Hotel. I am Secretary Chun to Chairman Zhou. She slightly bowed, her gaze lingering for a moment on Lin Yang's slightly faded school uniform. Yet, her expression remained unchanging, still respectful and composed. The chairman is awaiting you in the Ocean View Pavilion on the top floor. Please follow me. Chapter 26, A Life of Misfortune. At the top floor of the Pinnacle Hotel, in the Ocean View Pavilion, the immense floor-to-ceiling windows revealed the dazzling night scene of Linhai City, illuminated like a sprawling galaxy. Within the private dining room, understated yet luxurious decor and exquisite dishes silently showcased the host's wealth and status. At the head of the table sat Zhou Tianhao, the richest man in Linhai. In his 50s, with graying temples and a resolute visage, his sharp gaze resembled that of an eagle, exuding a natural authority born from years of leadership. Yet, at this moment, as he looked at his daughter entering, that stern demeanor transformed into unabashed affection. Daddy! Zhou Shuier rushed over and affectionately linked her arm with Zhou Tianhao's, her face adorned with a playful smile that starkly contrasted with her usual icy demeanor at school. Shuier has arrived. Zhou Tianhao patted his daughter's hand, his gaze subsequently falling upon Lin Yang. The piercing scrutiny instantly shifted to sincere gratitude mixed with a hint of complex inquiry. You must be Lin Yang, my daughter's classmate? Please, have a seat. Shuier has told me that you risked your life to save her in the nest. This kindness, I, Zhou Tianhao, shall forever remember. Lin Yang nodded slightly, neither servile nor arrogant. You flatter me, Mr. Zhou. It was merely a small effort on my part. The atmosphere at the table was initially pleasant. Zhou Tianhao's eloquence and extensive knowledge kept the conversation flowing, transitioning from the anomalies in the nest to the scenic wonders of Linhai, ensuring the banquet did not lose its vibrancy. Zhou Shuier sat beside Lin Yang, her ice blue eyes sparkling as she gazed at her father, occasionally stealing glances at Lin Yang. Her youthful excitement barely contained. Today, she had deliberately changed out of her combat attire, donning a well-tailored light blue dress that accentuated her youthful curves. Her slender waist and the subtle fullness at her chest hinted at elegance, softening her previously fierce demeanor with a touch of charm that could easily captivate hearts. However, as the wine flowed, the atmosphere began to shift subtly. Zhou Tianhao set down his glass, his gaze sweeping between his daughter and Lin Yang before finally resting on Lin Yang. His tone grew serious, imbued with a father's unique concern and authority. Lin Yang. His voice, though not loud, resonated like a hammer striking the silence. Shuier is my only daughter. Zhou Tianhao's tone shifted, his eyes heavy as they bore into Lin Yang, laden with scrutiny and an unmistakable sense of sorrow. She is my lifeblood. I, Zhou Tianhao, built my fortune from scratch, relying solely on my vision and decisiveness. To be frank, I never considered using my daughter's marriage to climb any social ladder, even if she were to fall for a man of the lowest profession. As long as she truly loves him and he treats her well, I would spare no expense to ensure her life is filled with wealth and comfort. He paused, the pressure in the room seemingly thickening. Zhou Shuier's smile faltered, a wave of unease washing over her. But Zhou Tianhao's voice suddenly rose, resolute and unwavering. His gaze, piercing like a blade, locked onto Lin Yang. You are, after all, a caster. Those 3 words struck like thunder. Zhou Shuier's complexion turned pale in an instant. Dad. Zhou Tianhao raised his hand, forcefully silencing his daughter's protest. His eyes, sharp as a knife, remained fixed on Lin Yang. The reputation of a caster is inscribed upon the bones of history. What did you do in that hellish nest yesterday? Break global records? Save everyone? Lin Yang, do not tell me you are unaware of the cost. He leaned slightly forward, exuding an oppressive pressure. I do not care what means you use to temporarily withstand the backlash of the caster's spell. No caster can escape that fate. The greater the power, the fiercer the backlash. You are a walking bomb, capable of exploding at any moment. The more powerful you are, the more shattering the impact. He took a deep breath, his gaze towards Lin Yang becoming exceedingly complex, filled with gratitude, scrutiny, but more so, a father's fear and determination regarding his daughter's future. Lin Yang, You saved Schwer, and for that, I am sincerely grateful. However, this gratitude cannot be repaid with my daughter's lifelong happiness and suffering. I absolutely refuse to allow Schwer to tie her heart to someone destined for an early demise. Someone who could turn to ashes before her eyes. That would be too cruel. More cruel than killing her. Dad. Zhou Schwer abruptly stood up, the legs of her chair screeching against the expensive marble floor in an ear-piercing protest. She trembled all over, her ice-blue eyes brimming with tears, anger, grievance, and the immense humiliation of having her wounds exposed and choices invalidated by her closest kin. Her tears finally broke free, washing away her last remnants of pride. She glared fiercely at her father. What right do you have? My matters are none of your concern. You simply do not understand. She cast one last look at Lin Yang, who remained silent, seemingly detached from the situation. Her eyes were filled with despair from betrayal and an indescribable heartache as she suddenly turned and stumbled out of the private room, the door slamming shut with a thunderous crash. Schwer. Zhou Tianhao instinctively wanted to pursue her, but instead sat back down, dejectedly. It seemed as if he had aged a few years in that instant. Fatigue and profound helplessness etched upon his brow. He rubbed his temples and turned to Lin Yang. His voice tinged with a hoarse apology. Lin Yang, I apologize. My words were too harsh. But this is a father's heartfelt sentiment, laid bare. Please understand the struggles of a father. Lin Yang finally set down the glass of orange juice that had barely been touched. He lifted his head, his expression still unflinching, even maintaining a hint of a smile. Mr. Zhou, you exaggerate. As a parent, it is only natural to consider the long-term welfare of their children. Your profound love for your daughter is indeed touching. His tone was even, as if commenting on a matter unrelated to himself. As for Zhou Schwer, you need not worry. I harbor no romantic feelings towards her. Zhou Tianhao fixed his gaze on Lin Yang's eyes, attempting to discern any sign of pretense within the depths of that tranquil pool. However, all he encountered was a near-cold calmness and aloofness, as if separated by an impenetrable layer of ice. This, in turn, relieved some of the weight from his heart, allowing him to exhale a long, silent sigh of relief. He subtly nodded towards the beautiful secretary with golden-rimmed glasses standing behind him. The secretary immediately stepped forward and retrieved a card from her exquisite briefcase. The card, entirely pitch black, bore a material that resembled jade, yet was not. Its surface icy to the touch, with a delicate band of platinum patterns embedded along the edges, glimmering with a luxurious, understated cold light under the illumination. This was not merely a symbol of status, but also a passport to immense wealth. Lin Yang, I owe you a debt of gratitude that I cannot repay, Zhou Tianhao said, pushing the heavy black card towards Lin Yang, his tone sincere, yet imbued with the imperiousness of someone in a position of power. This contains 50 million. A small token of appreciation. I understand that money may hold little value for you, but it would at least afford you a bit more comfort in your forthcoming endeavors. He paused, gazing at Lin Yang, the weariness and plea characteristic of a father resurfacing in his eyes. Moreover, as for Schwer, she is passionate and obstinate. As her father, I fear that no words of mine will penetrate her resolve. He offered a wry smile, tinged with self-deprecation. I am aware that this request is rather excessive, but could you, for the sake of this modest offering, perhaps persuade her to relinquish this misguided yearning? Consider it my final appeal. Lin Yang's gaze fell upon the card, symbolizing the pinnacle of wealth in Linhai, his fingertips gently tapping twice on the cold, smooth surface of the table, producing a faint sound that resonated sharply in the silence of the private room. He suddenly smiled, not a cold smirk or a mocking grin, but rather a playful expression. As if he had seen through the intricacies of human emotion, remarkably relaxed. He extended his hand, effortlessly pinching the heavy black card between two elegant fingers, as if lifting a feather. Mr. Zhou, you are overly courteous, Lin Yang remarked, his voice laced with a languid mockery as he waved the card lightly, producing a subtle whooshing sound. It is not arduous to make someone fall out of love. It is the opposite that poses a challenge. He observed the fleeting astonishment and the barely perceptible relief in Zhou Tianhao's eyes, his smile broadening. I shall undertake this task. Nonchalantly, he tucked the black card into the pocket of his school uniform, the action as natural as placing a bus pass. Zhou Tianhao regarded him with a mixture of exasperation and a sense of relinquished doubt, ultimately nodding with a complex understanding. Then I entrust this matter to you. The rooftop at the summit of Linhai was a rare oasis of tranquility amid the steel jungle. The night breeze carried the briny scent of the sea, tousling Zhou Schwer's cascading hair. She sat with her knees drawn to her chest on the edge of the cold low wall, burying her head deep into her arms. Her slender shoulders shuddered slightly in the moonlight, resembling a fragile butterfly with damp wings, lost and unable to find refuge. The opulent dress accentuated her delicate yet powerful silhouette. Moonlight cascaded over her bare, porcelain neck and a small patch of exquisite collarbone, the remnants of tears reflecting faint glimmers. Lin Yang approached her silently, offering neither comfort nor inquiry. Instead, he mirrored her posture, his long legs dangling casually over the precipice, gazing down at the brilliant yet frigid river of stars below. The night breeze lingered, gradually drying the traces of tears on Zhou Shui's face, leaving behind a taut sensation of vulnerability. Do you know? Her voice emerged muffled from her arm, thick with emotion, broken and unrefined. My mother left when I was young. My father only knows how to make money, lots and lots of money. He claims it's for the best life for me. She lifted her head. Her ice blue eyes, swollen and red, resembling shattered glass, filled to the brim with unfathomable grievances and solitude. The moonlight illuminated the remnants of tears on her face, a fragility that tugged at the heartstrings. She struggled to muster a smile for Lin Yang, but it was a sight more pitiful than tears. All I want is for him to spend more time with me, to tell me a story like other fathers do, even just once. Her voice cracked, her stubbornness compelling her to turn away, gazing towards the distant, blurred horizon as if it concealed her sorrows. But I've grown accustomed to it. When I'm unhappy, I come here alone to let the wind blow it all away. She fell silent for a few seconds, the night wind teasing her hair, caressing her pale cheek. Suddenly, she turned to Lin Yang, her gaze resolute and imbued with a reckless courage. Lin Yang, she said softly, as if afraid to awaken something, her voice trembling with a near-reverent sincerity. This is the first time I've liked someone. She paused, a self-mocking smile tugging at her lips, fragile yet hauntingly beautiful. Though it seems it hasn't even begun. A chill swept through as the night breeze brushed past. Lin Yang turned his head, quietly observing her profile in the moonlight. The frost that typically surrounded her seemed to have melted away, revealing a disquieting, delicate beauty. It was apparent that even an S-grade genius harbored the heart of a little girl, yearning for love and fearing loss. He averted his gaze, directing it towards the endless sea of lights. A faint, cool smirk graced his lips, tinged with the desolation of worldly understanding. Oh, he replied softly, his voice carried away by the wind, reminiscent of a casual conversation about another's fate. A fortune teller once told me, I am destined for a fleeting life, lacking in fortune and blessings. He paused, his tone casual, as though discussing someone else's plight. Perhaps one day, I shall simply cease to exist. He turned to face Zhou Shui, whose countenance had turned pale, disbelief etched across her features. Thus, he continued with a humorless smile. Investing emotions in someone like me would be a poor bargain. It would be a loss. Chapter 27. Zhou Shui's invitation. Zhou Shui abruptly turned to him, her eyes glistening with tears. You must not say such things. She quickly lowered her gaze, her voice choked with emotion. Then can we still be good friends? Naturally, Lin Yang replied, turning to her with a rare, genuine smile, extending his hand. Always. Zhou Shui stared at his outstretched hand, momentarily stunned, before tears finally streamed down her cheeks. She sniffled, her voice tinged with a sob. What? Do we need to seal it with a pinky promise? Pinky promises are rather childish, Lin Yang remarked, rising to his feet, his hands still extended, the night breeze tousling his hair, a glint of mischief sparkling in his eyes. Since we are good friends, to compensate for my fleeting existence that might vanish at any moment. He paused, his lips curling into a playful smirk as he caught Zhou Shui's puzzled gaze. I shall take you to a place of interest. Before his words could fully settle, Lin Yang took a step forward, grasping her hand tightly, eliciting a startled gasp from Zhou Shui. Ah, she exclaimed. In the next instant, a gentle yet powerful azure whirlwind unexpectedly erupted beneath their feet. The elemental wind tenderly lifted their bodies. Lin Yang held Zhou Shui's cool hand firmly with one hand, while his other arm naturally encircled her slender waist, drawing her closer to him. Hold on tight. Lin Yang's voice rang out, infused with joy, resonating clearly amidst the night breeze. Zhou Shui felt her body lighten, her perspective soaring. The solid rooftop beneath them transformed into a distant tapestry of lights. The vigorous yet gentle wind enveloped them both. She instinctively clung tightly to Lin Yang's waist, burying her face in his not particularly broad, yet remarkably solid chest. Her heart racing like thunder, Lin Yang's thoughts stirred, the power of the hurricane goddess deftly controlled. The two of them resembled ethereal sprites in the night, gliding gracefully on the invisible wings of the wind above the dazzling night sky of Linhai City. Beneath them lay a flowing river of lights, while above, the vast expanse of the starry sky stretched infinitely. The evening breeze caressed their faces, carrying the fragrance of freedom, dispersing all worries and sorrows. Zhou Shui gradually relaxed from her initial nervousness. She quietly lifted her head, gazing at the smooth contours of Lin Yang's jaw, feeling the comforting warmth and strength emanating from him. The resolve she had expressed earlier on the rooftop to be friends now seemed to crack open a tiny fissure amid the romance and excitement of this moment. Lin Yang lowered his gaze, observing the starlight reflected in the girl's eyes and the remnants of unfallen tears, feeling her body's softness and slight tremors. Deep within him, it felt as though the night breeze had stirred ripples he had not even noticed. Good friends? Perhaps. Yet, the heartbeat in the night wind and their embrace beneath the starlight seemed to draw them just a fraction closer than mere friends. They spoke of friendship, but the seeds of something deeper quietly broke ground in the romantic night air as they soared with the wind. The night breeze swept across the observation deck, dispersing the earlier chill, yet it could not alleviate the gravity etched on Lin Yang's brow. He declined Zhou Shui's suggestion to accompany him back to school, instead requesting her to arrange for a discreet black sedan to take him to an ordinary chain hotel on the other side of Linhai City. Swiping his card to enter the room, Lin Yang gazed out at the unfamiliar street scene illuminated by neon lights, his brow furrowed. Money? He had it now. The heavy black card from Zhou Tianhao rested in his pocket, the 50 million in gratitude ample for his indulgence. But a sense of security? That was conspicuously absent. The fangs of the shadow's tooth clung to him like a parasitic worm. The previous incident at the communal apartment served as a cautionary tale. Buy a house? Invest in property? He had no doubt that if he dared linger in one place too long, exposing his whereabouts would inevitably invite another meticulously planned kidnapping. That 50 million felt more like a hot potato, something he could only look at, not spend. He felt like a solitary beast, alert to every whisper of wind or rustle in the darkness. Meanwhile, in the upper echelons of the Zhou group, the atmosphere in the vast office was somewhat tense. Shuer, it's not that your father opposes you making friends. I am grateful that Lin Yang saved you. But now Zhou Tianhao rubbed his temples, gazing at his stubborn daughter standing resolutely before him. He has entangled himself with the Shadow's Tooth, an international assassin organization. It took special channels just for me to uncover a hint of their existence. Those people are truly desperate criminals. Being near him is far too dangerous. Zhou Xuaner's ice-blue eyes met her father's, unwavering in her resolve. Dad, I know you mean well. I promise you, I will not think like I did before. Lin Yang and I are just good friends, all right? She paused, her tone imbued with an undeniable firmness. However, when friends are in trouble, I cannot stand idly by. He saved my life, and now he is in trouble. I, Zhou Xuer, cannot be a coward. Moreover, a glint of cunning flashed in her eyes before she regained her composure. He is currently without a stable residence, and is in danger. I want to invite him to be my personal bodyguard. Bodyguard? Zhou Tianhao nearly thought he had misheard her. He is a level 10 forbidden spellcaster? He can barely ensure his own safety. What can he do to protect you? Just based on the fact that he managed to escape unscathed from 3 level 20 assassins, and even turn the tables on them. Zhou Xuer's voice was resolute. He's capable of single-handedly tackling a frenzied hell-level lair. Dad, do not let his level blind you. Lin Yang is different. She was unaware of the 50 million black card Zhou Tianhao had given Lin Yang, believing him to still be a mere impoverished student. Her mind was racing with calculations. This way, he would have a legitimate reason to stay by my side. Moreover, it would be quite reasonable for him to be a bodyguard, wouldn't he? Zhou Tianhao observed the unwavering determination in his daughter's eyes, fully aware of her inherent stubbornness. He sighed heavily, ultimately conceding, alas, a daughter grows up and must leave the nest. Very well, a bodyguard it is. But Xuer, you must promise your father to protect yourself. If anything seems amiss, contact my people immediately. Understood. Thank you, Dad. Zhou Xuer finally smiled. And what about wages? How much do you intend to offer? Zhou Tianhao asked, exasperated. Zhou Xuer tilted her head, extending 2 pale fingers, and replied earnestly, 2 million a year. Zhou Tianhao's lips twitched. 2 million? That is more than enough to hire an S-level bodyguard. Yet, seeing the long-lost sparkle of youthful exuberance in his daughter's eyes, he merely waved his hand wearily. All right. As long as you're happy, 2 million it is. Money? I, Zhou Tianhao, am never lacking in that. In the hotel room, Lin Yang stared at the message from Zhou Xuer on his phone, his brow furrowing into a deep crease. Bodyguard? Annual salary of 2 million? His immediate reaction was to refuse. What a joke. He was currently a walking magnet for hatred, with the Shadow's Tooth likely lurking somewhere, watching. Having Zhou Xuer follow him would be akin to leading a lamb into a tiger's den. He could not involve her. His fingers flew across the screen, typing. I appreciate the kind offer, but I am not suitable for the role. My current situation is too perilous. It will implicate you. Before the message had even been sent for 3 seconds, Zhou Xuer's call came through directly. As soon as he answered, her voice, cool yet tinged with urgency, resonated. Lin Yang, do you think I am foolish and naive? Do you believe I am unaware of everything? Lin Yang was taken aback. What do you mean? The Shadow's Tooth. Am I correct? Zhou Xuer's voice carried a hint of barely concealed pride and seriousness. I, Zhou Xuer, am not a flower sheltered in a greenhouse. My father has long dispatched people to investigate. Your home was burned down to just a shell. The methodical execution was clearly no accident. Following the trail led to this foreign organization. Lin Yang's grip on his phone tightened. The Zhou family had actually uncovered the Shadow's Tooth, and it seemed they knew quite a bit. So, do you think being near me is safer than you hiding away alone, cornered by them? Zhou Xuer's tone exuded confidence and an air of unrefusability. I fear for your safety, Lin Yang said helplessly. Zhou Xuer paused for a moment, her voice softening. The Zhou family has been entrenched in Linhai for decades, deeply rooted. We have eyes and ears in both the light and the dark. By being with me, disguised as my bodyguard, you will not only gain relative safety, but more importantly, you can access the intelligence network controlled by the Zhou family. Information about the Shadow's Tooth. About everything you wish to know. The mere mention of intelligence struck Lin Yang like a hammer. resonating deeply within his heart. What he lacked most at present was information. About the truth behind his parents' deaths, about the origin egg, about the schemes of the Shadow's Tooth. Zhou Shuer's words struck precisely at his vulnerable spot. The phone line fell silent for a few seconds, with only the faint sounds of their breathing filling the air. Ultimately, Lin Yang's deep voice emerged, tinged with a hint of concession. Deal. Wonderful. Zhou Shuer's voice instantly brightened, as if the calm analyst of pros and cons moments ago was a different person. All right. Bodyguard Lin, the first task has arrived. Right now, immediately. Come to Yunxiang International. Buy some clothes. There's a very important gala tonight. And as my personal bodyguard and companion, you surely cannot attend in your school uniform. Can you? Lin Yang glanced down at his faded uniform, then recalled Zhou Shuer's mention of the crucial gala. An ominous premonition welled up within him. This bodyguard duty seemed to be far more troublesome than he had anticipated. Resigned, he sighed and approached the door. As he opened it, a faint yet chilling sensation of being watched slithered down his neck like the tongue of a venomous snake. Lin Yang abruptly halted, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He felt as if he were being monitored again. Under the dazzling lights of Yunxiang International, Lin Yang felt like a meticulously packaged exhibit, utterly uncomfortable. The salesgirls, trained to perfection, greeted him with syrupy smiles, urging him to try on various garments. Zhou Shuer flitted about like a joyful ice-blue butterfly, selecting an array of extravagant outfits that bore no relation to his role as a bodyguard. This one, and this one, let him try them on, Zhou Shuer exclaimed, her alabaster fingers gliding over a row of exquisitely tailored suits, her ice-blue eyes sparkling with undeniable excitement. With a sense of inevitability, Lin Yang was pushed into the changing room. He shed his worn uniform and donned a custom fabric that felt as smooth as a second skin. As he awkwardly fastened the last crystal cufflink and pushed open the heavy dressing room door, time seemed to freeze momentarily. Beneath the lights, the youth's tall figure was perfectly accentuated by the dark gray patterned suit. The tailored fit highlighted his broad shoulders and narrow waist, revealing the sharpness and strength that were usually obscured by his school uniform and the weight of his responsibilities. His slightly long hair had been simply styled, exposing his smooth forehead and deep-set eyes, shedding some of his usual languor and adding an air of quiet radiance. Zhou Shuer stared at him, as if warm currents were stirring beneath the frozen surface of a lake. Her cheeks flushed uncontrollably, her heart skipping a beat. Miss, your boyfriend is truly handsome. This outfit seems tailor-made for him. The nearby salesgirl exclaimed in awe, her gaze flitting between Lin Yang and Zhou Shuer. You two look like a perfect match. A match made in heaven. Boyfriend? Zhou Shuer reacted as if her tail had been stepped on, her cheeks instantly ablaze as she waved her hands in a flustered denial. And no, it's not. She instinctively wanted to refute the claim, but the word bodyguard caught in her throat. Looking at Lin Yang in his current state, she felt that saying it would ruin the moment. In the end, she merely blushed, a hint of uncontainable pride in her demeanor, and without further ado, she pulled out her black card. Swipe it. This outfit is the one. And all those shirts, shoes, and accessories from earlier. Everything except this outfit goes to the Zhou residence. Upon exiting the mall, she naturally linked her arm with Lin Yang's, leaning against him like a charming accessory. Hey! Lin Yang's body tensed, attempting to withdraw his arm. What are you doing? Zhou Shuer looked up, unabashed, her ice-blue eyes blinking innocently. It's a bodyguard thing. The close kind. To ensure my safety, how could we be too far apart? What if a bad person suddenly appears? I won't be able to react in time. Lin Yang could only watch her earnest expression, filled with a logic he could not refute. Reflecting on the contract he had just signed and the substantial amount he had just spent, he resigned himself to her grasp. The gentle touch of the girl and her faint fragrance wafting near him stirred an unease within him. As Zhou Shuer led him into a high-end watch store, pointing at a discreetly luxurious platinum timepiece displayed behind glass, she casually remarked that they should wrap it up. Lin Yang's eyelids twitched violently. The glaring 7-digit price tag made him wince. Zhou Shuer, isn't this a bit excessive? Lin Yang tried to intervene against this reckless spending. A watch worth millions? It's worth more than my entire family. Essential for a bodyguard. Zhou Shuer retorted decisively, her card swipe fluid and swift. Time is of the essence. Moreover, she cast a quick glance at Lin Yang, lowering her voice. I can't very well have you wearing a digital watch to the gala, can I? Lin Yang was utterly speechless. He felt less like a bodyguard and more like a kept man. As night fell, the hotel by the sea blazed with lights. Clad in an expensive custom suit and wearing the watch that could purchase several houses, Lin Yang stood a half step beside Zhou Shuer, his posture upright. He restrained all his brilliance, his gaze calm, yet sharp, scanning the surroundings and assessing each individual approaching Zhou Shuer. However, his attire and position next to Zhou Shuer alone were enough to draw attention. Is that the eldest daughter of the Zhou family? Who is that handsome guy beside her? Is that the eldest daughter of the Zhou family? Who is that handsome guy beside her? I haven't seen him before. Which family is he from? He has quite the presence. Has Zhou Shuer changed her taste? I've never seen her bring a male companion to such events. Shoo, keep it down. Look at the way he carries himself. He doesn't seem like an ordinary person. Whispers and curious glances came like tangible waves. Zhou Shuer appeared accustomed to such settings, gracefully engaging in conversation while subtly declaring her claim through body language, her arms still linked with Lin Yang's. Lin Yang, meanwhile, resembled a robot programmed for silence, nodding in acknowledgement and upholding the virtue of discretion. Most of his focus was dedicated to sensing his surroundings. Above him, although the ethereal figure of the Earth Mother had yet to manifest, the overwhelming presence of her protective aura granted him heightened awareness throughout the venue. He distinctly overheard two attendants in a corner discussing the timing of the security shift. He sensed a faint wave of water elemental energy emanating from a woman in a silver evening gown on a distant balcony. This feeling of control over the situation provided him with a sliver of reassurance amidst the unfamiliar opulence. Are you bored? Zhou Shuer seized the moment when no one was nearby, tilting her head slightly to whisper to Lin Yang, a mischievous smile dancing in her ice-blue eyes. Part of the job, Lin Yang replied earnestly, his gaze still vigilant. TCH, so serious. Zhou Shuer pouted, then excitedly lowered her voice again. But let me share some insider information. Besides the charity auction, there's a grand finale item tonight. Something truly special. Oh, Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, intrigued at last. What could possibly be deemed truly special by the eldest daughter of the Zhou family? Yes. Zhou Shuer leaned in closer, her warm breath brushing against Lin Yang's ear, causing his body to tense imperceptibly for a moment. It's said to be an artifact-level weapon excavated from a newly discovered ancient ruin. Artifact level. These three words resonated like thunder in Lin Yang's heart. The levels of equipment are classified as common, white, fine, blue, rare, purple, artifact, pink, legendary, orange, epic, gold, and mythical, colorful. Artifact level. Zhou Shuer, observing the fleeting shock and gravity in Lin Yang's eyes, raised her chin with a sense of pride. So, what do you think? This trip was not a loss, was it? Just make sure to protect me well later. Perhaps if I'm in a good mood, I might help you secure it. You know? At that moment, a voice laced with evident sarcasm and bitterness intruded abruptly. Oh, I was wondering who was making such a grand display. With the young lady, Zhou clinging to their arm. It turned out to be the so-called hero of Lin High No. 1 High School, Zhao Kai. The crowd stirred, parting to create a pathway. Zhao Kai, clad in an ostentatious bright purple suit, his hair slicked back to perfection, approached with a glass in hand. Surrounded by a throng of followers, a mocking grin plastered across his face. He deliberately raised his voice, instantly capturing the attention of those around him. What's this? An F-grade mage? Shouldn't you be resting your precious life, which could burn out at any moment? Instead of here playing the gallant protector? Zhao Kai stepped closer, his gaze slithering like a venomous snake over Lin Yang and Zhou Shuer's entwined arms, jealousy practically oozing from him. Miss Zhou, do take care. This gentleman is rather reckless. Who knows when he might meet his end? His entourage erupted in a suppressed laughter, their eyes brimming with malice and disdain. Zhou Shuer's expression instantly turned frosty, her ice-blue eyes glimmering with an icy resolve. Zhao Kai, mind your tongue. This is not your playground. Lin Yang, however, seemed oblivious to the caustic jibes, even refraining from lifting his eyelids, maintaining his calm demeanor as a protector. It was as if Zhao Kai were merely an annoying fly. This disregard infuriated Zhao Kai more than any retort could. What's wrong? Lost your voice. Lin Yang. Zhao Kai stepped forward, nearly invading Lin Yang's personal space. His spittle flying, acting foolishly at school, flaunting your life for attention. And now, clinging to the young lady of the Zhou family, looking all prim and proper. Do you really think you're someone of importance? Let me tell you. His words were abruptly cut off as Lin Yang made his move. Without a shout, a rebuttal, or even a flicker of emotion, he simply raised his right hand with an air of casualness, as if brushing off dust. With a gentle rub of his thumb and middle finger, a crisp, nonchalant snap echoed like thunder beside Zhao Kai's ear. Buzz. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. The arrogance, mockery, and jealousy on Zhao Kai's face were instantly replaced by a profound, soul-deep fear that etched itself into his very being. He recalled the colossal visage of the Ice Queen on the playground. He remembered the moment he was frozen in place, nearly suffocating from absolute zero. He remembered lying on the ground, the warm, sticky humiliation in his trousers. A Zhao Kai's throat emitted a sound akin to a crowing chicken. As if his blood had drained away, his face swiftly transforming from crimson to ashen gray. His legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Puffed. A faint yet remarkably clear sound of liquid splattering broke the suffocating silence. A warm, pungent liquid uncontrollably soaked through Zhao Kai's pristine purple trousers, rapidly spreading across the smooth, mirror-like marble floor, forming a glaring, expanding dark stain. Following a brief silence, a socialite nearby was the first to scream in terror, covering her nose and retreating in shock. Oh my, did Zhao Xiao just wet himself? My heavens, this is too. Look at his pants. The onlookers erupted in uproar. Scornful, disgusted, and incredulous gazes pierced Zhao Kai, who stood frozen, drenched in humiliation. It felt as if he had been struck by a paralyzing spell, his mind blank, consumed by overwhelming fear and crushing shame. He could even feel the warmth trickling down his thigh. He opened his mouth, intending to speak, yet no words came forth, his body trembling like a flickering candle in the wind. Lin Yang slowly lowered his hand, as if he had merely flicked off some dust from his fingers. He did not glance at the stain on the ground or the quivering Zhao Kai. Instead, he slightly tilted his head towards Zhou Shuer, whose expression was icy yet held a glimmer of satisfaction, and calmly remarked, "Miss Zhou, there's an unpleasant odor here. Let us move to the terrace for some fresh air." With that, he naturally supported Zhou Shuer and walked nonchalantly towards the other side of the terrace, leaving Zhao Kai behind, utterly submerged in immense shame and terror. All that remained were the sound of his chattering teeth and the unabashed disdainful murmurs surrounding him. At that moment, he had never wished to disappear into the ground more fervently in his life. Chapter 30, Charity Auction. Just as Zhao Kai had scurried away in disgrace, the lights in the banquet hall suddenly dimmed. A solitary spotlight illuminated the auction stage at the center. A suave auctioneer, dressed impeccably in a tailcoat, approached with a warm smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this Starry Night Charity Gala." The auctioneer's magnetic voice resonated through the venue, commencing the evening's auction proceedings. The initial items on offer were primarily jewelry, renowned artworks, and antiques. While the bidding was fierce, the atmosphere remained relatively relaxed. Zhou Shuer raised her paddle a few times, successfully acquiring a uniquely designed necklace. However, Lin Yang's mind was elsewhere. His gaze pierced through the crowd, fixated on the auction item concealed beneath a red velvet cloth at the back of the stage. An artifact-level weapon. I wonder if the Shadow's Fong is also eyeing this treasure? The fresh night breeze on the terrace dispelled the murky atmosphere brought by Zhao Kai and the surrounding whispers. Zhou Shuer took a deep breath, her ice blue eyes regaining their composure. Yet, when she looked at Lin Yang, a hint of unnoticeable amusement and reliance flickered in her gaze. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice carrying a subtle lightness. Lin Yang's snap not only resolved the trouble, but also allowed her to vent her frustration. "It's part of my duty. Besides, you came looking for me," Lin Yang replied succinctly. Zhao Kai's provocation had merely been a minor distraction. Upon returning to the brilliantly lit banquet hall, they found the auction already halfway through. The air was thick with the scent of money and the fervor of bidding. On stage, an array of dazzling equipment and ancient skill scrolls were presented, prompting frequent paddle raises from the guests below. Next up was a skill book titled Gale Thrust, a warrior skill, starting at a base price of 300,000. The auctioneer's voice was filled with fervor. Instantly, several formidable professionals raised their paddles to compete. Zhou Shuer watched with keen interest and turned to Lin Yang, whispering, "Lin Yang, is there any skill you desire?" Lin Yang shook his head slightly, his tone nonchalant. "No need. My method of learning skills is rather unique, and I do not require it." He couldn't very well admit to relying on the leveling system to exploit forbidden spells. Zhou Shuer blinked, understanding, and nodded. "Oh, let us look at something else then." Soon, yet another auction item emerged, a rare piece of armor known as the lunar robe, shimmering with a ghostly purple hue. Its attributes were quite commendable, particularly the substantial physical defense it provided. "This is splendid. High defense and an increase in mental fortitude," Zhou Shuer exclaimed, her eyes glinting with excitement as she promptly raised her bidding paddle. 1 million. Lin Yang cast a fleeting glance at the attributes, feeling utterly unfazed. Defense? His 4-digit vitality was already akin to that of a human fortress. As for mental power, it was even more of a non-issue. This purple equipment, which others coveted, was to him merely a trifling matter. Ultimately, Zhou Shuer secured the leather armor for a price of 1,800,000, jotting down its number with delight. Next, she bid on a ring that modestly enhanced ice-type spell damage, Frost Ring, and a grade A skill book for area control in ice magic, Path of Frost. Clearly, she was preparing for the upcoming college entrance examination and higher-level dungeons. Throughout the proceedings, Lin Yang remained a silent backdrop, a mere human hanger. Watching her hoard items like a little squirrel, persistently swiping her card, he felt no stirrings within, even stifling a yawn. These level 10 gear and skills appeared to him as little more than child's play. As time flowed on, item after item was successfully sold, the atmosphere gradually building to a crescendo. Finally, as the last conventional item was auctioned off, the lights in the banquet hall abruptly dimmed, leaving only a few soft spotlights to illuminate the auction stage. The background music took on a somber, mysterious tone. The auctioneer cleared his throat, his face alight with unprecedented seriousness and excitement, his voice resonating through the speakers. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to reach the most exhilarating moment of this Starlight Charity Gala." The crystal chandelier in the auction hall extinguished as the final item made its entrance. A solitary beam of cold light cleaved through the darkness, striking the center of the stage with precision. A massive sword was embedded at an angle in an obsidian base, its azure blade gleaming with the luster of deep-sea cold marrow. The blade was as wide as a palm, adorned with frost patterns, and the guard resembled the outstretched wings of a dragon, studded with sparkling diamonds. As the light swept across the edge, the air itself seemed to fracture into delicate ice crystals. A Ganzo's Wandering Sword, a level 40 artifact. The auctioneer's voice quavered with excitement. A century ago, The sword Saint Aganzo wielded this sword, bravely venturing into the ever-frozen glacier. Wherever the blade pointed, 3,000 frostbone dragons were shattered. The starting price is 10 million. 12 million. Roared a heavily armored warrior in the front row, his eyes ablaze. 15. 18. The numbers surged with insatiable desire. As the price soared to 20 million, the atmosphere thickened with heavy breaths. Zhou Shuier felt a sudden warmth at her fingertips. Lin Yang's knuckles had unconsciously brushed against the back of her hand. She glanced sideways, finding the youth transfixed by the frost patterns on the sword's spine, his gaze lit with shooting stars. 22 million, she whispered, raising her paddle. Her voice was soft yet pierced through the heated atmosphere like an ice spike plunging into boiling oil. The auctioneer, exhilarated, bellowed, 22 million. Once, 22 million. Twice, 22 million. Third, 30 million. A mellifluous male voice descended from the second floor. The golden curtain of the private box lifted, revealing a man in a pristine white suit. An obsidian scorpion brooch adorning his lapel, his fingertips swirling a glass of red wine like blood. The president of Huanyu Group, Bai Yi. Zhou Shuier sprang to her feet, the icy blue hem of her gown radiating a sharp arc. 35 million. 40 million. Bai Yi smiled, swirling his glass. 5. Just as she was about to speak, an iron grip suddenly clamped down on her wrist. Lin Yang grasped her wrist, shaking his head, a storm brewing in the depths of his pupils. 50 million, Bai Yi stated with a smile, preempting her. A profound silence enveloped the room. Huanyu Group, Bai Yi. She gazed defiantly towards the box, each word laced with frost. I will remember you. The auctioneer's hammer crashed down with finality. Sold. Bai Yi's figure glided like a phantom to the stage, his fingertips brushing along the blade. Since Miss Zhou is so fond of it, I shall present it to her. The black scorpion brooch trembled with his laughter, yet his gaze constricted around Lin Yang like that of a venomous snake. The gift was hot to the touch and required protection. Just then, a figure tore through the chaotic crowd. Beneath a deep gray suit, the hydraulic sounds of mechanical joints growled like a beast. Zhou Tianhao's iron grip latched onto Bai Yi's wrist, crumpling the pristine white suit in an instant. A mere few tens of millions, my Zhou family can certainly afford it. But you threatened my daughter, that cost, I fear you cannot bear. Dad. Chapter 31, The Sword Chi of No Self. Zhou Tianhao, we meet again. He cast a deep glance at Zhou Tianhao before turning his gaze to Lin Yang. His eyes, like a venomous snake honing in on its prey, brimmed with coldness and an undeniable ambition. We shall meet again. With that ominous whisper, Bai Yi turned and vanished swiftly into the shadows of the crowd. Watching the direction of Bai Yi's departure, Zhou Tianhao's expression grew exceedingly grave. His brows knitted tightly, his eyes filled with deep apprehension and a hint of unease. Dad, who is that person? Do you know him? Zhou Shuier approached her father, keenly sensing his unusual demeanor, and inquired softly. She had never witnessed her father exhibit such palpable wariness towards someone he had just met. Zhou Tianhao withdrew his gaze, patting his daughter's hand reassuringly. Yet his tone was unusually somber. Bai Yi pursued your mother many years ago. Zhou Shuier's eyes widened in astonishment. What? He pursued Mom? Indeed. Zhou Tianhao nodded, a flicker of complex recollection crossing his eyes. That was a long time ago. He was an exceptionally talented individual, with a mysterious background and ruthless methods. Your mother ultimately chose me. Bai Yi, unfulfilled in his pursuit, angrily departed abroad, vanishing for all these years. I never expected him to return. And now as the president of Huanyu Group. He paused, his gaze drifting once more to the direction Bai Yi had vanished, his voice tinged with profound concern. After all these years, his sudden return, appearing at tonight's event, and targeting us deliberately, I have a very unsettling premonition. This man is deeply calculating and vengeful. Zhou Tianhao's words tightened Zhou Shuier's heart, causing her to glance anxiously at Lin Yang, who was leisurely shouldering the massive sword as he descended. Their eyes met, and he merely tilted his chin in a gesture of reassurance, indicating that all was well. Initially, Lin Yang had intended to return to the hotel, but he could not withstand Zhou Shuier's insistence. You are my bodyguard now. Naturally, a bodyguard must stay at their employer's residence. Hotels are so unsafe. Zhou Shuier presented a convincing argument, her eyes betraying a hint of smugness. Zhou Tianhao glanced at Lin Yang, then at his daughter, ultimately wearily waving his hand. Very well. Lin Yang, stay over. The guest rooms at home are ample and safer. His feelings towards Lin Yang were complex, a mixture of gratitude, wariness towards the hazards of his profession, sympathy for his entanglement in troubles, and concern over Bai Yi's emergence. Keeping Lin Yang close seemed the most prudent choice. The Zhou family residence was situated on the hillside of Linhai City, boasting the finest scenery, understated yet luxurious. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows framed a dazzling cityscape and an endless sea view. The interior of the mansion was heavily fortified, a blend of modern technology and artistic flair. Lin Yang was assigned a spacious guest room, with a meticulously tended garden just outside the window. He casually leaned the heavy Aganzo Ronin sword against the wall, its massive blade clashing with the room's exquisite decor. In the stillness of the night, moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silvery glow upon the floor. Tap, tap, tap. A faint knocking echoed. Lin Yang opened the door to find Zhou Shueter standing outside, clad in a silk nightgown. Her icy blue hair cascaded loosely, and in her hands, she cradled an ancient jade box, appearing somewhat furtive. Shoo! She made a gesture for silence, nimbly slipping into the room and closing the door behind her. Here for you. She thrust the jade box into Lin Yang's arms, her eyes sparkling with a hint of pride. Lin Yang opened the box to reveal a booklet made of neither gold nor jade, cool to the touch. The cover bore 4 sharp ancient characters, Wuji, Sword Chi. What is this? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. Sword technique. Zhou Shueter whispered excitedly. I borrowed it from my dad's study without him knowing. It's a treasure he acquired from a mysterious relic in his youth. It's said to be powerful enough to unleash invisible sword chi, killing without a trace. With that big sword of yours, it's the perfect match. As Lin Yang flipped through the pages, he found the text to be obscure and profound, accompanied by abstract and fierce illustrations that depicted a philosophy of concentrating one's mind, transforming thought into edge, and wielding energy with intention. This was not a traditional warrior skill driven by fighting spirit. Rather, it resembled a fusion of mental will and energy, a spiritual path akin to that of a mage's mental prowess. You stole your dad's collection? Lin Yang closed the booklet and regarded Zhou Shueter with a bemused expression. Zhou Shueter flushed, defiantly raising her chin. What do you mean by stole? It's merely borrowed. It would just gather dust otherwise. Why not let you study it? What if you managed to achieve something remarkable? Imagine wielding that giant sword while unleashing sword chi. How magnificent. Lin Yang couldn't help but smile at her insistence, her anticipation barely concealed. Let us go? He picked up Wuji's sword chi along with the Aganzo Ronin sword leaning against the wall. Where to? Zhou Shueter was taken aback. The rooftop. There's no room to practice here. Lin Yang hoisted the massive sword and strode towards the staircase leading to the rooftop. Zhou Shueter's eyes brightened, and she hurried to follow him. The rooftop of the Zhou residence was an expansive observation platform. The night breeze was cool, gently stirring their garments and hair. Below them lay a slumbering city adorned with lights, while above, the vast expanse of stars twinkled. Lin Yang casually inserted the hefty Aganzo Ronin sword into the crevice of the rooftop bricks, its blade glistening coldly under the moonlight. He seated himself cross-legged, using the moonlight to study the Wuji sword chi. Zhou Shueter sat beside him, her chin resting in her hands, watching him with curiosity. So what do you think? Can you understand it? Is it profound? Lin Yang did not respond. He had fully immersed himself in the enigmatic realms described within the booklet. With a focused mind, he conjured the essence of thought into sharpness, transcending the notions of self and sword, leaving only a singular thought. The words seemed to possess a certain enchantment, subtly resonating with the vast reservoir of mental energy within him. He endeavored to follow the booklet's guidance, casting aside distractions and consolidating his focus. As time passed, Zhou Shueter observed Lin Yang with closed eyes, seemingly enveloped in a faint, indescribable aura of sharpness, and dared not to interrupt. Suddenly, Lin Yang opened his eyes. He remained seated, forming his fingers into a sword and lightly slicing through the air before him. Swish! A faint, nearly transparent stream of energy, accompanied by a sharp sound as it sliced through the air, shot forth from his fingertips. The energy flew 7 or 8 meters before gradually dissipating into the atmosphere. Did it work? Zhou Shueter exclaimed in delight, her beautiful eyes sparkling. You've already cultivated sword chi so quickly. Chapter 32, Forbidden Spell, Breath of the Sword God. Lin Yang regarded his fingertips, feeling the momentary fusion of mental and magical energies. The delicate sensation of the energy slicing through the air sparked a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. This Wuji sword chi was indeed extraordinary. Its essence rooted in the ultimate control of thought and energy. In a certain sense, it bore resemblance to the way a spellcaster harnessed the power of laws through formidable mental strength. Although its power paled in comparison to that of forbidden spells, its technique and precise control over energy provided him with a wholly new experience and enhancement. This is intriguing, Lin Yang mused, a faint smile gracing his lips. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. The Aganzo Ronin sword, which he had propped nearby, seemed to resonate with something, its blade suddenly glowing with an icy brilliance. A cold, yearning intent coursed through the hilt and into Lin Yang's grasp. Simultaneously, the vast mental energy within him surged as if drawn by an unseen force, rushing toward the very core of the sword intent he had just attempted to consolidate. Buzz! The Wuji sword chi booklet in Lin Yang's hands began to flutter without wind, flipping to the last blank page with a rustle. The faint trace of sword chi that had just dissipated seemed imprinted by an invisible force. Even more astonishingly, the cold, mechanical voice of the system in his mind, seemingly overridden by a higher authority, resonated with a distorted frequency. Ding! Detected a high compatibility of the intent energy vessel, Aganzo Ronin sword, and the special mental guidance method, Wuji sword chi, producing profound resonance. Mental force of law level intervened. Forced fusion. Forced elevation. New forbidden spell being generated. Forbidden spell name. Breath of the Sword God, LV1. Effect. Wield weapons with supreme mental will. Drawing upon the destructive energy lingering in the heavens and earth to unleash an absolute sword chi that bypasses defenses. Range and power increase with level. Requires a vast amount of mental energy for release. Warning. This forbidden spell is extremely dangerous. Use with caution. Lin Yang gazed at the ominous runes that had materialized on the booklet, shaped from the distorted trace of sword chi he had just manifested, emanating an aura of terrifying destruction. He felt the torrent of information flooding his mind from the cold prompt, as well as the excited hum emanating from the long sword in his hand, akin to a ravenous beast awakening. He fell silent. Zhou Shuer watched as Lin Yang suddenly froze, the booklet fluttering without wind, and the massive sword inexplicably glowing and humming. She anxiously grasped his arm. Lin Yang? What's wrong? Are you all right? Under the moonlight, Lin Yang slowly lifted his head, his gaze as deep as an unfathomable abyss. He looked at the worried Zhou Shuer, then down at the booklet in his hands and the excited, humming sword beside him, ultimately exhaling a long, slow breath. It's nothing. His voice was somewhat hoarse, imbued with an indescribable quality, as if he had inadvertently transformed the Wuji sword chi into something else entirely. He paused, glancing at the foreboding runes on the booklet, and added, well, it's probably at the level of a forbidden spell. Meanwhile, in the shadows of a distant hill near the Zhou residence, a high-powered telescope was silently retracted. Bai Yi lowered the telescope, the warm smile on his face long gone, replaced by profound shock and an uncontrollable fervor of greed. The fluctuations of the laws were so pure, he murmured softly, a frenzied light flickering in his eyes. The primordial egg truly resides within him. He is capable of manipulating the laws. It must be obtained, at any cost. He swiftly seized the encrypted communicator, his voice cold and urgent. The target has been confirmed, its value far exceeding expectations. Initiate the contingency plan. Remember, I want him alive. The night wind wailed, as if heralding an even greater storm about to sweep through this coastal mansion. As the scent of blood wafted into the Zhou family estate, Lin Yang was seated cross-legged atop the eaves of the main building. A tendril of azure energy silently swirled at his fingertips, turning the very air of the estate into his senses. The wind barrier unfurled, delicate elemental tendrils sweeping over every blade of grass. 17. No, 21. Lin Yang's eyes snapped open, his voice like cold iron crashing into the communicator of the guard below. 3 at the east wall, 7 in the west corridor, 11 on the back mountain path. All are formidable adversaries. Almost simultaneously, a piercing alarm ripped through the night sky. The Zhou family's trained bodyguards leaped from their cover like leopards, but the assailants were far too swift. Shadows, ghostly and fleeting, sliced through the web of light, severed limbs mingling with a rain of blood upon the ground. Shuer, Zhou Tianhao burst through the bedroom door. His nightclothes were open, his eyes devoid of sleep, filled only with anxiety. The old butler, drenched in blood, rushed in. Master, we must leave. Before the words had left his lips, a ghostly green bone blade pierced through his chest. The old man clung desperately to the assassin's leg, his screams mingling with blood. I offer you my life in return. Lin Yang grasped Zhou Shuer, dashing through the corridor. The girl's ice blue nightgown was stained with blood, though it was not her own. Where's my father? She wrenched her hand from Lin Yang's grasp, her pupils aflame with icy fury. The back courtyard. Lin Yang deftly snatched an arrow tipped with poison aimed at her, countering with a throw. As the blood burst forth from the assassin's throat, a colossal sword thrummed ominously in his other hand. In the moonlit archway of the back courtyard, Zhou Tianhao leaned against a rockery, gasping for breath. Beneath him lay 4 bodyguards, each with a scorpion-tailed dart embedded in their throats. Father! Zhou Shuer cried out, rushing over. Zhou Tianhao wiped the blood from his face, offering a bitter smile towards Lin Yang. I anticipated Bai Ye's move, but I did not expect it to come so swiftly. Before he could finish, shadows emerged silently from the stone hill, the bamboo grove, and the surface of the pond. 3 squads formed an iron barrel formation, with Bai Yi stepping through the blood-soaked ground, casually toying with a scorpion-tailed dart. Mr. Zhou, Bai Yi chuckled lightly, though his gaze, like that of a venomous serpent, ensnared the sword cradled in Lin Yang's arms. The script for tonight demanded he suddenly wave his hand, leave no survivors. The pressure of a level 50 assassin surged forth like a tsunami. The last of the Zhou family's bodyguards had just raised his arm shield when he, along with the shield, was cleaved in 2 by a phantasmal figure. As the blood mist splattered onto Zhou Shuer's face, she sensed Lin Yang's grip on the sword tighten abruptly. The scorpion-tailed dart in Bai Ye's hand transformed into a silver arc, mocking Lin Yang, a waste of an F grade. And yet you dare grasp the primordial egg? He stepped forward, the weight of his level 50 presence causing stones to crumble beneath him. The treasure your parents exchanged their lives for holds no value in the hands of a fool. Hand it over, and I shall leave your corpse intact. Alternatively, assist me in slaying Zhou Tianhao, and I might spare your life as a mere dog. Lin Yang remained silent, taking a resolute step forward, the colossal sword embedding itself into the bluestone slab. The broad blade resembled an iron door, completely shielding Zhou Shui'er behind him. Chapter 33. A neck slit at the slightest disagreement. Seeking death. The malice in Bai Ye's eyes surged. 3 phantasmal figures solidified behind him. The elite assassins of the shadows Fong lunged at Lin Yang, the scythe aiming for his neck, a poison needle piercing towards his heart, and bone chains constricting around his legs. Threefold killing intent sealed all routes of retreat. Lin Yang. Zhou Shui'er shot forth an ice spear, but it was shattered by a ghostly scorpion tail shadow, just as the poison needle was about to pierce Lin Yang's back. Buzz. 4 divine lights tore through the night, crashing down upon Lin Yang's back like celestial pillars. The moment the Ice Queen's phantom materialized to the left, the blood mist in the entire courtyard froze into ice shards that exploded. Her crystal blue eyes locked onto the scythe-wielding assassin, halting his charge as frost rapidly spread up his ankles. To the right, the blazing goddess with fiery red hair swept forward, and the poison needle in the assassin's hand melted into molten iron before it even reached Lin Yang's back. The assassin howled in agony, his entire arm charred to a crisp. The hurricane goddess, her emerald hair dancing wildly behind her, severed the bone chains constricting Lin Yang's legs as if they were mere tofu. The chain-wielding assassin's hand splintered, stumbling back. Behind Lin Yang, the Earth Mother's phantom cradled her arms, radiating a robust golden light like a massive shield. Lin Yang's attributes surged instantly. Without the projection, he could only receive half the attribute boost. Only when the Earth Mother's projection appeared could Lin Yang's attributes receive their full enhancement. The manifestation of the forbidden spell? This is impossible. Bai Ye's sinister grin froze in an instant, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. He understood all too well what this meant. For a forbidden spellcaster to burn their life force to unleash a single forbidden spell is a miracle. Yet this monster has summoned 4 goddesses simultaneously. Didn't you want the egg? Lin Yang finally spoke. His bloodstained hand slammed down on the sword's hilt. Come and take it. Lin Yang swung the colossal sword, not towards the enemy, but down upon the ground with tremendous force. The moment the sword's edge touched the bluestone slab, the Ice Queen and Earth Mother's phantoms raised their hands in unison. Boom! At the sword's tip as the epicenter, a frost-white ice ring and a tan shockwave erupted in concentric circles. Where the ice ring passed, the blood scorpion assassin's lower legs froze to the ground. The shockwave surged forth, the frozen ground heaving like waves, erupting. Severed limbs and shattered stones flew through the air, screams and bone-cracking sounds intertwining. In the instant Bai Yi faced the oncoming ice shockwave, he tore open a blood-red scroll, a flash of crimson light passing by. He retreated 10 paces. His previous position transformed into a pit filled with ice spikes. His pristine white trousers were shredded by the ice blades, his shins bleeding profusely, elegance shattered. I underestimated you. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze burning with the fervor of one who has discovered a rare treasure. You can withstand the backlash of a forbidden spell. The primordial egg is indeed within you. Unfortunately, you have still been afflicted by my scorpion venom. The scorpion's poison invades the heart. Even deities cannot save you. If you are wise, hand over the primordial egg quickly. Bai Yi cackled maliciously. Lin Yang looked down. The scarlet curse had climbed to his shoulder, gnawing at his heart like a venomous snake. Zhou Shui'er, behind him, covered her mouth tightly, tears rolling down her ice-blue pupils. Lin Yang's lips curled into a fierce, nearly mad arc. Is that so? We shall see. Before the words had left his mouth, under the horrified gaze of everyone, he casually yet decisively drew a deep slice across his own throat. Slicing. The sound of flesh parting was particularly clear in the suffocating silence. The bloodline instantly blossomed on the slender neck of the youth. Thick, scalding blood gushed forth like a flood breaking free from its dam, wildly splattering everywhere. It stained Zhou Shui'er's ice-blue gown, and also dyed Zhou Tianhao's pupils, which contracted in an instant. Lin Yang. Zhou Shui'er's scream rent the night sky. She stumbled forward, her ice-blue pupils reflecting the image of the youth collapsing. Reflecting the grotesque, blood-gushing wound on his neck, the world around her crumbled in an instant. Lin Yang, you. Zhou Tianhao's eyes widened with fury. He simply could not comprehend. A plea for mercy, even in the depths of despair. How could one choose silence and take their own life without a word? What in the name of all that is sacred is this madness? Bai Yi's maniacal laughter froze, morphing into pure, bewildered absurdity. It was as if he too had been stunned by this sudden act of self-destruction. You. What the hell? Bai Yi's throat emitted strangled sounds, as though it were being choked. Just as Zhou Shui'er was about to lunge towards Lin Yang, her icy fingers nearly brushing against the lifeless body, the corpse on the ground jerked violently. Immediately, before Zhou Shui'er's tear-filled, frozen gaze, and under the horrified expressions of Zhou Tianhao and Bai Yi, Lin Yang sat upright from the ground. His movements were stiff, akin to a marionette jerked by strings. The horrific wound on his neck, deep enough to reveal bone, began to writhe and heal at a visible pace. Tender new flesh intertwined and covered the wound as if it were alive, and in the blink of an eye, his skin was smooth and flawless once more, leaving only a faint, nearly imperceptible pink scar. Lin Yang? Zhou Shui'er knelt beside him, her fingers trembling as she reached for his neck, only to retract suddenly. Her voice quivered uncontrollably. Why, you're all right? You. Lin Yang did not glance at her. He merely turned his neck slowly, producing a faint cracking sound. His complexion was as pale as parchment, his lips devoid of color, emanating an aura of profound weakness, akin to someone recovering from a grave illness. Then, amidst the eerie silence, under the astonished gazes of all present, he casually raised the hand that had just drawn across his neck, rubbing his thumb and middle finger together. Snap! A crisp, casual sound echoed. Buzz! The space shimmered with soft, vibrant emerald ripples. The ethereal figure composed entirely of pure life energy began to coalesce beside Lin Yang once more. She possessed a face that defied description, pure and youthful. Her emerald locks cascaded like the tenderest willow branches of early spring, the tips adorned with twinkling starlight. Draped in a gown woven from vines and blossoms, her exposed skin glistened like the finest jade, radiating a warm glow. Her eyes, resembling serene emerald lakes, gazed tenderly at Lin Yang, exuding an otherworldly compassion and affection. Then, under Zhou Shui'er's suddenly widened ice-blue eyes, and amidst the jaw-dropping expressions of Zhou Tianhao and Bai Yi, the goddess leaned down, naturally and gently pressing her lips against Lin Yang's. It was a pure, sacred kiss. There was no hint of desire, only an overwhelming force of life's essence, like the most pristine spring water. It surged into Lin Yang's body in an instant. Buzz. Chapter 34. He die, I can't sleep. Lin Yang's injuries evaporated like morning dew under the scorching sun, disappearing in an instant. His pallid complexion transformed into a vibrant, healthy hue, his cracked lips regained their fullness. Even the energy expended in battle was instantly replenished. He felt as if he were thoroughly cleansed and refined, his state restored to its peak, even stronger than before. Zhou Shui'er watched in awe, particularly as she witnessed the goddess's lips make intimate contact with Lin Yang's neck. A wave of inexplicable bitterness surged within her heart. She instinctively clenched her fists. Although she understood that this was a manifestation of a forbidden spell, a display of power, she still felt a profound sense of discomfort. The most outrageous part was that after the kiss, the goddess even cast a glance at her, raising an eyebrow. What the hell? Zhou Tianhao's mouth hung agape, capable of holding an egg, as his worldview shattered and was remade repeatedly. Bai Yi appeared as though struck by lightning, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. His expression shifted from shock to horror, culminating in a near collapse of bewilderment. He gazed at the boy who, just a second ago, had committed suicide, and in the next moment, was revived to full strength by the goddess's kiss. He felt as though decades of life experience and understanding of power had become a joke in an instant. All right. Lin Yang stretched his limbs, emitting a series of light cracks, feeling better than ever. He cast a calm gaze over Bai Yi, then upon Zhou Tianhao and Zhou Shui'er. Now, it was time to settle the score. He raised his head, his eyes sharp as a drawn sword, piercing directly at Bai Yi. Lin Yang, the Shadow Fang will hunt you to the ends of the earth. Bai Yi, amidst his maniacal laughter, crushed a teleportation scroll, and the spatial ripples swiftly engulfed him. Want to escape? Lin Yang's voice was colder than the night breeze. Bai Yi's menacing words were abruptly silenced. Snap! A sharp sound that tore through the fabric of space erupted. Buzz! Behind Lin Yang, the ethereal figure of the goddess of time appeared dramatically, her silver hair swirling. The enormous clock behind her spinning wildly. An invisible time-stopping field instantly enveloped the area within 100 meters. Falling leaves, splattered droplets of blood, and Bai Yi's frozen, sinister grin, all was suspended in time. Only Lin Yang. His figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, tearing through the stillness. The massive sword in his hand trailed the remnants of blood, aimed directly at Bai Yi's neck, exposed outside the teleportation glow. In the next moment, a strange occurrence unfolded. The sword's edge, poised to strike, inexplicably appeared on the opposite side of Bai Yi's neck. As if that moment of decapitation had been erased from existence. Time resumed. Ugh! Bai Yi felt a searing pain in his neck. A chilling grip of death seized his heart. The ancient silver-gray bracelet on his wrist shattered, disintegrating into dust. The joke of the god of time. Legend. Single-use item. Skips time when receiving fatal damage. Bai Yi clutched his bleeding neck, gazing in horror at Lin Yang standing not far away. As if he were staring at a demon emerging from the abyss. What just happened? The life-saving trump card he had acquired at a staggering price was forced out by a mere snap of fingers. The source egg was terrifying beyond belief. Greed swiftly eclipsed his fear, and his eyes ignited with a fervent, twisted light. Lin Yang. We shall meet again. The beam of teleportation completely engulfed him, leaving only the echo of his serpentine hiss lingering in the bloody night breeze. Alas, he escaped again. Zhou Tianhao, supported by his shattered mechanical arm, spoke in a hoarse, exhausted voice. A formidable enemy's retreat leaves endless repercussions. Dad, we are still alive. Zhou Shui'er assisted her father, yet her ice-blue eyes remained fixated on Lin Yang. filled with relief after surviving a calamity. Lin Yang did not turn back. He lowered his gaze, observing the still fresh pool of blood belonging to Bai Yi on the ground. His fingertips unconsciously tapping against the blood-stained hilt of his sword. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was faint, yet it resonated like a death knell in Zhou Tianhao's heart. No. Lin Yang raised his head, the moonlight illuminating the swirling, almost tangible killing intent in his eyes. He must die today. Otherwise, I cannot sleep. His voice was calm, yet imbued with the chilling essence that freezes the soul. Zhou Tianhao and his daughter were taken aback in fright. Lin Yang suddenly turned, his gaze like lightning as it swept towards the 4 ethereal goddesses hovering behind him. He did not utter a word. A mere flicker of thought was sufficient. The Ice Queen raised her crystalline eyes slightly, her fingertips crystallizing as she pointed towards the northeastern night sky. The Flame Goddess, with her fiery hair cascading wildly, unleashed a silent conflagration in the northeastern direction. The Hurricane Goddess's azure locks danced violently, creating a visible vortex in the air. The Earth Mother's feet radiated golden light, the tremors of the earth directing towards the northeast. The 4 deities pointed in unison. Their target was set. Lin Yang, what are you planning to do? Zhou Shuer shrieked, fully aware of the implications. Pursuing alone? It would be akin to walking into a trap. Lin Yang offered no reply. He lightly tapped his toes, and the tempestuous winds coalesced beneath him, compressing into a powerful force. A cyan-white sonic ring flared to life. The air howled as it tore at the hem of his suit. To kill someone. His body began to levitate slowly, the night breeze tousling his hair and revealing his eyes, ablaze with a cold flame. Though his voice was somewhat muffled by the raging winds, each word was unmistakably clear. Go and return. Boom. The sonic boom erupted. Lin Yang transformed into a streak of azure meteor, streaking towards the northeast. Following the trajectory of Bai Yi's escape, hurtling forward with frenzied speed, leaving but a white afterimage upon the retina. Zhou Shuer's outstretched hand froze in midair. She gazed at the light that had vanished in an instant from the northeastern horizon, her ice-blue pupils reflecting the receding glow, her heart gripped tightly by an invisible hand. That lunatic, he is utterly insane. Zhou Tianhao observed his daughter's pale face, then cast a helpless glance at the empty northeastern sky. Meanwhile, 100 kilometers away to the northeast, above the clouds, the ripples of spatial transmission had just subsided, and Bai Yi stood on the deck of a high-speed, invisible airship, clutching his bleeding neck, still in shock. Quick, full speed, leave the airspace of Hua country. He bellowed into the communicator, his voice trembling with fear. Lin Yang's sword had imprinted a nightmare in his mind. Sir, the radar indicates a super high-energy source rapidly approaching from behind. Speed exceeds 7 Mach. The terrified voice of the pilot echoed within the cabin. What? Bai Yi lunged towards the viewport, his pupils constricting in horror. In the depths of the night sky, a blinding azure light was tearing through the clouds at a terrifying velocity. Like the eyes of death, it locked onto his airship with unyielding precision. The light grew nearer and more luminous. Dimly visible at its center was a figure wielding a sword. No! Bai Yi's scream was drowned out by the sudden eruption of the engine's roar and the piercing alarm. Lin Yang was coming. Chapter 35, The Mysterious Giant Claw. Saving the city. The azure light descended like a fallen sword of judgment, crashing violently against the fragile energy shield of the airship. The shield erupted in a blinding blue light, sustaining its defense for merely a second before shattering like a soap bubble. The airship trembled violently, alarms blaring in a cacophony. Bai Yi was slammed against the cold alloy wall by the immense inertia, stars exploding in his vision. Struggling, he crawled towards the control panel, his fingers trembling as they pressed a crimson button. Self-destruct sequence. Trying to take us both down? Too late. A chilling voice, like a specter, penetrated the metallic walls. Resonating directly in his ear, Bai Yi turned in disbelief. He beheld Lin Yang's figure, now having inexplicably passed through the wall, floating eerily in the distorted cabin. The enormous sword in his hand hummed ominously, its tip aimed directly at Bai Yi. The winds howled outside, tearing the airship apart like a fragile vessel in a tempest. Lin Yang's eyes bore no emotion, only an unadulterated intent to kill. This must come to an end. Speak. What is the truth regarding the origin egg and the death of my parents? His wrist flicked, and the sword's edge cleaved through the air, carrying with it the chilling essence that freezes the soul, aimed straight at Bai Yi's heart. Just as the tip was about to pierce its target, a sudden rift, as dark as ink and crackling with ominous purple lightning, tore open behind Bai Yi without warning. Emerging from the rift was not emptiness, but a tempest imbued with darkness and the stench of blood. An overwhelming presence, far exceeding Bai Yi's own terror, stirred as if an ancient beast was awakening from slumber, slowly opening its cold, vertical eye. A grotesque claw, covered in dark red scales and entwined with chains, suddenly thrust forth from the rift. It bore the annihilating aura of destruction, lunging forward with ferocity. The target was not Bai Yi, but Lin Yang. Sir, save me. At that moment, the sword's tip was merely 3 inches from Bai Yi's heart. Yet the dark red claw, emerging from the spatial rift, struck first. The claw, with its magma-like patterned scales, lunged at Lin Yang, its searing winds instantly melting through his suit. Damn! Lin Yang's pupils dilated. At least an 80-level pressure. Pure destruction. He spun, pivoting his body, transforming the thrust of his sword into a sweeping arc. Behind him, the void twisted, and a silhouette descended, shattering the starlight. The figure had black hair, tied neatly into a ponytail, with a handsome visage and a calm demeanor that exuded steadiness. He donned traditional attire in shades of red and black, his hands wrapped in white cloth, wielding a branch like a sword, exuding an air of carefree elegance. It was none other than the legendary sword god, Liang Yu's ethereal form. He wielded the branch as a sword and, in synchrony with Lin Yang's movement, slashed at the void ahead. Buzz! The blade erupted with a clarion call that could split heaven and earth. An invisible yet tangible sword chi surged forth, causing the very space to lament. Where the sword chi passed, the airship's alloy walls silently disintegrated, cleaving through the giant claw's wrist bones. Roar! A pained howl echoed from the depths of the rift. The sword chi penetrated 3 inches into the claw's armor. Dark golden blood splattered like molten lava. The giant claw recoiled in agony, but its chain-like fingers ensnared by Yi's waist like a viper. Help! Lin Yang's cry was barely uttered when the 4 goddess figures tore through the fabric of space. The Ice Queen's absolute zero. The Flame Goddess's world-burning flames. The Hurricane Goddess's dimensional wind blades. The God of Time's time stop. The 4 potent spells simultaneously struck the chains ensnaring by Yi. Clang! Sparks erupted like a starburst. The chains remained unmoved, their surface crackling with purple lightning, devouring the power of the 4 combined spells, annihilating it entirely. Seizing the opportunity, the giant claw violently retracted, dragging Bai Yi into the swiftly closing spatial rift. Damn it! Lin Yang lunged toward the edge of the rift, grasping only a breath of searing air. He turned sharply, finding the 4 goddess figures exchanging glances. The Ice Queen's crystalline eyes were uncharacteristically grave. The Flame Goddess's red hair swirled without wind. The Hurricane Goddess's surrounding air currents were chaotic. The Earth Mother's golden light flickered. All 4 deities simultaneously mouthed the same words to Lin Yang. Hurry, leave. Warning. Core furnace overload. Self-destruct sequence in final stage. The piercing electronic voice tore through the air. The myriad lights of a city below were now clearly visible. The out-of-control airship rolled violently, carrying the explosive energy core, plummeting towards the city like a fallen star. Bloodshot veins erupted in Lin Yang's eyes. There was no time left. He leapt and shattered the warped hull, suspended in the sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The fierce winds tore at his tattered suit, and below him lay a city on the brink of being engulfed in flames. Damn it! He cursed under his breath. His bloodied hands clasped together in desperation. The void above trembled violently, for ethereal images of goddesses, which had just dissipated, were forcibly summoned once more. Get to work! Lin Yang bellowed. His mental energy surged forth like a raging torrent. With a blast, the Ice Queen's apparition pressed down with both hands. Instantly, the clouds below crystallized into a colossal ice shield spanning several kilometers. The moment the ice shield appeared, it was riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. Boom! The Flame Goddess's apparition followed closely behind. The incinerating flames ceased their assault, transforming instead into countless crimson tendrils, akin to the most intricate net, instantly ensnaring the tumbling hull of the airship. The flames scorched the hull fiercely, attempting to melt and vaporize it in midair. Sizzle! The Wind Goddess's apparition, with her azure hair billowing, unleashed a tempestuous gale. The furious currents shifted from cutting to forming numerous supple blue tornadoes, resembling gigantic hands that cradled the edges of the ice shield, absorbing the impact of the descent. The Mother Earth Goddess's blessing had yet to reach level 2. Aside from bestowing Lin Yang with her blessing, she could do little more. Crack! Boom! The wreckage of the airship, engulfed in flames, collided violently against the ice shield. The shield shattered. The flames extinguished. The winds dispersed. The airship was simply too massive. The ice shield could only hold for mere seconds before it exploded into a sky full of ice shards. The severely weakened wreckage broke through the tornado net, trailing smoke and fire, akin to a dying beast, continuing its descent towards the city. In a critical moment, Lin Yang's pupils shrank to pinpricks. He bit down hard on his tongue, unleashing a torrent of mental energy. Stop it! Buzz! Behind him, the Time Goddess's apparition appeared with unprecedented clarity. No longer in a JoJo pose, she pressed her hands firmly against the spinning clock image behind her head. The clock emitted a groan under the strain. Its hands forcibly stuck. Time froze. The descending wreckage, the exploding flames, the flying debris, all bizarrely hovered for an instant. Less than 100 meters from the city's tallest building. Just for a fleeting moment. Poof! Lin Yang felt as if struck by a heavy blow, blood gushing forth. Forcing such a colossal object to halt was like a 1,000-pound hammer crashing down upon his very soul. The backlash from using a forbidden spell beyond his level was overwhelming. The Time Goddess's apparition dimmed and dissipated in an instant. But that moment was sufficient. Boom! The wreckage of the airship, stripped of its final momentum, was shattered by Lin Yang's sword-like breath. He then used the winds to blow it horizontally far away. The wreckage tumbled, crushing a deserted factory on the outskirts, sending up clouds of dust and flames that obscured the sky. The shockwave swept across the city, shattering the glass of high-rise buildings, yet no structures collapsed. Nor were there civilian casualties. He had succeeded. Lin Yang hung in midair, his complexion as pale as gold leaf. Chapter 36. The Special Investigation Team of the National Security Bureau. The flames from the airship wreckage painted half the sky crimson. As the last piece of burning alloy was doused by freezing gel, four figures emerged like phantoms atop the twisted metallic hill. At the forefront stood a towering man clad in unmarked black combat attire. His exposed arms were rippled with muscles like steel bars, his skin glistening with a metallic sheen. He was a level 50 Steel Shield warrior, the captain of the National Security Bureau's Special Investigation Team, codenamed Iron Mountain. He ground the toe of his boot against the molten alloy beneath him, bearing the insignia of the Universe Group. Having just received intelligence, he knew that this shell concealed the Shadow's fawn. Beside him stood a tall, slender youth wearing gold-rimmed glasses and holding a tactical tablet, his fingers tracing ghostly trails on the screen. He was a level 45 hacker, codenamed Hacker. Without lifting his head, he remarked, confirmed from abroad. The Universe Group is the eyes of the Shadow's Fong and Limai. Trouble arose just as they made contact. How convenient. Seal off Universe headquarters. Let not a single cockroach escape. Iron Mountain's voice rumbled like distant thunder. He gazed upward toward a void point in the sky, then shifted his attention to the trajectory of the wreckage and the massive impact crater at its center. In his mind, he instantaneously constructed a model, a 100-meter steel behemoth, laden with an energy core, plummeting towards the city center in freefall. Yet at the last moment, it was forcibly diverted from its path by an unimaginable force. Flung into this desolate outskirts, Captain, called out a level 48 shadow hunter clad in tight leather armor, her waist bristling with throwing knives. She was crouched by the largest piece of twisted hull, her fingertips tracing the grotesque scars upon it. The ice erosion exceeded half a meter, with instantaneous temperatures approaching absolute zero. The flames had melted through, rendering the temperature incalculable. And these slicing marks, she traced a smooth, mirror-like incision, indicative of a spatial ability. A level 46 holy word priest, garbed in white robes and wielding a luminous staff, closed his eyes to sense for a moment, his face paling. The residual energy field is too chaotic. Ice, fire, wind, earth, even time. At least a fully equipped legendary team of level 60 or above could have left such a battlefield. Silence enveloped the scene. Only the night wind whispered through the scorched earth. Iron Mountain crouched down, picking up a piece of charred alloy fragment, his fingers exerting pressure. Creak. With a teeth-grinding metallic groan, the fragment crumpled into a ball of scrap iron in his palm. Investigate. He released his grip. The scrap clattering to the ground with a dull thud, the sound chillingly hollow. Dig deep for everyone who has had dealings with the Universe Group recently. Leave no stone unturned. The next day, the Zhou Manor was permeated with the mingled sense of disinfectant and burnt remnants. Iron Mountain sat in the living room, still stained with blood that had yet to be cleaned, accompanied by the hacker and the holy word priest, Dove. Mr. Zhou. Iron Mountain wasted no time. His metallic gaze locking onto Zhou Tianhao. Bai Yi from Universe had his last interaction with you before his disappearance last night. There was an incident at the auction. He sent people to attack your entire Zhou family. This indeed occurred, correct? Zhou Tianhao leisurely poured tea, unfazed as droplets splattered onto the precious carpet. Bai Yi? Not familiar. Disputes over auction items are common in business. As for the attack, he spread his hands, feigning innocence. Do I look like someone involved? Our Zhou family is blessed with great fortune. Blessed with great fortune? Dove interjected, her voice imbued with a sanctified clarity. The Zhou family's registered guards number 47, last night. 46 confirmed dead. Among them, 3 were professionals above level 45. She turned her gaze toward Zhou Tianhao. Mr. Zhou, you are a level 30 merchant, with no combat skills. And Miss Zhou, you are a level 9 winter mage. Pray tell, what kind of fortune allows the two of you to escape unscathed, sustaining only the loss of your bodyguards, amidst an assault by over 50 elite assassins? The atmosphere froze instantaneously. The hacker's tablet emitted a faint whir of computations. Zhou Tianhao raised his teacup, taking a delicate sip. He lifted his head, the smooth smile of a businessman evaporating, replaced by a calmness forged in the crucible of blood and fire, sharp as a blade. This young lady. His voice was not loud, yet it sliced through the air like a dull knife cutting through iron. Are you implying that I, Zhou Tianhao, and my daughter, should have perished here last night? He rose to his feet, an invisible aura of oppression causing the very air to thicken. How should I articulate this? He stood before Bai Gu, towering over her, his breath laden with the acrid scent of gunpowder nearly brushing against the girl's face. Or perhaps you would prefer to hear how I, through the lavish distribution of wealth, managed to sway 2 of Bai Ye's teams to turn against their own at the last moment, ultimately leading to their own demise? Every word carefully avoided mentioning Lin Yang. each sentence riddled with flaws, yet forcefully unassailable. Bai Ge's complexion paled, the glow of her holy light staff flickering unsteadily. Taishan placed a hand on her shoulder, his voice steady. Mr. Zhou, we are solely here to uncover the truth. The Huanyu group has vanished overnight. Bai Ye's whereabouts remain unknown, and the disturbances from last night have already stirred the capital. The truth? Zhou Tianhao scoffed. The truth is that there are lawless scoundrels intent on exterminating my entire family. Heaven has opened its eyes and prevented them from succeeding. As for the rest, he settled back onto the sofa, lifting his teacup and blowing gently on the foam. I know nothing. Taishan scrutinized him for a full 10 seconds before slowly rising. I apologize for the interruption. He turned and departed with his team. The moment the estate's gate closed, Zhou Tianhao's hand holding the teacup trembled imperceptibly. The scalding tea splashed onto the back of his hand, yet he remained oblivious. He gazed at the tightly shut door of his daughter's room on the second floor, then cast his eyes towards the northeastern sky, which had long since regained its tranquility. Deep within his eyes, an unfathomable worry surged. Lin Yang had managed to even alarm the national security. In the temporary command center of the investigation team, a hacker projected a report onto the screen. The conclusions were staggering. An analysis of the residual energy spectrum from the battlefield, the power core overload data of the airship, and the trajectory deviation model pointed to a singular entity. The preliminary judgment indicated that the force responsible for altering the airship's descent trajectory and triggering a super-specified energy reaction was at least of the forbidden spell level. What? Forbidden spell level? Taishan fixated on the energy fluctuations displayed on the screen, his fists cracking ominously. Chief, a communications officer abruptly lifted his head. We've just intercepted a fragment of an encrypted frequency. It's from just before the airship's crash. Only 2 words echoed repeatedly. The speaker emitted a distorted yet intensely terrifying scream. Lin Yang. Lin Yang. Lin Yang. The tension in the command center was palpable. Taishan slowly raised his gaze, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the document labeled with the Zhou Group's security consultant. In the file photo, a youth clad in an impeccably tailored black suit displayed a calm demeanor. Lin Yang. Taishan's voice emerged as if squeezed from between rusted teeth, laced with a metallic tang of blood. Find him. Immediately. Right now? Chapter 37. The embers of the flame that consumed the world. The slats of the conference room blinds filtered in a ghastly light, dust particles floating within the beam. Lin Yang unconsciously rubbed the edge of a disposable cup. The hot water long since cooled. The man opposite him, dressed in a black uniform, slid a stack of photographs across the table. Images of a burning building in a tenement, the smoldering impact site of the airship, and a mushroom cloud rising from a suburban factory. Each photograph bore a blood-red confidential stamp. Lin Yang, care to explain? The man's voice resembled a rusty bearing, his knuckles rapping against the topmost aerial shot. The interwoven traces of an ice crystal giant shield and a chain of crimson flames were vividly visible on the satellite image. Acts of heroism. Lin Yang attempted a faint smile, crumpling the paper cup in his grip. I cannot simply stand by and watch hundreds of thousands become charred flesh, can I? Acts of heroism to the extent of utilizing forbidden spells 5 or 6 times. And yet you are still alive? You can circumvent the side effects of releasing forbidden spells? The captain's sudden remark pierced through the air, his eagle-like gaze locking onto Lin Yang. The paper cup in Lin Yang's palm was completely crushed. Cold water splashed onto the table. He lifted his gaze, a chill flickering deep within his pupils. The captain's nape bristled, as if an unseen blade was pressed against his throat. Did you just harbor murderous intent towards me? The captain recoiled sharply, the legs of his chair screeching against the tile floor. It seems I was right. An eerie silence enveloped the space between them. A phone rang faintly outside the soundproof door, contrasting sharply with the stillness inside. Lin Yang released his grip, the damp paper wad rolling off the edge of the table. He leaned back against the chair, shadows engulfing the upper half of his face, leaving only the taut line of his jaw visible. Chenjun, codename Taishan. The captain suddenly revealed a name, the tense atmosphere slightly easing. The Long Yuan Special Operations Team specializes in tackling hard nuts like the Shadow's Tooth. He pushed another document across the table, filled with an intricate web of financial movements and encrypted communication records beneath the Huanyu Group's logo. Bai Yi was a major player, but unfortunately, he slipped away. As for you, Taishan gestured towards the satellite image. You saved half of Linghai City. But Long Yuan has no interest in rewarding heroes. He deftly retrieved a lead box from his inner pocket. The lid sprung open to reveal a palm-sized dark red scale resting on black velvet. The edges of the scale shimmered with a molten glow, a deep gash nearly cleaving it in two, the residual sword energy slightly distorting the air. Found at the scene, Taishan delicately lifted the scale with tweezers, the intense heat radiating from it turning the alloy tips a dark red. Do you recognize it? Lin Yang's gaze remained fixated on the scale. The thunderous roar of the airship's explosion, the sulphurous winds, and the giant claws tearing through space collided within his mind like fragmented images. He swallowed hard, his voice dry. That claw emerged from a spatial rift. The scale had endured a sword strike, only breaking 3 inches deep. Was it you who struck? Taishan's tweezers trembled slightly. Yes. Lin Yang uttered 2 words, akin to casting 2 ice shards, the owner of the claw, at least level 60 to 80. Taishan's attention lingered on the slowly smoking scorch mark, gradually setting the tweezers down. Do you know what this is? Lin Yang shook his head. The embers of the flame that consumed the world, the dragon scale of Selder. Even in its sealed state, it possessed nearly 100 levels of power. Taishan closed the lead box with a soft click that resonated like thunder. He retrieved a cigarette case, pulled one out, but did not light it. Instead, slowly crushing it between his fingers. The scent of tobacco mingled with the sulfuric aroma of the scales filled the air. It seems that the Shadow's tooth is preparing for something significant. The air conditioning in the conference room hissed, failing to disperse the sulfurous fragrance emanating from the lead box on the table. The tobacco in Taishan's fingers had been reduced to a fine powder. The heat of the scales mingling with the smoke, floating under the harsh white light. Long Yuan needs a swift blade, Taishan suddenly stated. His hawk-like eyes fixated on Lin Yang, a knife to carve through the dirty hands of the Shadow's tooth. Lin Yang silently ground his back molars. Join an official organization? With all its regulations and layers of reporting? Just the thought of it was suffocating. He did not even lift his eyelids. His fingertips tracing a deep line on the now cold paper cup. Not interested. I know you have your college entrance exams coming up. Taishan seemed to have anticipated his reaction. Lin Yang was taken aback. Taishan caught the flicker of emotion in his eyes, igniting a lighter and lighting a fresh cigarette for himself. The blue mist obscured his sharp features. You should study for your exams, eat, sleep, and pursue those lovely girls. He exhaled a smoke ring, but his tone suddenly darkened. After the exams, come to Long Yuan for a report. A document slid across the table, halting just beneath Lin Yang's gaze. The deep blue cover, embossed with the national emblem in gold, bore the inscription Special Talent Admission and Targeted Training Agreement. Party A, the Ministry of Education and the Long Yuan Special Task Force. The signature line for Party B remained blank. The college entrance examination was merely a formality. In the capital, the choice of schools was yours to make. Taishan flicked the ash from his cigarette, the remnants cascading into a porcelain cup inscribed with the motto Serve the People. Academic credits? The task report from Long Yuan was worth more than 10 SCI papers. Dormitory? You would be assigned a standalone building complete with a training ground. As for the diploma, he scoffed, as if dismissing a worthless piece of paper. Your presence would suffice for the certificate to materialize. Lin Yang refrained from touching the documents. Why? Why must it be me? Lin Yang raised his gaze, his eyes piercing through the smoke like a chisel. Can you trace the Ashen Lord, locate the fangs of shadows, yet lack enforcers? Taishan's hand, holding the cigarette, froze mid-air. He remained silent for a few seconds, then suddenly leaned forward, extracting a thin, almost transparent sealed envelope from beneath a lead box. The envelope was specially crafted, glimmering with a mercury-like sheen. He traced his fingertip across the opening, and the complex runes silently dissolved. Inside lay only a yellowed old photograph, its edges singed. The image depicted a young couple standing side by side before a glass wall of a laboratory. The man, clad in a white coat, wore a warm smile. The woman cradled a palm-sized egg, its surface swirling with a nebula-like chaotic luminescence. Lin Yang's breath hitched. Blood rushed to his eardrums, buzzing. The woman in the photograph bore an uncanny resemblance to the faded portrait etched in his memory. The primordial egg was not merely equipment. Taishan's voice resonated with the weight of an icy abyss. It was a key, a spark. He rapped his knuckles heavily on the photograph, the sound echoing in the still room. What your parents guarded with their lives was not just you. His gaze swept over Lin Yang's pupils, which had sharply contracted, landing on the deep blue agreement. What Long Yuan could offer you extended beyond a diploma. There were answers as well. The smiles of his parents were seared onto Lin Yang's retina like a branding iron. He abruptly reached out, seizing a cheap gel pen from the table. The pen tip hovered above the signature line for Party B, the ink coalescing into a heavy droplet at its tip. It was settled. His voice was hoarse as the pen tip descended, carving sharp strokes on the paper, as if inflicting a wound. We'll discuss it after the college entrance examination. Chapter 38, The Origins of the Primordial Egg. The sulfurous scent from the lead box mingled with the air conditioning, coalescing into a peculiar undercurrent between the two men. Lin Yang's fingertips still felt the plastic texture of the pen, akin to clutching a piece of ice. The matter of the primordial egg being within you is a closely guarded secret. Taishan extinguished his cigarette in the porcelain cup with a hissing sound. Focus solely on the college entrance examination. Remember to come to Long Yuan afterward. He exhaled a cloud of murky smoke, the grayish mist coiling like a serpent. Now, if you wish to inquire further, do so swiftly. Lin Yang leaned forward, his elbow pressing on the agreement. What is the egg, truly? How did my parents perish? And what are the fangs of shadows and the primordial egg? Taishan rubbed his stubbled chin. According to ancient texts, before it fell, Blue Star was remarkably pristine. No magical creatures, no dungeons, and certainly no class changers existed. He tapped his knuckles on the table, the rhythmic sound heavy with gravity, until one day. The sky split open. Behind the rift, 13 mythic nests descended like nails driven into our world. Along with the nests fell 13 primordial eggs. All other dungeons activated by the energies spilling from those 13 mythic nests. He paused, his hawk-like gaze fixated on Lin Yang. Even more bizarrely, Lan Yuan had probed the spatial anchor points for 30 years, only to discover that all the nests were interconnected. Interconnected? Lin Yang furrowed his brow. Yes. Connected to the other side of the door. Taizhan traced an imaginary line on the table with his cigarette, but, on the other side of the door, there likely existed a world teeming with living beings, where practitioners were as numerous as dogs. It could very well be two sides of the same mirror. He observed Lin Yang's pupils contract sharply, smirking as if he had guessed correctly. Another world? Wasn't he himself living proof of having traversed from another realm? Thus, what my parents left behind. Lin Yang's throat tightened. Was it one of the 13? It is possible. Taizhan flicked the ash from his cigarette. Regardless of where you hide it, ensure it is well concealed. His gaze swept over Lin Yang, urging him not to let anything slip, nor allow anyone to pry it open. Lin Yang forced a smile. Does the state not desire it? The state? A place is only deemed a state when it has its citizens. You could rescue half the city from the netherworld, and the state would acknowledge you. He leaned closer, his rough fingers pointing at Lin Yang's signature on the agreement. Once recognized, no one else could utilize it. Moreover, this was something your parents brought out with their lives. Thus, it rightfully belongs to you. Suddenly, a wave of scorching emotion surged unexpectedly up Lin Yang's throat. He turned away, the city's lights outside blurring momentarily in his vision. His voice was hoarse. Indeed, no matter where one goes, this place remains the Flower Kingdom. The Flower Kingdom? Taizhan mulled over the term, the warmth in his eyes fading swiftly. Including the one you possess, he raised 2 fingers. We now have a total of 2. 2. Lin Yang abruptly turned back. Who possesses the other? Classified. Taizhan revealed a sly grin. When the time is right for you to know, you'll naturally see it. Lin Yang scrutinized him for several seconds, his body gradually leaning back against the chair, as if shedding a 1,000-pound burden, yet simultaneously shackled by even heavier chains. So my parents, his voice trailed off, each word emerging as though extracted from icy waters. Taizhan sat upright, his shoulders forming rigid lines. He remained silent for a few seconds, then retrieved a polished metallic flask from his inner pocket. Twisting off the cap, the potent scent of low-quality liquor dispersed the sulphurous odor. He did not drink, but gently placed the flask beside the yellowed photograph of Lin Yang's parents. 10 years ago, beneath the Antarctic ice sheet, a primordial egg emerged. Keshan's voice resembled rusty gears grinding together. Nations grew envious, nearly tearing the ice sheet apart. Eventually, a regulation was established. Only those in white coats were permitted to study it, with joint international oversight. He pointed to the young couple in the photograph wearing laboratory coats. Your parents were among those who went. His fingertip traced the photograph's singed, curled edges, his tone turning icy. Later, the beautiful nation led the charge, accompanied by the little sun and the stick, sending a team of fangs of shadows disguised as researchers. Your parents were the last group to evacuate from the Ice Dome, a research station. The night before their evacuation, they intercepted the enemy's communication codes. Those scoundrels planned to massacre the research station on the day of their departure to seize the primordial egg. Taizhan took a swig from the flask, the burn stinging his eyes. That night, your parents vanished with the items. The fangs of Shadow's hounds pursued them for a full 17 days. From the ice cap to the icebreaker, from the Southern Ocean to Cape of Good Hope. After returning home, the beautiful nation led the charge in smearing their names internationally. They bore the burden alone, not wanting to burden the country. They met you hastily before stealthily exiting from Fuzhou. He set the flask down heavily. Locking eyes with Lin Yang, the state assured them not to worry, yet they still. In the end, their bodies were discovered abroad. Lin Yang's breath hitched. In the photograph, the gentle smiles of his parents pierced his heart like a burning needle, evoking a sharp pain that constricted his chest and made his throat ache with a bittersweet sorrow. No wonder, during their last encounter, they had exchanged so many words with him. Lin Yang's heart ached with nostalgia. They had not surrendered him. Lin Yang's voice trembled. Surrender? Taishan frowned, recalling the traitor within the ranks during that critical time. Ultimately, they chose to secretly place the burden upon your shoulders. He pointed at Lin Yang's heart, exclaiming that they had triumphed. The primordial egg has recognized its master. Leaning forward across the table, his gaze bore down on Lin Yang's face like a welding torch. I have no idea how the rats from the Shadow's tooth caught wind of you. But let me make it clear. Taishan slammed his fist down on the agreement, causing the lead box to hum ominously. Once you sign this document, you become a member of my Lan Yuan team. If anyone dares to lay a finger on you, I will raise their stronghold to the ground. Not even their ashes will remain. The meeting room was filled only with Taishan's heavy breathing and the monotonous whir of the air conditioning. Lin Yang lowered his gaze to the sharp signature on the agreement before lifting his eyes to the heavy night outside. The acrid scent of sulfur mingled with dust, creating an irritating tickle in his throat. Lin Yang withdrew his gaze from the northeastern horizon, tapping his fingertip on the deep blue agreement. His tone devoid of emotion. I will take the college entrance examination. He raised his eyes, fixing his gaze on Taishan's face with the intensity of a chisel, stating that other matters could wait until after the exams. Upon hearing this, Taishan's bloodshot eyes swept over Lin Yang's unnaturally calm face. Suddenly, he grinned, revealing his smoke-stained teeth. I reckon, with your abilities, you could pierce the heavens. How about considering an application to the Demon God Academy? Chapter 39, Gathering of Monsters. Demon God Academy. The mention of the Demon God Academy caused Lin Yang to raise an eyebrow, as if the name had pricked him. Isn't the best in Qingbei in the capital city? This demon god sounds like a case of adolescent delusion. Qingbei? Emoda? Taishan scoffed, dismissing the notion. Graduates from that place are geniuses, pillars of society, gilded screws, while the Demon God Academy. Huh, that's a sanctuary for prodigies. A gladiatorial arena for monsters. He tapped his rough finger against his temple. Qingbei tests intellect and talent, whereas the Demon God Academy. He locked eyes with Lin Yang, enunciating each word deliberately, seeking only the most exceptional of the exceptional. The glimmer of scattered ice within Lin Yang's eyes ignited at these words. The most exceptional of the exceptional? A gladiatorial arena for monsters? He licked his back teeth, feeling an exhilarating rush, tinged with the familiar taste of blood, surge up his spine. A place wilder than Qingbei and Emoda? Intriguing. Absolutely fascinating. Lin Yang leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table, the fabric of his tattered suit straining against the taut muscles of his forearms. Taishan observed the sudden surge of combativeness in the boy's eyes, akin to ice flames ignited. A genuine smile finally broke through his weathered face, reminiscent of an old wolf catching sight of newborn fangs. This is what I wanted. The Demon God Academy opens its doors only a crack each year, admitting no more than 10, each one a monster among monsters. My reputation holds weight elsewhere, but at the Demon God Academy, only fists matter, not faces. Want to enter? You'll have to fight your way in. He hoisted his suitcase and turned, the heavy military boots echoing on the dust-laden tiles with a creaking sound. As he reached the door, his hand rested on the doorknob, pausing momentarily without looking back. Kid, give me a reason to be proud. When the iron door swung open with a loud crash, Zhou Shuer swept in like a whirlwind of icy blue, flanked by 2 female officers who were nearly dragged along in her wake. Lin Yang. She instantly locked onto the young man at the table, her crystalline eyes ablaze with fury, icy tendrils forming uncontrollably at her fingertips. Are they tormenting you? Are they using you as a scapegoat? She abruptly turned, her ire directed at the towering Taishan. You can't catch the killer, so you pick on him like he is a soft persimmon? Lin Yang, don't be afraid. I'll find a lawyer. I'll sue you. Ahem. Taishan wasn't angered. Rather, he grinned, revealing his smoke-stained teeth. He weighed the heavy lead alloy suitcase in his hand and nodded toward Lin Yang. Kid, your girlfriend is quite formidable. Lin Yang didn't respond, but watched Zhou Shuer, whose temper flared, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of his lips. What girlfriend? Zhou Shuer, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, transformed from an angry ice phoenix into a blushing shrimp in an instant. Her cheeks flushed crimson, even the tips of her ears turning pink. She glanced anxiously at Lin Yang, then quickly averted her gaze, her voice dwindling to a whisper, the final words nearly lost in her mouth. I am not, of course. If he were to. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her skirt, the icy blue silk wrinkling under her grip. The sudden, earth-shattering contrast was enough to make even the rugged Taishan unable to contain his laughter. Ha ha ha. His boisterous laughter sent dust cascading from the ceiling, prompting the 2 female officers beside him, who were desperately maintaining their composure, to turn away, their shoulders shaking suspiciously. All right, girl. Taishan's laughter subsided. Yet a hint of warmth lingered in his gaze as he turned to Lin Yang, advising him to cherish this moment. He strode confidently towards the door, the heavy boots creaking against the tiles. Hand on the doorknob, he called back without turning. Kid, see you in the capital. At that moment, 3 heads in identical black training uniforms peeked through the door. 6 eyes, like searchlights, fixated on Lin Yang. The first on the left was a hacker, sporting black-framed glasses, his eyes wide with astonishment. Clutching a palm-sized detector, he whispered in disbelief. Holy cow. Boss, is this the new human nuclear bomb? The middle figure, the cool and elegant Lin Hongya, crossed her arms and scrutinized Lin Yang with her discerning phoenix eyes. She scanned from his tattered suit down to his dusty shoe tips, finally resting on his impassive face, sneering. Just a tender sprout. Boss, don't tell me you're pulling our leg? The figure on the right, Doves, revealed only half of her face, peeking at Lin Yang with a blush creeping up her cheeks. Hurry and scram. What are you staring at? Taishan's irritated voice echoed from the hallway, followed by the sound of heads being knocked. The 3 figures swiftly retreated. Outside the door, the hacker's exclamation, Lin Hongya's cold huff, and Dove's disgruntled muttering echoed as their footsteps faded away. Zhou Shuer's blush had yet to fully fade when the embarrassment from the person outside sent her stomping out. Lin Yang, her voice quivered. Lin Yang withdrew his gaze from the night. Turning his head, he offered Zhou Shuer a lazy yet familiar smile. Zhou Shuer, his voice was calm, laced with a barely perceptible tone of reassurance, as exams were approaching. Zhou Shuer was taken aback. Her tumultuous emotions abruptly paused, leaving her with a look of confusion. Huh? Lin Yang stretched lazily and said, "Let us head to the nest to level up." Level up? Zhou Xuan'er snapped back to reality, the frost in her eyes melting as if plunged into molten lava, transforming into bright, exuberant excitement. Sure, she almost replied without a second thought, as if whatever he suggested, even braving hell itself, she would willingly accompany him. But just then, as if recalling something, she cautiously pressed on with a hint of trepidation and concealed thoughts. "So, Lin Yang, have you decided where to report? The capital city?" The capital city." Lin Yang strode forward, his tall figure elongated in the moonlight, exuding an air of casual confidence. Zhou Xuan'er immediately fell in step behind him like a little tail, the sharp click of her high heels echoing against the broken stones. Her mind was already racing with plans, the usual aloofness of an S-class genius entirely dissipated. What remained was the awkward yet fervent concern of an 18-year-old girl. "The capital sounds great. Are you going to Qingbei? I'll ask my dad to open a branch office there in the next couple of days. We can donate a building to Qingbei as an initial goal and set up a special scholarship. That way, you'll definitely get in. The environment is good too. I'll arrange your accommodation." The more she spoke, the faster her words tumbled out, her cheeks flushed with excitement. The icy blue of her long hair bouncing with each step, resembling a little squirrel eager to present the finest acorns to its companion. She hadn't even considered whether Lin Yang needed such arrangements. Instinctively, she wished to offer him everything she deemed good. Clumsily attempting to clear any potential obstacles from his path, Lin Yang halted in his tracks. He turned around, the night breeze tousling the slightly disheveled strands of hair on his forehead, revealing his deep-set eyes, as profound as a cold pool. He gazed quietly at Zhou Xuan'er, the young lady from the Zhou family who could instantly transform from an icy queen to a garrulous girl for his sake. Observing the unreserved trust and fervor reflected in her eyes, this pure, burning sentiment felt like a searing iron, tightening around his heart, deepening the shadow that lingered within him. He could not, nor should he, drag her into this bottomless vortex. Xuan'er. Chapter 40. Preparing for the college entrance examination, encountering Zhao Kai again. Zhou Xuan'er was taken aback, staring blankly at Lin Yang. This was the first time he had called her Xuan'er. "I'm here." Those simple 2 words encompassed so much. He walked to the intersection, pausing once more, yet not turning back. The night wind billowed the edges of his tattered clothing, creating a rustling sound. After a few seconds of silence, he spoke in a tone devoid of emotion, almost casual, casting out a question he already knew the answer to, resembling an invitation. Or perhaps a silent rehearsal. "Do you want to go with me? You want to go with me?" Before Lin Yang could finish, Zhou Xuan'er interrupted eagerly. "I'll go. Wherever you go, I'll follow." Upon hearing this, Lin Yang's lips curled into a slight smile, one tinged with a hint of irreverence, yet harboring an indescribable meaning. He then slowly revealed the name that would draw attention from even the mountains. "We're going to the Demon God Academy." "Demon? Academy?" Zhou Xuan'er blinked, her long eyelashes fluttering like dancing butterfly wings. That name sounds like something a late-stage Chinibu would come up with. She instinctively critiqued. "I'll look into the background of this place as soon as I get back." Lin Yang's gaze fell upon her slightly clenched fists, the pale knuckles white from tension. He could discern the worry in her eyes. A fleeting, almost imperceptible pang of bitterness swept through him, too quick to grasp, soon overshadowed by a deeper resolve. Indeed, Lin Yang's tone was as relaxed as if discussing the weather, his silhouette appearing somewhat solitary beneath the moonlight. "The name is rather juvenile. I assent it." The cobblestone path stretched beneath their feet, the moonlight silently elongating their shadows, pulling them further apart. Initially distinct, one sturdy and one slender, they gradually blurred at the front, as if tentatively reaching out to touch one another. A week later, the Zhou family's new villa was bathed in the morning light. "Lin Yang, hurry up. Do you want to make a grand entrance on the first day of the college entrance examination?" Zhou Xuan'er stood at the entrance, her ice blue hair tied back into a neat ponytail, dressed in a perfectly tailored ice blue robe that glimmered with a ghostly hue. Each piece of her ensemble exuded a powerful and restrained magical aura, enhancing her already ethereal presence, akin to a messenger of the winter goddess. Lin Yang emerged leisurely, forming a stark contrast to her lavish attire. He was still clad in a black bespoke suit, the only accessory being a massive sword slung across his back. Wrapped in coarse cloth, the sword's hilt protruded from the fabric, emanating an unmistakable aura of danger. To any onlooker, he would appear as a berserker who had strayed onto the wrong set, completely unassuming of the spellcaster capable of casting forbidden spells hidden beneath that suit. Zhou Tianhao stood at the door, observing the 2 strikingly different figures with a complex expression on his round face. He patted his daughter on the shoulder, then glanced at Lin Yang, ultimately only saying in a deep voice, "Good luck. Don't put too much pressure on yourself." He refrained from mentioning attending the exam. The identity of the Zhou family's eldest daughter was already attention-grabbing enough, and his presence would only turn the examination hall into a spectacle, unnecessarily increasing his daughter's stress. The engine roared to life. Zhou Xuan'er's sports car shot off like a bolt of ice blue lightning, carrying them away from the Zhou residence. At the entrance of Linhai No. 1 High School, the atmosphere was abuzz with excitement. As the sleek, expensive car came to a gradual stop, the din momentarily dimmed. The car door swung open, and Zhou Schwerer emerged like an ice fairy, instantly captivating countless astonished, envious, and even jealous gazes. But when Lin Yang, with the conspicuous sword bundle on his back, lazily stepped out of the car, a wave of murmurs erupted. Wow, Zhou Schwerer, is that Lin Yang beside her? Carrying such a massive thing? Does he really think he is a warrior? An F-class forbidden spellcaster? Relying on a woman's reputation. Whispers buzzed like toxic bees. Lin Yang appeared unfazed, his gaze casually sweeping over the crowd, but when it landed somewhere, his brows subtly arched. Zhao Kai pushed through the throng, squeezing his way over. He was clad in a flashy custom combat suit, flanked by a few followers, his face twisted with a sense of perverse glee and self-satisfied superiority. Hey, ISNT, this are Linhai number 1 high school S great spellcaster, Lin Yang? Zhao Kai deliberately raised his voice, instantly drawing more attention. His eyes, like poison hooks, fixated on Lin Yang. I heard you were summoned by the National Security Bureau a couple of days ago for a chat. How was it? The crowd erupted into a frenzy. National Security Bureau? Is that true? What did he do? No wonder he disappeared for a few days. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. He was indeed curious how such a mindless character, who seemed to thrive on recklessness, could possess a vitality more resilient than the slimes in the dungeons. Previously, he had merely found Zhao Kai's noise bothersome, but now, a cold, piercing killing intent seeped from him, like icy shards silently spreading from the depths of a winter pool. Zhao Kai, reveling in the attention, suddenly felt a chill surge from his spine to the crown of his head. His legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse, his face paling instantly. Yet vanity and jealousy forced him to straighten up, his voice high-pitched with fear. Feeling guilty? Did I hit the nail on the head? What qualifications do you have to participate in the college entrance examination alongside us, being a suspicious character under the watch of the National Security Bureau? No matter how rich the Zhou family is, they can't wash away the suspicion surrounding you. He maliciously pointed at Lin Yang, attempting to incite the crowd with insinuations about family background and criminal labels. Don't be deceived by him. He has only ingratiated himself with the Zhou family. Zhao Kai? Silence yourself. Zhou Schwerer interjected fiercely, stepping protectively in front of Lin Yang like an enraged ice phoenix. The chill emanating from the crystalline tip of her staff was palpable, her voice cold enough to shatter ice. What Lin Yang has done is not your place to slander. Yes, he was taken by the national security, but that was because he is a suspect in the recent airship crash incident. Zhao Kai seized upon this, interrupting Zhou Schwerer frantically, his voice hoarse with excitement. The national security sought him for questioning. That's evidence. If it weren't for the Zhou family's exorbitant efforts to bail him out, he would still be languishing in custody. Does such a person deserve to stand in the same examination hall as us? Does he deserve to participate in the college entrance examination? He is nothing less than a calamity. Zhou Schwerer trembled with rage, her ice blue eyes almost spitting fire. You lie. It was Lin Yang who saved everyone. Saved everyone? Zhao Kai erupted in exaggerated laughter, his derision palpable. Ha! An F-rank waste? Just him? Zhou Schwerer, what kind of enchantment has he cast on you? What could he possibly use to save anyone? With that flimsy stick of his? Or that face that only knows how to feign madness? His scathing mockery pierced like a venomous needle into Lin Yang. The crowd's murmurs escalated into a cacophony of doubt, disdain, and schadenfreude, weaving a web around them. Lin Yang's gaze turned icy, the murderous intent no longer suppressed, a palpable chill emanating from him that instinctively caused several nearby individuals to take a step back. His fingers, resting on the massive sword scabbard, slightly curled. At that moment of escalating tension, a resounding, youthful voice thundered from the periphery of the crowd, cutting through the din like a bolt of lightning. I am here to testify. Chapter 41, SSS Class Profession, Living Buddha. I am here to testify. The booming voice of the boy cleaved through the tumult and malice surrounding the examination hall. All heads turned in astonishment, their gazes converging on the source of the voice. A stout youth, resembling a diminutive bull, with an extremely short buzz cut, was bulldozing his way through the obstructive crowd, clad in a faded, worn-out tracksuit. He appeared at first glance as a simpleton just emerging from a training ground. Yet, when he raised his head, his pale blue eyes shone with an astonishing brightness, reminiscent of a deep pool infused with cold stars. As his gaze swept across the crowd, it exuded a calmness that belied his age and appearance. Perhaps there was even a hint of uncontainable excitement lurking in the depths of his eyes, as if the tense atmosphere was not a predicament, but rather an entertaining stage. Ignoring Zhao Kai's distorted and astonished face, he strode boldly to the eye of the storm. With a broad grin revealing an array of dazzling white teeth, he focused intently on Lin Yang. His voice was resolute, cutting through all the clamor. I can prove it. Prove it? Who do you think you are? What do you have to prove it with? Zhao Kai, snapping back to reality, was incensed by this unexpected interruption, his voice a mix of fury and intimidation. The criminal atmosphere he had painstakingly constructed was not to be undermined by this bumpkin. To his astonishment, the boy's smile grew even brighter, his white teeth glimmering in the sunlight. He even tilted his head slightly. adopting an almost kindly tone as he addressed Zhao Kai. "You'd better not speak to me like that, my friend. I promised the captain to be civil, refrain from cursing, and avoid unnecessary violence." He paused, a sudden seriousness creeping into his smile. His pale blue pupils narrowed as he fixed his gaze on Zhao Kai. "I fear I might lose control and seriously hurt you." "Seriously hurt me?" Zhao Kai felt a chill surge from his toes to the crown of his head, as if he were facing a ferocious beast clad in human skin. The memory of the terror he experienced under Lin Yang's command surged back. His face drained of color, he instinctively took a half step back, his voice trembling. Yet, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he forced himself to maintain a facade, shouting with false bravado, "What gives you the right to prove anything? Go ahead, speak up. Stop pretending." The boy paid him no heed, leisurely retrieving what appeared to be a black badge emblazoned with a dark golden national emblem from the pocket of his faded tracksuit. As if it were merely a student ID, with a decisive snap, he opened it, displaying it before Zhao Kai and all the students craning their necks. The bold letters National Security Department were emblazoned upon it. Below was the boy's photograph and name, Jia Dakian. Hiss. National Security? No way. How old could he possibly be? Gasps of disbelief and incredulity erupted throughout the crowd. Everyone was stunned. This boy, who seemed like a mere athlete, was actually from the National Security Bureau. Zhao Kai appeared as if struck by lightning, his mouth agape, his eyes bulging. His finger trembled uncontrollably, unable to utter a single word. His prior bravado utterly crushed by this small badge. "What are you all doing here? Disperse. Prepare to board the vehicle." In the midst of this stunned silence, the principal, Chun Guodong, panting heavily, squeezed his way through the crowd. He quickly spotted Lin Yang at the center of the storm, along with the boy holding the national security badge and the ashen-faced Zhao Kai. Sweat beaded on Chun Guodong's pudgy face as he waved his hand vigorously, his voice trembling with excitement and authority, resonating throughout the area. "Students, I am here to testify for Lin Yang. The disaster that nearly destroyed half the city a few days ago was caused by Lin Yang. He risked his very essence to forcibly unleash forbidden spells and turn the tide." He pointed at Lin Yang, his voice quivering with emotion, his eyes reddening. "He is a hero, our hero from Linhai No. 1 High School, not a criminal." Boom. The truth thundered through the crowd like a shockwave. The doubts, disdain, and schadenfreude vanished in an instant, replaced by overwhelming shock, fear, and a tide of guilt that threatened to engulf them. So it was him. My heavens. He burned his life essence. Just moments ago, the crowd, under Chun Guodong's urging and the impact of the truth, began to disperse slowly. Yet the gazes directed at Lin Yang had transformed entirely, now filled with reverence and gratitude. Chun Guodong approached Lin Yang, observing the boy's still calm, albeit pale face, his own filled with concern. He firmly patted Lin Yang's shoulder, his voice choked with emotion. "You've worked hard, child. Focus on your exams. Don't think about anything else." As the crowd gradually dispersed, Lin Yang's gaze shifted past Chun Guodong to the grinning, badge-holding boy. "You." Lin Yang furrowed his brow. This boy's strength was unfathomable, and his intentions remained unclear. "Hey, Lin Yang bro." The bald youth, Jia Daquan, immediately approached with the enthusiasm of a neighborhood little brother, completely shedding the ferocity that had once intimidated Zhao Kai. He scratched his gleaming bald head, revealing a set of signature pearly whites. "My name is Jia Daquan, SSS grade profession, living Buddha, and I've just recently joined Long Yuan. Captain Taizhan sent me to find you." "SSS grade? Living Buddha?" Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, observing this self-proclaimed living Buddha clad in athletic attire with great interest. "Are you also taking the college entrance examination?" "Indeed." Jia Daquan nodded excitedly, pointing towards the entrance of Linhai No. 1 High School. "The captain made special arrangements to enroll me at your school. He said I should take the exam with you." Claiming we would head to that. What was it again? He furrowed his brow in concentration, suddenly slapping his bald head. "Oh right, the massage academy." Uffed. Zhou Shui'er, unable to contain herself, broke into laughter, her previously frozen visage instantly thawing. She quickly regained her composure, her expression turning frosty as she reminded him. "It's the Demon God Academy." "Oh yes, the Demon God Academy," Jia Daquan exclaimed, a look of disdain crossing his face as he complained. "What a ridiculous name. It sounds like a cult hideout. I wonder whose brain was caught in the door. It's utterly dreadful." Lin Yang. The corners of his mouth twitched imperceptibly. This was a question he had pondered many times. At that moment, a cacophony of honking echoed as dozens of buses designated to transport examinees, like a silent steel dragon, slowly entered the campus, the roar of engines heralding the imminent college entrance examination. Jia Daquan, ever familiar, called out, "Come on, let's get on the bus." Inside the bus, the mingled scent of leather and disinfectant filled the air. As Zhou Shui'er boarded, her ice blue eyes swiftly locked onto a window-side double seat. She nearly floated over, her slender fingers betraying an almost imperceptible excitement. Once seated, she gently patted the empty spot beside her, her cheeks blooming with a delicate blush as she softly said, "Lin Yang, sit here." Her voice, sweet as honey, made nearby boys feel weak in the knees. "Shui'er, this spot is perfect. I'll sit with you." Zhao Kai buzzed over like a fly drawn to a scent, sporting a grin he deemed charming as he plopped down beside Zhou Shuer. Get lost. Zhou Shuer's blush instantly turned into a frigid glare, her ice-blue pupils radiating a palpable chill, as if shards of ice were crystallizing within them, causing the temperature in the bus to plummet. Those seated nearby instinctively tightened their jackets. Zhao Kai was momentarily frozen by her icy rebuke, his smile transforming into a ridiculous mask. Internally, he seethed, what is so great about Lin Yang? Is it just because he is 185 centimeters tall and resembles the popular actor Peng Yuyan? Is it just because he soloed the rampaging Hell Nest at level 10, breaking global records? Is it just because he burned his life force to cast a few forbidden spells and saved half a city? Besides all that, what else does he have? Just then, Lin Yang sauntered down the aisle leisurely. He paid no mind to the furious Zhao Kai, his gaze landing on Zhou Shuer, and a natural smile graced his lips as he nodded and sat beside her. Zhou Shuer. The icy mountain melted instantly. Spring arrived. She quickly lowered her head, pretending to adjust imaginary wrinkles in her skirt, her heart racing like a drum. In her mind, a little play had begun. Once the bus steadied, she would feign sleep. And then, oh no, if the bus hit the brakes suddenly. Her body might accidentally lean against his shoulder. Would he sneak a glance at her? Would he steal a kiss? Should she stick her tongue out? But if she did, wouldn't he that expose her intentions? Ah, the dilemma. The more she thought, the redder her face became, her hands unconsciously clutching the hem of her skirt, nearly rubbing the poor fabric into sparks. Shuer, Lin Yang's gentle voice, laced with curiosity, broke through her rosy reverie like a thunderclap. Are you all right? Your face is so red. Are you carsick? Huh, no, I was asleep. It was the tongue that acted on its own. Zhou Shuer, like a startled rabbit, shot her head up, her words tumbling out in a rush, nearly revealing her inner thoughts. What tongue? Lin Yang frowned slightly, genuinely not understanding. At that moment, a shiny bald head suddenly leaned forward from the front row, Jia Dequan resting his chin on the back of the seat. His light blue eyes sparkled as he gazed at Lin Yang, unabashed admiration etched on his face. Brother Lin, I finally get to see you. Captain Taizhan spoke of you all night. He said you're incredible. You single-handedly saved half a city. Awesome, bro. Truly awesome. He gave a thumbs up, his expression that of a starstruck fan meeting his idol. Zhou Shuer glanced at the bald interloper who had suddenly commandeered Lin Yang's attention, mentally jotting down a note. 10 points. Lightbulb. Hey, sister. You're also going to that massage. Demon God Academy, right? Jia Dequan, oblivious to Zhou Shuer's resentment, flashed a toothy grin, his bright whites dazzling. Sister-in-law? Zhou Shuer's frozen expression flushed crimson once more. Yet this time, her ice-blue eyes sparkled like stars. She struggled to maintain her composure, her voice betraying a hint of uncontainable excitement. Hello there, classmate Jia. What sister-in-law? I'm not even married yet. Hey, you were just being modest. Jia Dequan exclaimed, slapping his thigh with a booming voice, radiating a homespun sincerity. Although I'm young, I have a keen eye for people. You and my brother sitting together, that aura, that appearance. You're simply like the golden boy and jade girl descended from the bodhisattva. The red thread personally welded by the matchmaker. A perfect match. The ultimate pairing. This unadorned yet powerful flattery left Zhou Shuer feeling lightheaded. She felt as if she could already envision herself in a wedding dress standing beside Lin Yang in a chapel, completely forgetting about the main character she needed to pursue beside her and neglecting Lin Yang's exasperated yet amused expression. Oh dear, little Jia, you're such a genuine person. From now on in Linhai, if anyone dares to bully you, just invoke my name. I'll have your back. Zhou Shuer chuckled, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, fully embracing the role of the sister-in-law as she patted her chest. In a shadowy corner of the back row, Zhao Kai glared daggers at the cheerful scene unfolding in the front, particularly at the radiant smile Zhou Shuer directed at Lin Yang, something she had never shown him. Jealousy gnawed at his heart like a venomous snake, and his gaze turned sinister enough to drip water. At that moment, Jia Dequan, who was still promising Zhou Shuer to charge forward in any future fights, also caught sight of Zhao Kai. His hearty, smiling face morphed instantly. Like a dramatic face change in a Sichuan opera, his brow furrowed menacingly, the fierce glint in his light blue eyes revealing his intentions. As the corners of his mouth turned downwards, transforming him into a walking meme, the Lu Huaqiang buying melons limited edition. He extended a finger, menacingly jabbing it towards Zhao Kai, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. Look at you, M. The moment that lethal word escaped his lips, Jia Dequian abruptly recalled Captain Taizhan's civilized admonition, forcefully swallowing the remainder of his words along with the accompanying spittle. His face flushed crimson, and a vein throbbed on his neck. Eventually, he managed to alter his tone with great difficulty, squeezing out through clenched teeth. What are you staring at? Do you wish to lose your eyeballs? The bus fell into an immediate silence. Zhao Kai, terrified by the ferocity of his glare and the suppressed profanity, shuddered. His complexion pale, hastily averting his gaze to the floor, no longer daring to glance in that direction. Satisfied, Jia Dequian snorted and turned back, instantaneously donning a guileless smile, as though the ferocious figure moments ago was not he at all. Lin Yang observed this entire exchange, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The bus's engine roared low as it departed the concrete jungle of Linhai City, plunging into the desolate expanse of the eastern outskirts. Hours later, the scenery outside the window faded rapidly, the vibrant cityscape replaced by monotonous shades of gray and yellow, distorted vegetation. The air thickened with a heavy, unsettling sweetness, tinged with the metallic scent of rust. This was the Beast Zone. Chapter 43, The Dark Thunder Ruins. The nests are the spatial rifts connecting to alternate realms. They are not eternally stable. When they collapse due to energy depletion, external destruction, or other unknown causes, the chaotic energy of the otherworld spills into reality like toxic ink, contaminating the land, air, and even the world itself. Within the tainted regions, the atmosphere becomes chaotic, the environment drastically changes. Ordinary plants either wither away or twist into grotesque forms. More perilous still, the beasts that should be confined within the nests roam free, like feral monsters unleashed upon this corrupted land, hunting relentlessly. In the eastern part of Linhai City lies an area marked as the Dark Thunder Ruins, a zone contaminated by these beasts. The bus, akin to a solitary vessel navigating a nightmare, rolled over the cracked road, plunging into the hellscape thoroughly corrupted by the nests, the Dark Thunder Ruins. Now, as far as the eye could see, it was a symphony of ruin and silence. The sky was shrouded in an ever-present, swirling mass of sickly purple clouds, casting a dim, oppressive light as if dusk had descended a century too early. The air was thick with a nauseating, putrid sweetness, mingled with acrid sulfur and the smell of charred remains. Each breath felt like swallowing decaying sludge. Outside the window was a nightmarishly distorted tableau. The once mighty skyscrapers now stood as mere skeletal frames, resembling the jagged bones of a colossal beast, skewering the violet-black heavens. The walls were cloaked in a slimy dark green moss and pulsating, purplish-black vines secreting pus, emitting a faint hissing sound. On either side of the road, the once lush greenery had long perished, replaced by bizarrely shaped dead trees, resembling convulsing limbs. Their bark was blackened and cracked, oozing a dark red, viscous fluid akin to congealed blood. Twisted branches bore tattered shrouds and rusted chains, creaking ominously in the wind. Most unsettling were the figures shambling through the shadows of the ruins and the filthy underbrush. Zombies. Some bore mutilated bodies, exposing ghastly white bones. Others were bloated and rotting, seeping yellow-green pus. Some had hollow eye sockets, ignited by flickering green ghostly flames. They emitted meaningless raspy growls from their throats, their dragging footsteps echoing in the silence like the beat of a funeral drum. Even more bizarre, the purple-black clouds enveloping the sky did not harbor absolute silence. A dull, thunderous rumble, as if emanating from the depths of the earth, rolled intermittently through the clouds. This thunder was not the natural crack of lightning, but rather the agonized gasps of some colossal and suffering creature nearing death. Each muffled rumble sent tremors through the hearts of listeners and stirred the restless zombies wandering the ruins. Thus, the name Dark Thunder Ruins was born. Inside the bus, a deathly silence reigned. The students' faces were as pale as parchment, fixated on the hellish panorama outside, barely daring to breathe. Some clamped their mouths shut to stave off nausea. Others shut their eyes, trembling uncontrollably. The sound of chattering teeth was distinctly audible. Fear coiled around each heart like a frigid serpent. This was a permanent scar left by the collapse of the nests, a realm haunted by the deceased, a forbidden zone for the living. An examination venue? This felt more like a transit station to hell. Hey, we've arrived. A voice, starkly at odds with the atmosphere of despair, boomed with exuberance, shattering the silence within the bus like thunder. Jia Dakian's gleaming bald head collided with the seatback in front of him. His light blue eyes widened in excitement, ablaze with pure combative fervor. Far from displaying any fear, he resembled a famished wolf spotting a flock of sheep. He rubbed the smooth surface of his head, grinning broadly to reveal a dazzling set of white teeth, pointing enthusiastically at the wasteland outside, where zombies roamed. Wow, so this is the Dark Thunder Ruins? Incredible. It's far more exhilarating than those dummies at the training ground. Just look at those little critters, so full of life. He even began to flex his wrists and ankles, as if preparing to leap from the vehicle to guide the spirits of the departed. Shuer was startled by his exuberance. Jolting awake from her position, closely nestled against Lin Yang for comfort, she shot him an irritated glare. Little Jia, sit down. Be quiet. Her ice-blue eyes were filled with seriousness, instinctively inching closer to Lin Yang. The sight outside sent shivers down her spine, even causing this S-class genius to feel unnerved. Lin Yang, however, surveyed the depths of the ruins with the precision of a finely tuned radar, calmly scanning the chaos. The bus eventually halted on a high ground approximately 10 kilometers from the heart of the ruins. Here stood a formidable fortress constructed of heavy alloys and energy shields, the military outpost known as Thunder Watchtower. Cold turrets pointed menacingly toward the ruins. Soldiers clad in full combat gear patrolled vigilantly behind cover, their eyes sharp as eagles. This was a steel nail embedded in the corrupted land. Should a significant disturbance arise from the tide of the departed, or something even more terrifying. Alarms would blare instantly. High-ranking professionals would descend like divine retribution, obliterating the threat completely. Now, this place had become the most hardcore examination site for the college entrance examination in Linhai City. Students, like startled quails, disembarked in succession under the guidance of their teachers and soldiers, their faces pale. The cold metallic ground and the fortress-esque grim atmosphere slightly alleviated the mental pollution brought by the ruins. Yet, the pervasive stench of decay continued to remind them of their dire surroundings. Several principals, including Principal Chun Guodong from the first high school, stood upon a hastily constructed alloy platform, addressing the shaken students below. Chun Guodong inhaled a breath laden with the scent of rust and disinfectant, striving to make his voice sound steady and authoritative, though a hint of hoarseness betrayed him. Students, here lies the ultimate arena for your Gaokao practical assessment, the Dark Thunder Ruins. He gestured toward the fortress's exterior, pointing at the deathly expanse shrouded in shades of purple and black. Your mission objectives have been dispatched via your personal terminals. Venture into the ruins, surrounded by the undead, slay the aberrant beasts, and return alive. We will evaluate you based on the number of beasts slain and the speed of your completion. Remember, this is not a drill. Your adversaries are real, insatiable aberrations yearning for the flesh and blood of the living. Remain vigilant of your surroundings. Trust your comrades. Surviving is your foremost duty and the only criterion for passing. The examination commences. His voice echoed within the fortress's cold walls, resonating like a final declaration before battle. Below, the students clenched their fists, their expressions a tumult of fear and resolve, gazing intently at the ominous, death-laden storm clouds. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, several figures had already darted forth. Schwer, go. Chapter 44, The Gaokao begins. Element of wind, heed my command. Lin Yang uttered in a low voice, his tone unyielding yet calm. One arm encircled Zhou Shuer's knee, while the other embraced her shoulders, lifting her with unwavering stability. His movements were fluid and instinctive, as if rehearsed 100 times. Buzz. A gust of wind arose from the ground. A tempestuous azure gale coalesced beneath his feet, swirling and compressing into two visible, high-velocity vortices. The whirlwinds emitted a low, resonant hum, stirring up debris from the ground. In the next moment, amidst countless astonished gazes, Lin Yang, cradling Zhou Shuer, was seemingly lifted by an invisible hand, rising abruptly into the air. He's flying. What on earth is this skill? He is carrying Zhou Shuer and flying. The entire outpost erupted into chaos. The candidates looked up, jaws agape as if they could fit an egg inside, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Everything else was forgotten in that moment, leaving only the astonishing figure defying the laws of nature, suspended in midair. Hold tight, Lin Yang whispered to the girl with icy blue hair in his arms, his tone calm, yet imbued with an air of control. Zhou Shuer's frozen visage was soon adorned with a flush of crimson, her heart racing as if it would burst from her chest. Instinctively, she tightened her grip around Lin Yang's neck, burying her flushed cheeks against the collar of his smoke-scented garment. The sound of the wind roared in her ears, while below, the rapidly shrinking iron fortress and the dense throng of astonished onlookers blurred into the distance. This was the swiftest route to the core of the nest. Countless battles fought side by side within the nest had forged an unspoken bond between them. Boss is incredible. A voice like thunder erupted, drowning out all gasps. There stood Jia Dequan, his shiny bald head glistening in the sunlight, bouncing excitedly half a meter into the air, his pale blue eyes shining like twin searchlights. Watch me. He suddenly slapped his chest and roared, a single reed crossing the river. Buzz. A soft yet resilient golden light erupted from his form. Beneath Jia Dequan's feet, a massive golden lotus platform inscribed, with flowing Sanskrit materialized out of thin air. He stepped firmly onto it, his entire being resembling an arrow released from a bow, akin to a Buddhist monk walking upon waves. Following Lin Yang's soaring trajectory, he traced a dazzling arc of golden light in pursuit. Chase the wind step. Shadow escape. Wind walking. Other agile candidates, quick to react, shook off their astonishment, each displaying their unique abilities. Some transformed into afterimages, others leveraged the ruins' debris, while a few moved with spectral grace, exerting all their might to chase after Lin Yang's vanishing figure. In that moment, numerous silhouettes raced beneath the dim purple-black canopy, creating a magnificent spectacle. On the high platform, the expressions of several principals morphed dramatically, akin to an artist's spilling paint. This wind element levitation, traveling through the air. Could it be another forbidden spell? His control over forbidden spells has become this formidable? Chun Guodong's chubby face trembled, his fingers unconsciously fiddling with his chin, his gaze filled with incredulous astonishment. Then, a thought struck him, causing a shiver to run down his spine, and his chubby face contorted into a grimace. This kid. Surely he is not playing with his life again. It's just an exam. Is it really necessary? Beside him, a thin principal from the second high school stroked his goatee, casting a complex glance in the direction Lin Yang had vanished. His tone laced with a hint of envy. Humph. Even if it is a forbidden spell, what of it? An F-grade forbidden spellcaster is ultimately but a fleeting moment bought with one's life. How far can one go? I believe our S-grade necromancer from second high is far more reliable, thriving in this realm of the undead. Another principal narrowed his eyes, fixated on the glaring golden light trailing Lin Yang, that dazzling little bald head. Quite the force. Which school does he hail from? Chen Guodong. When did your first high hide such a treasure? All eyes promptly converged upon Chen Guodong. The grimace on his face dissipated instantly, replaced by an overwhelming yet suppressed sense of pride and mystery. He cleared his throat, taking his time to extend a pudgy finger skyward. Is this arranged by the province? One principal ventured cautiously. Chen Guodong shook his head, his fingers stubbornly pointing upwards. Could it be? Beijing. Several principals simultaneously gasped in shock, their voices altering in pitch. What is this kid's background? What is his talent level? The thin principal pressed eagerly, his eyes ablaze with desire. Indeed. Look at that momentum, that skill. It is clearly not of the ordinary. Chen Guodong, do enlighten us. The others could no longer contain their curiosity. Chen Guodong scanned the room, his pride nearly spilling over. Yet he suppressed it, donning a solemn expression as if guarding a profound secret. He lowered his voice, ensuring only those on the platform could hear. My friends, after all, this was arranged directly from above, and my knowledge is limited. You understand the rules. He paused, casting a warning glance over the crowd. I can only say, this kid is unfathomable. He raised 3 fingers, lowering his voice even further. His talent level has peaked. Hiss. The principal's eyes widened in unison, as if they had heard earth-shattering news. SSS grade. A legendary existence. Chen Guodong seemed dissatisfied with the shock level, throwing in another bombshell. Moreover, I have heard this child possesses a unique identity. Several high-ranking ascetics from the A3 region came to snatch him away. It was even led personally by a big shot from national security, forcibly retrieved from A3's grasp. A 3? Recovered. The thin principal's goatee nearly stood on end. Are you saying no way? He seemed to contemplate a more chilling possibility, swallowing the subsequent words hard. His gaze toward the direction of the vanishing golden light was now filled with awe and disbelief. Enough, enough. Chen Guodong waved his hand, interrupting the crowd's astonishment. Just keep it to yourselves. Let it rot in your stomach. Do not spread rumors. His face bore an unmistakable warning. After a brief silence, the high platform erupted into fervent discussion once more. My heavens. Chen Guodong, are you saying your ancestral grave is emitting green smoke? Is an S-rank, Zhou Shuer, not sufficient for your arrogance? Now another SSS rank has arrived? Is it specially sent from the capital? What is the point of the examination? You've monopolized the first and second places. No way. Old Chen, you must treat us to this meal. Otherwise, we shall not leave today. Yes. It must be a grand feast. A century-old vintage. The school leaders surrounded Chen Guodong, enviously and jealously clamoring for him to splurge. Chen Guodong, being jostled, beamed broadly, his round face creasing into a smile, his eyes squinting into mere slits, yet he pretended to decline. Oh dear, let us keep a low profile. We'll discuss it once the results are out. At this moment, Lin Yang, accompanied by Zhou Shuer, was nearing the heart of the beast zone. Chapter 45. Clear the way for the Buddha. At the periphery of the Dark Thunder ruins, the stench of death clung to the first batch of exam takers like viscous sludge. Ugh, hold the line. Shield warriors, hold firm. Priest, heal me. Quick, heal me. No. There are too many. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The cacophony of screams, roars, bone-crunching, and skill explosions intermingled, creating a symphony of despair. The lowest-tier jungle zombies were already at level 17, dragging their decayed and shattered bodies while wielding sharp, dark claws, shrieking as they lunged at the students' defenses. Their numbers were overwhelming, akin to a tidal wave, with each bite laden with potent cadaveric toxins. Even more lethal were the level 18 starving zombies among them. They hunched over, their eye sockets ablaze with a ravenous green fire. When they suddenly unleashed their charge, their speed left after images. They could instantly breach the hastily formed formations, followed by spewing forth thick clouds of dark green toxic mist. Where the mist spread, vegetation withered instantly, and the students who inhaled it turned pale, coughing violently, their health visibly plummeting. Watch out for the toxic mist. Spread out. Quickly spread out. Ah, my leg. It's biting me. Help. Someone pull me up. Damn it. These creatures are too high in level. We can't hold out. Despair began to permeate the air. Most students lingered around level 10. Faced with an onslaught of undead averaging over level 15, their cooperation appeared fragile against the overwhelming disparity in strength and numbers. Their meticulously prepared skills barely left superficial wounds on the zombies, instead inciting even more ferocious counterattacks. One by one, students fell, dragged back by their companions, leaving behind glaring bloodstains and shattered equipment. Only a handful of elite students, exceeding level 15, could barely form effective small teams. Like fragile boats amidst raging waves, they struggled to navigate through the tide of corpses, but their pace was agonizingly slow. The air was thick with the stench of blood, decay, and fear. Just as the defensive line was on the brink of collapse and morale plummeting to its nadir, a golden figure descended from the sky. Clear the way for the Buddha. A domineering roar, as if imbued with the might of a wrathful deity, thundered through the chaos, overpowering all the clamor. The voice brimmed with an impatient ferocity and an audacity that declared death to any who dared obstruct. Everyone instinctively looked up. There, in the high heavens, a figure enveloped in dazzling golden light plummeted like a falling star. Its target was the most densely packed area of the zombie horde below. Boom! The earth trembled. Dust and debris, mingled with shattered flesh and bone, soared into the sky. At the point of impact, a violent shockwave erupted in a circular blast, as if swung by an invisible giant hammer. Crack! Splatter! 7 or 8 zombies huddled together, unable to emit even a single cry before they were instantaneously crushed into meaty remnants plastered against the ground. Blood and entrails sprayed outward in a violent, grotesque display. As the dust began to settle, the golden light gradually receded, revealing the figure within. Jia Dequan twisted his stout neck, emitting a series of cracking sounds. His gleaming bald head bore not a speck of dust. His pale blue eyes surveyed the surrounding area, now cleared of the undead horde, momentarily steeped in silence. His expression displaying a distinct dissatisfaction. He brushed off the non-existent dust on his tracksuit, grumbling, "Damn it. A bunch of mismatched rejects dare to obstruct my path? You'll be nothing but ashes when I find the boss." He lifted his foot, casually kicking aside a zombie arm still twitching at his feet. The motion akin to displacing an inconvenient stone. The surviving exam takers, whether the struggling elites or the beleaguered ordinary students, were entranced, as if spellbound. They gaped at this imposing figure, bathed in golden light, who had effortlessly cleared the battlefield. The horde of zombies that had previously plunged them into a fierce struggle, causing heavy casualties, now appeared as fragile as paper before this individual. What the hell? Who is this formidable figure? One strike? Just one strike. Did he mention a boss? Who is his boss? Shock, reverence, and a bewildered sense of survival flooded every face. The earlier atmosphere of despair shattered into fragments by this unparalleled display of might and Jia Dequan's fierce demeanor. Jia Dequan paid no heed to their gazes. Frowning, he looked up towards the core of the ruins, enveloped by purplish-black thunderclouds and surging icy flames, muttering in discontent. His voice rang out loud enough for all to hear. "TSK, the boss is flying with his sister-in-law this fast." He flexed his wrists and ankles. The layer of golden light that had just receded began to swirl subtly again, locking onto the direction of the core area. Clearly, he was preparing to unleash another skill to pursue. In the air above the beast zone, the clamor of the fortress below and the bursts of various skills quickly faded into the distance. The furious wind element, like the most loyal servant, propelled the two through the oppressive purplish-black canopy with great speed. The fierce gusts tugged at the frayed hem of Lin Yang's suit, producing a rustling sound, yet could not disturb the figure he cradled. Zhou Schwerer clung tightly to his neck, her icy blue hair swirling wildly in the tempest. With a few strands brushing against Lin Yang's chiseled jaw, she could distinctly feel the steady heartbeat emanating from his chest, warming her face through the thin fabric, nearly melting away her frozen facade. She struggled to maintain her composure, her body involuntarily stiffening. Even her breaths were feather-light. Fearful of revealing the tumultuous blush and a hint of secretive, guarded excitement within her. Below them lay the rapidly passing, nauseatingly decayed earth. Twisted, withered trees clawed at them like ghostly talons. Shambling zombies appeared as scattered black dots, and the ruins of dilapidated buildings silently narrated tales of death. Yet, being held by him, suspended above this hellish realm, she paradoxically felt a strange sense of safety, as if lifted from the mire. "We've arrived." Lin Yang's deep voice cut through the howling winds, remaining clear and composed, exuding a sense of calm as he surveyed the battlefield. The wind suddenly slowed, coming to a halt. The two stood like deities, poised nearly 100 meters above the ground. Directly below lay the very heart of the Dark Thunder ruins. The most vile and wretched sight of all, a massive tomb constructed from countless bones and frozen earth. And at the center of this tomb was their target, the source and sovereign of this land of death. It was no ordinary beast or undead, a colossal form, forcibly assembled from countless pale corpses glimmering with ethereal blue ice crystals, stands frozen. From a distance, it resembles a moving, terrifying iceberg. This creature is the boss of this region, the Corpse Thief Bone Prisoner. Chapter 46, Power Ascension, Level 20. Corpse Thief Bone Prisoner, Level 20. Abilities, Rapid Bite, Frigid Domain. Towering over 5 meters, its shape is twisted and grotesque, barely maintaining a humanoid silhouette. Countless massive tendrils, formed from frozen entrails and bones, writhe and extend from its body, resembling bizarre roots that burrow deep into the icy ground below, seemingly siphoning the Earth's lifeless essence. Most chilling of all is the visibly chilling frigid domain that envelopes it. The pure white frost swirls around as if alive, rolling and coiling, with a radius of several dozen meters, blanketing the ground in thick, luminescent blue ice. Countless tiny ice crystals hang in the air, refracting the light from the dark purple storm clouds above, creating a mesmerizing yet lethal cold mist. Any living being that dares to enter this realm will find their blood instantly congealed, their very soul frozen by the absolute zero of this deathly silence. Its massive head, forged from several skulls, slowly lifts, with two ghostly blue flames burning in its hollow eye sockets, seemingly capable of freezing souls. As the flames flicker, they lock onto the two figures hovering above, radiating a potent aura of life. A roar erupts, inhuman and mingled with the sound of grinding bones and shattering ice. The terrifying sound wave, laden with bone-chilling frost, rockets upwards towards the two suspended individuals. The very air seems to freeze in response to this roar, emitting a cracking sound under the immense pressure. Almost the instant the bone prisoner raises its head, a silent ripple flows through the void behind Lin Yang. The ethereal image of the ice and snow queen materializes quietly. Her eyes, sculpted from ice crystals, gaze down, emanating an ancient and pure chill even more profound than that of the bone prisoner. In an instant, she neutralizes the oncoming frosty roar, dissipating it into nothingness. She floats silently behind Lin Yang, like an ancient glacier, declaring the true dominion of frost without uttering a word. During this time spent leveling up frantically with Zhou Shuer in their lair, Lin Yang has reached level 19, just a step away from level 20. Aside from his time-based abilities, all of Lin Yang's forbidden spells have surpassed level 2. This means that even without summoning the goddess's ethereal form, Lin Yang can wield some of her powers. Once his forbidden spells reach level 3, the abilities imparted by the goddess become even stronger, unlocking more capabilities to aid Lin Yang. Lin Yang's gaze sharpens like that of a hawk, piercing through the swirling cold mist below, landing precisely on the massive form of the bone prisoner. It's in your hands now. Lin Yang's voice is calm and unperturbed, as if commanding a trivial task. Cradling Zhou Shuer, he hovers in midair, barely bothering to lift his eyelids. Since his forbidden spell level ascended to 3, the goddess's ethereal presence has become more solid. Even her minor moods are now distinctly audible. Humph, just let yourself be lazy. A cold, crisp voice tinged with laziness and impatience rings directly in Lin Yang's mind, none other than the Ice and Snow Queen. I knew you would summon me. The ethereal image of the Ice and Snow Queen rolls her eyes with an elegance that is nearly imperceptible. She languidly lifts a slender finger, solidified from pure cold, and lightly gestures downward. The motion is so effortless, as if brushing away a speck of dust. Noisy, her voice, though not loud, carries an undeniable authority that transcends all, piercing through the chaotic energy field like a divine decree. A mere rotten bone dares to usurp the power of ice. How dare you not kneel before me? The instant her words fall, buzz, from the tip of the Ice and Snow Queen's finger, the space seems to be plunged into an absolute zero lake, instantly freezing and collapsing. A breathtaking yet silent ice-blue storm materializes out of thin air. It is not wind. It is solidified death, a manifestation of time frozen. The storm descends silently. Where it passes, the raging, colliding energies of ice and the spreading toxic cold mist. Everything is instantaneously frozen, stripped of color, drained of all heat and vitality, transforming into the purest, most lifeless ethereal blue ice crystals. The enormous, grotesque body of the corpse thief bone prisoner, along with its myriad tendrils rooted in the earth and the swirling frigid domain surrounding it, is completely enveloped and consumed by this unfathomable divine ice storm in 1/10,000th of a second. There is no earth-shattering explosion, only an overwhelming, soul-chilling silence. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The sound of fine fractures emerges. That terrifying iceberg, towering 5 meters and composed of countless frozen corpses, is silently and uniformly transformed into a sky filled with shimmering blue ice dust. It gently falls, blanketing the frozen ground below with a layer of ethereal blue snow. Instant kill. An absolute, crushing obliteration of the divine over the insignificant. Killed 17-level beast, jungle zombie. Experience 1700. Killed 18-level beast, hungry zombie. Experience 1800. Killed 19-level beast, mutated zombie. Experience 1900. Killed 20-level beast leader, corpse thief bone prisoner. Experience 20,000. Level up, 20. Congratulations on unlocking talent, elemental fusion. Congratulations on unlocking trait, divine affinity. Personal panel. Host, Lin Yang. Class, Forbidden Spell Mage, ED. Level, 20. Strength, 2210. Agility, 2210. Stamina, 2210. Spirit. Talent, one thought spell following, elemental control, elemental guardianship, elemental fusion, pending unlock. Elemental control, ice, earth, fire, wind, thunder, light, life, time. Traits, growth potential, unique, mental strength. Law level destructive power, undying body, divine affinity, pending unlock. Forbidden spells. Ice element ice and snow queens, Psi LV3. Earth element mother earth S, blessing LV2. Fire element fiery goddess S affection LV3. Life element life goddess S kiss LV2. Wind element hurricane goddess S howl LV3. Thunder element thunder goddess S judgment LV2. Light element light goddess S purification LV2. Time goddess dominion LV2. Elemental fusion utilizing the power of the mage allows the fusion of two or more elements. Divine affinity subdue followers, can adjust experience distribution. A chilling system notification swept through Lin Yang's perception, and a torrent of immense and pure energy surged into his limbs. His bones resonated, and his flesh rejoiced, as if every single cell underwent a transformation and sublimation in an instant. The world became clearer in his perception, and the flow of elements at his fingertips was more effortless. Level 20, a completely new echelon of power. Lin Yang swiftly scanned the updated panel. First, his profession level ascended from E to D. Talent, elemental fusion. The very term exudes boundless potential. Occupational trait, divine affinity. Experience distribution? Quite intriguing. Particularly upon glimpsing the succinct explanation of divine affinity. One can tame subordinates and freely adjust experience allocation. A playful smirk crept across Lin Yang's lips. Previously, while dungeon running with Zhou Shuer, he had to meticulously reduce the monster's health for her to land the finishing blow, which proved to be rather inefficient. With this newfound ability, given his rapid rate of advancement, wouldn't his experience surge exponentially as her subordinate? It was akin to riding a rocket. Chapter 47. The throttle is fully engaged. All set. Wrapped up. Don't summon me for such trivial matters again. I need my beauty sleep to regain my senses. The languid and disdainful voice of the Ice Queen echoed in his mind once more, before her ethereal form dissipated like a fleeting illusion, vanishing faster than a rabbit. Lin Yang. His eyelid twitched, a wave of exasperation washing over him. In their previous summoning encounters, she had been so nobly aloof. Now, she could converse. Her temper had evidently escalated, and she craved beauty rest. On the way back, Lin Yang was tinged with impatience regarding the newly unlocked elemental fusion talent. Shuer, hold tight. Let us experiment with this new playstyle. He leaned down to the girl nestled in his arms, his eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. Zhou Shuer had yet to fully recover from the shock of being instantly vanquished by the bone prison, instinctively tightening her grip around his neck, her ice-blue eyes brimming with curiosity. First, the wind. With a mere thought, the tumultuous wind element responded instantaneously, swirling fiercely beneath their feet, compressing and forming a colossal azure vortex several meters in diameter. The vortex emitted a deep, rumbling roar, lifting them skyward. Lin Yang assumed a forward lunge, poised to dash ahead. Then, a mischievous grin spread across his face as he ignited the flames. Poof! A spark of crimson ignited at the very heart of the raging vortex, akin to a match thrown into a barrel of gasoline. This was no ordinary flame. It was the explosive power of the flame goddess. Boom! The wind fueled the blaze, while the fire borrowed the wind's ferocity. Under the guidance of the elemental fusion talent, the two ferocious elements did not collide and extinguish, but rather initiated a wondrous chain reaction. The vortex, compressed to its utmost, instantly transformed into a superheated, high-pressure flame jet engine. The violent thrust surged forth like ignited rocket fuel. Whoosh! In an instant, only a ring of explosive sonic clouds and instantly evaporated vapor remained. Lin Yang, cradling Zhou Shuer, became a blur of red and azure light, hurtling forth at a terrifying velocity, several times faster than before, tearing through the air toward the outskirts of the ruins. The speed was so great that even their afterimages were nearly impossible to capture. In the midst of the beast zone, Jia Dakian sat fiercely astride a level 19 elite cat demon. His fists, as large as cooking pots and gleaming with golden light, hammered relentlessly upon the cat demon's grotesque head. Bang, bang, bang. How dare you claw at me? How dare you poison? Do you submit? Do you submit? Speak. The anguished wails of the cat demon filled the air, its brain matter and blood splattering everywhere. Suddenly, a violent, fearsome soundwave, a cacophony of howling winds and explosive flames, swept past from above. The ensuing whirlwind nearly toppled Jia Dakian. He jerked his head upward, his pale blue eyes barely catching a glimpse of a blurring red azure streak, which vanished into the horizon in an instant. What the? Jia Dakian's mouth fell agape, his bloodied fist frozen midair, a look of disbelief and shock on his face. Boss, what speed is this? Has the rocket come to life? The boss is taken care of. He glanced down at the cat demon, which had been pummeled into an unrecognizable state, and instantly felt a sense of ennui. This is boring. He disdainfully spat, a flash of gold appearing as he set off in pursuit of the vanishing streak. At the entrance of the Thunderclap outpost, several principals and Shun Guodong were embroiled in a heated debate with an Education Bureau official, passionately arguing over the assessment criteria and potential dark horses of this examination. In any case, the Necromancer's performance has been remarkably steady. I believe, Principal Chun, that your SSS level little bald head from the first high is truly formidable. I just witnessed. I have high hopes for that Zhou girl. Her synergy with Lin Yang is quite impressive. Just then, boom, a thunderous explosion resonated from afar, instantly overpowering all discussions. The crowd looked up in astonishment. A meteor, trailing a red azure tail, pierced through the dim sky at a speed surpassing their comprehension. Like an uncontrollable intercontinental missile, hurtling down towards the open ground in front of the outpost. Get out of the way. Chen Guodong's voice cracked in alarm. Boom. The earth trembled violently. Dust and debris erupted like a mushroom cloud into the sky. The ferocious shockwave swept through, raining stones and dirt upon the platform. The principals and officials were thrown into disarray, covered in grime, coughing incessantly. As the dust gradually settled, a shallow crater marred the alloy ground. At the center of the crater, Lin Yang maintained a single-knee kneeling posture to absorb the impact, securely cradling the pale-faced Zhou Shuer, who remained unscathed yet visibly shaken. His bespoke suit was caked in dirt, his hair tousled, giving him a somewhat disheveled appearance. Lin Yang raised his head, shaking off the dust from his hair. He surveyed the stunned faces of the principals and officials atop the platform, all covered in dirt, as if they had just endured a bombing. A broad grin, tinged with awkwardness and a hint of mischief, spread across his face. Perhaps I pressed the throttle a bit too hard. The dust had yet to fully disperse. On the platform, the principals and officials, along with the staff who rushed over upon hearing the commotion, and a few students who had managed to retreat early, all stood as if under a collective petrification spell. They gazed, wide-eyed, at the figure in the crater, who, while embracing the school bell, leisurely rose to his feet, brushing off the dust like a human missile. Quickly, too quick. From the moment the examination signal was issued, until Lin Yang, with Zhou Shuer in tow, crashed back to the starting point, having also obliterated a level 20 area boss along the way. Did it even take half an hour? Just look at those still entangled in the outer tide of corpses, battling desperately, some not even fully entering the core area. And then there's this fellow. Not only has he returned, but he also treated the ultimate boss of the examination as if it were a mere roadside wild creature. If it weren't for the colossal crimson dot on the monitoring hall's display, representing the necromancer's demise, which had undeniably and decisively vanished from the satellite imagery, and the energy obliteration feedback map providing indisputable evidence, they might have suspected that Lin Yang had never even departed, merely taking a nap at the entrance. Gulps. Someone, unsure of who, swallowed hard, the sound ringing clear in the silence. Lin Yang and Zhou Shuer, this duo, had undeniably completed this practical assessment with unparalleled speed and overwhelming prowess. Partners? No, to be precise. Lin Yang had single-handedly vanquished the boss and the elite beasts blocking the path, while Zhou Shuer had merely been along for the ride. Oh. Tasked with embodying beauty and providing aerodynamic optimization. The scoring system for the college entrance examination is cold and impartial, strictly allocating points according to combat contributions. The distribution ratio ranges from a minimum of 10% to a maximum of 90%. Thus, when the final data from the coastal examination zone was uploaded to the nationwide real-time score leaderboard, a figure emerged that can only be described as astronomical, one capable of inducing a collective existential crisis among all examinees and invigilators engaged in a life-and-death struggle for every second. Like a meteor colliding with Earth, it brazenly descended upon the top of the leaderboard. National College Entrance Examination Real-Time Score Leaderboard updated. No. 5 Wang Tung, South China Tiger Military Academy, score, 150. Number 4 Li Muxiue, Pearl Academy of Magic City, score, 160. No. 3 Zhang Quang, Capital City War God High School, score, 180. Number 2 Zhou Shuer, Linhai Number 1 High School, score, 1200. No. 1 Lin Yang, Linhai Number 1 High School, score, 10800. Chapter 48 SSS Grade Evaluation, First in Combat. Silence. A deathly hush instantly engulfed every examination hall's monitoring room across the nation, every screen fixated on the leaderboard. What? 110,800. Over 10,000? Am I seeing things? Did I miscount a zero? Zhou Shuer's score of 1200 was already monstrous. Yet Lin Yang's staggering 10,800. Is this some kind of international joke? Did he wipe out the boss's lair in one fell swoop? What kind of boss is this Linhai Number 1 High School harboring? Made of paper? Cheating. There must be cheating involved. The system has malfunctioned. Following this brief silence, a tsunami of doubt surged forth, accompanied by screams and incredulous roars. It nearly toppled the roofs of all examination venues. At the Linhai testing site, Chen Guodong's plump face quivered uncontrollably. He gazed at the glaring 10,800 on his terminal. Then he glanced at Lin Yang, who was soothing the frightened school beauty in his arms, wearing an expression that seemed to convey a casual nonchalance. Suddenly, he felt his heart struggle to withstand the roller coaster of emotions. Lin Yang, Chen Guodong's voice trembled as he pointed at the leaderboard. This score. Lin Yang lifted his head, casting a glance at the screen where his score stood alone, unparalleled. Raising an eyebrow, he spoke in a tone as indifferent as if discussing the taste of the cafeteria buns. Oh? It's not bad. There were too many minions when I was killing the boss, so I got them all at once. All at once. Listen to this. Is this even human language? Those examinees still fighting tooth and nail for a few points on the periphery, upon hearing this, would surely spew blood on the spot. Zhou Schwerer also peeked out from Lin Yang's embrace, her ice blue eyes sweeping over the leaderboard. Upon seeing the 1200 beside her name, her mouth slightly agape. She quickly turned her gaze to Lin Yang's outrageous 10800. A hint of helplessness and an imperceptible blush flashed across her usually icy face. She gently pinched Lin Yang's arm, her voice laced with playful reproach, soft as a whisper. It's all your fault. I look so useless next to you. Yet deep within her eyes lay a trace of pride and shared glory. Ahem. Chun Guodong forcefully suppressed the tumultuous emotions within him, forcing a warm smile onto his chubby face. Rubbing his hands, he approached Lin Yang, lowering his voice to an unprecedented level of eagerness tinged with a subtle respect. Lin Yang, congratulations. This score is simply astonishing. Just then, boom, a thunderous crash echoed, accompanied by a dazzling golden light, striking the ground nearby like a cannonball. Amidst the swirling dust, Jia Daqian's signature shiny bald head emerged first. As he brushed the dust off his body, he bellowed, "Boss, sister-in-law, why are you both flying so fast?" I rushed and rushed, yet still couldn't catch up. His gaze swept over the strange atmosphere on the platform, then caught sight of the blinding leaderboard. Jia Daqian's mouth slowly fell open. His pale blue eyes fixated on the 5-digit score trailing Lin Yang's name. His expression shifted from hurried urgency to utter bewilderment and shock in an instant. He raised a finger, stained with unknown grime, trembling as he pointed at the screen, his voice cracking. "What the heck? Boss, did you just speedrun the college entrance examination? And it's a no-damage SSS rating?" At this moment, the tide of skepticism surged like a tsunami, sweeping across the national network and all examination venues. 10,800 points? What a joke. This score is nothing short of an insult to all the diligent examinees. The Linhai examination site was instantly thrust into the spotlight, the pressure weighing heavily on Chun Guodong and others, making it difficult for them to breathe. The inquiries from the Capital Education Department arrived almost simultaneously. However, when the on-site staff, under immense pressure, uploaded the indisputable trajectory map from satellite real-time monitoring, all the uproar ceased abruptly, as if a duck had its throat gripped. On the clear satellite image, a dazzling point representing Lin Yang, after the examination signal was issued, traced a nearly straight trajectory like a precision-guided missile. Ignoring all terrain obstacles, it plunged into the core of the ruins at an astonishing speed. What sent shivers down everyone's spine was that, before reaching the core, that point had leisurely circled around the periphery of the core area at a normal speed. Moments later, the core boss point vanished in an instant. Then, that point shot back along the same path at an even faster speed. Total time taken, 15 minutes and 58 seconds. The clear markings struck each doubter like a cold slap in the face. Silence. An even more profound silence than before. If the previous score of 10,800 was absurd, then this satellite trajectory map unveiled a despairing, crushing reality. He not only defeated the boss in seconds, but he also took the school beauty for a scenic tour in midair. He spent most of the time just enjoying the view. That 10,800 points was not a result of a limit-breaking explosion. It was a deliberate control of points. If he had unleashed his full power directly at the boss and then returned, the time could have been compressed to within 5 minutes. This was no longer the prowess of a genius. This was a monster walking among men. Just as the silence brought about by the trajectory map was about to erupt into a more frenzied storm of public opinion, the highest level of official announcement from the Capital Education Department emerged, like a stabilizing anchor. It was simultaneously pinned at the top of all public information platforms. Announcement, statement on the combat score of Lin Yang, examinee from the Linhai examination zone. After the highest authority review by the Ministry of Education, it was confirmed that examinee Lin Yang, examination number XXXXXXXX, maintained a clear satellite trajectory throughout the combat assessment, with complete energy feedback records. The process of defeating the boss adhered to regulations, with no signs of cheating. His score, 10,800 points, is authentic and valid. Ministry of Education. The announcement's wording was cold, concise, and resolute. There were no explanations, no elaborations. Just a single, unequivocal declaration of authenticity. This announcement was like a bucket of icy water, extinguishing all attempts to fan the flames of public opinion. The nation was left in shock. The name Lin Yang ascended to the pinnacle of the National College Entrance Examination with an indisputable aura, claiming the top position with an unprecedented and terrifying score. One that few, if any, may ever replicate. However, this astonishment was swiftly supplanted by a more pervasive sense of regret and indifference. It turned out he was merely an F-grade forbidden spellcaster from the coastal region. No wonder the power he obtained at the cost of his life could obliterate a boss in a single explosive moment. Alas, it is a pity that such results, bought with his very existence, are but fleeting. What use is a genius destined to not see their 20th year? Investing in him would amount to throwing money into the void, observing a hero doomed to a brief existence. The leaders of various factions and top academic institutions shook their heads after the initial shock. The satellite trajectories and announcements from the Ministry of Education confirmed his strength, but also solidified his identity as a forbidden spellcaster. In the eyes of all, the dazzling achievement of Lin Yang was but a momentary and tragic flame ignited by his life. A disposable weapon without a future is hardly worthy of resource allocation, let alone concern. Only a select few, perched atop the highest echelons with utmost authority, would glance at the meticulously encrypted file marked Top Secret of the 12 Stars on their internal terminals, their pupils betraying a flicker of unspoken gravity. The highest level secret of the National Security Bureau. The number of individuals aware of Lin Yang's secret does not exceed 5. These silent guardians offer no explanations to the outside world. They will mobilize all resources, functioning like the most intricate machinery, silently extinguishing any probing, covetous, or malicious threats to Lin Yang in their infancy. Yet, at the center of the storm, Lin Yang appeared oblivious, unmoved by the clamor, pity, or indifference surrounding him. He regarded the swarm of ants, blinded by appearances, with disdain. His current interest lay instead in the recently unlocked divine affinity trait. His gaze settled on Zhou Shuer, standing gracefully beside him, her ice blue hair fluttering in the gentle breeze, as a playful smile curled upon his lips. Shuer, Zhou Shuer furrowed her brow at the glaring comments about Lin Yang's supposed short lifespan on the terminal. She looked up, her ice blue eyes reflecting inquiry and a hint of lingering indignation. Shuer, would you be willing to become my divine affinity? Lin Yang inquired. Divine affinity? I would be honored. Although Zhou Shuer did not fully grasp the concept, her trust in Lin Yang compelled her to agree without hesitation. Lin Yang, hearing her response, remained silent, merely focusing his thoughts. An invisible, arcane connection began to weave between him and Zhou Shuer, as delicate as the finest thread. Do you confirm binding Zhou Shuer as the divine affinity of the forbidden spellcaster? Upon binding, the affinity will share certain traits of the forbidden spellcaster, enhancing experience acquisition efficiency, with the distribution ratio adjustable by the host, 199. Current number of bindable affinities, 11. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yang confirmed within his mind. A hum resonated. Zhou Shuer's body trembled suddenly. Her ice-blue pupils dilated in shock. She felt an indescribable, vast power, as magnificent as a sea of stars, imbued with Lin Yang's unique essence, gently yet dominantly imprinted upon her very soul. It felt as though a door to infinite possibilities had swung open before her. The magical energy she had expended in battle surged back, even becoming purer and more vibrant. A faint blue snowflake-shaped mark appeared on her forehead. What is this? She gazed at Lin Yang in astonishment, feeling the wondrous transformation within. Lin Yang chuckled at her surprised expression. He paused, his gaze drifting toward the bald figure rushing toward them and the candidates still battling in the periphery, adding meaningfully, the slots for divine affinities are quite precious. First come, first served. The first round of the college entrance examination concluded. Classmate Jia Dequan's results? Quite lackadaisical. Upon seeing the dazzling numbers next to Lin Yang's name on the scoreboard, and the satellite imagery indicating the boss had been obliterated, he instantly lost all interest in the struggling candidates below. Bullying minor foes? How beneath him? He scoffed, strolled back to the entrance of the beast zone, found a clean stone stump, and sat cross-legged to take a nap. Until the broadcast signaling the end of the examination echoed through the ruins, dusk had nearly fallen. The second round of assessments would take place the following day at the Coastal City Vocational Association. Candidates poured out of the ruins like a receding tide, most bearing signs of fatigue and wounds. Jia Dequan stretched, his shiny head reflecting the sunlight, as he patted his rumbling stomach, glancing about. Then, his light blue eyes zeroed in on Lin Yang and Zhou Shuer, who were being whisked away in a luxurious car sent by Zhou Tianhao. He approached the vehicle like a forlorn large dog, dragging his feet to the side of the car, and peered into the half-open window. His demeanor pitiful as he gazed at Zhou Shuer, sister-in-law. His voice carried a lament, contrasting sharply with his fierce appearance. I've never known what my parents looked like. Growing up with my master in a dilapidated mountain temple, subsisting on vegetables, and striking a wooden fish. He paused, a rare shadow flickering across his gaze. A few months ago, a group of bandits with curry-scented rags stormed in, claiming I was a reincarnated living Buddha, demanding to take me back to serve my master. Jia Dequan's voice dropped, his fists instinctively clenching, his knuckles turning white. To protect me, they beat him to death. A profound silence descended within the car. The icy expression on Zhou Shuer's face melted, the remnants of indignation regarding Lin Yang dissipating, replaced by a surge of compassion. She looked at the formidable, yet visibly vulnerable bald youth before her, her heart aching as if pricked by a needle. Stop talking. Zhou Shuer's voice resonated with unwavering determination, her ice blue gaze locking onto Jia Dequan. Come with me. My house has plenty of room. Thank you, sister-in-law. You are a living bodhisattva. Jia Dequan's expression transformed instantly, his grievances evaporating as he grinned widely, revealing his trademark bright white teeth. Swiftly climbing into the spacious back seat of the car, he didn't forget to flash a friendly smile at Lin Yang in the front seat. "Hey boss." Lin Yang glanced at him, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. At the Zhou family estate, as the extended luxury vehicle glided smoothly into the brilliantly lit parking area, Jia Dequan's gleaming head poked out of the car door, and even he, accustomed to life and death, was awestruck by the sight before him. What in the world? The scene that unfolded was not merely a residence, but a palace where futuristic technology perfectly fused with classical gardens. Enormous floor-to-ceiling windows reflected the hues of the setting sun and the dazzling lights, and in the distance, private training grounds illuminated the night. This was a far cry from his dilapidated temple with its leaky roof and tattered mats. The difference was akin to that between the Western paradise and the depths of hell. Zhou Tianhao had long awaited at the entrance, and upon seeing his daughter safe and sound, his round face radiated with relief. However, when it came to introducing the bald youth beside him, clad in a worn and faded tracksuit, whose eyes darted around like Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden, the pupils of this coastal tycoon suddenly constricted. An SSS level. Upon learning that Jia Dequan was homeless, Zhou Tianhao waved his hand with a flourish, his business acumen and generosity instantly on display. "Little Jia, is it? A fine lad. From now on, consider this your home. You prefer tranquility, do you? The lakeside villa on the east side is still unoccupied. The environment is splendid. It's yours. Here are the keys. And no, Uncle Zhou, that is too much." Jia Dequan shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum, hands waving in refusal, his expression one of alarm. "My master has said, for a monk, a place to sleep should only accommodate a bed, providing shelter from the wind and rain suffices. A golden nest or silver nest cannot compare to one's own humble abode." He paused, fixing a resolute gaze on the calm Lin Yang beside him. "Moreover, wherever the boss is, I shall be too. I would sleep right at the boss's doorstep if need be." Lin Yang observed Jia Dequan's fervent commitment to follow his leader, catching a glimpse of the lingering pain in his eyes, stirred by thoughts of his master. He understood then that this lad was from Longyuan, a future teammate sent by Tai's Han, his capabilities beyond doubt. The potential of an SSS-level profession, living Buddha, was indeed unfathomable. Yet, being a teammate implies a readiness to entrust one's back to another. Lin Yang needed time for observation. Chapter 50. The Master of Jokes, Jia Dequan. "Very well then," Lin Yang replied nonchalantly. Seeing the Zhou father and daughter in agreement, it was settled. "I have an empty guest room next door. You can stay there for now." Naturally, the guest room arranged by Zhou Shui'er was top-notch. Comfort and luxury encompassed it. Lin Yang's room had been meticulously decorated by Zhou Shui'er, even the air infused with a youthful fragrance. Jia Dequan's room was adjacent, equally spacious and bright. That night, Lin Yang sat cross-legged on a bed so soft it felt like sinking into it, his mind delving into the depths of his consciousness, sorting through the day's revelations. Particularly, the subtle nuances of element fusion, as he experimented with different combinations. In the stillness of the night, a faint, hesitant knock echoed, shattering the tranquility within. Lin Yang opened his eyes, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. At this hour, Zhou Shui'er? That seemed out of character. Jia Dequan. Lin Yang's senses spread out like an invisible web, instantly catching the familiar scent wafting from the door, a robust, fervent presence tinged with the weight of a Buddhist warrior, yet mingled with a hint of youthful apprehension. He rose to open the door. Outside, Jia Dequan's gleaming bald head reflected the corridor's warm light. He rubbed his hands together, a rare bashfulness contrasting sharply with his fierce demeanor etched across his face. His stomach, concealed beneath the tracksuit, emitted a long, protesting rumble. "Boss," Jia Dequan's voice was muffled, his gaze evasive. Didn't he eat enough tonight?" Lin Yang observed his pitiful countenance and felt a subtle smirk tug at his lips. Where had the fierce bravado of the day gone? "Wait here." Lin Yang retrieved his phone and ordered a barbecue delivery. The night breeze was refreshingly cool, dispersing the city's clamor. Upon the expansive flat roof of the Zhou family estate, the moonlight spilled like liquid mercury. In the distance, the dazzling lights of Linhai City twinkled, while nearby, the meticulously maintained garden lay shrouded in night. 2 lounge chairs stood side by side, piled high with oil paper-wrapped delicacies. The enticing aroma of grilled skewers mingling with several chilled beers. Jia Dequan sat cross-legged on the ground, one hand clutching a sizzling lamb skewer, the other lifting a beer bottle, devouring his meal with abandon, entirely devoid of decorum. With a few gulps of cold beer, his earlier restraint vanished into the ether. "Boss, let me tell you about my master. Aside from chanting scriptures and striking the wooden fish, he loves to ponder the absurd. Eating meat and drinking wine, he dabbles in everything." Jia Dequan took a swig of beer, releasing a loud belch, his eyes sparkling as he opened up. Lin Yang reclined lazily in the lounge chair, casually nibbling on a grilled wing, unfazed by Jia Dequan's candidness, finding it rather refreshing. "Boss, do you know Zhang Jiao?" Jia Dequan suddenly paused chewing, a thoughtful expression gracing his oily face. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, swallowing his food. The heavens have perished. Huang Tian is to rise. The great sage and virtuous teacher Zhang Jiao, of course I know. He tilted his head back for a gulp of cold beer, his Adam's apple bobbing. Well, boss, if you were Zhang Jiao. Jia Dequan's expression shifted to one of utmost seriousness, even placing his skewer down, fixing a piercing gaze on Lin Yang. Lin Yang felt a stir of intrigue. This lad could pose such profound questions? Zhang Jiao, leader of the peasant uprising and a religious figure, what was he aiming to discuss? Ambition? Idealism? Or the cost? He set down the beer bottle, growing earnest, signaling for Jia Dequan to continue. Jia Dequan inhaled deeply as if preparing to unveil some earth-shattering philosophy. If you were Zhang Jiao, wouldn't you desire peace for the world? Lin Yang. His nascent serious contemplation abruptly faltered. What in the world was that? Observing Lin Yang's incredulous expression, Jia Dequan could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter, his shoulders shaking. Haha, boss, just kidding, just kidding. Wiping away tears of mirth, he seized another skewer, winking mischievously. Now, boss, let me pose another question. If a beauty is so stunning she reaches the pinnacle of beauty, what does she need the most? Lin Yang eyed him warily, sensing mischief afoot. Tentatively, he replied, a partner? Wrong. Jia Dequan slapped his thigh, his expression triumphant. No matter how splendid the ceiling, it still needs a support beam. Ha! He reveled in his own jest, doubling over with laughter. Lin Yang regarded him with the gaze reserved for rare specimens, pondering if this incessantly chattering fool could truly be an SSS-level profession, living Buddha. What on earth had his master imparted to him? With several bottles of beer consumed, Jia Dequan was utterly unrestrained, unable to stop himself. Boss, let me test you again. Back when I delivered takeout, I dated a particularly pure college girl. Lin Yang remained expressionless, having resigned himself to the absurdity, silently reaching for a skewer of grilled chives. So why did you break up? Jia Dequan asked, a sly grin on his face. Lin Yang, uninterested in guessing, quietly watched him perform. The most crucial reason. Jia Dequan clapped his shiny bald head, feigning a look of agony. I couldn't get into her school. Uffed. Lin Yang nearly spat out the mouthful of beer he had just swallowed, forcing it down, coughing a couple of times. You had better be talking about the school. Lin Yang, finally catching his breath, helplessly pointed at his head. Is all of this what your master taught you? Of course. Jia Dequan replied nonchalantly, even with a hint of nostalgia. My master is amazing. He knows everything about the heavens and the earth, and even has a grasp on. A little humor. He says that to navigate the world, one must not only have strength, but also know how to tell jokes to lighten the atmosphere. All right. Lin Yang rubbed his temples, feeling a strong curiosity about this master he had yet to meet. To cultivate a talent with an SSS class aptitude into such a state is indeed remarkable. Boss, I have one last pressing question. I assure you. Enough. Lin Yang decisively raised his hand to halt the conversation, fearing that further discourse might destabilize his composure. He gestured toward the chaos strewn across the floor, then made his way toward the staircase. Jia Dequian, still unsatisfied, smacked his lips, watching the boss's figure vanish at the staircase. He glanced down at the glossy skewers in his hand, chuckling foolishly to himself before downing the last sip of beer. Under the moonlight, a rare depth of tranquility swept through his normally fierce or goofy light blue eyes. He murmured softly, his voice barely audible against the night breeze. Master, you have guided me to those who can change the world. I believe I have found them. Chapter 51, Damage Assessment. Zhou Shuer erupts. The following morning, at the headquarters of the Professional Association in Linhai City. This was a grand edifice, a magnificent fusion of modern technological sensibility and solemn professional aesthetics. Towering alloy columns glimmered with a cold light, while a colossal association emblem hovered above the entrance, slowly rotating and emanating an intangible pressure. A sleek, understatedly luxurious black limousine glided silently to a stop at the entrance. The car door opened automatically. The first to step out was Zhou Shuer, clad in a perfectly tailored ice blue sorceress robe, her long hair tied up, exuding an aura as crisp and pure as freshly fallen snow. She instantly captured the attention of all candidates and staff at the entrance. Following her was Lin Yang, still in a simple yet elegant black tailored suit, standing tall with a gaze that was calm yet slightly languid. As he appeared, the murmurs that filled the air immediately hushed, replaced by a complex tapestry of awe, curiosity, and regret directed towards him. However, when the third figure emerged, a bald head shining brightly, dressed in faded sportswear, clumsily extricating himself from the vehicle, the crowd erupted in suppressed gasps and whispers. Who is that bald guy? Is he with Lin Yang and Zhou Shuer? What an odd trio. That looks like a bodyguard, but not really. Jia Dequian paid no mind to the curious stares. Instead, he curiously surveyed his surroundings, particularly admiring the two massive, rune-engraved statues of professionals standing at the entrance. He muttered to himself, wow, what a grand sight. Much bigger than the stone lions at our temple entrance. The trio ignored the surrounding commentary and strode directly toward the entrance. Several intricate devices, flickering with a ghostly blue light, stood at the doorway. Identity verification. Please proceed in order, announced a staff member clad in standard combat attire, his voice firm and unyielding. Lin Yang and Zhou Shuer walked past calmly, the devices emitting a gentle green glow, confirming their examination numbers. When it was Jia Daqian's turn, he curiously leaned in. As the device scanned him, the light seemed to momentarily freeze. The data on the screen refreshed frantically for several seconds before finally stabilizing, lighting up with a green signal. The staff member, glancing at the screen displaying the designation of a 20-level living Buddha, felt a twinge of shock at the corner of his eye, but silently permitted him entry. Upon entering the association, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Beneath a colossal dome, the central hall could accommodate thousands. At this moment, the hall was temporarily divided into several examination zones. An invisible air of solemnity and tension permeated the space. Figures clad in uniform, deep blue examiner attire stood like javelins at critical points, their gazes sharp as eagles, their presence calm and restrained, each a professional of at least level 40. An unseen mental force field interwove throughout the venue, nullifying any possibility of cheating. Even more heart-pounding was the sight of 3 venerable elders, their auras as profound as the ocean, seated with eyes closed on a high platform at the front of the hall. Their presence seemed to loom like 3 insurmountable mountains, suppressing the entire examination area. All candidates who had arrived early felt as if they had been plunged into icy waters, daring not to breathe too loudly. They quietly searched for their designated spots, as the air was filled only with the sounds of suppressed breaths and footsteps. When Lin Yang, Zhou Shuer, and the out-of-place bald Jia Daqian stepped into this realm, they instantly became the focal point. On the high platform, the elder at the center, white-haired and with a rugged visage, slowly opened his eyes. This man was Zemo Xian, a senior mentor from the Demon God Academy and the chief examiner for this examination point in Linhai. His gaze, like an invisible probe, swept over the throng below, finally resting on Lin Yang and Jia Daqian, a fleeting glimmer of interest passing through his otherwise impassive face. A 20-level living Buddha, and another at 20 level? Zemo Xian's perceptive abilities locked onto Lin Yang, his formidable mental strength easily penetrating the layer of languor that enveloped him. He sensed the vast depth beneath, akin to a sea of stars, causing him to nod slightly in acknowledgement. 2 20-level prodigies. No wonder the dean personally requested I come to this small place in Linhai. However, as the examiner's dedicated terminal floated before him, displaying Lin Yang's public profile, Zemo Xian's weathered brow furrowed in immediate perplexity. Name, Lin Yang. Profession, Forbidden Spell Sorcerer. Forbidden Spell Sorcerer? Zemo Xian mulled over the title, a smirk of undisguised disdain curving his lips. Just a flashy title. Isn't it merely a sorcerer who burns their own life? The flicker of interest in his eyes swiftly vanished, replaced by profound pity, as if witnessing a candle flame on the verge of extinguishing. What a shame, destined to be a short-lived soul, unable to ascend to true heights. Zemo Xian shook his head slightly, having already eliminated Lin Yang from the candidate list in his mind. As for that little bald head, an SSS-level living Buddha, with exceptional natural talent and a simple nature, though he may not appear particularly bright, with a little refinement, he is bound to become a great asset. At this moment, the test officially commenced. The first event, Damage Output Assessment. In the center of the arena stood a massive, jet-black stone tablet, its surface etched with countless intricate energy circuits. This was not merely a test of basic attribute values. It assessed the candidate's depth of self-awareness of their power and their efficiency in utilizing it. High attributes were fundamental. The real key was how much one could harness. Candidates approached one by one, unleashing their full might against the stone tablet. A level 12 warrior bellowed as he swung a colossal sword, executing a cleave. The tablet shimmered, displaying a damage level, 14. This prompted a ripple of muted gasps, 2 levels higher, quite impressive. Next, a level 14 assassin vanished like a phantom, reappearing instantaneously behind the tablet. With a dagger aglow, he unleashed backstab. The tablet reverberated, reporting a damage level, 18. For levels higher, the crowd erupted in hushed exclamations and applause. After a brief interlude, it was Zhou Shuer's turn. She inhaled deeply, a flicker of determination flashing in her ice-blue eyes as she tightened her grip on the staff, emanating a chilling aura. Lin Yang cast her a calm, yet encouraging glance. She stepped forward, taking her position before the stone tablet. Up on the platform, Zemo Xian merely glanced over. An S-level winter sorceress? Level 15? By the standards of the Demon God Academy, she could only be deemed average, failing to capture his significant attention. Freeze my enemy. Zhou Shuer let out a sharp cry, and the tip of her staff ignited with a brilliant radiance of ice crystals. A formidable chill rapidly coalesced, forming a gigantic ice spear, as thick as an arm and possessing an extraordinarily sharp point. Right before her, the frigid air surged forth, seemingly threatening to freeze the very atmosphere. This was her most potent single-target offensive spell to date. Zemo Xian's expression remained unperturbed. The condensation speed was acceptable. The purity of the coldness was fair, but that was merely the extent of it. Just as the ice spear was about to be launched, an unexpected transformation occurred. A minuscule yet exquisitely crafted snowflake insignia, composed of ice crystals, suddenly illuminated the smooth center of Zhou Xuan'er's brow. It radiated a faint, ethereal glow reminiscent of the deep blue luminescence from the ancient ice plains. In the next moment, an ice blue phantom materialized behind her. Chapter 52, The Might of the Divine Favor. Simultaneously, a palpable chill, transcending the mundane, suddenly enveloped the hall. The temperature plummeted drastically. The ground, walls, and even the air crystallized into delicate ice shards. Behind Zhou Xuer, the void rippled like water. A graceful figure, formed purely of icy energy, slowly took shape. Adorned with an ice crystal crown and draped in a gown woven from frost and snow, her visage was unparalleled, yet emanated a frigid aura devoid of warmth. Her ice-blue eyes gazed down upon all, exuding a divine indifference and authority. The Ice Queen, although merely a faint projection, far less substantial than Lin Yang's summons. The aura belonging to the ruler of ice and snow bore down upon each individual's heart like a tangible iceberg. This is impossible. Mo Xian sprang to his feet, his usually impassive face now etched with profound astonishment and horror for the first time. The energy pin in his hand was crushed unconsciously. The examination hall fell into a profound silence. Everyone resembled frozen statues, staring blankly at the surreal yet imposing figure of the ice and snow goddess behind Zhou Xuer. Zhou Xuer felt an overwhelming and frigid power surge within her, perfectly merging with her own magical energy. Inspired, she focused her intent. The massive ice spear, under the watchful gaze of the Ice Queen's projection, instantly transformed. The spear became denser, more transparent, resembling the purest blue crystal. Even more astonishingly, the tip of the ice spear began to rotate of its own accord, forming several spiral, drill-like sharp threads. Strands of absolute coldness entwined around it, seemingly capable of freezing and tearing apart space itself. Go! Zhou Xuer lightly tapped her staff. Whoosh! The spiraled ice spear, imbued with divine power, emitted a piercing shriek, slicing through the frigid air and transforming into a streak of deathly blue light, crashing violently against the dark test monument. Boom! Instead of a deafening explosion, there was a sound so deep it sent shivers through the soul, akin to an iceberg colliding with the earth. The energy circuits inscribed upon the monument erupted in an unprecedented, blinding radiance. Flickering wildly, the entire monument trembled violently. After several seconds, the light gradually stabilized. A glaring, crimson number, causing every soul present to tremble, was projected clearly at the top of the monument and mirrored on the enormous light screen in the center of the examination hall. Damage level, 35. Hiss. Following a brief silence, a synchronized gasp echoed, potent enough to overturn the very dome above. Level 15. Dealing damage equivalent to level 35. An entire 20 levels surpassed? What does this signify? Such an extraordinary leap was unprecedented in the first test of the Demon God Academy. A prodigy. A candidate cried out in disbelief. An S-rank capable of such feats. What exactly was the phantom behind her? A deity? On the platform, Mo Xian stood rigid, his gaze fixated on the 35 displayed on the screen. He then glanced back at the dissipating figure of the Ice Queen behind Zhou Xuer. His heart felt as though it were being gripped by an icy hand. To hell with it. An S-rank ice mage inflicting damage exceeding 20 levels? What kind of monstrous being lurked within this coastal high school? An indescribable chill, intertwined with an insatiable curiosity and a hint of unacknowledged trepidation, enveloped this mentor of the Demon God Academy. The shrill wail of the ice spear seemed to still echo in the hall. The lingering chill left by the spiraled ice spear had yet to dissipate. The crimson, LV-35, gleamed like a searing brand, scorching the nerves of all present. Behind Zhou Xuer, the imposing phantom of the Ice Queen began to dissipate like the first snow melting in the sunlight. Yet, just before the phantom completely faded, her ice crystal-carved eyes, looking down upon the masses, bore a remarkably human-like hint of disdain. They precisely glanced towards Lin Yang at the back of the crowd. That gaze seemed to silently accuse. Are you assigning me more tasks? Or are you merely assisting this little girl? The familiar lip movement spelled out a curse. In an instant, the phantom transformed into shimmering ice crystals, vanishing into the ether. Zhou Xuer felt the vast power within her ebb like a receding tide. The shock and a hint of confusion still lingered in her ice-blue eyes. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the tumult of emotions. Returning to Lin Yang's side under the gaze of thousands of awestruck, incredulous eyes, her cheeks slightly flushed with excitement and becoming the center of attention. Lin Yang regarded her, a faint yet genuine smile gracing his lips, as he nodded slightly. Not bad. Just those simple words instantly transformed Zhou Xuan's anxiety into sweetness. A gentle smile blossomed upon her once frozen face, reminiscent of the thawing of early snow. Sister-in-law is incredible. Jia Dequan's loud voice shattered the silence like a clap of thunder. He animatedly gestured, giving Zhou Xuer two enthusiastic thumbs up, his spit flying. Sister-in-law is invincible. That last strike was utterly magnificent. No matter the boss, one thrust will ensure a chill to the bone. Zhou Shuer, slightly embarrassed by his praise, shot him a playful glare. Yet, deep within her ice-blue eyes, a flicker of joy at his recognition remained hidden. Next up, Jia Dequan. The examiner's voice trembled slightly. All right, watch the master. Jia Dequan rubbed his hands in anticipation, cracking his neck with a resounding pop, striding confidently towards the testing point. As he passed by Lin Yang, he leaned in conspiratorially. Boss, do you know why men are fond of? Cut the nonsense. Lin Yang interrupted without lifting his gaze, urging him to hurry up, get it done and dusted. Understood. Jia Dequan chuckled sheepishly, swiftly suppressing his playful demeanor, standing firm before the dark monument. Who is that bald guy? He looks intimidating. Like a thug. He followed Lin Yang and Zhou Shuer in. Could he also be a fierce character? How fierce could he be? Could he possibly be more formidable than that ice spear just now? In hushed whispers, the majority of the crowd did not recognize the shabby, bald youth. Upon the high platform, Emo Xian suppressed the overwhelming astonishment he felt towards Lin Yang, inhaling deeply as his gaze gravely fixed upon Jia Dequian. An SSS level, living Buddha. The dean had specifically instructed him to come to Lehigh. This individual was undoubtedly the focal point of his visit. Jia Dequian clasped his hands in front of his chest, murmuring an obscure Sanskrit incantation, Om. Hum. A layer of concentrated golden Buddhist light suddenly emanated from his being, enveloping him entirely, with the radiance most intense around his enormous fists, which appeared as if forged from pure gold. What the hell? A Buddha's golden body. Chapter 53. Isn't he a sorcerer? An overwhelming force erupted forth, as fierce as a Vajra's wrath. What an astonishing aura. It felt even more formidable than that ice spear. The gasps had yet to fade when Jia Dequian sprang into action. Without ostentation, and lacking even a preparatory run, the alloy ground beneath him cracked audibly. He twisted his waist and spun, compressing his entire being like a coiled spring. His right fist, aglow with blinding golden light, transformed into a golden meteor that tore through the air, striking the center of the stone tablet with unrestrained ferocity. For the Buddha's sake. Boom. This time, it was not the dull thud of before, but a terrifying sound akin to a colossal hammer smashing against a bronze bell. The entire hall of the professional association quaked under the might of this punch. A visible shockwave erupted from the apex of his fist. The dark stone tablet, inscribed with runes, suddenly blazed with brilliance, emitting a resonant hum as if it were on the verge of shattering. Buzz. Blinding red light flickered once more. A scarlet number projected forth, its brilliance surpassing that of Zhou Shuer's LV-35. Damage level, LV-50. Level 50. Inflicting the equivalent damage of level 50 with a mere level 20 body. A leap across 30 levels. The crowd, just recovering from the shock of the ice spear, was once again left in a stupor by this raw, yet even more ferocious power. The hall echoed solely with the lingering hum of the stone tablet and the gasps of astonishment. On the platform, Emo Xian's pupils jolted, though he had mentally prepared himself. Witnessing this terrifying power that exceeded all expectations made his heart flutter. SSS level. Truly deserving of the SSS designation. This individual shall surely be claimed by the Demon God Academy. His gaze towards Jia Dequian brimmed with fervent determination. With a huff, Jia Dequian retracted his fist, the golden glow dimming slightly, and with a flick of his wrist, he grinned at the stone tablet, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Not bad. I didn't waste the boss's kebabs. He turned around, striding back towards Lin Yang like a triumphant general, tilting his chin in pride. Boss, did I embarrass you? Lin Yang casually nodded, though his eyes had already drifted past Jia Dequian, calmly directed at the dark stone tablet in the center of the arena. Next up, Lin Yang. The examiner's voice rang out. In a flash, every gaze in the arena converged upon the youth clad in a black suit, standing tall with an air of tranquility bordering on laziness. Zhou Shuer's ice-blue eyes glimmered with anticipation and a hint of anxiety. Jia Dequian wore an expression of eager excitement, as countless eyes, like tangible chains, bound themselves to the center of the arena. Lin Yang's steps remained unhurried. His calmness, having endured Zhou Shuer's icy miracle and Jia Dequian's furious punch, appeared almost eerie. He halted before the dark stone tablet, tilting his head slightly. His gaze skimmed over the remnants of LV-35 and the blinding LV-50 scarlet afterimage still lingering above. There were no icy crystals forming, no radiant Buddhist light illuminating the surroundings, not even the slightest hint of energy rippling outward. He simply stood there, as if confronting not an ancient stone tablet capable of measuring mountainous strength, but rather an ordinary decorative stone. Zhou Shuer held her breath, her ice blue eyes unwavering. Jia Dequian grinned widely, his fists unconsciously clenching, seemingly more excited than when he himself had taken the stage. Lin Yang casually raised his right hand, the motion as gentle as brushing dust from a sleeve. His index finger bent slightly, with his thumb resting lightly on the knuckle. Then, under the intense scrutiny of every pair of eyes, he gently flicked his finger towards the center of the stone tablet. Snap! A soft sound, as delicate as raindrops falling onto flagstones. Yet, in the hushed hall, it resonated as thunder cracking in everyone's ears. Was that it? No earth-shattering momentum? No apocalyptic brilliance? Not even a significant sound, just as countless thoughts of confusion, disappointment, and even derision began to stir, an explosive power, indescribable and pure to the extreme, as if emanating from the very core of the earth, erupted without warning from Lin Yang's seemingly trivial flick. Not energy, but a physical force so pure it sent tremors through the soul. The dark stone tablet, which had remained steadfast against the piercing ice spear and the might of the golden fist, was now struck as if by a meteor descending from the heavens. At the point of contact, a visible shockwave rippled outward, shattering the silence. The surface of the stone tablet, adorned with intricate runes, blazed with brilliance as if ice had been tossed into boiling water, flickering madly, twisting, and emitting a piercing wail as it neared collapse. The colossal 10-meter stone body trembled violently, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. The junction between the base and the alloy floor emitted a painful metallic groan, the solid alloy visibly contorting under the immense pressure. Buzz! The blinding red light ceased to flicker, erupting violently from the top of the stone tablet, like a volcanic eruption. A crimson beam soared into the sky, instantly obliterating all previous traces. A number, colossal enough to take one's breath away, seemingly forged from molten lava, was indelibly stamped upon the retinas of all present, etched into the very void. Equivalent damage level, LV70. Level 70. Inflicting the equivalent damage of level 70 with a mere level 20 body. A transcendence of 50 levels. Silence. A stillness deeper than any before, a deathly quiet. It felt as though time had frozen, space had solidified. Everyone appeared as if petrified, mouths agape, eyes wide. Their expressions frozen in an extreme state of shock and incomprehension. Was he not a sorcerer? That F-ranked forbidden spellcaster? The one who burned his life force to unleash spells? But what had just transpired? No incantation, no staff, no elemental fluctuations, just a light flick of the finger, pure power, the strength of immortal flesh. What manner of monster is this? Crash, bang. Upon the elevated platform, Emo Xian felt as though all his bones had been extracted, leaving him disoriented as he collapsed back into the alloy chair that had only just supported him. He inadvertently knocked over the crystalline screen device of the nearby recorder, sending shards and tea splattering across himself, yet he remained blissfully unaware. His wrinkled visage was as pale as parchment, his lips quivering, his murky eyes fixated on the empty air where the blood-red curse of LV70 loomed ominously. Mechanically, he turned to gaze at the tranquil youth below, who had merely retracted his finger as if swatting away a fly. A singular thought raged within his mind, obliterating all his understanding, all his pride, all definitions of a forbidden spellcaster, a monster, undeniably an ancient beast clad in human skin. What in the world did you bring me here to witness, Dean? In the center of the arena, Lin Yang slowly lowered his hand, his fingertips devoid of any crimson marks. He seemed utterly oblivious to the deathly silence emanating from behind him, as if gazing upon a specter. He merely tilted his head slightly, calmly addressing the disheartened chief examiner on the platform, his voice soft yet piercing through the stillness. Examiner, this stone tablet. It appears rather fragile, does it not? Chapter 54. No, then let us try again. Lin Yang's seemingly nonchalant remark about the tablet's fragility struck each examinee like an invisible slap across the face. What does rather fragile even mean? What then do we, who have expended every ounce of effort to inflict mere level 10 damage, amount to? Are we even less than worthless refuse? In the suffocating silence of the venue, an overwhelming sense of frustration, indignation, and unutterable humiliation surged forth. I refuse to accept this. A shrill, almost broken scream erupted, akin to a venomous serpent bursting forth from its lair, violently tearing through the stifling atmosphere. Zhao Kai, his face flushed, pushed through the crowd. His trembling finger pointed accusatorily at Lin Yang, his eyes brimming with envy and a near-maniacal malice. He is cheating. He must be cheating. Zhao Kai's voice, distorted by his agitation, proclaimed, he is a mage. A forbidden spell mage. Who doesn't he know that? How can he inflict level 70 physical damage? This is utterly illogical. It defies the very essence of professional knowledge. That stone tablet must be flawed. Or he is using some underhanded equipment. He surveyed the crowd, attempting to incite emotion, his voice rising higher, laced with venomous intent. If you're capable, use your spells to strike again. Let everyone witness the true prowess of this forbidden spell deity. Dare you? If you don't, that means you have a guilty conscience. Cheating. Nullify the results. The crowd erupted in chaos. Everyone was acutely aware of the treachery behind Zhao Kai's ploy. Lin Yang was a forbidden spellcaster, and burning one's life to unleash spells was common knowledge. Forcing him to cast another forbidden spell in front of everyone, that was tantamount to compelling him to shorten his own lifespan. It could even lead to his untimely demise. Zhao Kai, you are shameless, Zhou Shuer exclaimed. Her delicate face pale with anger, her ice blue hair swirling without wind, a chilling aura enveloping her. Her staff pointed accusingly at Zhao Kai, her voice cold enough to shatter steel. Do you wish to take a life? Do you believe I want to turn you into an ice statue right now? Jia Dequan did not roar. Instead, he revealed a grin that exposed his gleaming white teeth. He directed a disturbingly congenial smile toward Zhao Kai. Yet, within his pale blue pupils, there was not a hint of mirth, only the cold, bloodthirsty glint of a predator fixating on its prey. He slowly licked his lips, silently mouthing, "You are doomed." The unmasked intent to kill made Zhao Kai's scalp tingle with fear. A chill surged from his tailbone straight to the crown of his head, but he had already gone too far. Jealousy and fear propelled him into a frenzy. He knew Lin Yang had little time left, yet he must ensure his demise came swifter, before he himself was thoroughly trampled into the mud. All eyes suddenly converged upon Mo Xian, the chief examiner, whose expression was fraught with complexity. He was the chief examiner. His judgment would determine everything. Mo Xian's brow furrowed, torn between his inner turmoil. He still harbored a deep-seated aversion to Lin Yang's identity as a forbidden spellcaster. He did not wish for Lin Yang to enter the Demon God Academy. Yet, as an examiner, to validate a score already recorded by the system through such an overtly coercive means of forcing an opponent to shorten their lifespan, that was despicable. Should this become public, what would be left of the Demon God Academy's reputation? Drawing a deep breath, he prepared to dismiss Zhao Kai's unreasonable demands. I believe a calm voice, devoid of any tremor, resonated, instantly eclipsing the cacophony. Lin Yang turned slowly, his gaze as profound as a frigid abyss. He looked past the furious Zhou Shui and the menacing Jia Dequan, landing squarely on Zhao Kai, who was pale and trembling. A faint smile curled at the corner of his lips, reminiscent of a sardonic grin. What you say holds considerable merit. Boom. Like thunder on a clear day, everyone was stunned. Even Mo Xian was momentarily taken aback. Zhou Shui spun around abruptly, her ice-blue pupils filled with urgency and confusion. Lin Yang. You, Jia Dequan's fierce smile froze upon his face, morphing into shock. Zhao Kai felt as though he had been grasped by the throat. He had anticipated Lin Yang's fury, refusal, and defense, yet he never envisioned that the other would so casually acquiesce. An ominous premonition instantly seized his heart. Lin Yang's gaze lingered on Zhao Kai's face, twisted by fear and disbelief. That look was akin to observing an ant frantically hopping at the edge of boiling water. Then let us, Lin Yang intoned, his voice still calm but imbued with a soul-freezing chill. Try again. He no longer regarded Zhao Kai, instead directing his attention back to the platform, as if stating an established fact. Examiner, since there are doubts, let us proceed as he suggests, using spells to retest. Mo Xian opened his mouth, gazing into Lin Yang's eerily calm eyes. Then he glanced at Zhao Kai below, who resembled a circus clown yet was engulfed in immense panic at Lin Yang's agreement. Ultimately, all his words transformed into a complex sigh. Very well. Mo Xian's voice was dry. It has come to this. I can no longer intervene. Lin Yang faced the rune-etched stone tablet, now dimmed. Its base contorted as though it had just endured a cataclysm. This time, he did not raise his finger. He simply stood still, his gaze slightly lowered. No one knew what he was contemplating. Was it sorrow? Was it resoluteness? Or something else entirely? The entire hall fell into an eerie silence, denser than any previous moment. The air felt as though it had solidified into lead, rendering it nearly suffocating. Zhou Shui gripped her staff tightly, her knuckles turning white, her ice-blue eyes filled with concern. Jia Dequan suppressed all expressions, his pale blue eyes fixated intently on Lin Yang, his muscles taut. Mo Xian's palms dampened with sweat, his murky eyes unblinking. Zhao Kai felt as though he were on the verge of asphyxiation. Lin Yang's earlier sardonic gaze clung to him like a nightmare. In the midst of this suffocating silence, Lin Yang slowly raised his head. His expression had transformed, no longer tranquil or languid, nor was it a mere semblance of a smile. It was a detachment akin to that of an ancient thunder deity slowly awakening from slumber. There were no incantations uttered, nor any staffs waved. He merely raised his right hand with an air of nonchalance, his fingers spread wide, palm facing outward, as if he were grasping an invisible scepter of thunder in the void. In an instant, zzz, countless slender, frenzied arcs of purple-gold lightning erupted spontaneously, as if they were serpents possessed of life, coiling around his arm and dancing between his elongated fingers. A devastating aura, one that commanded the submission of all creation, began to coalesce around Lin Yang, reminiscent of a world-ending tempest awakening. The blinding lightning, akin to the primordial thunderbolts that shattered the heavens, instantaneously tore through the stifling air of the hall. The violent currents transformed into numerous twisted branches, thrashing wildly through the void, unleashing a thunderous roar. At the epicenter of this cataclysmic illumination, a shadow of unimaginable majesty and beauty silently materialized behind Lin Yang. Chapter 55. How could you still be alive? Upon Lin Yang's palm, the purple-gold lightning surged with unprecedented ferocity. Zzz boom. She was clad in a battle dress woven from pure thunder, her bare feet suspended in midair. Each step she took seemed to tread upon nodes of cosmic laws, sending ripples of fine electrical networks radiating outward. Her deep purple hair cascaded like a waterfall of stars in reverse, swirling wildly amidst the tempestuous currents. What sent shivers through the souls of onlookers were her eyes. Those orbs held no pupils, only swirling voids of collapsing and exploding energy, as if they contained the very essence of the universe's cycles of creation and destruction. The laws of annihilation and thunder intertwined within them. The shadow of the thunder goddess of judgment. A deity, yet another divine apparition. What manner of profession is this? Screams, gasps, and the sounds of knees buckling in submission melded into a cacophony. Just as the crowd had begun to recover from the shock of the physical snap, they were once again overwhelmed by this scene of divine nature that transcended mortal comprehension. Even Mo Xian on the high platform clutched his heart, his aged visage contorted in sheer horror. This was no ordinary elemental summoning. This was the manifestation of law, the projection of divinity. The arm of the thunder goddess, crafted from pure lightning, moved in perfect synchrony with Lin Yang's descending arm. Her delicate fingers, entwined with the essence of destructive thunder, bore an indifference that judged all beneath her gaze. With a gentle flick towards the dark stone tablet, adorned with dim runes and warped at its base, she executed a motion as graceful as plucking a string. Boom! As the goddess's fingertip descended, the towering metallic dome of the professional association above Lin Yang's head, though clear skies reigned, was suddenly engulfed by a heavy, leaden darkness that coalesced into ominous thunderclouds. Within the clouds, countless bolts of terrifying lightning, as thick as dragons and radiating blinding white light, raced and gathered. In the next heartbeat, a pillar of incandescent white lightning, over 3 meters in diameter and refined to its utmost essence, descended like a spear of judgment from the heavens above, ignoring the boundaries of physical space. It tore through the heavy metallic dome, bearing the ultimate will to annihilate all and render judgment upon everything, striking with unerring precision at the very center of the test stone. There was no process, only the result. The ancient stone tablet, inscribed with countless esoteric runes, designed to withstand the maximum theoretical damage of LV-99, weathered through a millennium, within a fraction of a second of contact with the blazing lightning column, melted as if it were an ice crystal cast into the core of the sun. There was no explosive roar, only a sickening sound, akin to billions of crystals being ground into powder. The obsidian surface of the tablet, starting from the most intricate runes, shone with an indescribable brilliance. Then, under the horrified gaze of all present, it crumbled silently, as if crushed by an invisible hand, disintegrating into nothingness. A terrifying pit, several meters in diameter and unfathomably deep, flowed with molten crimson metal at its edges. The residual currents at the pit's bottom writhed like unwilling serpents, emitting crackling lamentations. The acrid scent of ozone and burnt metal instantly enveloped the arena. The metallic base that had supported the stone tablet, reduced to mere smoke. The arcane runes etched upon it, turned to ash. That stone tablet, a symbol of absolute power, left not a trace of dust behind. It had been utterly obliterated on a material level. Silence. An absolute, vacuum-like stillness. Everyone, including the examiners, found their minds blank. They could scarcely comprehend what they had witnessed. Was it divine punishment? An illusion? Or a nightmare? Destroying the tablet was not difficult. One could easily enlist a high-level individual, well-equipped and fully buffed, to accomplish it. The challenge lay in instantaneously vaporizing it, reducing it to its most fundamental particles. The level of power required surpassed their comprehension of damage. On the high platform, Mo Xian, as if drained of all strength, slumped in his chair. His lips trembled as he gazed at the massive breach in the dome, torn asunder by the lightning column. He looked down at the pit flowing with lava, then back at the slowly dissipating shadow of the thunder goddess behind Lin Yang, a figure that had etched the mark of destruction deep within every soul present. Only one thought screamed through his mind. The LV-99 tablet is gone. Gone in a single strike. His earlier physical snap truly was a control mechanism. At that moment, Lin Yang slowly retracted his hand, the lightning dancing upon his palm, fading into oblivion. He appeared to have merely accomplished a trivial task, his breath unperturbed in the slightest. He did not even glance at the molten pit he had created. His gaze, like 2 icy bolts of lightning, pierced through the lingering smoke and the paralyzed crowd, landing with unerring accuracy upon the orchestrator of this chaos, Zhao Kai. Zhao Kai lay crumpled on the ground like a broken doll, a dark, foul-smelling stain rapidly spreading from his groin. The color drained from his face, his eyes bulging in terror as they fixated on the pit. He gasped, his throat producing sounds akin to a broken bellows, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. He wished to scream, yet no sound escaped his lips. He yearned to flee, but found himself paralyzed, unable to move even a finger. Only an overwhelming, soul-freezing dread enveloped him, swallowing him whole. He envisioned himself vaporized by that lightning in an instant. Lin Yang regarded Zhao Kai's state of utter despair, helplessness, and imminent collapse with a face devoid of expression, save for an air of indifference. He tilted his head slightly, addressing the day's chief examiner on the high platform with a voice so calm it sent chills down the spine. Chief examiner, is this sufficient? The air seemed to solidify into a tangible weight, pressing heavily upon every chest, until Lin Yang's voice, tranquil to the point of indifference, dissipated. The stifled fear in the arena shattered like a broken sheet of ice. The crowd snapped back to reality, their hurried breaths rising in a chorus. A multitude of gazes, filled with horror, awe, and disbelief, converged upon that slender figure. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. This Lin Yang was nothing short of a madman, a complete lunatic, beyond the grasp of rational thought. He was fully aware of his identity as a forbidden spellcaster. He knew that this was merely an ordinary college entrance examination that would determine his future, not his life. Yet, in the depths of his abyss-like eyes, there was not a trace of hesitation, nor a shred of fear of death. It was as if the forbidden spell that could consume his very last breath was but a mere spark of firework easily extinguished. He stood there, akin to a nascent emperor at the pinnacle of power, wielding an unparalleled weapon while his lifespan dwindled. This paradoxical and lethal combination forged an intimidation that sent shivers through the soul, an entity aware of its inevitable demise, yet capable of effortlessly obliterating all before it. Who could dare not to fear? Who could remain unafraid? Zhao Kai's facial muscles twitched violently, breaking free from the bone-deep terror that gripped him. The grotesque expression etched on his face, twisted by fear, was of no concern to him any longer. At this juncture, his face was nothing more than a useless veil of shame, and the gazes of others felt as light as a feather. The sole thought that consumed his mind grew like a venomous vine. Force him to invoke the forbidden spell once more. Extract the last remnants of his meager, precarious lifespan. The cataclysmic forbidden spell from moments ago was the culmination of Zhao Kai's meticulous planning, pressing him step by step. But why did he still stand there? Zhao Kai's eyes were glued to Lin Yang, nearly bulging from their sockets. His gaze was a tumultuous blend of extreme shock, a frenzied expectation twisted by disappointment, and a flicker of panic that even he was reluctant to acknowledge, silently spreading within. How could this be? Zhao Kai's voice was dry and hoarse, akin to sandpaper scraping against itself, each word dripping with a bloody interrogation. The power of that forbidden spell was immense. How could you still be alive? Chapter 56, The Trial Tower. He fixed his gaze on Lin Yang's face, attempting to discern a crack, a sign of exhaustion from that placid visage. Nothing. There was nothing. Besides that ancient, unchanging indifference and a faint hint of weariness that seemed to mock the entirety of existence. An absurd sensation seized Zhao Kai. Was this man truly the reincarnation of the legendary Antarctic immortal? Otherwise, how could he endure so much? How could he still be alive? His hand clenched tightly within his sleeve, nails digging into his palm, drawing blood without him even realizing it. That meticulously crafted life and death talisman, which had seemed on the verge of success, now appeared utterly ludicrous and powerless before Lin Yang's silent resilience. A frigid chill, named loss of control, stealthily ascended Zhao Kai's spine. Meanwhile, Lin Yang merely lifted his eyelids slightly. His profound gaze calmly swept over Zhao Kai's contorted face, twisted by extreme dissatisfaction. Ultimately, the corners of his lips seemed to curve upward ever so slightly. That arc was cold, indifferent, imbued with an understanding that pierced through all. As if observing a farcical struggle of a dying creature, Lin Yang's gaze shifted away from Zhao Kai's distorted face to the proctor standing nearby, his fingertips casually pointing towards the pool of molten metal on the ground, still emitting wisps of green smoke and exuding a terrifying heat. Proctor. His voice was as flat as if he were inquiring about the weather. How will my score be calculated? The proctor, called upon, gulped, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. The stone monument before him was utterly obliterated. How could he record anything? In a plea for help, he cast a desperate glance at Emo Xian, seated at the main examination table, his eyes filled with a silent cry for salvation. Emo Xian, catching that distress signal, nearly choked on his own blood. You're looking at me again. Do I have scapegoat etched across my forehead? Oh damn, it seems I really do. Who told me I was the chief examiner? He rubbed his throbbing temples vigorously. Under the pressure of the entire assembly's scrutiny, he cleared his throat twice. His voice strained with suppressed irritation. Ahem, silence. Rules are unyielding. Although Lin Yang has employed, some special means. This power originates from within him and complies with the examination requirements. Therefore, the score is valid. He paused, casting a glance at the pool of molten liquid, then at the completely destroyed base of the monument. A wave of tragic determination surged within him, almost erupting from his lips. Thus, for this round of testing, Lin Yang's score will be recorded as 100 levels. 100 levels. These three words resonated like thunder in the silent examination hall, erupting with a catastrophic intensity. After a brief, suffocating silence, a cacophony of uproar followed, akin to a tsunami crashing ashore. What the hell? Did I hear that right? 100 levels. ISNT the maximum on the monument 99 levels? Maximum. That limit was shattered by Lin Yang, who obliterated both the monument and its base. This was a score that transcended limitations. Madness. Absolute madness. Lin Yang was a lunatic, and the chief examiner had gone mad too. A score of 100 levels was unprecedented. This earth-shattering score instantly reverberated through the nationwide college entrance examination's real-time leaderboard, sweeping across the entirety of Long Country like the most ferocious hurricane. Before the colossal screens and city squares, crowds refreshing the scores suddenly froze. Countless eyes were fixed on that blindingly brilliant name and score at the top. Lin Yang, from Linhai No. 1 High School. Damage test, 100 levels. Silence. Then came a roar akin to an ocean wave, filled with gasps, disbelief, and incredulous screams. Again, Linhai No. 1 High School. Again, Lin Yang. Cheating. This is undoubtedly epic cheating. Report. It must be reported. 100 levels? Damage test? Is the system bugged? Whereas the Ministry of Education. Come out and explain this. Has fairness been thrown to the dogs? The complaint hotline was inundated, and the official email of the Ministry of Education was instantly flooded with furious and questioning messages. However, this time, the Ministry of Education couldn't even be bothered to post a symbolic announcement, as some insiders discreetly disseminated the shocking news of Lin Yang's status as a forbidden spellcaster, revealing that the use of forbidden spells would inevitably consume his lifespan. The uproar on the internet bizarrely subsided by half, only to transform into a more complex wave of reactions. A forbidden spellcaster? Damage exchange for life? I take back what I said earlier. Was it worth it for just an examination score? Has he lost his mind? Fool. The biggest fool in the world. To use forbidden spells that could save lives in the battlefield against beasts for an exam? Such profligacy. Utterly foolish. Pathetic. Lamentable, yet undeniably ruthless. Mockery, confusion, regret, and even a tinge of fear flooded the internet. To most, Lin Yang's actions were akin to burning a chain to boil a crane, a thorough display of folly and waste. Was it the last madness of a dying man? A mockery of worldly rules by one at death's door? No one could truly comprehend, just as the tumultuous aftermath had yet to fully subside, with countless individuals still digesting the shock of the 100 levels and the implications of being a forbidden spellcaster. A massive spatial portal silently lit up in the center of every examination venue. Ancient and majestic runes flowed upon the door, emanating a heart-stirring, overwhelming aura. A cold, electronically synthesized voice resonated throughout every corner. The National Unified Assessment reaches its ultimate round. The trial tower is now open. Behind that door lies an ancient wilderness, as if connecting to the primordial chaos of time. An invisible pressure, as heavy as a mountain, envelopes the air, freezing all commotion in an instant. In the shadows of the crowd, Zhao Kai fixates intently on the shimmering portal. His gaze flickers towards Lin Yang's serene profile, a cold, serpentine smile gradually curling at the corner of his lips. His eyes gleam like poisoned daggers, shimmering with madness and anticipation. Each level of the trial tower presents a new beast to conquer. He mutters silently, each word laced with malice. Lin Yang, let's see how you survive this time. The colossal portal stands at the center of the examination arena, its doors adorned with ever-flowing ancient runes that emit a profound blue light, as if bridging another dimension. The interior is not shrouded in darkness, but instead reveals a bizarre, distorted landscape. The outlines of towering structures can be discerned, accompanied by the chilling echoes of deep, resonant beast roars. Stepping through this threshold means entering the final battleground of destiny, the trial tower. The tower comprises 15 levels, each a hellish trial. Even more crucially, the beasts on each level will respawn upon their demise, implying that one's strength will be perpetually depleted. This brutal rule douses the residual warmth of astonishment regarding Lin Yang like a bucket of cold water, shifting the focus back to this more enduring and arduous ultimate trial. Each level must be fought against beasts that will refresh upon defeat. No matter how absurd Lin Yang may be, he cannot possibly exhaust his forbidden spells at every level. How many lives does he have to burn? Indeed, that previous display was likely already pushing his limits. I doubt he can make it through this round. The end of the line. That last move he executed must have drained him completely. The tower offers no chance for respite. Chapter 57. Is Lin Yang over? Whispers coalesce into a wave of skepticism regarding Lin Yang's prospects. To everyone's eyes, a forbidden spellcaster nearing the end of his lifespan holds no advantage in the trial tower, where enduring combat is paramount. He has become the greatest liability. To expend forbidden spells in an examination? That is not merely foolishness, but a suicidal madness. No one believes he would undertake such a reckless act, nor do they think he is capable of it. Numerous candidates inhale deeply, some resolute, others apprehensive, their figures vanishing into the ethereal blue portal. Zhou Shuer gazes at the door, then turns to the unperturbed Lin Yang beside her. Concern etches her delicate features, her lips moving hesitantly. Lin Yang, please don't. She wishes to implore him not to use forbidden spells again, but the words falter on her tongue. Looking into Lin Yang's eyes, which seem to harbor unfathomable secrets, she swallows her thoughts. Lin Yang tilts his head slightly, his voice gentle. I'm fine. He hesitates, wanting to offer her genuine reassurance, to put her mind at ease. Deep down, he longs to share his secret with her, the reason he can withstand the backlash of forbidden spells. A method of evading death that Bai Yi had subtly mentioned before her. However, Zhou Shuer had dismissed it as nonsense at the time, not delving deeper. She only trusts what Lin Yang says directly, and seeing the pure concern in her eyes, he ultimately decides to hold back. Such knowledge could only bring her misfortune. Lin Yang silently sighs. Right. Zhou Shuer seems to recall something, tightening her grip on her frost-laden staff, a mix of curiosity and trepidation in her demeanor. That ice goddess from before, that is the effect of divine favor, Lin Yang patiently explains, his fingertips brushing over the frost flowers crystallized on the staff. A barely perceptible surge of extreme cold permeates, nurturing Zhou Shuer's connection with the Ice Queen. You can borrow a portion of my contract with the divine. You are a winter mage, perfectly attuned to the Ice Queen's essence. A faint, almost reluctant smile graces his lips. Her temperament can be rather aloof and solitary. Engage with her more, strive to understand her power. You will reap boundless benefits. As she feels the staff's power resonate more clearly and profoundly than ever before, a flicker of realization and determination ignites in Zhou Shuer's eyes. She nods vigorously, like a small beast preparing for battle. Yes, I understand. Then I shall go. Go. And good luck. Lin Yang raises his hand, instinctively wishing to ruffle her hair. However, upon contact, he senses the chilling aura emanating from her hair due to their shared resonance of power. He pauses momentarily, ultimately opting to gently pat her shoulder, his palm lingering with a refreshing chill. Zhou Shuer takes a deep breath, casting one last meaningful glance at Lin Yang, as if imprinting his figure in her heart. Then, resolutely, she turns away, tapping her staff lightly against the ground, transforming into a swift stream of ice-blue light that vanishes into the mysterious portal. Boss! A booming voice resounds. And Jia Dequan, stroking his characteristic bald head, approaches. His large eyes brim with unmistakable concern. Are you truly all right? You look. He scratches his head, seemingly at a loss for words to describe Lin Yang's unnaturally calm demeanor. Lin Yang raises an eyebrow, slightly taken aback. Didn't Captain Taizhan mention anything to you? He had assumed that, given Tieshan's character and his rapport with Jia Dequan, he would have disclosed some insights regarding his unique constitution. Say what? What did he say? Jia Dequan appears utterly bewildered, his bald head glinting under the portal's ethereal glow. Captain Taizhan just told me to stick with you. Follow your orders. He didn't say anything else. Observing Jia Dequan's earnest yet somewhat foolish expression, Lin Yang can't help but chuckle. It seems Tieshan's lips are even more tightly sealed than he anticipated, or perhaps he harbors a protective instinct towards his subordinate, choosing the most cautious approach, giving orders without divulging information. All right then. A subtle warmth flickers in Lin Yang's eyes as he firmly pats Jia Dequan's sturdy shoulder, causing the burly man to sway slightly. Everything will be clear in due time. For now, focus on conquering the tower. Got it. As long as you're aware, boss. Jia Dequan beams, flashing a wide smile that reveals a set of gleaming white teeth. His trust in Lin Yang is almost blind. Then I'm off. Boss, take care. He issues one last piece of advice, not waiting for Lin Yang's response before charging into the portal like a heavily armored war machine, filled with relentless momentum. In a blink, the once bustling examination arena is left with only Lin Yang. The ethereal blue light of the portal swirls in his calm, unwavering gaze, reflecting the faint silhouettes of battle and the roars of beasts within the tower. The murmurs of the surrounding crowd, filled with skepticism and even schadenfreude, seem to be separated by an invisible barrier. He slowly raises his hand, a flicker of weak, extinguishing gray light glimmering at his fingertips before vanishing. Humph. A cold smile curves his lips as he whispers, dissipating into the wind. There is no need for such theatrics. With a single step, his figure melds into the ethereal blue gateway, the first level of the trial tower. The space suddenly expands, filled with the characteristic damp chill of the underground city. A colossal creature blocks the passage. A minotaur, towering 3 stories high. Its sinewy muscles are encased in rugged hide. Its large nostrils exhale sulphurous hot air, while a totem pole, comparable to a battering ram, drags across the ground, emitting a grating sound. The guardian of the level 10 area is renowned for its terrifying strength and immense vitality. In the external world, a colossal national trial tower's real-time ranking display hovered over the city squares. Lin Yang's name hung desolately at the very bottom. Progress, floor 1, time 000115, 000116, 000117. Has he really been dawdling for nearly 2 minutes on the first floor? Is Lin Yang merely sightseeing? Ha ha ha, I told you so. The forbidden spellcaster must have run out of mana, right? That last move was undoubtedly a life-threatening overexertion. It's merely a bull-headed behemoth. Even a typical level 10 team could defeat it. How laughable. His true colors are laid bare. Ranking at the bottom. Haha, let us see how he concludes this. 100 level damage? Just a fleeting moment. The barrage of comments and discussions was filled with malicious glee, as if they could already envision Lin Yang's disheveled exit. Inside the tower, Lin Yang remained oblivious to the rankings and the gossip. He calmly surveyed the rampaging, bull-headed behemoth. For the past 2 minutes, he had done nothing but study the structure of the trial tower. Roar. The bull-headed behemoth charged forward, the totem pillar crashing down with the force to crush mountains. At that critical moment, Lin Yang made his move. He didn't even draw his staff. He simply raised his right hand nonchalantly. Snap. A crisp finger snap echoed. Chapter 58. A Journey of Swift Defeat. On the first floor of the trial tower, the air seemed to solidify. The behemoth, with its mountain-like form, blocked the narrow passageway. Fiery, sulfuric breath poured from its massive nostrils, and the heavy totem pillar dragged across the ground with an ear-piercing screech. Its blood-red eyes fixated on the diminutive human at the entrance, with a low, brutal growl rumbling in its throat, yet it hesitated to charge. This instinctual fear suggested that the figure before it was not merely a human, but a walking harbinger of death. Lin Yang stood there calmly, his gaze observing the trial tower. Time ticked away. In the external world, the colossal National Trial Tower's real-time ranking display updated. Candidate, Lin Yang. Floor 1. Time, 000117, 000118, 000119. Over a minute has passed? Is Lin Yang too stunned by the bull-headed behemoth to move? Ha ha ha, I told you. Without that desperate gamble, the forbidden spellcaster is just a waste. Ranking at the bottom. Let us see how he concludes this. What a so-called spellcasting god. His true colors are revealed. The waves of ridicule threatened to overturn the square. Inside the tower, the behemoth's patience finally reached its limit. The terrifying pressure made every nerve in its body scream. It roared, casting aside its fear. Like a runaway locomotive, the totem pillar swirling up a storm of destruction, crashing down towards Lin Yang. At the very moment the shadow of the totem pillar was about to engulf him, snap. A crisp finger snap shattered the stagnant air. There were no earth-shattering incantations. No cataclysmic energy converging. Just a slender gray light, as fine as a hair, yet swifter than lightning, pierced through the bull-headed behemoth's neck with surgical precision. In the next instant, the massive body that had charged wildly became rigid. The furious crimson light in its eyes extinguished instantly, replaced by an overwhelming void and silence, as if the pause button had been pressed. Then, that mountain-like body, along with the heavy totem pillar it held, silently disintegrated from within, crumbling into a fine, evenly distributed gray powder that drifted down to the ground. The entire process was astonishingly swift and eerily quiet, as if the roaring beast had merely been an illusion. On the ranking screen, Lin Yang's name remained at the bottom, time shifting to 000145. Still on the first floor? Really? After all that time? He only dealt with a small bull-headed creature? It's over. It seems he truly cannot manage. Probably can't even handle the small monsters on the first floor. What spellcasting god? What forbidden spell? Without that desperate move, he asked nothing. The ridicule intensified. On the second floor, the environment transformed into a shadowy jungle. Several ghostly figures darted among the trees, emitting piercing mule sounds, steeped in a potent curse. Cursed cat demons. Swift as phantoms, their claws laced with curses. Lin Yang stepped into the jungle. A few cursed cat demons, resembling melting shadows, lunged at him from cunning angles, their claw winds tearing through the air. Cursed green glimmers flashing. Lin Yang did not falter, not even shifting his gaze. He merely inclined his body slightly, as if strolling leisurely, effortlessly evading the first wave of attacks. As the cat demons landed, their old strength spent, and new strength yet to rise, he seemingly casually stomped his left foot lightly on the ground. Buzz. A faint ripple, yet infused with an absolute zero aura, emanated silently from his toes. The recently landed cursed cat demons shuddered violently, their bloodthirsty gleams freezing in an instant. A layer of crystalline deep blue ice visibly spread from their claws upward, enveloping their entire bodies in the blink of an eye. Even the cursed green light that surrounded them shattered instantly. In the next second, with a few crisp sounds, several vividly detailed ice sculptures of cat demons shattered, turning into a ground of crystalline dust devoid of life. Lin Yang's figure did not pause in the slightest, striding directly towards the teleportation array leading to the third floor. On the third floor, in a cave blanketed with frost, the chilling air was bone deep, as a massive ice-blue tiger, adorned with sharp ice spines, obstructed the path. Ice Frost Tiger, the sovereign of the icy cavern, its icy breath potent enough to freeze steel. Within the cave, the Ice Frost Tiger opened its enormous mouth, deadly icy breath gathering in its throat, the frigid air crystallizing the surrounding atmosphere. Lin Yang didn't even bother to raise a hand this time. He simply snapped his fingers lightly at the source of the impending eruption, coalescing terrifying cold energy. Whoosh! The Ice Frost Tiger ignited without any wind. At that moment, it was as if the traces of its existence were erased by the hand of a divine flame goddess. All that remained was a smooth, mirror-like ice pit, as if the fierce beast had never existed. Lin Yang didn't even spare a glance at the ice pit, calmly stepping toward the staircase leading to the fourth floor. In the external world, the ranking display finally updated Lin Yang's name. Strangely, it did not rise incrementally, but skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. First floor, 000117, complete. Second floor, 0000001, complete. Third floor, 0000001, complete. What the hell? What is happening? 1 second on the second floor, 1 second on the third floor. Is the system malfunctioning? How is that possible? The cursed cat demons and ice frost tiger are notoriously difficult. 1 second? This is outrageous. The timer in the tower must be broken. The ridicule ceased abruptly, replaced by incredulous gasps and chaotic speculations. At that moment, across the nation, the ranking display showcased Lin Yang's name soaring like an uncontrollable bull, shooting up from the bottom in an instant. Fourth floor, 0000001. Fifth floor, 0000001. Sixth floor, 0000001. Each appearance of 0000001 was like an invisible slap, striking hard on the faces of those who had mocked him just moments ago. The clamor before the display fell into utter silence, leaving only countless pairs of eyes wide open in disbelief and heavy, chaotic breaths. In the capital city, at the first trial arena, the teleportation portal illuminated brightly. A figure staggered out, clad in silver armor marred by claw marks and frost burns. His left arm hung limply, blood dripping through his fingers. Yet, despite his dire condition, he held his head high, his face etched with the exhaustion of battle and an unmistakable pride. The prodigy of the first affiliated high school of the capital, Xiao Tianyu. He had just, at the cost of grievous injuries, fought valiantly to slay the lord-level beast, the Ice Tiger King, on the 11th floor. Though subsequently engulfed by the tide of beasts, his achievement on the 11th floor was enough to command respect nationwide. He inhaled deeply, bracing himself for the cheers and glory that were rightfully his. However, the anticipated applause never came. The entire square was enveloped in a deathly silence. All eyes were fixated on the massive luminous screen at the center, mouths agape as if they could accommodate an egg. Their faces were painted with a ghostly stupor and bewilderment. Xiao Tianyu furrowed his brow and followed the gaze of the crowd. Trial Tower, National Ranking. First place, Lin Yang, Lin High No. 1 High School. Floors, 15, cleared. Time, 1 minute 59 seconds. 1 minute 59 seconds? Cleared? 15 floors? A chilling absurdity surged from his feet to the crown of his head. He had fought tooth and nail to reach the 11th floor, nearly 2 hours spent, wounded and retreating. And this Lin Yang had cleared it in under 2 minutes? Chapter 59, Top Scorer Lin Yang. No, this is impossible. Xiao Tianyu's roar shattered the brief silence of the first trial arena of the capital. The sound was sharp, akin to a rooster's throat being clamped by iron pincers, each syllable distorted by sheer shock and the crushing blow to his pride. He staggered. It must be the timer. The timer must be malfunctioning. His bloodshot eyes were riveted to the top of the screen, as if he could scorch that blinding name with his gaze. Perhaps he had employed some underhanded means to evade battle, exploited a loophole in the rules. This result, it must be nullified. His roar, filled with shame and indignation, ignited like a spark thrown into boiling oil. Boom. The stagnant square erupted into flames, the suppressed volcano finally bursting forth. Yes, timer malfunction. System bug. This result is undoubtedly flawed. Cheating. Outrageous cheating. Clearing in under 2 minutes? 15 floors? Even a deity would have to tackle them one by one. Who does Lin Yang think he is? Report. Immediate investigation. Disqualify him. Nullify his results. The rubbish from Lin High No. 1 High School. He must have used some forbidden item. The Ministry of Education must provide us with an explanation. The crowd's furious roars merged into a tempestuous tide, swept along by the panic of shattered perceptions and envy crushed by the halo of genius. Eggs, beverage bottles, even shoes rained down like furious raindrops upon the colossal luminous screen displaying the rankings. The security personnel, tasked with maintaining order, formed a human wall, swaying precariously under the onslaught of the surging crowd. This was far from a mere scene in a corner of the capital. In the central square of the Magic City, beneath the vast holographic projection, the throngs that had just cheered for their academy's prodigy entering the top 10 now looked as if their throats were gripped. Staring in disbelief at the rocket-like ascent of the 1 minute 59 seconds that firmly held the top position, they erupted into even more vehement questioning and curses. Lingnan Shimo, Beijing. Across examination venues in major cities nationwide, whether in bustling metropolises or remote towns, the same absurd spectacle was unfolding. Lin Yang's record of 1 minute 59 seconds was like a scorching iron, emblazoned with the words impossible, searing into the fragile nerves of all self-proclaimed geniuses, candidates, mentors, and spectators alike. The entire examination scene of the Dragon Kingdom was engulfed in an unprecedented storm of chaos and skepticism. Order appeared laughably fragile before the display of absolute power. At the headquarters of the Ministry of Education, in the minister's office, the eye of the storm, the encrypted communicator on the desk buzzed like a frenzy of angry bees. For the nth time, it vibrated wildly, buzzing, with the red warning light flashing incessantly, signifying a national complaint hotline that had been overwhelmed and inquiries from various dignitaries. The air was heavy, like a lead weight, suffocating. Minister Chun, with his hair turned gray from years of navigating political waters, had lost his usual composure. His bloodshot eyes were glued to the floating screens before him. The largest screen repeatedly played back the chilling battle footage of Lin Yang within the trial tower at a glacial pace of 1,000th of a second. A snap of the fingers, a stomp of the foot, a puff of breath. Each seemingly casual action was accompanied by the eerie annihilation of a formidable beast as if it were erased by an eraser. On another screen, the core data stream monitoring of the trial tower displayed Lin Yang's energy response, revealing an unprecedented chasm, one that the system could not comprehend, with each strike, accompanied by a torrent of logical error codes and spatial fluctuation alerts. What made his temples throb with anxiety was the document beside the screen, sealed with the highest level electronic stamp. Its language was firm, with a core message that could be distilled to one point: properly manage the situation, quell the storm, and maintain the authority of the college entrance examination and societal stability. Lin Yang's results must stand. Round my grandmother's leg. Minister Chun could no longer contain himself. Springing up from his wide leather chair, he seized the valuable antique purple clay teapot from the table, his arm muscles bulging, as if ready to perform a free fall. Ultimately, the remnants of his reason compelled him to merely slam the teapot down onto the heavy mahogany table, producing a dull thud. Scalding tea splashed over the documents and the table, and no one dared to wipe it. This little ancestor. He was having a blast. One snap of his fingers, and it was as easy and delightful as clocking out for the day. The minister's roar reverberated in the soundproof office, shaking the ceiling as if it were quaking. Did he not realize he was on the verge of collapsing the trial tower? Modesty. Did he even know what modesty meant? 1 second per floor? Did he think this was a video game speedrun? This was the college entrance examination, a matter of national significance. Several secretaries and assistants, like wooden puppets, kept their eyes on their noses and noses on their hearts, wishing they could shrink into the corners of the walls, breathing as softly as possible. The minister's fury flowed like molten lava within the room. Ultimately, under the immense political pressure and the undeniable directive from above, the Ministry of Education had no choice but to hold its nose and suppress the urge to spit blood. They hastily drafted and released a rigorously worded official announcement that, while seemingly self-consistent in logic, bore the unmistakable scent of "there's no silver here" in its essence. Authoritative explanation regarding abnormal results of certain candidates in the trial tower. Recently, the performance of candidate Lin Yang, Linhai No. 1 High School, in the National College Entrance Examinations Trial Tower Assessment has garnered widespread attention. The Ministry of Education has taken this matter seriously and immediately organized a team of top technical experts and spatial rules researchers for verification. Through meticulous analysis of the core monitoring data streams within the tower, spatial fluctuation records, and energy residue patterns, it has been determined that the energy impact released by this candidate during the preliminary damage testing phase reached a historical peak, resulting in a brief, unexpected coupling oscillation phenomenon affecting the spatial stability and timing module logic chain of the designated trial area, number LY114514. The academic community has designated this phenomenon as the ripple effect of rules. This effect manifests specifically when an individual candidate's instantaneous energy output within a region drastically exceeds the primordial life threshold of the aberrant beasts at that level, triggering a minuscule probability of the tower's preset ultimate safety protocol, resulting in an instantaneous obliteration of the protective mechanism. This mechanism is designed to safeguard the structural integrity of the tower under extreme conditions, forcibly terminating the challenge process at that level and recording the minimum theoretical completion time. The candidate status will also be refreshed. Upon final evaluation, it was determined that candidate Lin Yang's performance was anomalous, attributed to the aforementioned exceedingly rare ripple effect of rules. This is a passive response of the trial tower's self-set mechanism under specific conditions, and not an act of subjective cheating by the candidate. Thus, the results are deemed authentic and valid. Currently, the loophole in this rule has been urgently rectified, and the tower's operations have returned to normal. The Ministry of Education reiterates, the college entrance examination system is fair, just, and transparent, and will not tolerate any fraudulent behavior, while also striving to provide all candidates with a stable and reliable testing environment. This incident is a rare technical anomaly of minimal probability, and we hope that the vast number of candidates and the public will approach it with rationality and refrain from spreading rumors. After all, the Ministry of Education is indifferent, using complex terminology to ensure that no one comprehends. Once the announcement was made, it was akin to pouring a bucket of ice water into a boiling pot of oil. Public opinion erupted, instantly catapulting to the top of all social media trending topics. Ripple effect of rules? Instantaneous obliteration protective mechanism? I can hardly believe it. The Ministry of Education is quite cunning. Do you truly believe this excuse? Translation: Lin Yang's prowess has even left the trial tower utterly astounded, leading to an immediate judgment of instant defeat, with no process required. Officially certified, stamped, and validated. Lin Yang, a man so formidable that he renders the trial tower mute. Chapter 60. Invitation to the Abyss Party. A forbidden spellcaster? Exchanging life for damage? I now suspect he is merely performing for us. Does he resemble someone on the brink of death? The tide of skepticism did not wane with this announcement. Rather, it was enveloped by an even stronger sense of absurdity. The dust settles, honor bestowed. At the eye of the storm of clamor and doubt, the colossal wheel of the college entrance examination finally approaches the shore. National leaderboard, golden names in lights. Top scholar, Lin Yang, Lin High No. 1 High School. Second place, Xiao Tianyu, Capital's Premier Academy. Third place, Murong Qingxue, Kunlun Academy. 10th place, Zhou Shuer, Lin High No. 1 High School. 28th place, Jia Daqian, Lin High No. 1 High School. The resplendent list hangs prominently in various squares and virtual networks, each name gleaming with the brilliance of hard work. Yet at this moment, all eyes are fixated on the pinnacle, on the two words that shine as brightly as the sun. Lin Yang. In the observation area of Lin High No. 1 High School, Zhou Shuer gazes up. Her small face, upon seeing the familiar and dazzling name beside hers on the leaderboard, flushes with excitement and pride. Resembling a ripe apple, she steals a glance at the instigator of the monumental waves beside her. Lin Yang stands tall, his profile sharp and cold, his gaze tranquil as if it were an ancient glacier. As if the glory and controversy capable of driving the world mad were merely a gentle breeze brushing over the hilltops. However, this transcendent calmness, in Zhou Shuer's eyes, transforms into a deeper admiration and unparalleled sense of reassurance. To have such honor? No, it is faith. Boss is incredible. Sister-in-law is incredible too. Jia Daqian's iconic loud voice breaks the moment as he rubs his shiny bald head, grinning broadly. Having scored too low in the first round of assessments, he did not make it into the top 10. Yet, he seems utterly unfazed. I knew following the boss would be the right choice. This reward is so substantial it could last a lifetime. Captain Tai Shan's words about an unlimited future resonate in his heart as a golden rule. At this moment, the Linhai City Vocational Association has become the center of glory. Principal Chun Guodong's round face beams like a blooming chrysanthemum, every wrinkle radiating a proud glow. He puffs out his rotund belly, amidst the envious gazes of his fellow principals, personally presenting a giant model check to Lin Yang. The digits on the model are dazzling. 5 million yuan. Lin Yang. Good. Excellent. Chun Guodong's voice booms, filled with uncontainable excitement, as he pats Lin Yang's shoulder vigorously. You are the pride of Lin High No. 1 High School. More so, the pride of the entire Linhai City. This 5 million is well deserved. A token of appreciation from the school. Feel free to spend it as you wish. He rubs his chubby hands, feeling the pinch, yet the pride on his face far outweighs any sorrow. This money is worth every penny. Lin High No. 1 High School has never been so illustrious. A tsunami of gasps and applause erupts from the audience. 5 million. For the vast majority of students and families, this is an astronomical figure. Countless gazes are fixated on Lin Yang, brimming with unabashed envy. However, Lin Yang merely accepts the massive model check with composure, nodding slightly, as if he has received not a life-altering sum, but a mere slip of paper. That air of transcendent indifference sends another tremor through the crowd. Next, the director of the Linhai City Education Bureau personally takes the stage. His demeanor is solemn, and his gaze towards Lin Yang is imbued with gravity and expectation. Lin Yang, your performance has shocked the nation and brought unparalleled glory to Linhai City. The director's voice is steady and powerful, and after deliberation, he announces, I hereby reward you. A cash prize of 10 million. Boom. Another wave of astonishment ripples through the crowd. 10 million. Coupled with the school's 5 million. That's a staggering 15 million. Such a sum cannot be understated. But the surprises do not end there. Behind the director, a staff member approaches, carrying a silver metallic box exuding a chilling aura. The director personally opens the box, and a pure ice energy instantly envelopes the air. Inside lies a pair of ancient-styled wrist guards, radiating an ice blue glow. The surface of the wrist guards is engraved with intricate snowflake runes, the coldness contained yet pulsating with immense power. These are the Frost Whisperer wrist guards. The director proclaims. They not only significantly enhance the condensation speed and power of ice spells, but also create a crystalline shield capable of deflecting a lethal blow at critical moments. This is a rare-grade equipment treasured by our city, and today, it is bestowed upon you. This reward is evidently well considered, taking into account Lin Yang's extraordinary strength, as well as the presence of the equally remarkable and closely related S-rank winter mage, Zhou Shuer. Zhou Shuer's ice blue eyes spark with excitement as she gazes at the wrist guards perfectly aligned with her power attributes, instinctively glancing at Lin Yang. Sensing her gaze, Lin Yang's lips curve into the faintest of smiles as he nods slightly to the director. Thank you. His tone remains calm, yet the shared understanding warms Zhou Shuer's heart, causing a subtle blush to grace her cheeks. Finally, the representative from the Jiangnan Provincial Department of Education presents the award. This representative, with a beaming smile, directly hands over a palm-sized, entirely black, and smooth as jade square pouch. At the back of the pouch is a delicate metal clasp. Congratulations, Lin Yang, for earning the title of top scholar. The representative exclaims with a smile. This is a small token from the province, a spatial folding backpack. He briefly explains. His voice soft, yet it once again ignites a wave of whispers. Spatial equipment. This is undoubtedly a strategic-grade resource. Do not be deceived by its diminutive size. The compact bag, cradled in one's palm, evokes a flicker of envy in the eyes of onlookers. Within its confines lies a stable expanse, measuring an impressive 25 cubic meters, ample space to accommodate the majority of provisions one might require for combat. The ingenious clasp design allows it to be effortlessly secured to a belt or backpack, and items can be retrieved with merely a thought, rendering it extraordinarily convenient. Lin Yang accepted the modest backpack, feeling its surprising weight in his hand. With a subtle mental nudge, he distinctly sensed the spaciousness that lay within. Indeed, this item proved far more practical than mere cash. He casually affixed it to the inner pocket of his tattered suit jacket. The title of national champion is, in itself, the highest honor, devoid of the need for additional material rewards. Lin Yang's name is now etched in the annals of history. Yet, the ceremony was not yet concluded. A representative from the Provincial Education Department produced a uniquely crafted, dark golden envelope. The surface of the envelope bore an intricate, blood-red emblem resembling a swirling vortex, emanating a disquieting aura as if it were a conduit to an unfathomable abyss. The representative's demeanor shifted to one of profound seriousness, their voice deepening as they declared, "As the provincial champion, you have been granted an invitation to the Abyss Party." Curiosity piqued, the bald-headed Jia Dakian leaned in, his light blue eyes fixated on the enigmatic envelope. The Abyss Party? Chapter 61, Epic Equipment from the Abyss. The representative surveyed the audience, articulating clearly, the Abyss Party is not a celebration in the conventional sense. It is a special trial space, periodically opened and controlled by the state, connecting to the true realms of the Abyss. There, the dangers far exceed those of ordinary beast zones, with twisted creatures from the Abyss lurking and an environment rife with chaos. Yet, danger coexists with opportunity. A fervor laced the representative's voice. Within the Abyss, there exists a minuscule chance of obtaining epic equipment imbued with the very essence of abyssal power. Epic. The mere utterance of the word reverberated like thunder, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Rare and divine equipment is already a rarity, but epic? That is truly the stuff of legends. Each piece possesses the potential to influence a battle, even alter the course of fate itself. Indeed, the representative affirmed, each Abyss Party attracts champions from all provinces, where you shall compete, explore, and battle, seeking your own fortunes. This is the pinnacle of trials bestowed upon top talents by the state. A crucial step towards becoming a true powerhouse. With gravity, they handed Lin Yang the ominous dark golden invitation. The invitation is bound to your identity. The time of commencement and specific rules will be communicated through your personal terminal. Lin Yang, do ensure you are prepared. Lin Yang caressed the cold invitation in his hand. The dark golden material felt frigid to the touch, and the blood-red vortex emblem seemed to pulse with a life of its own, exuding an aura of both allure and peril. Epic equipment? A barely perceptible ripple of excitement flickered in his eyes. This was indeed an unexpected delight. The award ceremony concluded amidst myriad complex gazes, envy, reverence, jealousy, curiosity. A tapestry of emotions interwove, ultimately coalescing into a profound wariness of the eerily calm young man. Lin Yang naturally handed the frost whisper bracers to Zhou Shuer, who, taken aback, blushed a delightful shade, as if cradling a rare treasure. "Thank you," she murmured, her voice barely audible. Lin Yang merely nodded, calling out, "Let us go." "Right away, boss." Jia Dakian trailed eagerly behind, his gleaming bald head particularly blinding in the sunlight. As he walked, he excitedly rubbed his hands together. "Hey, boss, 15 million. And that spatial bag. Wow, that's incredible. The Abyss Party? Sounds thrilling. I've never even seen what epic equipment looks like." Zhou Shuer carefully tucked away the bracers, staying close to Lin Yang, her ice blue gaze lingering on his profile, imbued with an unshakable warmth. The trio disregarded the cacophony of discussions and focused gazes that followed them, making their way towards the sleek black limousine parked nearby. At the Zhou family estate in Lehigh City, as Lin Yang and his companions arrived at the grand main building resembling a palace, Zhou Tianhao, who had been waiting eagerly, charged down the steps like a lit firecracker. "Ha! Shuer, Yangzi, little Jia, you're back." Zhou Tianhao's round face flushed with excitement, each pore radiating an inexplicable pride. He spread his arms wide, enveloping his daughter Zhou Shuer in a bear hug that nearly broke her icy composure. He then turned to embrace Lin Yang. But upon meeting Lin Yang's calm gaze and observing his slight retreat, he halted abruptly. Instead, he slapped Lin Yang's shoulder with such force that it felt as if he were solidifying a foundation. "Good, good, good," Zhou Tianhao's voice boomed, resonating with enough fervor to dislodge dust from the crystal chandelier above. Ecstatically, he spun in place, rubbing his hands together, his plump face aglow with excitement. "We must celebrate. I'll book the top-tier Yunshao Pavilion for 3 days. Invite everyone we can. Let them witness what true genius looks like." "Father," Zhou Shui's cool voice interjected, laced with a hint of exasperation, halting her father's impending exuberance. She understood Lin Yang too well. Gently, she tugged at Zhou Tianhao's sleeve, her ice blue eyes darting towards Lin Yang's composed demeanor. "Oh, right. Zhou Tianhao exclaimed, smacking his glistening forehead, swiftly switching to a more understanding tone. "Low-key, I get it. We'll just celebrate at home." With a grand gesture, he commanded, "Old Zhang, inform the kitchen. Prepare the finest dishes. Whatever is rare, bring it forth. But remember, make it homely. It should feel warm and familiar. Understand?" The new butler, Old Zhang, suppressed a chuckle, bowing in compliance. "Understood, sir." Thus, a gathering that could only be described as subtly luxurious, yet profoundly meaningful unfolded in the main dining hall of the Zhou family estate. Beneath the grandeur of the massive chandelier, the long table was adorned with pristine linen and exquisite porcelain dinnerware. Yet, the dishes themselves were steaming hot, fragrant, and homely. Zhou Tianhao personally served Lin Yang and Jia Daqian generous portions of succulent pork belly, while ladling soup for his daughter. All the while balancing a bowl of steaming rice in his hands, devouring with abandon, utterly unconcerned with appearances. As he ate, he reminisced, "Yangzi, you cannot imagine. Back in the day, your mother, Shuer, and I squashed together in that tiny dilapidated house in the city village. In winter, we had no heating, relying solely on a bowl of warm dumpling soup to keep us warm. At that time, I believed that soup to be the most delicious thing in the world." Zhou Shuer cradled a warm bowl of soup, her frozen visage momentarily revealing a hint of nostalgic softness. She sipped delicately, the steam curling around her lashes. Indeed, though times were tough back then, the joy of family togetherness in their cramped rental space, no matter how simple their meals, was unparalleled. The memory of her mother's smile seemed to linger vividly before her. Lin Yang ate quietly, his movements refined yet swift. While he found little resonance with Zhou Tianhao's reminiscences of hardship, he could sense the subtle threads of nostalgia and melancholy woven into Zhou Shui's emotions. He effortlessly placed a piece of fish into her bowl. As night deepened, the estate fell into tranquility. Yet upon the vast rooftop terrace of the main building, a different scene unfolded. Two comfortable lounge chairs were flanked by a heap of oil paper-wrapped delicacies, the tantalizing aroma of grilled skewers wafting through the air. Sizzling lamb kebabs, fragrant chicken wings, garlic-laden oysters, and verdant grilled leeks adorned the spread, accompanied by several chilled bottles of beer. In Chapter 62, the Joker sprang back into action. Zhou Shuer cautiously picked up a skewer of grilled chicken wings. Hesitating briefly, she took a small bite as if committing an act of thievery. The grease clung to the corners of her lustrous lips, and a robust melange of charred flavor, cumin, and spice exploded in her mouth. She contentedly narrowed her eyes, her once frozen face now illuminating with a long-lost, childlike joy. "I haven't tasted this in years," she murmured, her voice tinged with nostalgia. Recalling the last time she had such a meal, when her father's business was just beginning to flourish at a roadside stall. Jia Daquan, with one hand clutching multiple lamb skewers and the other hoisting a beer bottle, devoured his meal with unrefined abandon, utterly disregarding decorum. Upon hearing her reminiscence, he chuckled heartily, washed down a large gulp of chilled beer, and let out a resounding belch. "If you like it, sister-in-law, eat your fill. This is down to earth, far superior to those flashy dishes." Zhou Shuer, observing his boisterous eating habits, couldn't he help but inquire curiously, "Daquan, aren't you a monk? How can you eat meat and drink alcohol?" She recalled her master mentioning that Jia Daquan had been raised in a temple. Jia Daquan waved his greasy hand dismissively, his face radiating a simple, carefree demeanor. "What is there to worry about? My master has long since seen through it. He says, wine and meat pass through the intestines, but the Buddha resides in the heart. As long as we have the Buddha in our hearts, we're fine." He picked up a skewer of kidneys, winking mischievously as he added, "Besides, eating meat helps them shed their karma. In their next lives, they want to be reborn as livestock. Isn't that splendid? I'm doing good deeds. Umitba." With that, he comically pressed his palms together, eliciting a giggle from Zhou Shuer. As several bottles of beer were consumed, Jia Daquan's honest yet slightly fierce countenance flushed with a rosy hue, and the spirit of the Joker could no longer be contained. He leaned in conspiratorially, lowering his voice in a mock-mysterious tone. "Boss, sister-in-law, let me test your wits. Do you know why people from southern Hunan seldom smile when they hit the jackpot?" Lin Yang methodically peeled a grilled shrimp, raising an eyebrow at the inquiry, while Zhou Shuer blinked her icy blue eyes in confusion. "Why?" Jia Daquan, smugly shaking his bald head, answered with glee, "Because, since ancient times, loyalty, zhong, and filial piety, shao, are hard to fulfill. If you smile, you're not loyal. Ha ha. Ugh." Zhou Shuer elongated her tone disdainfully, rolling her eyes elegantly. What a cold joke. Lin Yang couldn't help but let a faint smile curve his lips, shaking his head in resignation as he placed the peeled shrimp into Zhou Shuer's plate. Once this bald head starts drinking, he unleashes his true nature, Lin Yang thought. Jia Daquan, clearly not yet satisfied, perked up again. "Let us have another. If Shifu Yongxin met Li Tai in prison, What do you think he would say? Zhou Shuier furrowed her brows, pondering the improbable connection between the two figures. Lin Yang, however, seemed to share an unspoken understanding, continuing to peel shrimp without raising his gaze. His tone placid as he provided an absurd yet oddly fitting answer. Teasy, do you think Shaolin Kung Fu combined with football could be viable? Uft. Ha ha ha. Zhou Shuier froze for a moment, then could no longer maintain her icy demeanor, bursting into laughter. Clutching her stomach, her icy blue hair swayed with her mirth, nearly bringing tears to her eyes. Lin Yang, how have you learned to be so mischievous too? Jia Dequan was doubled over, slapping his thigh in delight. Ha, boss, you're incredible, truly embodying my master's teachings. There's potential. Absolutely. The cool moonlight bathed the trio, mingling with grease, beer foam, and unrestrained laughter, creating a remarkable harmony against the backdrop of the opulent terrace. In this moment, there were no distinctions of profession or status, only three young souls enjoying skewers, drinking, and sharing cold jokes under the moonlight. Leaning back in his lounge chair, Lin Yang gazed at the radiant Zhou Shuier and the animated Jia Dequan, a flicker of warmth passing through his depths, a feeling even he had not recognized. He lifted his beer bottle, gently clinking it against Zhou Shuier's glass, then against Jia Dequan's bottle. Cheers. Cheers, boss. Cheers. Laughter drifted into the night breeze as the morning sun filtered through the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a faint golden hue over the luxurious bedroom. Lin Yang sat cross-legged on the soft carpet, his spirit delving into the subtle possibilities of elemental fusion. The tranquility of the night lingered, yet suddenly, the ringing of his phone shattered the stillness. Instantly, Lin Yang's eyes flew open, devoid of the haze of sleep, reflecting only a chilling clarity. He grasped his phone. The screen displayed the Professional Association of Linhai City. Mr. Lin Yang. As soon as the call connected, an urgent yet respectful voice emerged. We sincerely apologize for the disturbance. The spatial coordinates for the Abyss Party have been stabilized ahead of schedule, and the portal will forcibly open in 2 hours at the city's Professional Association. Please ensure you arrive at the association's teleportation hall within 90 minutes. Repeat, within 90 minutes. Past that, the passage will close. The notification arrived so abruptly, it scarcely allowed for a moment of preparation. Lin Yang responded calmly, understood, his voice betraying no hint of emotion. After ending the call, he rose with fluidity. The Abyss Party was commencing sooner than he had anticipated. Stepping through the door, he encountered Jia Dequan, who emerged from the adjacent guest room, rubbing his eyes and appearing drowsy. His signature bald head gleamed brightly in the morning light. Boss, good morning. Huh, why so serious? Jia Dequan keenly sensed the shift in Lin Yang's aura, his drowsiness dissipating rapidly. The Abyss Party is starting early. We need to leave now. Lin Yang stated succinctly. Holy cow, so urgent. Jia Dequan's attention sharpened, yet a tinge of hesitation shadowed his expression. Boss, I want to make a quick stop at the Shadow Mine Nest in the west of the city first. I just hit level 20, and I feel like my skills aren't warmed up yet. I need to practice a bit. Captain Taishan once said that every bit of strength increases your chances of survival. I can't hold you back. He scratched his bald head, his eyes reflecting both determination and earnestness. Lin Yang regarded him for a moment without objection. Jia Dequan's instinct for battle and eagerness for self-improvement were commendable traits. Be careful. Understood. Jia Dequan flashed a broad smile, revealing his gleaming white teeth. He promptly turned and rushed towards his room with the fervor of a tempest, his movements swift as the wind. At that moment, Zhou Shuier also exited her room with quick strides. Clearly, she had overheard their earlier conversation. Her ice blue hair was simply tied back, and her cool visage bore a hint of barely perceptible tension and concern. She had donned a practical and agile ice spirit robe, which accentuated her slender yet powerful silhouette. Lin Yang, I will accompany you. Chapter 63, Depart for the Abyss, await my return. Her voice resonated with undeniable resolve. Her gaze fell upon Lin Yang's face, where a tumult of emotions surged far more complex than her calm demeanor suggested. The mere mention of the Abyss Party weighed heavily on her heart. Observing the worry concealed within her eyes, Lin Yang hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. All right. There were no superfluous pleasantries exchanged. The sleek black sports car roared forth from the Zhou family estate, akin to a newly awakened leopard, blending into the burgeoning morning traffic. The atmosphere within the car was thick with silence, punctuated only by the low growl of the engine and Zhou Shuier's faint, icy fragrance, reminiscent of snow just beginning to melt. Zhou Shuier drove with focused determination, her delicate fingers gripping the steering wheel, white-knuckled from her inner turmoil. Yet, her peripheral vision repeatedly drifted towards the calm profile of the passenger beside her, his features sharp, with a high nose and tightly pressed lips. Those deep-set eyes gazing ahead as if lost in thought, yet somehow all-seeing. Memories flooded her mind. His initial indifference when she first encountered him in class, the moment he shielded her during an assassination attempt, his composed demeanor as he bore her aloft through the winds, and his breathtaking prowess before the trial tower. Each memory flitted through her consciousness like a rapid-fire montage. Was this mere infatuation? It transcended simple fluttering of the heart. It was reliance, admiration, a profound sentiment that seemed to thaw her once frozen heart. Yet, this feeling was ensconced behind an invisible ice wall. She sensed the distinct warmth with which Lin Yang treated her. The gentleness and unspoken understanding were unmistakable. But within the depths of his gaze lingered an unreachable loneliness, as if steeped in millennia of frost, accompanied by an indescribable distance that tugged at her heart. Was it due to his identity as a forbidden spellcaster? Was it the specter of his fleeting lifespan? Zhou Shuier felt a sudden tightening in her chest. Lin Yang. She could not help but call out softly. Her voice laced with a barely detectable tremor. You must be cautious with the Abyss Party. 1,000 words coalesced into this simple admonition. Upon hearing her, Lin Yang slowly turned his head. His gaze met Zhou Shuier's taut profile, and the icy blue eyes brimming with concern. Her expression radiated purity and intensity, warming the layers of ice within him, creating a slight fissure. The deeper emotion that surged forth was one he had rarely felt: guilt. He understood the affection she harbored, yet he was acutely aware of the burden he bore, the boundless mental energy, the unfathomable source of power, and the true secrets hidden beneath the surface. All of it loomed like the sword of Damocles above him, rendering him incapable of responding or daring to make any promises. Anyone who drew near him risked being ensnared in an unpredictable vortex. He could not offer her hope, nor could he allow her to jeopardize herself for his sake. Ultimately, Lin Yang merely allowed the corners of his lips to lift faintly, his smile gentle, yet imbued with an air of reassuring distance. He reached out and lightly patted the back of Zhou Shuier's hand resting on the steering wheel, the touch cool to the skin. Do not worry, he said in a low voice, imbued with a strange, convincing calm. I will return. Those 4 simple words seemed to hold a certain magic, calming the tempest of Zhou Shuier's racing heart. She nodded vigorously, forcing a smile that concealed an ocean of reluctance and unease known only to herself. At the Vocational Association of Linhai City, the atmosphere was grave. Before the enormous portal, spatial energies roiled violently, forming a deep, swirling blue vortex that exuded a disquieting pull. Surrounding it were fully armed guards, their presence heavy with tension as the air crackled with apprehension. The sports car executed a graceful drift, coming to a halt just outside the caution line. Lin Yang opened the car door, his tall figure coming to a standstill. He cast one last glance at Zhou Shuier in the driver's seat, nodded, and turned towards the ominous portal pulsating with unsettling energy. His steps were steady, devoid of hesitation. Lin Yang. Just as he was about to cross the caution line, a cool yet slightly warped voice called out from behind him. Lin Yang halted instinctively, turning around. He beheld a figure in ice blue rushing towards him like a moth drawn to a flame, propelled by resolute courage and an overwhelming surge of emotion. She collided into his embrace with force. The impact caught Lin Yang off guard, causing him to stagger back a step to regain his balance. The warmth of her delicate form enveloped him, her unique, cool fragrance mingling with a hint of panic, wrapping around him like a shroud. He could distinctly feel her slight tremors and the rapid beating of her heart through the thin fabric. I'll wait for your return. Zhou Shuier's voice echoed softly against his chest, tinged with heavy nasal tones and the quiver of near tears. Lingering for less than a second before she mustered all her courage to push away from him, turning without a backward glance and racing back to the car. Her ice blue hair traced a hurried arc in the air. The car door slammed shut, isolating the blush that had crept onto her face, now akin to a ripe apple. Lin Yang stood rooted to the spot, the lingering warmth and fragrance of her presence still enveloping him. I will, he thought. In the next heartbeat, he shook off all hesitation, turned, and stepped forward. His tall figure was swiftly consumed by the spinning, light-devouring azure vortex. Lin Yang, take care. The president of the Linhai City Vocational Association, accompanied by a cadre of staff, shouted from beyond the caution line, their expressions a mix of complexity. Lin Yang's figure vanished entirely. The light from the portal flickered violently before stabilizing. The sensation of weightlessness lasted but a moment, when his feet returned to solid ground. A noxious odor assaulted him, akin to countless burning steel needles piercing his nostrils, while deafening roars pounded against his eardrums. The acrid stench of blood, the odor of gunpowder, the putrid scent of decaying beasts, and the charred flesh mingled in the cold, damp air, creating a nauseating aroma unique to the battlefield. The cacophony around him roared like a tempest. It was the collective, bloodthirsty howls of countless beasts, echoing with brutality and hunger, a relentless symphony of death crashing against his eardrums from all sides. Interspersed with this were the ragged cries of humans atop the city walls, their commands, and the sharp whistling of energy weapons slicing through the air. Lin Yang abruptly opened his eyes. The sight before him was enough to shatter the resolve of any newcomer. He stood within an immense citadel, as formidable as a mountain. Beneath his feet lay a cold, black stone floor, stained with dark crimson blood and fragments of flesh. Raising his gaze, he beheld towering walls, reaching heights of 100 feet, constructed from colossal black stones that shimmered with a metallic sheen. Upon the ramparts, figures moved about like a teeming swarm of ants. Beyond the walls lay a hellish expanse. As far as the eye could see, An unending tide of monstrous beasts surged forth like a black deluge. Chapter 64. The Abyss Beckons, the Dragon City Defense. The forms were grotesque, a myriad of species stretching endlessly into the horizon. Lowly goblins and minotaurs charged at the forefront like cannon fodder. They were met with a relentless rain of arrows and spells cascading from the walls, blood and gore flying in every direction. Among them were more formidable draconians and centaur-like creatures, unleashing furious roars as they frantically assaulted the base of the walls with their weapons. Yet, even more disconcerting were the gargantuan entities mingling within the horde. Stone giants, resembling moving fortresses, inflicted heavy impacts that caused the walls to groan under the strain. Winged red dragons circled low, exhaling flames, leaving charred traces upon the walls. Fire. Mage Core. Cover strike. Coordinate D7. Quickly, get the energy cannons in position. That breach cannot hold much longer. Medic. We need healing here. One of our brothers is gravely wounded. Above the walls, commands, roars, screams, and explosive discharges of energy intermingled, forming a symphony of battle that was both tragic and stirring. Archers mechanically drew their bows, unleashing a hail of arrows that rained down like locusts. Mages raised their staffs, gathering elemental energies around them. Ice shards, fireballs, lightning chains, and earthen spikes. These struck the beast tide like a torrential downpour, each explosion stirring a tempest of blood and carnage. Boom. A golden giant, comparable in size to a small mountain, crashed against a relatively weak point of the wall. The tremendous force sent the defending soldiers flying like leaves in a gale. Just as the giant prepared to unleash a second, more devastating blow, a thunderous voice erupted. Cease your rampage. A brilliant column of golden light descended from the highest parapet, striking with unerring precision upon the giant's head. A harrowing wail, distorted in agony, echoed across the battlefield. The giant's formidable body crumbled under the golden radiance, collapsing to the ground, with shattered stone flying several meters away. The residual power of the golden light carved out a charred vacuum within the beast tide. The one who struck was a general clad in golden armor. Wielding a massive sword, he stood at the highest point of the citadel, exuding a powerful aura that instilled a sense of calm. Clearly, he was one of the foremost defenders of this line. Lin Yang calmly withdrew his gaze from the outside, as if the earlier breathtaking scene were merely a trivial backdrop. He swiftly scanned his surroundings. This was an open area near the inner wall, seemingly designated as a teleportation zone. Apart from him, several figures had just emerged from various colored teleportation beams. They were both male and female, each possessing a refined aura and sharp gazes. Evidently the prodigious talents from various provinces. Their faces bore the weight of shock and gravity, having encountered such a scale of monstrous tide for the first time. Hey, what are you all standing around for? A boisterous voice interrupted Lin Yang's observation. A middle-aged officer, clad in standard dark gray alloy armor, with a full beard and hawk-like eyes, strode towards him. He bore a silver star on his epaulette, identifying him as a lieutenant. He scrutinized Lin Yang from head to toe, his gaze settling on the tailored black suit that seemed out of place on the battlefield. His brow furrowed tightly, revealing a hint of disdain and skepticism. Are you Lin Yang from Lehigh No. 1 High School? The lieutenant's voice was thick with nasal tones, as if interrogating him. What kind of nonsense is this? Dressed like that for the Dragon City defense? Do you think this is a resort? He pointed towards the hellish scene outside, spitting out words almost hitting Lin Yang's face. Look outside. This is the most crucial gateway to the northwest of the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon City defense. This is not a playhouse for delicate flowers like you. The entrance to the Abyss Party lies just behind the defense line, but only if you have the qualifications to enter. His tone was exceedingly unkind, clearly dripping with contempt for Lin Yang, whom he perceived as an undeserving prodigy. His overly relaxed attire filled the seasoned soldier's heart with indignation. Lin Yang raised his eyes, looking calmly at the lieutenant. The officer's anger and disdain stirred not a ripple within him. He could hardly muster the energy to offer an explanation. Listen up, kid. The lieutenant, noticing Lin Yang's indifferent demeanor, grew even more infuriated, raising his voice. My name is Wang Lei. I am the temporary dispatcher responsible for this area. No matter what tricks you pulled during your exams, here, if you're a dragon, you must coil. If you're a tiger, you must lie low, until the Abyss Party begins. Keep your head down. Don't make a mess of the defense line, and certainly don't hinder us soldiers. He shot Lin Yang a fierce glare, as if viewing a troublesome burden. Now, immediately, go report to the supply depot over there. Collect standard equipment. Then find a safe corner to hide until further notice. With that, he disregarded Lin Yang, turning to bellow at the other newly arrived prodigies. And you lot, what are you still doing? Move faster. His fierce gaze swept across the crowd, exuding an oppressive aura. A few proud prodigies instinctively averted their eyes, their faces betraying indignation yet tempered by restraint. The atmosphere plummeted to a freezing point. Lin Yang ignored Lieutenant Wang Lei's tirade, his gaze drifting beyond him, deeper into the defense line. There, a massive and ancient teleportation portal, radiating an ominous dark red glow, was heavily guarded by energy shields and elite soldiers. The twisted runes upon the door writhed like living things, exuding a heart-stopping aura of the abyss. That was the entrance to the abyss party. At that moment, a gentle yet authoritative female voice broke the stalemate. Lieutenant Wang, please calm down, don't frighten the newcomers. Everyone turned towards the voice. A tall young female officer, equally clad in a crisply tailored uniform, approached with purposeful strides. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, her hair cut short, revealing a smooth forehead and elegantly defined jawline. While her beauty was not striking, her features were well-defined, embodying the unique charisma and competence of a soldier. Her skin bore a healthy tan, a testament to her time spent in rigorous training and field missions. Her bright, clear eyes radiated a soothing strength. She reached Wang Lei's side and offered a gentle smile to the gathered crowd. Dear classmates, please don't take offense. She skillfully diffused the tense atmosphere with a clever remark. Lieutenant Wang Lei, though somewhat brusque in his speech, possessed a kind heart, particularly averse to seeing new recruits in distress. Chapter 65. The Martial God of East Mountain, Lin Yang. With a cold grunt, Wang Lei crossed his arms and turned his face away, yet the menacing aura surrounding him noticeably diminished. The female captain turned to the crowd, her voice clear and melodious. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Su Wan, and I will serve as your temporary liaison officer during your stay at the base. It will take approximately 2 days for the spatial passage of the Abyss Party to stabilize. In the meantime, you will be temporarily stationed in the living quarters behind the base. She pointed towards the depths of the camp. Now, please follow me as we proceed to the supply depot to collect your uniforms, personal items, and room cards. The mess hall is located in the Eastern District and is open 24 hours, providing ample food, but I urge you to appreciate it and avoid wastefulness. As for safety concerns, she paused, her tone imbued with an undeniable confidence. This base is the safest place you could be. There is no need for worry. Now, please follow me. Her well-structured arrangements, delivered in a gentle yet decisive military tone, instantly garnered the favor of many. The group silently followed her lead. Lin Yang walked towards the back of the line, his expression tranquil. He needed time to observe his surroundings and to process the overwhelming information brought by the Abyss front base. After receiving a set of deep gray, durable combat uniforms, toiletries, and a metallic room card from the supply depot, Lin Yang followed the directional signs towards the living quarters situated behind the defensive line. The barracks consisted of neatly arranged alloy panel houses, simple in structure yet exceptionally sturdy. Having barely walked a short distance, a figure approached him, walking alongside him. Hey, you must be Lin Yang, right? The voice was bright, tinged with unrestrained curiosity and spirited combativeness. Lin Yang turned his gaze towards her. Before him stood a remarkably tall woman, estimated to be nearly 1.8 meters in height. She too wore the freshly issued combat uniform, though the loose fabric did little to disguise her powerful, flowing figure. Most striking was her long, lustrous black hair, tied high into a neat ponytail with a simple black elastic band. It swayed vivaciously behind her as she walked, revealing a smooth, full forehead and a long, fair neck. Her features were striking, with bright, almond-shaped eyes that were currently appraising Lin Yang with a sharp intensity. I am Lin Yang, the top scholar of East Mountain Province. She extended her hand with a bright smile, embodying the unique vigor of a northern girl. Level 20, profession, martial god. She emphasized her words, lifting her chin slightly like a proud little peacock. It's a pleasure to meet you, national top scholar. Although her greeting seemed casual, an undeniable competitive spirit radiated from her, brimming with an eagerness to challenge. Lin Yang's gaze lingered on her outstretched hand for a moment before sweeping over her powerful physique and those eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Martial god, presumably an S-class profession. No wonder her aura is so sharp and compelling. He did not extend his hand, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement, his pace unbroken as he continued toward the barracks indicated by his room card. His demeanor was distant and unequivocal. He appreciated long legs but held no interest in her. Such overly familiar individuals were simply a nuisance. Lin Yang's hand hovered in the air, her almond-shaped eyes flashing with surprise before being replaced by an even fiercer fighting spirit. Not only did she not take offense, but she also quickened her pace to keep up, her ponytail swishing exuberantly. Hey, don't be so cold. She walked beside Lin Yang, her voice tinged with discontent, but more so with excitement. Exam results are just numbers. They don't fully represent one's strength. Turning her head, she fixed her piercing gaze on Lin Yang's calm profile, a teasing smile playing at the corners of her mouth. How about we find a place to spar now? Let me see just how unfathomable the national top scholar truly is. Lin Yang feigned ignorance, not even glancing in her direction, and walked straight to the door of his assigned barracks. He swiped his metallic keycard, pushed the door open, and with a decisive slam, closed it behind him. Efficient and without hesitation. Engaging in combat is one thing. I have no interest in sparring. Outside, Lin Yang gazed at the tightly shut alloy door, her expression a whirlwind of emotions, shock, annoyance, and a hint of frustration at being overlooked, all eventually morphing into an even more intense curiosity and a blazing competitive spirit. Quite the character. She shook her fist at the closed door, muttering softly, "You can dodge the first strike, but not the 15th. I, Lin Anna, have yet to meet anyone who could evade my challenges." Lin Yang entered the assigned room. The space was modest, only around 10 square meters. Furnished with a simple alloy bed, a small table, a chair, a wall-mounted storage cabinet, and a compact private bathroom. Though rudimentary, it was clean and tidy. Fully equipped, standard military provisions. He casually placed his combat uniform on the bed, intending to sit down and rest his eyes for a moment to gather his thoughts. Before long, there was a sharp knock at the door. Lin Yang frowned slightly and rose to open it. Standing outside, as expected, was the bright-eyed Lin Anna. Her beaming smile radiating infectious enthusiasm. "Lin Yang, are you hungry?" Ignoring the hint of exasperation on his face, her voice was as cheerful as a lark, brimming with a familiar warmth. "Come on, let's head to the mess hall. I heard the food here is quite good, and they serve plenty." As she spoke, she instinctively flexed her arm, showcasing the well-defined muscles of her forearm. "I'm not hungry," Lin Yang instinctively declined, seeking solitude. However, before he could finish his sentence, a loud, unmistakable growl erupted from his stomach, echoing conspicuously in the quiet hallway. "Lin Yang, Lin Anna." A brief silence ensued. Lin Anna blinked her bright almond eyes, her gaze slowly descending to Lin Yang's flat abdomen. Soon, she could no longer contain her laughter, bursting into a peal of silver bell-like giggles. "Ha ha ha, not hungry. Lin the great scholar, your stomach is far more honest than you are." A rare hint of embarrassment flitted across Lin Yang's usually stoic face. His ears tinged with an imperceptible blush. He regarded the laughing Lin Anna with an expressionless demeanor. Come on, come on." Once she had laughed enough, Lin Anna seized Lin Yang's arm with surprising strength, pulling him along without giving him a chance to protest. A person is iron, and food is steel. Only with a full stomach can one muster strength. She paused, tilting her face up to Lin Yang, flashing a dazzling smile that made his eyelids twitch. "By the way, after a hearty meal, can we have a spar?" As Lin Yang was dragged along, he felt the strength in her grip, listening to her persistent declarations of combat, and could only feel a sense of helplessness. This girl, is there nothing in your mind besides fighting? Chapter 66, the second place in the capital. The bloodthirsty berserker. In the cafeteria of the Abyss frontline base, the setting was unexpectedly spacious and bright. Far from the rugged simplicity one might envision of a frontline military camp. Instead, it exuded a high-tech ambience, with alloy walls reflecting a cold glow, and rows of neatly arranged alloy tables and chairs. The air purification system operated silently, dispersing any unpleasant odors from the outside. The dining area was semi-self-service, with a transparent warming cabinet displaying an array of tantalizing, steaming dishes. The menu predominantly featured high-energy, easily absorbable exotic beast meats, energy blocks, and special nutritional fluids, complemented by an impressive selection of fresh fruits and vegetables for vitamin supplementation. Lin Yang and Lin Anna, each carrying plates piled high with food, settled into a corner booth. Lin Anna, a true SSS-grade martial god, exhibited an astonishing appetite. Her plate overflowed with thick, sizzling giant horned rhino steaks, fist-sized energy compression blocks, and a mountain of beef buns. She seized a meat slab larger than her face with one hand and tore into it voraciously, her cheeks bulging as she feasted with unrestrained gusto, as if she were engaging in some form of strength training rather than merely dining. Lin Yang, on the other hand, maintained a more refined demeanor, though his pace was no less swift. His plate, too, was heaped with golden brown frost tiger ribs, a generous serving of rich meat stew brimming with pure energy, and a stack of fragrant multi-grain pancakes. His appetite was equally prodigious. As a forbidden spell mage, even without summoning the Earth Mother's blessing at that moment, the subtle transformation bestowed by his third-level forbidden spell had already elevated his fundamental attributes beyond those of ordinary practitioners. A formidable physique necessitated a tremendous influx of energy. His eating posture was composed, each bite exhibiting an efficient absorption, as the food on his plate vanished at a visible pace. Their whirlwind of consumption drew attention in the relatively quiet cafeteria. "Goodness, are you starving to death? Your table manners are dreadful." A somewhat acerbic female voice floated over from a neighboring table, landing clearly in their ears. Lin Yang paused momentarily, his hand halting mid-motion as he turned his head, his calm gaze sweeping toward the source of the voice. The speaker was a young woman clad in a gray training uniform, whose features could be deemed attractive. Yet her expression bore an unshakable air of disdain and superiority. She was delicately nibbling on an exquisite energy salad, her eyes casting a sidelong glance at Lin Yang and Lin Anna, steeped in contempt. Just as Lin Anna was finishing a large piece of rhino meat, she abruptly halted her chewing. She swallowed the morsel, took a hefty gulp from her energy drink, and then leisurely turned her head. Her bright almond-shaped eyes locked onto the woman, a chilling smile spreading across her lips. "Wu Lily, your mouth is still as foul as ever, as if you've eaten excrement." Her voice was not loud, yet it carried a fierce, penetrating quality. "What is the matter? Are you itching for a fight?" "Perfect. I'm well-fed and brimming with energy. It might be a bit troublesome to kill you, but breaking that obnoxious mouth of yours should be quite manageable." As she spoke, she flexed her wrist, producing a crisp crack, her eyes glinting with eager excitement. The oppressive aura of the SSS-grade martial god instantly enveloped the space. Wu Lily flinched at the unabashed ferocity in Lin Anna's gaze, her complexion paling as she instinctively leaned towards a tall figure beside her. Her voice transformed into a sharp, whiny pitch, laced with a faux sob. "Darling, look at her. She wants to hit me. Someone is bullying me. What is going on? Let me see." A boisterous voice, laden with the thick accent of the capital, erupted like thunder. A tall young man clad in ostentatious silver armor forcefully pushed through the crowd, exuding a menacing aura. The armor shimmered with iridescence, clearly a remarkable piece, with fearsome beast heads intricately carved on the shoulder plates, as if to proclaim his wealth and power. As he strode forward, the clanking of his armor echoed, drawing the attention of everyone in the cafeteria. He reached Wu Lily and pulled her into his embrace, chin raised high, nostrils flaring disdainfully at Lin Anna and Lin Yang. "I am Xiao Tianyu, from the capital. Second place in the college entrance examination." He emphasized the words second place and capital with overwhelming pride. "Level 25, SSS grade profession, bloodthirsty berserker." He stamped his foot, unleashing a torrent of violent bloodlust, reeking of ferocity. "From now on, if you see me, you'd better stay the hell away." Or else. His fierce gaze swept over Lin Anna, finally landing on Lin Yang, who remained composed and continued eating. With a sinister grin, he declared, "I'll twist your heads off and use them as balls to kick." Level 25, SSS grade, bloodthirsty berserker. The overwhelming presence that surpassed most level 20 champions crashed down upon everyone like a heavy hammer, instilling a palpable fear. The words capital, second place, top-tier profession, and top-tier resources coalesced into an oppressive force that left many champions from other provinces instinctively retreating a step, their eyes betraying their trepidation. Is this the disparity between the capital and the smaller regions? Lin Yang pondered. The so-called top-tier resources of Linhai City seemed utterly insignificant in the face of the true aristocratic families of the capital. The resources invested behind someone who reached level 25 at such a young age must amount to a staggering figure. Wow, Lin Anna exaggeratedly elongated her tone, her face devoid of fear and instead filled with a mocking amusement, nudging Lin Yang, who was still leisurely sipping his soup. "Big scholar Lin, did you hear that? He southed the second place. Sounds quite impressive." She deliberately emphasized the word second place with exaggerated slowness. "Scholar Lin?" Xiao Tianyu's arrogant expression faltered, his gaze honing in on Lin Yang's excessively calm face. He seemed to recall something, his pupils narrowing slightly. "You are Lin Yang." Lin Yang set down his soup spoon, gracefully dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and then raised his eyes to meet Xiao Tianyu's scrutinizing gaze, which now held a mix of incredulity and suspicion. "Indeed, I am Lin Yang." His voice was calm and unperturbed, as if stating a trivial fact. "Hello, Xiao Mayan. I mean, second place." "Haha." Lin Anna could no longer contain herself, bursting into laughter. Holding her stomach, tears streamed down her cheeks as she nearly slipped off her chair. "Xiao Mayan. Haha. Lin Yang, you're too savage." Around them, laughter and coughs erupted, the atmosphere charged with amusement as Lin Yang's unexpected verbal slip caught everyone off guard. Who would have thought that this usually cold and aloof national champion could deliver such a sharp and cutting retort? Xiao Tianyu's expression froze instantly, akin to receiving a stinging slap. From shock to disbelief, and finally to pure fury, his face turned an alarming shade of purple, veins bulging on his forehead like writhing worms. "You damn it." Chapter 67. The outbreak of conflict, instantaneous elimination. A roar, infused with unbridled fury, erupted forth. Xiao Tianyu trembled with rage, delivering a thunderous slap upon the metallic dining table before him. Boom. The sturdy alloy surface instantly caved in, leaving a distinct imprint of his hand. The edges warped grotesquely. The dishes upon the table trembled and leapt, splattering soup in all directions. A feral, bloodthirsty aura erupted from Xiao Tianyu, akin to a volcano unleashed, overwhelming the vicinity. Ominous blood-red patterns emerged upon the surface of his silver armor, his eyes blazing crimson, fixated upon Lin Yang as though he were a predatory beast ready to devour its prey. "You pathetic sorcerer, relying on the sacrifice of your own lifespan. A short-lived wretch. How dare you mock me?" he bellowed, his voice distorted by sheer rage. "Today, I shall show you what true power is. I will make you a mere facade of a champion, kneel and lick my boots." The oppressive force of a level 25 SSS grade bloodthirsty berserker surged forth unabashedly, sweeping across the cafeteria like a crimson tempest. The chilling intent to kill, as tangible as a blade, was aimed squarely at Lin Yang. Xiao Tianyu's roar mirrored that of a bloodthirsty beast, enveloped in the chaotic might of the level 25 SSS grade berserker, sweeping through the dining hall like a storm of blood. His fist, encased in silver armor and entwined with scarlet energy, bore down upon Lin Yang's unnaturally calm visage with the force capable of shattering mountains. Everyone held their breath. One singular thought coursed through their minds. It's over. This Lin Yang, a sorcerer who exchanged his life force for explosive power, faced a level 25 berserker in a state of fury. The outcome would be utterly catastrophic. Even Lin Yang, who had always relished in the chaos, felt her complexion shift slightly. Instinctively, she clenched her fists, the power of the martial god within her coiling with anticipation. However, just as that fist, imbued with the scent of blood, was a mere foot from Lin Yang's nose, a sudden whoosh. Lin Yang's figure vanished as if he were a phantom, disappearing without a trace. It was not a mere flicker of space, but a complete, unheralded disappearance, as though he had never occupied that space at all. What? Xiao Tianyu's pupils constricted, his furious fist crashing down upon empty air, the force sending shards of the table scattering. Alarm bells rang in his mind. In the next instant, a slender hand, defined by sharp knuckles yet imbued with terrifying strength, emerged from below, like a chilling iron claw, unannounced, and seized his throat clad in silver armor with unerring precision. Ugh! Xiao Tianyu felt an overwhelming force surge forth, utterly irresistible. The power he had once prided himself on as a level 25 berserker felt as fragile as that of an infant before that hand. He was lifted from the ground, his feet dangling helplessly. A sensation of suffocation enveloped him. The cafeteria fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin drop was audible. Everyone appeared petrified, their eyes wide as saucers, mouths agape as if they could fit an egg, their faces etched with utter shock and disbelief. What had transpired? Lin Yang, that short-lived sorcerer? He lifted a level 25 SSS-grade berserker as if he were a mere chick. How could this be possible? Was this truly a sorcerer? Xiao Tianyu's mind blanked out. He struggled desperately, his armored legs flailing in vain, while his hands grasped futilely at Lin Yang's wrist, attempting to pry it away. Yet those 5 fingers remained unmoving, like steel rods forged in fire. What terrified him further was the aura emanating from Lin Yang. It was no longer the calm indifference of before, but a bone-chilling pressure, as if it originated from the depths of an abyss. Like an ancient beast awakening from slumber. Within those icy depths, there was a gaze that froze the very soul. Lin Yang tilted his head slightly, leaning closer to the visage twisted and reddened from suffocation and terror. His voice was low and resonant, akin to glaciers colliding, each word striking Xiao Tianyu's eardrums with clarity. Who did you just insult? Each syllable dripped with lethal coldness and unmasked malice. It felt as though the very moment Xiao Tianyu dared utter another disrespectful word, his throat would be crushed in an instant. Damn it. The overwhelming humiliation and life-threatening crisis ignited the ferocity within Xiao Tianyu. His eyes were instantly consumed by a frenzied crimson. A primal roar erupted from his throat. The crimson energy enveloping him surged like boiling magma, erupting forth violently. Bloodthirsty and berserk, he was determined to fight back. Boom. The raging blood energy exploded outward, like a small bomb centered around him. The alloy tables and chairs in the cafeteria creaked under the pressure. The battle was on the brink of spiraling out of control. Stop this at once. A voice boomed like thunder, piercing through the tumultuous energy field, striking every heart in attendance with iron will. 3 soldiers clad in immaculate military uniforms, their epaulets adorned with crossed swords and shield insignia, stood like spears at the entrance of the cafeteria. The leader, a towering figure with a visage as chiseled as stone, possessed eyes sharp as a hawk, exuding an aura of strength that surpassed all present, at least level 40. His epaulette bore 2 stripes and 3 stars, clearly indicating the rank of major. Lin Yang recognized him as the general he had encountered upon his arrival, clad in golden armor and wielding a massive sword. With a single step forward, his icy gaze, as sharp as a tangible blade, swept over the struggling Xiao Tianyu, then over Lin Yang, who was in control of the situation, before finally resting upon the surrounding crowd, his voice resonating with undeniable authority and profound disappointment. What do you think this place is? This is the Abyss Frontline, a bastion forged by the flesh and blood of countless soldiers, a steel fortress resisting the invasion of otherworldly forces. Look around you. Those who stand vigil on the city walls day and night, those who battle in blood outside the shields. Many of them are not much older than you. His gaze swept over the youthful faces, filled with heart-wrenching sorrow. What do they fight for? For the homeland behind them. For ordinary people like your parents. For you to dine here in safety. They have sacrificed their lives and shed their blood. And what about you? His voice struck each prodigy like a hammer. Relying on a mere modicum of talent, you bicker and fight among yourselves? Ready to brawl in this military stronghold over trivial disputes? Do you consider this a playground for you pampered youths? This is a battlefield. The front line. Not a venue for you to flaunt your power. Chapter 68. Eating and Fighting. The Major's voice was resolute, imbued with ironclad severity. I issue my final warning. Before the Abyss Party commences, should anyone dare to engage in private brawls and disrupt the order of the base, they will face dire consequences. His cold gaze, akin to a palpable chill, swept over Lin Yang and the stranglehold he had on Xiao Tianyu. It settled firmly on the two, each word resonating with impeccable clarity. Disqualification from the Abyss Party will be immediate. No leniency will be shown. Lin Yang listened silently to the major's reprimand. The icy malevolence within those frigid eyes ebbed like a receding tide, eventually returning to a tranquil abyss. An indescribable emotion surged within him. Soldiers, whether on the soil of Earth in a past life or in this brutal world teeming with monstrous beasts, are forever the last bastion defending their homeland. They are the group that sacrifices the most and shoulders the heaviest burdens. Their convictions and their sacrifices deserve the utmost reverence. Lin Yang nodded slightly, acknowledging the major's words. Indeed, resorting to violence over a mere buffoon was, in this context, utterly inappropriate. He relaxed his grip. Thud! Xiao Tianyu fell to the ground like a discarded sack, clutching his throat and coughing violently, his face a canvas of residual terror and unexpressed humiliation. He glared at Lin Yang with eyes that burned with venomous spite, as if they were daggers dipped in poison. Struggling to rise, his chest heaved intensely. Several times he considered retaliating, but the major's iron gaze quelled his fury. Realizing the value of his qualification for the Abyss Party, he swallowed the harsh words that nearly escaped his lips. Ultimately, he merely shot Lin Yang a fierce glare, one that seemed to ignite with rage. Then, he raised his hand, dragging the terrified Wu Lily beside him, and fled the cafeteria in a hasty, resentful rush amidst a sea of complex gazes. Humph! The major snorted, his piercing gaze sweeping across the room once more. It was as if an invisible whip lashed out, compelling everyone to instinctively straighten their spines. Mind your behavior. With that admonition, he strode off, flanked by two enforcers. Inside the cafeteria, silence reigned. The glances directed at Lin Yang had transformed entirely. No longer were they those of disdain for a fleeting genius or a stroke of luck. Instead, they brimmed with awe, wariness, and profound disbelief. A momentary 25-level SSS class bloodthirsty berserker? Was this truly a forbidden spellcaster? Clearly, it was an ancient beast masquerading in the guise of a mage. Lin Anna approached, her bright almond-shaped eyes sparkling with excitement and a hint of seriousness. That horse-eyed fellow and Wu Lily possess minds sharper than a needle. They are undoubtedly plotting against you in the Abyss Party. You must be cautious. Her tone was imbued with genuine concern. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. Plotting against me? A flicker of amusement, faint yet capable of freezing one's soul, passed through his depths. Engaging in conflict within the abyss? That would indeed be splendid. Names of various forbidden spells flashed through his mind as he contemplated which method would yield a more gratifying outcome. Noticing Lin Yang's silence and lack of expression, Lin Anna assumed he was troubled. With a bold thump on her sturdy chest, she reassured him, "No worries. Don't be afraid. We'll face it together." She had already begun to roll up her sleeves, allocating tasks. "Once we enter the abyss, you'll follow my lead. I'll handle that horse-eyed fool. I guarantee I'll beat him senseless. As for that insipid Wu Lily, well," she scrunched her nose in disdain, "you can deal with her." Lin Yang turned his head, regarding this spirited SSS-class martial god beside him, who was brimming with a sense of camaraderie, yet was surprisingly naive. He bestowed upon her a look that conveyed a mix of incredulity at her lack of common sense, amusement at her determination to team up with a forbidden spellcaster, and a hint of exasperation at her simplicity, despite her admirable spirit. Lin Anna, caught off guard by his gaze, huffed indignantly, hands on her hips. "Hey, what kind of look is that? Just because you think you're stronger, you look down on me? I can hold my own. Protecting you, a mage, is more than manageable." Lin Yang silently averted his gaze, uninterested in explaining, and shrugged as he turned to head towards his barracks. Lin Anna, watching his retreating figure, stamped her foot in frustration before a thought struck her, prompting her to hasten after him. Her ponytail swayed with each step. "Hey, wait for me. Where are you going? Back to rest?" "Don't. I just finished eating. How about we find a deserted spot for a spar?" "Hey, why are you running?" Before dawn broke, the military camp lay shrouded in a profound indigo hue. Only the distant searchlights of the defensive fortifications pierced the darkness, leaving behind icy trails of light. The air was thick with the unique heaviness of the front line, mingling metallic scents, gunpowder, and the richness of deep soil. Knock, knock, knock. The clear and rhythmic sound of knocking shattered the stillness of the barracks area, interrupting Lin Yang's deep meditation. He slowly opened his eyes, his profound gaze devoid of any remnants of sleep. The Abyss Party has commenced. He rose silently, moving with stealth. Upon opening the door, he was not greeted by the ethereal blue glow of the teleportation portal, but rather by a pair of long, powerful, and elegantly shaped legs. The dark gray military pants hugged her form perfectly, accentuating the smooth contours of her legs, extending from her calves to the voluptuous roots of her thighs. The cuffs tapered at her military boots, further highlighting her delicate yet strong ankles. The owner of these legs stood vivaciously at the door, resembling a slender poplar in the morning light. It was Lin Anna. She still sported her signature high ponytail, the tips of her hair swaying gently in the cool morning breeze. Her sun-kissed skin glimmered with a subtle sheen under the dim light. Bright almond eyes, brimming with unrestrained excitement, fixed intently on Lin Yang as he opened the door. The zipper of her military attire was pulled down to just below her chest. revealing a snug black sports tank top that accentuated her ample curves and firm, flat abdomen. She radiated an exuberance that bordered on excessive, a stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere of the dawn-lit military camp. Lin Yang gazed at her in silence, then slowly lifted his gaze to the window, where the darkness of night still reigned, governed by the searchlights. The eastern horizon bore only a faint blush of dawn. The moon hung low in the western sky, its cold light yet to fully fade. He inhaled deeply, silently attempting to suppress the inexplicable emotion swelling within him. Truly, had she not been a woman, Lin Yang might have been tempted to deliver a swift punch. What is the matter? Lin Yang's voice was hoarse with sleep, tempered with a palpable calm. Time for breakfast. Lin Anna replied with unabashed enthusiasm, her voice ringing clear like the morning birdsong, infused with a sense of rightful delight. She even rose onto her toes, playfully attempting to peek into Lin Yang's room. Let us go, let us go. The plans of the day are laid in the morning. One must be well fed to possess strength. It seems that venturing to the cafeteria for breakfast is a matter of utmost sanctity and urgency. Lin Yang once again lifted his gaze, casting a glance at the stubborn crescent moon lingering on the horizon. He inhaled deeply and silently, with a more pronounced rise and fall of his chest than before. Is there nothing in your mind besides eating? Oh right, there is also fighting. Chapter 69, Initiating Early. Preparing for team formation. Lin Yang felt a subtle throb at his temples. He suppressed the urge to leave the person outside and said, with an impassive expression, the Abyss Party's commencement time is uncertain. Notification may come at any moment. Going to the cafeteria now would be a waste of time. Oh come on. The earlier we go, the sooner we return. Anna waved her hand dismissively. Besides, I'm just concerned you might get bored alone. Let us go? Let us go? I heard today's breakfast features the special supply of rock-armored earth dragon steak. It's packed with energy and particularly beneficial for stamina recovery. As she spoke, she instinctively flexed her arm, showcasing her well-defined bicep, as if that steak were already within her grasp. Lin Yang looked at her eager demeanor, reminiscent of a hunter poised for the chase, and was left utterly speechless. He turned aside, preparing to close the door. Hey, don't shut the door, Anna swiftly interjected, wedging a booted foot into the gap with a mischievous grin. All right, if we're not going to the cafeteria, how about we find a spot to stretch our limbs? Warm up? The environment in the abyss is complex. We should adapt to the rhythm of battle in advance. Her bright almond-shaped eyes sparkled with familiar, combative fervor, her body slightly leaning forward like a small leopard that had spotted its prey, not able to eat. So now we resort to fighting, is that it? Lin Yang felt the veins on his forehead pulse. He regarded Anna with a stoic expression, his eyes clearly conveying that if she did not leave, he would unceremoniously toss her, and her foot, out. Just then, a low, urgent, and penetrating alarm blared unexpectedly throughout the entire base. The resounding noise shattered the dawn's tranquility. This sound was not like the previous assembly call. It was sharper, more immediate, imbued with a heart-pounding sense of crisis. Anna's smile vanished in an instant, and her foot withdrew from the door. She straightened abruptly, her gaze sharpening like a blade, her muscles instinctively tensing as she entered a combat-ready state. The aura of the SSS-level war god was instantaneously unleashed. Lin Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. Here it comes. The internal broadcasting system of the base immediately resonated with a steady yet urgent female voice, none other than Lieutenant Su Wan from yesterday. Attention, all personnel. Attention, all personnel. Anomalous fluctuations have been detected in the spatial coordinates for the Abyss Party. The energy tide is set to erupt prematurely. The portal will forcibly open in 15 minutes. Repeat. The portal will forcibly open in 15 minutes. All participants, proceed immediately to the Abyss Portal for assembly. This is not a drill. Please proceed to the Abyss Portal for assembly. The announcement echoed through the vast camp, imbued with an undeniable urgency. The combative excitement on Anna's face was swiftly replaced by gravity. She looked at Lin Yang, her tone hasty. Let us go. Lin Yang ceased his chatter, swiftly shutting the door behind him with lightning speed. The two wasted no more words, and, like arrows released from a bow, darted toward the massive portal emanating a dark crimson glow deep within the base. Along the way, doors to other barracks flung open, figures emerging with expressions of bewilderment and seriousness, merging into a tide of humanity rushing toward the Abyss Portal. In addition to the top students from various provinces, some prodigies from the military were also participating in this Abyss Party. The atmosphere instantly grew palpably tense and lethal. Before the Abyss Portal, the vast dark red vortex had fully formed, more ferocious and profound than what had been observed the previous day. The center of the vortex faintly emanated a disquieting glow, exuding a chaotic yet formidable pull. Spatial energy fluctuated violently, producing a low, resonant hum that caused the ground to tremble slightly. Lieutenant Wang Lei and Lieutenant Su Wan were already present on site, their expressions unusually grave. Wang Lei stood with arms crossed, casting a fierce gaze over the arriving crowd, as if tallying the daring participants. Meanwhile, Su Wan swiftly checked the roster, rapidly conveying the final precautions. Spatial energy is extremely unstable. Upon entry, Immediately seek cover and stabilize your position. The abyss beasts have been provoked by the anomalous energy tide and will exhibit aggression far exceeding expectations. Exercise utmost caution. If you feel your life is in jeopardy, please evacuate the abyss immediately. An oppressive sense of foreboding filled the hall, akin to the calm before a storm. Xiao Tianyu and Wu Lily had also arrived, the former clad in flamboyant silver armor, his expression darkened. His gaze toward Lin Yang brimmed with undisguised malice and murderous intent. Wu Lily clung tightly to his arm, her face somewhat pale. Anna stood beside Lin Yang, flexing her wrists and ankles, her eyes keenly scanning the frenzied portal. Her body leaned slightly forward, charged with a sense of latent power. She lowered her voice to Lin Yang. Be careful, find me as soon as you enter. Those two rascals are definitely up to no good. Lin Yang did not respond, his gaze seemingly calm as he observed the portal. In truth, his mental energy was like an invisible web, subtly unfurling to sense the chaotic and malevolent energy fluctuations emanating from the depths of the vortex. Attention, everyone. The portal is about to open. Please form your teams in advance. Lieutenant Su Wan's voice was imbued with unprecedented urgency. The violent spatial energy began to tear through the air, emitting a piercing shriek. The dark red vortex spun wildly, the ominous light at its center growing ever more intense. Lin Yang retracted his gaze, a deep calm settling within him. In this atmosphere thick with tension, assembling teams became the foremost priority for survival. The Abyss Party, as the nation's highest difficulty trial space, posed dangers far exceeding those of ordinary nests. To act alone would be tantamount to suicide. The prodigies of the military system were already well trained. They donned standardized combat uniforms, swiftly assembling in formations practiced countless times before. Heavily armored warriors led the front. Elemental mages occupied the center, while agile fighters and healing support flanked both sides. Their movements were swift, coordination impeccable, like a finely tuned war machine exuding an aura of ironclad ruthlessness. Meanwhile, the proud top students from various provinces had no choice but to set aside their usual arrogance. Those of lesser strength displayed anxiety, eagerly seeking trustworthy allies. The more formidable among them drew others near like magnets. 3 individuals had already gathered around Xiao Tianyu. Besides Wu Lily, who clung tightly to his arm, her complexion pale, there were 2 other young men of considerable prowess. One was burly, wielding a tower shield, clearly a defensive warrior. The other was lithe, equipped with 2 poisoned daggers at his waist, his gaze sinister, likely an assassin. The 4 stood together, Xiao Tianyu at the center, his silver armor glinting. The aura of a bloodthirsty berserker was unabashedly evident, forming an impressive combat force not to be underestimated. Lin Yang's gaze swept across the crowd, and he was somewhat taken aback to discover several focal points being fiercely contested. These were not combat-oriented professions, but rather supportive roles. Chapter 70. Team formation complete, officially commencing. A girl clad in a pristine white robe, wielding a crystal staff, radiated a soft yet resolute aura of holy light. At that moment, she was enthusiastically surrounded by several melee combatants, wearing a gentle yet aloof smile. She was evidently an exceedingly rare high-level priest. Then there was a petite boy, bespectacled and absorbed in his work, with a complex metallic compass hovering before him, rapidly calculating something. A few mages and archers surrounded him, seemingly vying for his attention. He must be a rare strategic support. Lin Yang suddenly realized that the college entrance examination evaluated comprehensive strength and potential rather than merely combat output. These support roles, capable of becoming provincial champions, likely possessed a strategic value and capacity to enhance the team that far surpassed their combat-oriented counterparts. In the Abyss, where prolonged battles and teamwork were paramount, the contribution of a top-tier support could even eclipse that of 2 aggressive fighters. Of course, there existed those who were overlooked entirely. For instance, Lin Yang. He stood alone in a somewhat vacant corner, calmly observing the frenzied portal. His identity as a forbidden spellcaster clung to him like an invisible label. Burning lifespan, exploding upon activation, a team liability. Even with the prestige of being the national champion, and despite recently showcasing astonishing melee prowess in the cafeteria, he was instinctively excluded from everyone's team lists in the Abyss, an environment where stability, longevity, and reliability were essential. No one wished to entrust their backs to a comrade who could collapse at any moment. Except for one singularly unconventional individual. Lin Anna stood beside Lin Yang, seemingly oblivious to the world around her, wrapping specially designed black combat straps around her strong, knuckle-bearing hands. Her movements were focused and efficient, the straps encircling her sun-kissed wrists and forearms, highlighting her explosive musculature. The sleeves of her training uniform were rolled up to her elbows, revealing her robust, smooth forearms. She slightly bent at the waist, her ample bosom subtly rising and falling beneath the confines of her fitted tank top. Her slender waist exuded resilience, while the curves of her hips, snugly wrapped in training pants, formed an enticing silhouette. Are you not seeking a team? Lin Yang inquired with a hint of resignation, glancing at the determined warrior goddess who seemed intent on clinging to him. The Abyss loomed ahead, He didn't mind going solo, but accompanying a liability whose mind was solely on brawling seemed rather troublesome. Me? Lin Anna tightened the last strap, ensuring its security. She lifted her head, her bright apricot eyes locking onto Lin Yang's, her chin slightly raised in an expression of confidence that seemed to look down upon the world. True warriors always walk alone. Forming a team is a sign of insecurity in one's own abilities. Her words rang out with conviction, as if she were proclaiming a profound truth. Lin Yang gazed at her haughty demeanor, reminiscent of someone who believed themselves to be the best in the world, and felt a vain throb at his temple. He was too weary for further debate, raising a hand to point at the increasingly radiant portal. Very well, lone wolf. I shall take my leave first. With that, he made a move to step away. Hey! The confidence on Lin Anna's face instantly froze as she grasped Lin Yang's arm with astonishing strength. You're not coming with me? Her apricot eyes widened in disbelief, as if Lin Yang had committed some unforgivable act. Lin Yang halted, turning his head to give her a perfectly executed imitation of her earlier sarcastic expression. Didn't you say it yourself? True warriors always walk alone. He elongated the last syllable. Hey! Lin Anna was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing slightly. She quickly donned a somewhat awkward smile, releasing his arm and deftly retrieving a pair of menacingly designed armors from her spatial equipment. I'm not doing this to protect you, she exclaimed, hastily slipping on the indigo armors known as golden silk python. The armors were sleek and streamlined, covered in tightly packed metal plates resembling the scales of a real python, shimmering with a chilling sheen. The backs of her hands were adorned with two sharp, deep purple crystals, reminiscent of venomous fangs. As she secured the clasps of the armors with a couple of satisfying clicks, a fierce aura surged from her being. Artifact-grade equipment. Golden silk python. Not only did it provide terrifying boosts to strength and physical damage, but it also had a chance to trigger a corrosive poison and blindness effect upon attacking. Coupled with her SSS-rated, War God, terrifying strength, her lethality was undoubtedly astounding. Lin Anna flexed her arms covered in armor, the joints producing a crisp metallic clink. Satisfied, she balled her fists, the indigo scales glinting coldly in the dim light, akin to a python awakening to hunt. Then I thank you. Lin Yang observed her fully armed and ready for battle, along with her declaration of protection, feeling a mixture of exasperation and amusement. He feigned indifference while his mind began to stir. Buzz. A faint glimmer emanated from his spatial backpack, and an ancient, pitch-black longsword appeared in Lin Yang's grasp. The blade appeared blunt, yet exuded a sharpness capable of tearing through space. The hilt was wrapped in dark crimson, unknown beast hide, emanating a heavy, wild aura, as if it carried the weight of countless bloody battles. It was none other than the artifact-grade weapon, a Ganzo's wandering sword. Upon grasping the longsword, Lin Yang's demeanor seemed to subtly shift. Beneath the languor and serenity lay a hint of an introspective sharpness, akin to a blade drawn from its sheath. He casually twirled the sword, the dark blade tracing a cold arc of crimson light, silent and deadly. Lin Anna gazed at the ancient, fierce longsword in Lin Yang's hand, then glanced at her shimmering, golden silk python armors, and an intense battle fervor ignited in her bright apricot eyes. She licked her lips, as if envisioning the two of them rampaging through the abyss. This is what I'm talking about. She slapped Lin Yang's shoulder with a metallic thud. You wield the sword, I rely on my fists. Together, we are invincible in close combat. Any aberrations in the abyss will take them down without hesitation. Ha! Just as Lin Anna reveled in her vision of their invincible duo, the countdown reached its conclusion. The portal activated. Captain Su Wan's voice resonated with determination. Buzz. A blinding light of azure and deep purple surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, instantly engulfing the entire teleportation hall. The violent force of the space tore at each individual. Lin Yang felt an irresistible might wash over him, and his body was suddenly weightless. He was then swept into a chaotic passage, vibrant colors twisting wildly. The sounds of space being rent apart, and the roar of energy turbulence filled his ears. The Abyss Party had officially begun. Chapter 71. The War God Unleashed, crushing fist kills instantly. The tempestuous sensation of being torn apart by space felt akin to being ensnared in a meat grinder. Before him swirled a maddening distortion of nauseating shades, a blend of deep purple and ghostly blue light. Lin Yang valiantly suppressed the dizziness, his mental fortitude acting as a resilient web to shield himself. After a fleeting moment of weightlessness and chaos, a sudden, firm sensation beneath his feet confirmed his grounding. Yet, the expanse before him was not the anticipated open area, but rather an oppressive, absolute darkness. The air was thick with the pungent scent of rusted metal, ancient dust, and an indescribable chill that seemed to freeze one's very soul. The atmosphere was so viscous that each breath bore a heavy resistance. Beneath him lay a cold, smooth surface paved with an unknown stone, echoing with distant, hollow reverberations. The dark corridor. Lin Yang instantly recognized this familiar, yet alien environment. He had not expected this abyssal gathering to unfold here. A vast corridor, seemingly endless, loomed before him, with a ceiling that soared into the darkness. On either side stood colossal stone pillars adorned with ancient, eerie carvings, silent giants in the profound blackness. There was no source of light, only the occasional flicker of a ghastly green phosphorescence seeping from unknown corners, resembling ghostly eyes that blinked and then extinguished, amplifying the eerie ambience. His mental energy spread quietly like invisible ripples. Wind perception. This fundamental ability bestowed by the third-level wind magic allowed the wind element to become his extended sensory appendage. The contours of the terrain within several kilometers, along with the disturbances in the air currents, instantaneously crystallized in his mind. Not far ahead, a figure, similarly just having landed, was turning in circles. Slightly bewildered as it endeavored to acclimate to the darkness, the wind element outlined it with clarity. A tall silhouette, characterized by its iconic ponytail, and hands encased in indigo gauntlets, were warily clenched into fists. It was Lin Yang. Lin Yang's steps were soundless, akin to a specter merging with the shadows. And in mere breaths, he appeared behind Lin Yang. Who? Lin Yang reacted swiftly, spinning around. The golden serpent armory unleashed a fierce gust as her fist came crashing toward him. The punch created a dull, mournful sound as it sliced through the viscous air. It's me. Lin Yang's calm voice emerged as he slightly turned, the force of her blow grazing past the edge of his garment. Lin Yang? Lin Yang's tense body immediately relaxed, only to be followed by a soft, disgruntled complaint. You nearly scared me to death. You walk without making a sound. This cursed place is so dark you can't see your own hand. She strained her eyes, but even the formidable vision of a martial deity proved ineffective in the absolute darkness. Stay close. Lin Yang offered no further explanation, his voice laced with a barely perceptible gravity. The profound darkness and eerie silence of this corridor exuded an unusual aura of danger. The two had barely advanced 10 meters when, whoosh, from the shadow of a colossal pillar to the left, a swift silver flash sliced through the darkness. Accompanied by a jarring metallic screech and a palpable aura of death, it lunged toward Lin Yang's unguarded ribs. Watch out. Lin Yang's warning coincided almost perfectly with his wind perception. Lin Yang's combat instincts were exceptional, though she did not see the threat clearly. The imminent danger sent a chill down her spine. She instinctively twisted her body. Clang! The deafening clash of metal erupted. Sparks flared briefly in the dark. There appeared a long sword, rusted yet shimmering with a ghastly cold gleam, which Lin Yang's left arm's golden serpent gauntlet managed to block with all its might. The immense force caused her arm to tingle, and cracks appeared in the stone beneath her feet. The assailant revealed itself, a humanoid monstrosity standing approximately 2 meters tall. Its body was enveloped in tattered silver armor, ancient and grotesque in design. Beneath the helmet, there was no head, only 2 flickering orbs of ghostly green flame. The joints were severely corroded, its movements stiff, yet its speed and strength were astonishing. It was a purged entity, corrupted by the abyssal forces. Originally, it was a mere level 20 beast dwelling within the Sky City's lair. Now, it was ensnared in tendrils of ominous purple-black energy, its soul flames raging, radiating a ferocity far exceeding that of an ordinary purger. Lin Yang's gaze hardened, his fingers subtly moving as the wind element began to coalesce. Leave it to me. Yet Lin Yang, with a fierce shout, forcefully thrust the long sword away. Simultaneously, her right hand, encased in the golden serpent gauntlet, tightened into a fist. A blinding white aura coalescing upon it, resembling a vortex compressed to its utmost limit. Straight punch. Break. Boom. Like a cannonball fired from its chamber. A punch infused with the martial deity's violent power struck fiercely against the purger's chest armor. Crack. A jarring sound of metal splintering echoed. The heavy silver breastplate instantly caved in, a clear impression of her fist forming, as spiderweb-like cracks spread wildly. The entire purger was sent flying as if struck by a high-speed train, crashing violently against the rear pillar, scattering into a heap of twisted armor fragments. The creatures within the abyssal gathering indeed possessed extraordinary strength. Lin Yang shook her slightly numb fist, gazing at the pile of armor that still twitched faintly. Her tone tinged with solemnity. That took some effort. She gracefully leaped twice in place, her ample chest rising and falling with the motion, her waist showcasing remarkable flexibility and explosive power beneath her tactical attire. However, in the next moment, crash, the scattered armor pieces seemed to be drawn by an invisible thread. Entwined in the purple-black energy, they began to writhe and reassemble. Playing tricks. A glint of cold light flickered in Lin Yang's eyes, her legs slightly bending. A surge of power erupting from the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Instant step. Whoosh. Her figure vanished in an instant like a wraith. The speed was so overwhelming that it left a blurred afterimage in the thick air. The next second, she reappeared as if teleporting. Right before the purger that had just reassembled its upper body, its soul flames still flickering. Her right fist clenched once more. This time, the energy atop her fist was no longer merely compressed, but rather coalesced into a destructive force that seemed capable of shattering mountains. The surface of her indigo gauntlet glimmered as the deep purple venomous crystal glowed. Shattering fist. There were no ornate techniques, only the purest and most extreme form of violence. Boom. Her fist struck solidly against the purger's newly formed helmet. The sound reverberated like thunderclaps exploding. The sturdy helmet, along with the newly assembled torso armor, shattered into countless tiny metal fragments as if crushed by a heavy hammer. The ghostly green soul flames emitted a piercing wail, completely dissipating and vanishing under the impact. Crash. The broken armor fell lifelessly to the ground, no longer making a sound. Kill level 20 Abyssal Purger, enhanced. Team experience gained, 1000. Chapter 72. You make me look utterly useless. So how about it, sis? Am I impressive, or what? Lin Yang stood with her fist withdrawn, slightly panting, her chest visibly heaving, a few strands of hair sticking to her smooth forehead. She turned her head, raising her chin toward Lin Yang. A look of smug expectation on her face, as if awaiting his praise. The indigo armor glimmered with an eerie light in the darkness, complementing her current poise and exuding a striking beauty imbued with strength. Not bad. Lin Yang nodded, his tone devoid of enthusiasm. Merely noting that there was a hint of sluggishness, he spoke candidly. Facing a level 20 minor creature, utilizing 2 punches was hardly efficient. Bah! Lin Yang instantly flared up, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. A swift kill, right? From its appearance to its transformation into scrap metal, did it even take 10 seconds? And yet, there he was hesitating? What do you even know? She glared at Lin Yang, her icy blue armor shaking in a show of defiance before him. Just then, whoosh! A heavy wind-like sound erupted from behind a stone pillar on the other side. A more imposing figure, a purger wielding a massive single-bladed axe, charged forth. Its armor was even more battered and weighty, entwined with a thicker purplish-black aura, emanating a more ferocious presence. The enormous bone axe, carried with the force to cleave mountains, swung horizontally towards the two who seemed to still be bickering. The fierce wind pressed down on the air, causing it to moan. Be careful. Lin Yang's expression changed, instinctively preparing to rush forward and block. However, Lin Yang's movements were swifter and simpler. He didn't even glance back at the oncoming giant axe. Casually, he lifted his right hand, rubbing his thumb and middle finger together lightly. Snap! A crisp sound echoed in the stillness of the dark corridor, akin to a stone thrown into a serene lake, carrying an eerie penetrating quality. Buzz! Centered around the rampaging, axe-wielding purger, the space seemed to plunge into an absolute 0-degree ice cavern in an instant. Visible to the naked eye, ice crystals exuding a ghostly blue chill began to coalesce out of thin air, spreading rapidly. The speed far surpassed imagination. Crackle! The massive bone axe, the burly body covered in battered armor, the menacing helmet, and the flickering soul fire. Everything was enveloped in a layer of crystalline, translucent yet incredibly hard deep blue ice within a fraction of a second, freezing completely. The sweeping axe maintained its ferocious pose, halfway through the swing, along with its master, transformed into a lifelike yet deathly cold ice sculpture. The next moment, bang! A barely audible muffled sound. It was as if countless ice spikes erupted simultaneously from within the ice sculpture. The entire sculpture, along with the frozen axe-wielding purger inside, disintegrated and shattered in an instant, scattering into uniformly sized fragments that glimmered with ghostly blue light. There was no dramatic spectacle, only a heart-stopping, absolute purification. Killed level 22 Abyssal Axe Purger, enhanced. Team experience gained, 1200. The entire process flowed like water, effortlessly. From the snap to the monster's obliteration, it took less than a second. Lin Yang then slowly turned around, his gaze calmly resting on the pile of ghostly blue ice shards, as if merely brushing off a trivial speck of dust. Then, he slightly tilted his head. He looked at Lin Yang, who still held her blocking stance, her mouth slightly agape, her almond-shaped eyes wide with astonishment, her face painted with confusion over who she was and what had just transpired. A rare, subtle smile graced Lin Yang's lips, enough to send Lin Yang's blood pressure soaring. His voice remained calm, tinged with just the right amount of curiosity, as he softly inquired, "What did you just say?" Lin Yang gazed at the pile of ice shards still emanating a chill. She glanced back at Lin Yang's overly serene face and felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness and absurdity wash over her. This guy, is he even human? Over level 20, an abyssally enhanced beast. A snap of the fingers, and it's gone? This is an abyssal party, a legendary place rife with peril and lurking death. Why does it feel like a stroll in his backyard, casually squashing a few ants? Lin Yang opened her mouth, wanting to say something, like this is impossible. But looking at Lin Yang's nonchalant expression, all words lodged in her throat. Ultimately, she simply swallowed hard and said, somewhat dryly, "Let us continue exploring." Her voice was filled with a complex blend of emotions, shock, defeat, and a hint of resigned numbness. The ensuing exploration thoroughly overturned Lin Yang's entire perception of abyssal adventures. The despairing, all-consuming darkness of the dark corridor, in Lin Yang's presence, it simply did not exist. Lin Yang casually lifted a finger, murmuring, "Light." Buzz. a soft yet utterly pure golden light, seemingly capable of dispelling all worldly shadows and filth, unexpectedly illuminated above their heads. At the center of the radiance, a graceful, ethereal figure composed of pure light energy quietly emerged. She was clad in a flowing gown of golden flames, wearing a crown woven from the dawn. Her visage was sacred and flawless, radiating a warm yet authoritative aura, manifesting the ethereal image of the goddess of light. However, this divine figure, who should have appeared solemn and majestic, now seemed somewhat lackluster. She hovered not far above Lin Yang's head, languidly crossing her arms, her delicate chin slightly raised. Those eyes, sparkling as if containing the galaxy, were half closed, filled with a profound weariness and a palpable sense of resentment over being forced to perform. The surrounding golden light was still bright, yet it bore an air of indifference, as if urging to clock out early. That warm and powerful glow, like a searchlight, instantly banished the darkness within 100 meters clean. The massive stone pillars, the weathered reliefs, the smooth floor, even the dust floating in the air became vividly visible. Those abyssal purger creatures that had previously relied on darkness to lurk and ambush were now exposed under the relentless holy light, like cockroaches thrown into boiling water. They emitted terrified shrieks, their soul flames flickering violently within the holy light. The purplish-black aura entwined around them hissed, as if encountering their nemesis, rapidly dissipating. And then, there was no further action. What awaited them was the crisp snapping of Lin Yang's fingers, which seemed to resonate eternally, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper calling their names. Snap! An ice sculpture shattered. Snap! A charred piece of armor collapsed to the ground. Snap! A shard of wind sliced a target into uniform fragments. Lin Yang's steps never faltered, as if he were merely taking a leisurely stroll in his own living room. Wherever he passed, remnants of beasts, glowing faintly and representing experience and materials, lay scattered across the ground. Lin Anna transitioned from initial shock to subsequent numbness, and now to complete surrender. She even put away her battle stance, following Lin Yang listlessly, occasionally kicking a small stone by the roadside. The indigo and gold-threaded armor shimmered under the holy light, yet found no opportunity for action. Hey, I say, you're making me look rather useless here. Chapter 73, Golden Goblin. Unable to restrain herself, she spoke, her voice laced with deep resentment. She looked at her fists, filled with power yet lacking an outlet, feeling immensely stifled. Is that so? Lin Yang didn't turn around, his tone flat. Didn't you just gain half the experience? Slay the level 20 Abyssal Exile. Team experience gained, 1000. Slay the level 22 Abyssal Axe Exile. Team experience gained, 1200. The system's notifications flowed through the minds of the two like a relentless stream. Although the monsters fell to Lin Yang's prowess in an instant, the experience points were indeed split evenly in a team setting. Lin Anna could distinctly sense the loosening of the level barrier, with her experience bar steadily rising. However, she felt a pang of frustration. The logic was sound, but it felt akin to being carried through a dungeon by a powerful ally, devoid of any sense of contribution. She indignantly shook her fist. Contribution? Lin Yang finally turned his head, casting a glance her way, his expression suggesting that her expectations were rather high. How about I leave a few for you to warm up next time? Lin Anna. She stared at Lin Yang's generous demeanor, utterly speechless. Just then, buzz. Two faint beams of upgrade light simultaneously illuminated their forms. Level up, 21. Level up, 21. The bountiful experience from the abyss allowed both to surpass the threshold of level 20. Lin Anna had yet to fully grasp the surge of power that came with her upgrade when her sharp, hawk-like eyes caught a glimpse of a striking golden glimmer, incongruous against the shadow of a massive stone pillar ahead. Look, a treasure. Lin Anna's spirits soared, all her previous frustrations dissipating as she excitedly pointed in that direction, her voice echoing in the vast corridor. Behind the base of that stone pillar, a figure about half her height, its body covered in glimmering golden scales, was peeking out with a furtive demeanor. It was carrying a golden pouch on its back, its beady little eyes sparkling with a mischievous glint as it nervously scanned the surroundings. Not monstrous or terrifying like the abyssal creatures, it instead exuded a comical charm. Golden Goblin, LV-25. It's a golden goblin, Lin Anna exclaimed, nearly leaping in excitement, her voice hitting a higher octave. Jackpot. I've heard this creature is a mobile treasure trove in the abyss. Defeating it might yield a golden goblin pocket jar. That is, a treasure capable of unlocking artifacts. Her eyes transformed into the shape of coins, her breath quickening. Don't let it escape, she growled, her leg muscles tensing, ready to unleash, blink. However, Lin Yang's wind sense had already locked onto the glimmering little creature. In the moment it peered out, Lin Yang's fingertips subtly moved. A soft sound echoed. Crack. A layer of crystalline deep blue ice suddenly spread across the smooth stone surface beneath the golden goblin's feet, solidly encasing its short golden-scaled legs. Eek! The golden goblin let out a pitch-altered scream of terror and struggled desperately. Yet the ice layer was unyieldingly hard, not budging an inch. Its beady eyes filled with despair as it clung tightly to its golden pouch. Lin Anna's figure shot forth like an arrow, appearing before the frozen golden goblin in an instant. She gazed hungrily at the alluring golden pouch, a greedy smile spreading across her face akin to a wolf spotting a plump lamb. Little treasure, the jar is mine. She reached out to grasp the pocket jar. The golden goblin's terrified screams echoed through the corridor. Lin Anna's hand was mere inches from that golden pouch. Just at this critical juncture, whoosh, a faint yet vicious sound of an arrow slicing through the air, akin to a snake lurking in the shadows, suddenly shot from the blind spot of a massive stone pillar beside Lin Anna. It was a short arrow, entirely black, its tip gleaming with a sinister green venom. Aiming with deadly precision, it sought Lin Anna's wrist as she reached for the jar. The angle was cunning, the timing impeccable. Yet, Lin Anna didn't even turn around. Her battle instinct had become second nature. In the moment before the sound of the arrow, her body had already reacted with primal instinct. She abruptly retracted her hand, reaching for the jar while her left arm, as if preemptively aware, shot out to block at her side. The movement flowed as smoothly as if rehearsed 1,000 times. Clang! A sharp, resonant clash of metal rang out. The poisoned dark arrow embedded itself firmly into the indigo, golden thread python, arm guard. The sinister green venom splattered across the metallic scales, hissing and corroding, but could not affect the artifact-grade arm guard in the slightest. Only a barely perceptible white mark remained. Lin Anna's movements showed no sign of hesitation. The moment she deflected the dark arrow, her right hand shot out again, seizing the golden goblin's head. Lily. Lin Anna swiftly turned her head, the indigo arm guard glinting coldly under the radiance of the goddess of light. Her gaze was like a drawn blade, locking onto the figure concealed behind the pillar. Her voice icy as Siberian frost, ambushing from behind. You wretched creature, still so unrefined. Lin Anna, you remain as brash as ever. A voice, laced with sarcasm and disdain, emerged from behind the pillar. Lily sauntered out, her hips swaying, a disingenuous smile plastered on her face. Yet her gaze fixated greedily on the golden goblin in Lin Anna's grasp. Beside her, two other figures emerged, a shield warrior wielding a tower shield and a shadowy-eyed assassin. And finally stepping out was none other than the ostentatiously clad Xiao Tianyu, eager to flaunt his superiority. Lin Yang. Xiao Tianyu's voice dripped with unmasked hatred and condescending arrogance. He crossed his arms, chin held high, his silver armor shimmering under the holy light like a human-shaped lamp. First, he greedily glanced at the golden goblin in Lin Anna's grasp, then his gaze, sharp as a viper's, locked onto the calm Lin Yang standing behind her. He pointed at the trembling golden goblin, speaking in a domineering tone. So it was you. Have you come to steal from me? That golden goblin is the prey our team has been tracking for half the day. Be sensible and hand over the goblin. Then kneel and bow 3 times. And I might consider letting you off the hook. Chapter 74, Sorcerer, Attribute Theft. He paused, a cruel smile reminiscent of a patronizing benefactor spreading across his face. He took a step closer, the bloodthirsty aura of the berserker subtly roiling. Kneel down, bow 3 times, and bark a few dog barks. If I'm in a good mood, perhaps I might spare your pitiful life. His words struck like a poisoned dagger, malicious and arrogant. Behind him, Lily immediately chimed in with a few feigned, girlish giggles, her eyes filled with schadenfreude as they turned towards Lin Yang. The shield warrior and assassin took up battle stances, their breaths locking onto Lin Yang. Lena's face flushed with fury, her delicate features contorting with rage as she gripped the fingers of the golden goblin so tightly that they turned white from the pressure. The indigo armor on her arms emitted a faint sound of metal grinding against metal, just as she was about to unleash a torrent of invective. A slender hand gently pressed down on her shoulder. Lin Yang stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lena. His expression remained impassive, as if the venomous words of Xiao Tianyu were merely the wind rustling past his ears. He even raised his gaze with casual interest to the figure hovering above them. There, the goddess of light languidly floated, arms crossed, her delicate chin slightly raised. Her half-closed eyes were filled with a palpable annoyance, as if lamenting why this conflict had yet to conclude. Yet, the pure holy light emanating from her was akin to the most resplendent lighthouse in the night, illuminating the surrounding area for hundreds of meters, dispelling all darkness and revealing every hidden silhouette. Lin Yang's perception of the wind was like an invisible radar, having long since enveloped the area. The approach of Xiao Tianyu's team, which they believed to be stealthy, appeared to him as bright as fireflies in the night, utterly transparent. As for why they were so easily detected, he cast a glance at the humanoid beacon above, radiating an aura of reluctance to engage in work. Under the illumination of the holy light, not only did Xiao Tianyu's team have nowhere to hide, but Lin Yang could also discern figures of other teams cautiously drawn towards this area, enticed by the brightness and the unfolding conflict. A faint, mocking smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He was neither afraid of trouble nor of taking lives. Returning his gaze to the farcical Xiao Tianyu before him, he spoke with an unsettling calmness. Spare me? It was as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke, shaking his head lightly. Lin Yang's tranquil, yet infinitely scornful words pierced through Xiao Tianyu's bravado like icy needles. Xiao Tianyu, have you forgotten? How is it that I previously bested you? His voice, though soft, clearly overpowered the hollow echoes deep within the corridor. His gaze was indifferent, as if looking down upon ants. Lin Yang had never been patient with such clowns. Like wild dogs barking on the roadside, he might choose to ignore them. Yet, if this fly, oblivious to its imminent demise, buzzed insistently in his face, he would not hesitate to swat it away for a semblance of peace. You, Xiao Tianyu, struck at his Achilles heel, felt his face drain of color, turning from crimson to ashen, veins throbbing on his forehead. The humiliating memory of being throttled in the cafeteria surged to the forefront of his mind. The last remnants of caution in his eyes were wholly consumed by his raging fury. Damn it! Stop pretending! Xiao Tianyu roared, abruptly drawing forth the grotesque giant sword wrapped in bloodlust from his waist, its tip aimed directly at Lin Yang. There are 4 of us, and only 2 of them. One a brute force warrior, the other a worthless mage burning his lifespan. What are we afraid of? Charge! Let's annihilate them. The spoils are ours. The shield warrior behind him let out a low growl as he slammed his heavy tower shield to the ground, kicking up a wave of air and assuming an absolute defensive posture. The shadowy assassin's figure became a blur, merging with the darkness like a venomous serpent. Meanwhile, Wu Lily's eyes flickered with malice and avarice, her bony staff glowing with an eerie red light. Lin Yang, quickly flee. I'll hold them off. Lina instinctively leaped in front of Lin Yang. She even hurled the golden goblin she had just seized towards him with force. With her indigo armor crossed protectively over her chest, her muscles tensed, and the aura of an SSS-grade warrior erupted forth. Akin to a female leopard poised to pounce on a pack of wolves, she intended to withstand the assault of the 4 to buy Lin Yang time to escape. However, Lin Yang caught the goblin effortlessly. He looked down at the trembling creature in his arms, its legs frozen in fear, its beady eyes filled with despair as it clutched a small pouch overflowing with gold coins. Lin Yang's expression remained devoid of emotion, tinged only with a hint of annoyance at the interruption. He extended his empty left hand, casually rubbing his fingertips together. Suddenly, a small, orange flame, seemingly imbued with life, sprang to life at his fingertip without warning. The flame was small yet radiated an unsettling heat, as if capable of incinerating all in its path. The tiny flame, as if granted sentience, gently landed upon the golden goblin's rotund golden body. Chirp! A brief, almost negligible shriek echoed. There was no explosion, no charred remnants. The golden goblin was vaporized as if it had been cast into the core of the sun, leaving not even a wisp of smoke. Only the solitary, rune-etched golden pouch remained, alongside a small pile of glimmering coins. It was the golden goblin's pouch. And the coins. Wu Lily's shriek, laced with ecstasy and greed, rang out, "Get it for me." Almost simultaneously with the obliteration of the golden goblin, Wu Lily's spell was already in motion. Power steel, she chanted sharply, 2 eerie red beams shooting forth from the eye sockets of the skull atop her bony staff. A scarlet ring, woven like thorns, formed instantaneously, bypassing distance and perfectly ensnaring Lin Yang. Concurrently, 3 faint red lights infiltrated Xiao Tianyu, the shield warrior, and the assassin. The trio's momentum surged dramatically, their muscles visibly swelling, their strength skyrocketing. Agility steel. Wu Lily wasted no time, her staff swinging again. A deep purple energy ring followed, ensnaring Lin Yang once more. 3 purple lights augmented the 3 teammates. Xiao Tianyu and his companions felt their bodies suddenly become light as air, their movements seemingly accelerated several-fold. The dual surge of power and speed filled them with overwhelming confidence. Wow! The group, experiencing the surge of energy and unprecedented lightness, couldn't help but exclaim in delight. My strength and agility have increased by hundreds of points. This is incredible. Chapter 75. Do you think I would hesitate to kill you? Haha, Wu Lily. You're amazing. The shadowy assassin's form blurred into an indistinguishable afterimage, his speed producing a sharp whistle. He licked his lips, his gaze toward Lin Yang reminiscent of a predator eyeing its prey. Xiao Tianyu was ecstatic. He swung his giant sword, creating a blood-red gust that tore through the air, feeling unprecedentedly powerful. You worthless fool. Die! He bellowed, forming a triangular assault with the shield warrior and the assassin, their surging power and speed akin to 3 unleashed beasts. They lunged toward Lin Yang, who remained steadfast, holding the golden pouch in one hand. Their ferocious onslaught sealed off all avenues of evasion. Lina's expression shifted dramatically, ready to throw herself into the fray to intercept them. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Wu Lily, mid-spell, felt her elation and pride freeze instantly. Her hand gripping the staff trembled violently. In her sharp eyes, for the first time, an extreme, ghostly terror filled her gaze. No, something is very wrong. Her abilities of power theft and agility theft stem from the SS-level class of sorcerer, specifically the innate talent known as spell theft. The effect forcibly extracts 10 points of the target's fundamental strength and agility, temporarily augmenting a designated ally with this power. The duration is limited, and the efficacy diminishes against targets of a higher level. However, The attributes siphoned from the recent two thefts were overwhelmingly immense. It was akin to a deluge breaching its dam. She felt as though her mental link was on the verge of rupture. Several hundred points. As a level 20 sorcerer, her mental power barely exceeded 200 points without accounting for equipment. How could stealing 10 points of Lin Yang's attributes possibly result in a surge of several hundred points for each of her 3 teammates? Unless Lin Yang's base strength and agility exceeded several thousand points each. This thought detonated in Wu Lily's mind like thunder. She felt an icy chill envelop her, as if plunged into a glacier. A mage? With base attributes over 1,000? What manner of monster is this? Come back! Wu Lily's terrified scream, raw and heart-wrenching, echoed through the air. She had finally grasped the magnitude of the terror she had provoked. But it was too late. The attacks from Xiao Tianyu and his companions surged forth like cannonballs, propelled by their newfound strength and speed, tearing through the air and crashing down before Lin Yang. The shield warrior's tower shield struck Lin Yang's chest with the weight of a mountain. The assassin's poisoned dagger lunged towards Lin Yang's back, like a viper striking. Xiao Tianyu's blood-red greatsword descended with a bloodthirsty roar, intent on cleaving Lin Yang in two. Faced with this trifecta of lethal strikes capable of instantly injuring or even killing an ordinary level 30 combatant, Lin Yang did not even shift his stance. He merely lifted his eyelids slightly, his deep-set eyes betraying no emotion, only a dull indifference. With his empty left hand, he casually snapped his fingers. Snap! The sound was crisp, akin to the grim tolling of a death knell. The sharp echo resonated like a dispassionate whisper from the Grim Reaper, reverberating through the dim corridor illuminated by the goddess of light. There was no cataclysmic explosion of energy, no dazzling display of magical brilliance. Only an extreme chill. A suffocating silence that felt as if it could freeze even the soul, quietly radiated from Lin Yang. The figures of Xiao Tianyu, the shield warrior, and the sinister assassin, once filled with manic glee and propelled by their surging power and speed, abruptly froze in place as if the pause button had been pressed. Crack! Glacial ice, crystalline and emanating an eerie blue chill, spread upward from beneath their feet at a visible pace. The ice enveloped their silver armor, encased the tower's shield, and froze the dagger's poisonous gleam. In the blink of an eye, 3 lifelike ice sculptures, exuding an aura of death, stood before Lin Yang. Only their heads remained visible, mercifully protruding from the icy surface. The sinister grin on Xiao Tianyu's face froze, his bloodthirsty rage replaced instantly with sheer terror and bone-chilling cold. His eyes darted frantically, attempting to escape, but the ice was more unyielding than the strongest alloy, unyielding. A penetrating chill surged up his spine, striking straight to his brain. Lin Yang regarded the 3 heads protruding from the ice sculptures with a hint of pure curiosity, as if observing lab rats in a laboratory. I am quite curious. His voice was calm, devoid of any tremor. Why do people like you persist in approaching, fully aware that you cannot prevail, as if devoid of reason? His gaze swept over Xiao Tianyu's face, contorted with fear, then shifted to the equally frozen shield warrior and assassin beside him. Lin Yang, be sensible and release me. Xiao Tianyu, fighting against the biting cold and paralyzing fear, yelled with a voice that was strained. I am a member of the Xiao family from the capital, the eldest son, the future patriarch of the Xiao clan. If you dare to harm a single hair on my head, you are as good as dead. The Xiao family will ensure your life becomes a living hell. He desperately clung to his family's name as his last lifeline. Lin Yang, my classmate, not far away. Wu Lily was already terrified beyond belief. Her legs trembled, her voice quaking with sobs. It was all a misunderstanding. Please let them go. We will leave immediately. We don't want the jar anymore. I implore you, show mercy. In that moment, she only wished to escape from this harbinger of doom. Observing Xiao Tianyu's still threatening demeanor and listening to Wu Lily's starkly contrasting pleas for mercy, Lin Yang suddenly comprehended. So that is it. This is the source of the brazen confidence these fools exhibit, despite knowing they cannot win. They are not unafraid of death. Rather, they are assured that no one dares to truly kill them. Their immense family, with its tangled web of influence, serves as their greatest shield. It emboldens them, leading them to believe that the world revolves around them. They think that even if they encounter an obstacle, revealing their identity will compel the other party to back down. Lin Yang's gaze turned frigid, akin to ancient ice that had never thawed. He leaned slightly closer to Xiao Tianyu's face, which was turning blue from cold and fear. His voice low and chilling like the wind from the abyss. Do you think? He paused, speaking each word clearly. I would not dare to kill you. Indeed. Xiao Tianyu's heart nearly stopped as he met Lin Yang's icy, penetrating gaze. Yet the long-standing arrogance and the confidence bestowed by his family compelled him to scream in desperation, clinging to the last shred of hope. Do you dare? My Xiao family is one of the prominent families in the capital. Our foundation is profound. Strong warriors abound. And I, Xiao Tianyu, am the most outstanding leader of this generation, the designated successor to the clan leader. Try to move against me. If you dare to kill me, my Xiao family will mobilize all its power to obliterate you, to ensure your entire family accompanies you to the grave. He not only threatened Lin Yang, but also, like a drowning man, shouted frantically to the other teams lurking behind the stone pillars, drawn by the shimmering light. What are you all waiting for? He is merely a useless forbidden spell sorcerer. He just cast an ice-type forbidden spell of that magnitude. He is absolutely at his limit. Burn out and exhausted. Let us all attack together. Take him down. The treasures on him, including that golden jar, will be yours. I, Xiao Tianyu, vow that whoever can defeat him will be richly rewarded by my family, ensuring 3 generations of wealth and prosperity for your family. Chapter 76. Die? They all must die. Xiao Tianyu's roar was like the whisper of a demon, filled with temptation and incitement. Lin Yang's indifferent gaze swept across the surroundings. His perception of the wind clearly delineated the shadows behind the stone pillars, where figures with heavy breaths and greedy eyes stirred restlessly. Among them were the top scholars from various provinces, numbering more than a dozen. They comprised nearly half of all the top scholars. Blinded by the prospects painted by Xiao Tianyu and the immediate benefits before them, they had forgotten the chilling instant kill Lin Yang had previously demonstrated. As for the military geniuses, within Lin Yang's perceptual range, there were none to be found. They appeared to possess a more defined objective and discipline, having already delved deep into the cryptic corridors, seemingly unfazed by the conflicts and brilliance surrounding this locale. Take him down. The golden jar is in his grasp. Everyone, attack together. He can't hold out for much longer. Fortune favors the bold. At last, under the dual stimuli of the generous rewards promised by Xiao Tianyu and the alluring golden glow emanating from the pocket-sized jar in Lin Yang's possession, a dozen figures could no longer restrain themselves and surged forth from behind the concealed stone pillars. Various weapons ignited with skillful auras, hurtling towards Lin Yang from all directions. Driven by avarice and murderous intent, akin to a pack of hyenas sensing the scent of blood. Lin Yang, be cautious. Lin Anna's face turned ashen. Though she was aware of Lin Yang's formidable strength, she could not dismiss the validity of Xiao Tianyu's words. The immense cost of forbidden spells was common knowledge. Faced with the onslaught of a dozen top scholars, she instinctively believed Lin Yang must be in a weakened state. Without hesitation, she positioned herself in front of Lin Yang once more, crossing her armored arms in a pose of absolute defense. Her voice, resolute and fervent, cried out, I will take the brunt. You flee with the jar. However, the response she received was merely Lin Yang's placid expression and the hand he once again raised. With a gentle flick of his thumb and middle finger, a crisp snap resonated through the air. Though the sound was soft, it seemed imbued with a mystical power capable of freezing time and space. Buzz, centered around Lin Yang. The temperature within a 20-meter radius plummeted to absolute zero. Those who had just emerged from the shadows, their faces etched with greed and ferocity, found their movements abruptly frozen in place. Their charging stances, brandished weapons, and the luminous skills they had conjured were all ensconced beneath a layer of crystalline, deep blue ice that spread instantaneously, rendering them immobile. A dozen ice sculptures, each with varied expressions, shimmered under the holy light, resembling a diabolical tapestry from the depths of hell. The next moment, boom, 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 a series of faint yet chilling muffled explosions erupted. The ice sculptures, as if filled with miniature explosives, simultaneously shattered from within. No screams, no gory dismemberment, only shards of ice, uniform in size and glimmering with an eerie blue light. Like meticulously crafted artworks, they cascaded down, blanketing the ground in a frigid starry expanse. Silence. A silence more profound than any before. Even the air appeared to be frozen. You actually killed them? The immobilized Xiao Tianyu and the limp Wu Lily resembled ducks with their throats constricted, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Faces awash with utter horror and disbelief. They could not comprehend. How dare he? How could he slay a dozen of the finest talents from various provinces in one fell swoop? Lin Yang slowly retracted his hand, as if merely brushing away non-existent dust from his sleeve. His gaze fell upon Xiao Tianyu's face, twisted in fear, and his voice remained devoid of fluctuation. They should be prepared to meet death for laying hands on me. His eyes, cold and probing, pierced into the depths of Xiao Tianyu's pupils. You too. In the moment their indifferent gazes locked, Xiao Tianyu finally discerned. It was not rage, nor was it murderous intent. Rather, it was a pure, dispassionate indifference, akin to gazing upon mere specks of dust. It was the gaze of one who looked upon the dead. Xiao Tianyu's psychological defenses crumbled entirely in that instant. No. He let out a scream, pitched and haunting, as all his arrogance, all his hubris, all the confidence of his family vanished in an instant, leaving only the most primal, instinctual desire for survival. Lin Yang, Grandpa Lin, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Spare me. I beg you, spare me. I no longer want the jar. The Xiao family will not trouble you. I swear. I will serve you like a beast of burden. Just let me go. Please, let me go. Tears streaming down his face, he incoherently pleaded for mercy, even attempting to bow, but his body was frozen stiff, unable to move his neck. A sudden urge to relieve himself overwhelmed him, but in terror, He realized that even that part of him had become numb and unresponsive. Now you seek mercy? Lin Yang tilted his head slightly, his tone laced with a hint of perplexity, as if posing an exceedingly foolish question. Why wait until now? At that moment, the limp Wu Lily seized upon a final glimmer of hope. Crawling desperately to Lin Yang's feet, disregarding her dignity, she cried out for mercy. Lin Yang, please listen to me. Spare us. The Shao family will surely express their gratitude. You are a forbidden spell master, are you not? You need precious resources to replenish your vitality, right? The Shao family has abundant wealth. They possess resources galore. They can certainly assist you, allowing you to live longer. Truly. Just let us go, ah? Her words abruptly ceased. For as she pleaded, Lin Yang's gaze had scarcely strayed from her. He casually directed his attention to the 3 ice sculptures, flicking his finger once more. No sound accompanied the motion. The ice sculptures encasing Shao Tianyu, the shield warrior, and the assassin's head, along with their frozen forms below, instantly became riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, as if struck by an invisible hammer. Then, under Wu Lily's desperate gaze, crash. The 3 ice sculptures shattered violently, transforming into an indistinguishable scatter of icy fragments. Shao Tianyu's face, marked by terror and desperation, flickered within the shattered ice, only to be utterly obliterated. What did you just say? Lin Yang feigned just hearing Wu Lily's plea, gazing at her calmly, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Ah! Wu Lily's scream pierced the stillness of the cryptic corridor like a wailing specter. You killed him. How dare you kill him? He is from the Shao family of Kyoto. He is the heir of the Shao family. It's over. All is lost. She collapsed to the ground, cradling her head in her hands, screaming hysterically as if the sky were collapsing around her. Moments later, she suddenly jolted, overwhelmed by the horrific realization that her own life hung precariously in Lin Yang's grasp. She lifted her head abruptly, her tear-streaked face filled with sheer terror, scrambling to grasp Lin Yang's legs. Lin Yang, please spare me. I beg you, spare me. It was all Shao Tianyu's idea. He forced me. He's always looked down on you. I was merely following orders. I am but a weak woman. Her words tumbled forth chaotically as she desperately attempted to shift the blame. Seeing Lin Yang's expression remain as frigid as ever, devoid of any sign of mercy, Wu Lily's desperate gaze shifted towards Lin Anna, who was observing coldly from the side, as if clinging to a final lifeline. Anna, save me. Were we not the best of friends? Have you forgotten how good we once were? Are you truly willing to watch me be killed? Lin Anna. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang slightly turned his head, his interest piqued as he regarded Lin Anna. He, too, was curious about this SSS-grade martial deity, known for her unwavering sense of justice. Faced with such a profound display of camaraderie, how would she choose? Lin Anna crossed her arms, the indigo armor glinting coldly under the sacred light. She regarded Wu Lily, whose face was streaked with tears and despair, desperately attempting to morally coerce her with the notion of sisterhood. Her brows arched with noble defiance, and her bright apricot eyes brimmed with unrestrained disdain and revulsion. Parting her crimson lips, she enunciated 2 words with crystalline clarity. The voice was not loud, yet it resonated with palpable contempt and strength, echoing in the deathly silence of the corridor. Fool. A rare smile curved the corners of Lin Yang's mouth, a distinct arc of satisfaction. He redirected his gaze back to the utterly stunned Wu Lily, whose expression mirrored sheer desperation. No. Wu Lily's voice escalated, tinged with a sharp, desperate edge, akin to a drowning person grasping at the last straw. A frenzied glimmer danced in her eyes, as she fixated on Lin Yang's emotionless visage. An overwhelming fear and an intense will to survive clashed violently within her chest, driving her to make an exceedingly irrational and degrading decision. I can accompany you, she nearly screamed, her voice trembling with excitement. Before her words could fully dissipate, she abruptly grasped her already disheveled garment and tore it apart with fervor. The fabric ripped audibly, unveiling vast expanses of her fair, smooth shoulders and the tantalizing curves beneath. Ignoring the exposure, she lunged forward like a panther pouncing on its prey. A mix of perfume and desperate perspiration enveloping her as she collapsed to the ground, fervently clinging to Lin Yang's calf. You can play however you wish, front or back. She tilted her face upwards, attempting to muster a seductive smile. However, that smile twisted grotesquely under the weight of panic and forced charm, appearing particularly cheap and disheveled. Her soft body pressed closely against Lin Yang's pant leg, exuding a sacrificial humility. Yet, this once alluring figure, which had captivated many men, now elicited only a frosty loathing in Lin Yang's gaze. He did not even lower his head. Instead, he tilted it slightly aside, an act imbued with deep-seated disdain. As if avoiding some repugnant filth, he regarded the tattered shoes of others with the same disdain, unwilling to even spare a glance. This silent scorn pierced through the last vestige of Wu Lily's feigned dignity. Her flirtatious smile froze completely, replaced by an expression of vengeful fury, birthed from a soul deeply trampled. The fire in her eyes blazed fiercely, threatening to erupt like a toxic venom. Lin Yang, you, go, die. The shrill scream shattered the air, brimming with frenzied madness. Wu Lily's body trembled violently as a chilling and tempestuous spiritual wave erupted. Secret technique, soul-devouring kill. She cackled wildly. Her face contorted in agony and sacrifice. The once vibrant skin lost its luster in an instant. Wrinkles creased her eyes and mouth, and a strand of her hair turned a ghastly gray. 10 years of vitality burned away in a heartbeat. Simultaneously, a translucent figure, identical to her, but entirely composed of pale spiritual energy, erupted from the crown of her head. This figure wielded a similarly ethereal dagger, imbued with a chilling resentment. With a determination to perish together, it surged towards Lin Yang's brow, disregarding all physical distance. This was her final card, a lethal gamble of life for life. Be careful. It's a spiritual attack. Lin Anna's exclamation was laced with unprecedented urgency. She sensed the malevolent spiritual piercing. Yet Lin Yang remained unmoved, standing resolutely in place. His deep-set eyes betrayed no flicker of emotion. He merely lowered his eyelids slightly, his gaze coldly and accurately locking onto the invisible spiritual entity of Wu Lily. Bearing the dagger. Impossible. I am a spiritual entity. How can he see me? Spiritual Wu Lily froze, looking down at Lin Yang. Her face, composed of spiritual energy, was etched with incredulity. In disbelief, she hastily drifted half a foot to the left. Lin Yang's gaze followed unerringly, chillingly tracking her movement. He could truly see her. Terror gripped spiritual Wu Lily, a cold dread rising from her very soul. But the arrow was already drawn, the sacrifice made. There was no retreat. No matter. You will die? Spiritual Wu Lily emitted a silent scream, channeling all her resentment and the power garnered from burning her life into the dagger. Her form transformed into a streak of pale light, aiming directly for Lin Yang's brow. She intended to shatter the very essence of his soul. Yet, just as she was about to breach the invisible boundary around him, an indescribable, vast, and sacred pressure descended like an unseen dome. Spiritual Wu Lily felt her essence collide with an imperceptible, unyielding wall of despair, causing her speed to plummet as if ensnared in viscous golden amber. She looked up in horror, and what she beheld caused her spiritual form to tremble violently, teetering on the brink of collapse. What was that spectacle? Above Lin Yang's head, instead of the feeble realm she anticipated, there lay a divine sanctuary. Radiant golden light, soft yet imbued with supreme authority, flowed around like a tangible essence. Within this sacred glow, ethereal figures flickered into view. Some were enveloped in pure moonlight, their silver hair cascading like waterfalls, gazes imbued with compassion and ethereality. Others radiated with fierce yet gentle golden flames, their lips aflame, exuding an air of untouchable nobility. Still others appeared as if forged from a multitude of stars, their skirts flowing like the Milky Way, their profound eyes holding the secrets of the universe's birth and demise. Each figure was breathtakingly beautiful, yet they emanated a terrifying pressure that sent shivers through the very souls of spiritual entities. They varied in posture, some seated, some standing, some playing instruments, others plucking flowers, but all encircled the central figure. At the heart of this assembly stood Lin Yang, his spiritual essence unwavering. He was no longer the indifferent youth. His spiritual form radiated a warm and magnificent golden light, resembling an ancient, immortal deity seated upon a resplendent golden throne. The divine light intertwined, as the goddesses encircled him, elevating him to the status of a celestial king, gazing down upon the insignificant mortals below. This was not merely a realm of consciousness. It was the very realm of the divine. Chapter 78, The Exile of the Heavens. No, it was impossible. This was divinity. The thoughts of spiritual Wu Lily came to a complete halt. The dagger, forged from all her resentment and vitality, crumbled before the boundless divine might. As fragile as ice melting beneath the blazing sun. In the realm of reality, Wu Lily's true form staggered as if struck by lightning, spewing forth a copious amount of dark red blood, mingled with fragments of ashen decay. The malevolence, madness, and horror in her eyes momentarily crystallized, resembling exquisite porcelain marred by cracks. Subsequently, she visibly withered, her skin slack and dull, her hair streaked with gray, as if all vitality had been drained from her in an instant. Once a resplendent woman, she had transformed into a gaunt, exhausted crone. She collapsed to the ground, reduced to feeble, terror-stricken convulsions. Lin Yang slowly averted his gaze. His eyes swept over the frail, aged Wu Lily lying on the ground, her condition more pitiful than a dead insect. Killing you would merely soil my hands, he uttered, his voice calm and unperturbed, yet imbued with a chilling finality. The icy breath of the abyss mingled with the scent of blood, clinging to his skin like a viscous shroud. Lin Yang did not pause for even a moment, scarcely granting a glance back at the withered figure behind him. He strode directly into the deeper darkness of the lair. Lin Anna's gaze flickered over the curled-up crone on the floor, the once radiant Wu Lily who had been her inseparable companion. A sharp pang pierced her heart, a mix of acute and suffocating sorrow. How many years had passed? They had once been the closest of friends, sharing all secrets hand in hand. One was a gifted SSS-level martial deity, destined to shine, while the other awakened to an equally enviable SSS-level sorceress. Yet, jealousy as poisonous vine ultimately ensnared Wu Lily's heart. She first fled to another province, then clung to the prodigious Xiao Tianyu of the Xiao family in the capital, believing she had found a higher branch to perch upon. Now, a complex, unspeakable pity and desolation flickered in Lin Anna's eyes. She shook her head gently, suppressing that ill-timed sigh, and hastened to keep pace with Lin Yang. Around them, silence reigned. The hesitant, self-proclaimed clever top scholars from various provinces stood petrified in the shadows, their faces etched with sheer shock and fear. Their pupils shook, throats constricted, breaths drawn cautiously. The scene before them was too horrific. Lin Yang, the top scorer from a small town, had annihilated numerous top achievers from various provinces along with the exalted Xiao Tianyu, the national runner-up of this examination, as if crushing ants underfoot. The ruthlessness of his methods and the unfathomable depth of his strength shattered all their pride and hopes. The abyssal gathering was concluded. The outside world would surely be engulfed in a colossal storm. When Lin Yang's gaze casually swept in a certain direction, all survivors felt as if an invisible giant hand had seized their throats, instinctively retreating a step, cold sweat soaking their garments. No one dared to follow in the footsteps of that harbinger of death, not even a step. Only the echoes of their footsteps resonated in the corridor. Lin Anna trailed closely behind Lin Yang. He remained unperturbed, as if the bloodbath that had just transpired had merely brushed the dust from his shoulders. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle-ass. The petite jar might conceal surprises, yet before them lay far more worthy pursuits. They delved deeper, their slaughter escalating. Eventually, a massive, ancient rune-engraved metal gate loomed before them. Lin Yang pressed a hand against it, frost instantly spreading, followed by a thunderous crack as the gate shattered. Behind it lay an expansive hall, its vaulted ceiling towering high, suffused with the chill of metal and the dust of antiquity. A knight clad in tattered armor, wielding a longsword, lay lifeless on the ground. One of the guards Lin Yang had effortlessly dispatched. At the hall's end stood a figure even more imposing, exuding a staggering sense of oppression. The Lord, the exile of the heavens. Its entire form was enveloped in heavy armor gleaming with a silvery sheen, with cold energy emanating from its joints. Beneath its helmet, 2 points of azure soul flames flickered fiercely. The massive blue lightsaber it wielded hummed ominously, exuding an aura sharp enough to slice through space. A level 40 abyssal lord. Its mere existence was sufficient to render the air itself immobile. Let me have a go. Lin Anna's eyes ignited with battle fervor, the pride of an SSS-level martial deity igniting her desire for challenge. With a fierce shout, she transformed into a flash of golden lightning, her fists slicing through the air, striking fiercely at the chest plate of the exile of the heavens. Clang! A deafening metallic explosion resounded. Lin Anna's fist, capable of shattering mountains, left only a shallow white mark on the opponent's heavy chest plate. The exile of the heavens remained unmoved. As if merely stung by a mosquito, the soul flames beneath its helmet flickered violently, and in an instant, the blue lightsaber slashed back with a speed beyond visual perception. It was too fast, so fast that Lin Anna had no time to cross her arms defensively before her. With a sickening sound, the blue light flashed, and blood sprayed. Lin Anna was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a high-speed train, crashing violently against the cold metallic wall with a dull thud. She slumped to the ground, a deep, bone-visible gash slashing across her chest. Flesh rolled back, blood instantly staining her golden martial deity attire. The excruciating pain caused her vision to darken, and she uncontrollably spewed blood, staining her delicate, pale chin. She clutched her wound, blood gushing between her fingers, her breath waning to its utmost limit. Her eyes were filled with incredulity and horror. How could this be? She felt as fragile as paper beneath the opponent's sword. Something was amiss. Lin Yang's pupils suddenly constricted to pinpricks. He was all too familiar with Lin Anna's strength. The physical resilience of an SSS-level martial deity far surpassed that of her peers. Even if she were to falter, she could not possibly be critically injured by a mere sword strike from a level 40 lord. This level of attack power exceeded all reasonable expectations. Kiss of the goddess of life. Lin Yang's voice was low and urgent, carrying an undeniable authority. He raised his hand, and an indescribable emerald light, brimming with boundless vitality, shot forth from his fingertips, enveloping the gravely wounded Lin Anna. Within the radiance, a goddess, draped in translucent veil and radiating an aura of pure sanctity, quietly manifested. With a compassionate smile, she leaned down, bestowing a gentle kiss, glowing with soft green light. Upon Lin Anna's brow, a miracle occurred. The ghastly wound began to mend as if caressed by an invisible divine hand. The torn flesh rapidly grew and healed at an observable pace, while her pale cheeks swiftly regained their color. Chapter 79. Full-scale battle, all forbidden spells unleashed. Lin Anna gasped for breath violently, as if she had finally resurfaced after drowning, her chest heaving dramatically. Sweat mingled with blood soaked her hair, clinging to her smooth forehead. The immense shock of surviving this ordeal caused her delicate frame to tremble slightly. She looked at Lin Yang with eyes filled with dependence and lingering fear. Lin Yang stepped forward, his towering figure serving as the most steadfast barrier before her. His voice was resolute. "Step back. Let me handle this." The exile of the heavens seemed incensed by Lin Yang's intervention. The blue lightsaber emitted an even sharper, more piercing hum. A colossal figure surged forth with the force of thunder and wind, each step reverberating through the grand hall. Confronted by this terrifying charge, Lin Yang's gaze turned as frigid as ice that had endured for millennia. The temperature around him plummeted, causing the very air to emit a strained, freezing sound. Rampant ice elements converged furiously, compressed and coalesced within his palm, transforming into a seal of extreme cold, capable of freezing time and space itself. An ice-based forbidden spell. Extreme cold purgatory, Lin Yang intoned softly, thrusting both hands forward with fervor. A massive torrent of frost, gleaming with the light of absolute zero, roared forth. Where it passed, the very fabric of space froze, light itself becoming solid. The ice-based forbidden spell was unparalleled in its might. Yet, facing this strike potent enough to freeze all, the celestial exile merely raised the azure sword in its hand, seemingly nonchalant, and struck downwards upon the roaring torrent of frost. Sizzle. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a sound akin to tearing fabric, painfully grating to the ears. The frost-laden torrent, infused with terrifying, frigid power, was effortlessly cleaved in two by the seemingly unremarkable blue sword, as if it were mere tofu. The severed cold rushed past the sides of the celestial exile, crashing against the walls of the hall, crystallizing vast expanses of ice. Meanwhile, the celestial exile remained utterly unscathed. The azure sword in its grasp shimmered, appearing even more otherworldly. How could this be? For the first time, cracks appeared in the icy facade of Lin Yang's expression, waves of shock swirling in the depths of his pupils. His once invincible ice-based forbidden spell had been so easily shattered by a single strike from his foe. Lin Yang, gripped by a hint of unrecognized trepidation, realized that the azure sword had cleaved through his spell as if it were nothing more than a delicate substance. The absolute zero chill had not left a trace of frost upon the mithril armor. This was no ordinary level 40 Abyss Lord. The soul fire beneath the helm of the celestial exile flickered violently, as if mocking Lin Yang's astonishment. Its massive form showed no sign of hesitation. Bearing down with an overwhelming might, the azure sword tore through the air, transforming into a lethal bolt of blue lightning, aimed directly at Lin Yang's heart. The speed surpassed that of its previous assault on Anna. A life-threatening sense of danger pierced his spine like an icicle. Lin Yang's pupils constricted, yet his mind, bolstered by boundless mental energy, instantly calculated countless possibilities. Evade. Impossible. The opponent was far too swift. Anna was a cautionary tale. This boss was undoubtedly problematic. A defensive forbidden spell? A single target defense could not withstand such a penetrating sword. In the flash of an instant, a thought gained supremacy. Amplification. An overwhelming surge of attributes. The blessing of the Earth Mother. Lin Yang's voice resonated deeply, imbued with the authority of the Earth's laws. He pressed both hands forcefully against the frigid ground beneath him, as if he sought to siphon the very power of the abyss into himself. Thunderous rumblings echoed throughout the hall. Not an attack, but a torrent of earth-toned energy, overwhelming and unimaginable, erupted from the depths of the earth. This force was heavy, immense, and bore the weight of all creation. It surged into Lin Yang's body like rivers rushing to the sea. In an instant, Lin Yang erupted with blinding, earth-toned radiance, akin to a humanoid sun. His already superior attributes, enhanced further by the terrifying omnidirectional amplification of the level 3 forbidden spell, the blessing of the Earth Mother, exploded forth. A sense of power, indescribable, as if he could rend mountains with his bare hands and stand unyielding upon the earth, filled him. Muscles bulged, bones creaked under the strain. Yet the Earth's power cradled him gently. Speed, reaction, endurance, all aspects surged, making him feel as though he had transformed into a mobile fortress of war. At that moment of overwhelming power, a phantom began to coalesce above him. It was the ethereal figure of a goddess, clad in simple linen, adorned with a crown of wheat. Her features were obscured, yet she radiated a maternal glow, encompassing all. The projection of the Earth Mother. However, this sacred scene was shattered by the goddess's distinctly disdainful eye roll. She glanced down at Lin Yang, then at the armored behemoth wielding the eerie sword rushing towards him. Her expression seemed to convey, "TSK, not this nonsense again. Is my power to be wielded so casually? And that towering oaf with the glowing stick is utterly obnoxious." The eye roll was so expressive, starkly contrasting with her divine solemnity. Buzz. The Ronin's longsword appeared in Lin Yang's hands, infused with the newfound power. The ancient sword hummed with excitement under the influx of terrifying energy, warping the air around its blade. Clang! The light sword clashed with the Ronin's longsword, this time not yielding in a one-sided assault. The piercing clang of metal resonated, loud enough to shatter eardrums. A violent shockwave radiated from the two, upheaving the hall's metallic floor. The ground beneath Lin Yang caved in, spiderweb-like cracks spreading wildly, yet he remained steadfast, like an unmovable mountain. For the first time, the celestial exile was forced back a step. The soul fire beneath its helm flickered wildly, clearly taken aback by the sheer magnitude of strength emanating from this seemingly insignificant human. Hiss! In the distance, Anna, barely able to maintain her composure, clutched her recently healed chest, pain still lingering. Her beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. The aura radiating from Lin Yang felt as ferocious as an ancient behemoth, as heavy as an eternal mountain, instilling a sense of suffocating pressure even upon her, an SSS-level martial deity. Good. I can withstand it. Lin Yang's eyes flashed with icy determination, his heart steady. If I can match his strength, then there's a chance to fight back. He was not merely a brutish melee fighter, enjoying the destruction of forbidden spells, was he? Let us see how he fares against this heavenly fire of destruction. Lin Yang opened his left hand, swiftly grasping towards the retreating celestial exile. There were no lengthy incantations, only the terrifying command of raw power. The raging fire elements ignited instantaneously, compressing and exploding again. Boom! No longer a fireball, nor a sea of flames. This was a ray of flame, condensed to its utmost, gleaming with a blinding white hue. It embodied the most fervent, reckless, and all-consuming love, imbued with the will to annihilate all, piercing through space to strike at the celestial exile's chest. Where it passed, air was incinerated, leaving behind a trail of pitch-black vacuum. The celestial exile reacted with remarkable speed, positioning the azure sword before its chest. Sizzle! The ear-piercing sound of energy annihilation. The blazing ray collided fiercely with the light sword. The terrifying heat caused the mithril armor to glow a deep red, as if on the verge of melting. The blue sword flickered with intense light, steadfastly blocking the horrific forbidden spell capable of melting obsidian. It stopped it again. Lin Yang's gaze sharpened like a blade, fixated on that enchanting azure sword. Twice now, whether it be the ultimate frost or the raging flames, the forbidden spell imbued with the power of laws was effortlessly blocked and obliterated by this sword. This was no mere attribute resistance. Breaking the laws, is it? Lin Yang murmured, his voice frigid, yet tinged with a hint of enlightenment. The astonishment within his heart swiftly settled, replaced by a chilling composure. So it is. This sword of light possesses a unique ability to disrupt magical forces. It can sever and annihilate attacks in the form of energy, particularly magic. No wonder his ice and fire spells were so easily thwarted. Physical attacks could not breach the armor, and energy assaults were countered by the sword of light. What a formidable combination. However, having discerned the essence, a countermeasure emerged. A cold smirk curved upon Lin Yang's lips. Breaking the laws? Excellent. Then let us employ that which you cannot break. The howling of the goddess of the storm. The judgment of the goddess of thunder. Lin Yang's combat rhythm was breathtakingly swift. In his right hand, the wandering swordsman's blade unleashed a fierce wind slash, tearing through the air with pure physical might. Simultaneously, his left hand summoned wind and thunder, a tempestuous tornado entwined with a thick, dragon-like violet lightning. Like a whip of divine retribution, it lashed out at the exile of heaven from an acute angle. The wind augmented the thunderous might. A pure physical strike combined with the furious elements of nature. The exile of heaven attempted to block the wandering swordsman's blade with the sword of light. Yet the surge of Lin Yang's power rattled its armor. The violent wind and thunder crashed against its armor, producing a thunderous roar and a piercing crackle of electricity. For the first time, its movements exhibited a noticeable delay and stiffness. The law-breaking sword could sever energy, yet it could not completely negate the impact of pure force and the direct assault of natural phenomena. It is time to conclude this. A silver light suddenly ignited in Lin Yang's eyes, profound as the cosmic starry river, the dominion of the god of time. As he uttered a low incantation, the very light of the hall appeared to warp. An indescribable phantom manifested quietly behind Lin Yang. It was a goddess clad in a pure white gown, behind whom floated an immense, slowly rotating, ethereal clock. Each tick of the hands seemed to resonate with the pulse of time itself. The goddess of time. However, this deity, who wielded the might of time, struck an exceedingly exaggerated pose brimming with power and an air of youthful flamboyance. Her arms crossed over her chest, her body slightly leaning forward, one leg straightened while the other bent back, toe touching the ground. The solemnity of divinity contrasted sharply with this sudden absurdity, almost provoking laughter, as if to declare, "Mortal, behold the stylish stance of this goddess who commands time." The phantom of the goddess of time pointed a finger toward the exile of heaven, which was struggling to escape the entanglement of wind and thunder, once more raising the law-breaking sword, and gently tapped. The world. Time paused. A cold, resonant syllable echoed, seemingly emerging from the very source of time. Buzz. The space surrounding the exile of heaven instantly froze. The swirling arcs of lightning, the howling winds, its flickering blue light, even the motion of its sword strike, all were pressed upon the pause button. It remained poised to strike, as if encased in an invisible amber. Even the flickering soul fire beneath its helmet ceased to blaze. Only Lin Yang and the wandering swordsman's blade remained unaffected. At this moment, Time became the sharpest weapon in his grasp. Breaking the laws? Break your grandmother. Before absolute power and the decree of time, all is in vain. Lin Yang's voice was calm and unruffled, his figure vanishing abruptly from sight. In the next instant, he appeared at the side of the exile of Heaven's frozen colossal head. The wandering swordsman's blade in his hand gathered horrific power. Upon its edge lay a layer of ice so frigid that it could freeze even the soul. No roar, no extravagance. Only a slash that transcended speed. A fusion of pure physical force and unparalleled frost. The blade of light flashed. Crack. A faint sound, akin to slicing through millennia-old ice, resonated. The phantom of the goddess of time retracted her finger. The exaggerated pose dissipated as if it had never existed. Time resumed its normal flow. The immense body of the exile of heaven suddenly stiffened. The two flickering blue flames within its helmet, like a candle flickering in the wind, flared violently for a moment before extinguishing entirely. A slender line of ice began to spread from the side of its helmet, swiftly enveloping its entire form. Crash! The colossal body, now encased in ice, along with the peculiar blue sword, collapsed with a thunderous crash. It shattered into countless fragments of metal encased in ice, littering the ground. A diamond crystal radiating a profound blue light, and several items shimmering with varying lusters lay quietly amidst the debris. It is over. Lin Yang leaned on his sword, breathing heavily. Continuously casting advanced forbidden spells, particularly manipulating time, bore a unique weight even for his boundless mental energy. The earthy glow surrounding him gradually receded. Lin Yang. Lin Anna rushed over, her delicate face pale, her chest heaving. Beads of sweat clung to her forehead, sticking to strands of dark hair. The gaze she fixed upon Lin Yang was filled with trepidation, shock, and an almost blind adoration. This man could even control time? What of the goddess posing in such an odd manner? What other secrets does he hold? Yet Lin Yang's attention was firmly locked on the shattered ice, particularly the still glowing law-breaking sword. The material and power of this blade exuded an ominous aura. Just as he bent to retrieve it, an unexpected change occurred. At the core of the exile of heaven's demise, the space twisted violently, without warning. Like a crumpled piece of cloth, it emitted a jarring, teeth-grinding sound. A pitch-black rift, fringed with unstable purple-black arcs of electricity, was brutally torn open. An indescribable, utterly violent aura surged forth, imbued with an unsettling familiarity, akin to lava breaching a dam, erupting from the depths of that spatial rift. This aura contained an incinerating heat capable of consuming all, filled with the will of destruction and brutality. Merely the release of its essence caused the temperature in the entire hall to skyrocket. The metallic walls groaned under the unbearable strain. Lin Anna let out a muffled groan, feeling her blood boil within. The recently healed wounds throbbed with a burning pain. Instinctively, she clutched Lin Yang's arm tightly, her body trembling slightly. Her full chest rose and fell with rapid breaths, her eyes filled with a terror akin to facing a natural disaster. Lin Yang's pupils constricted to their utmost as he sensed this aura. A cold, soul-deep killing intent and boundless fury erupted like a slumbering volcano. He fixed his gaze upon the ominous rift in space, his voice steady yet icy enough to freeze the abyss. We meet again. The embers of the flame of annihilation. Zeld. Chapter 81. Lord of the City of Light. Lin Yang's voice resonated with a chilling intensity, filled with an overwhelming hatred that echoed like thunder in the desolate hall. The ferocity emanating from the rift in space, a breath that could incinerate all, instantaneously ignited the coldest murderous intent deep within his soul. It was him. Undoubtedly. It was him. That aura, he would recognize even in death. Just as Lin Yang's murderous intent surged, compelling him to recklessly charge towards the rift. A sudden stillness enveloped the violent infernal energy emanating from the depths of the fissure. Then, a colossal, suffocating vertical pupil, ablaze with dark red flames, flickered ominously against the rift's shadowy backdrop. That eye was cold, indifferent, exuding an unparalleled majesty as if gazing down upon mere ants. Merely being brushed by its presence sent shivers through Lin Yang and Lin Anna's very souls. However, what emerged from the rift was not the apocalyptic figure Lin Yang had anticipated. Buzz, a figure, pure to the utmost, seemingly forged from solidified sunlight, tore through the unstable purple-black arcs of energy at the rift's edge and thundered down, clad in an exquisite, streamlined suit of golden armor that enveloped his entire being. Each piece gleamed like the most perfect of masterpieces, flowing with the brilliance of liquid sunlight. His helmet concealed his visage entirely, revealing only two radiant blue orbs, his eyes, sparkling like stars. Behind him, long hair composed of pure energy danced in the wind, shimmering with divine golden glimmers, illuminating the frigid hall with a regal glow. In his grasp was the ethereal blue sword that had previously fallen from the hands of the celestial exile. At this moment, the sword seemed to come alive in his hand, its blade radiating a deeper, sharper blue aura. This light intertwined with the golden brilliance of his form, exuding an unparalleled sense of majesty and power. Lord of the City of Light, Seghart, level 50. The level number struck Lin Yang and Lin Anna's hearts like a cold hammer. Level 50, far exceeding the limits of the Abyss faction. This was not an adversary a mere level 20 class changer should face. The previously grounded sword, seemingly summoned, emitted a clear chime and flew effortlessly into Seghart's hand. With the sword in his right hand and his left arm raised, he slightly bowed towards the still open rift behind him. His movements elegant yet imbued with unquestionable respect. My lord, Selder, allow me to handle these bothersome ants. Please do not let them delay your affairs. Seghart's voice resonated like the grinding of metal, cold and inorganic, yet suffused with an overwhelming sense of oppression. In the depths of the rift, the enormous fiery vertical pupil seemed to cast a glance at Seghart. The ferocious infernal energy oscillated slightly, as if disturbed by an unwelcome interruption. Ultimately, that terrifying presence receded rapidly, like a receding tide, the colossal pupil vanishing into darkness. The purple-black rift twisted violently a few times, as if sewn shut by an invisible hand, closing instantaneously. The oppressive aura dissipated significantly, yet the atmosphere within the hall grew even more somber and lethal. For an even more immediate and palpable threat of death, radiating blinding golden light, stood before Lin Yang. Seghart slowly turned, the icy blue light from his helmet locking onto Lin Yang and Lin Anna. The sword was angled toward the ground, and an invisible pressure bore down upon them like a mountain. Anna. Lin Yang's voice was unusually solemn, tinged with an imperceptible urgency. He did not turn around. Every muscle in his body was tense to the utmost. The Ronin's sword emitted a deep hum, its tip aimed straight at Seghart. Lin Yang. Lin Anna's voice trembled distinctly. She gazed at the golden figure, radiant as a deity descended from the heavens, feeling the overwhelming pressure that transcended levels. The pride stemming from her SSS rank was ruthlessly crushed, leaving only the most primal fear. Her palms were clammy with cold sweat as she grasped Lin Yang's arm. Trembling slightly, the wound on her chest throbbed painfully from the recent shockwave, a stark reminder of the chasm in strength between them. Listen to me. Lin Yang spoke rapidly, each word striking like icy droplets. Now, immediately, we must leave. Together, we must retreat from the abyss. Right now? Lin Anna nearly shouted, her voice laced with desperation and a hint of tears. She did not wish to die, nor did she want to witness Lin Yang perish here. Although the retreat mechanism would incur immense losses, it was far better than facing death. Useless. Lin Yang interrupted her decisively, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Seghart. As long as this guy is alive, the space is sealed by his power. We cannot escape. This is a deadlock. He keenly sensed that the moment Seghart descended, the entire hall's spatial structure was reinforced and locked down by a powerful law of light. The Abyss faction's retreat mechanism was forcibly disrupted. Ants. Seghart's voice rang coldly, as if pronouncing a death sentence. For delaying my lord's affairs, you shall all perish. At the instant he uttered the final word, Seghart casually waved the ethereal blue sword in the direction of Lin Yang and Lin Anna. There was no earth-shattering force, only a blade of condensed blue energy, swift as teleportation, slicing through the air with silent ferocity, imbued with a terrifying intent to obliterate all. Simultaneously, above the hall's towering dome, multiple bolts of blinding white lightning erupted without warning, resembling the judgment spears cast down by divine beings, precisely sealing off all potential avenues of escape for Lin Yang and Lin Anna. The sword energy and the descending lightning wove a colossal net of death in an instant. Quick, too quick. It surpassed Lin Yang's limits of agility and reaction. Run. In a critical moment, a resolute light erupted in Lin Yang's eyes. He had no time to consider defense or counterattack. He abruptly sidestepped, his left hand splayed open. The turbulent wind element was compressed to its utmost in his palm. Not an attack, but a propulsion. Wind. A gentle yet irresistibly fierce gale enveloped Lin Anna's delicate form with precision, compelling her away. Lin Anna could only let out a startled cry. Her entire being was propelled by this overwhelming force as if launched by a catapult, hurtling her towards a relatively safe corner of the hall, beyond the reach of the sword energy and lightning. In midair, she tumbled helplessly, her hair wildly fluttering, her eyes filled with terror, unwillingness, and deep concern for Lin Yang. Just as Lin Anna was thrust away from her original position, boom, crack. The blue death sword energy and multiple bolts of blazing white lightning struck violently where Lin Yang had stood. Chapter 82, The Terrifying Power of the Beast. No, Lin Anna cried out in despair. Seghart's seemingly casual yet world-ending swing of his sword unleashed a blade of condensed blue death energy, silent yet swift as teleportation. Cleaving toward them, above, the thick bolts of blazing white lightning, like judgment spears thrown by deities, descended mercilessly. The precise blockade severed all avenues of retreat for Lin Yang and Lin Anna. Sword energy intertwined with crashing thunder, weaving a colossal net of destruction that instantaneously enveloped Lin Yang's position. The terrifying energy erupted in an instant. Blinding blue and white radiance exploded at the heart of the hall, consuming Lin Yang's figure. The exceptionally hard alloy floor groaned as if it were butter thrown into a furnace, instantly tearing apart, melting, and evaporating. A massive, charred pit over 10 meters in diameter emerged with a deafening roar. Crimson molten metal flowed at its edges, hissing ominously. A devastating shockwave, laden with frenzied currents and sharp shards of sword energy, surged forth like an uncontrollable hurricane, electrifying the air with the scent of charred remnants. Lin Yang's figure was utterly engulfed at the core of this annihilation. Lin Anna, forcefully pushed aside by Lin Yang's wind power, crashed heavily against the cold metallic wall. The excruciating pain in her back caused her vision to darken. Yet, she was wholly oblivious to her own suffering, struggling to lift her gaze. Tears cascaded down, blurring her sight. Her heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, rendering her breathless with pain. Although their acquaintance had been brief, this man, who had repeatedly pulled her back from the brink of death and stood before her even in the face of despair, had etched his image deeply into her soul. Lin Yang, she cried out in anguish, but her voice was utterly shattered by the lingering echoes of the explosion. In midair, the Lord of the City of Light, Seghart, hovered, casting a divine yet chilling luminosity. The two brilliant blue lights beneath his helmet coldly scrutinized the center of the explosion, akin to a deity gazing down upon crushed ants. The ethereal blue sword in his hand shimmered with a serene glow, seemingly certain of the outcome of this strike. The rampaging energy storm began to gradually subside. The blinding light receded like a tide, leaving only the curling blue smoke rising from the pit and the strong scent of charred air. The entire hall lay in ruins, the ground cracked, and the walls marred with scorch marks, as if ravaged by a colossal beast. In the very center of the pit, amidst the dissipating smoke, a figure remained steadfast. It was Lin Yang. Kneeling on one knee, the Ronin sword plunged deeply into the searing, blackened ground before him, supporting his form. His garments were charred and tattered in numerous places, with evident burn marks marring his exposed skin. A streak of piercing blood lingered at the corner of his mouth, rendering him quite disheveled. Yet, most striking was the imposing phantom that slowly emerged behind him. A goddess, draped in gossamer woven from thunder, crowned with a diadem of lightning. Her visage was obscured, surrounded by countless frenzied purple electric serpents, as if she bore the entirety of the 9 heavens thunder pool upon her shoulders. It was she who, in that critical moment, had withstood the wrath of the heavens, using her divine lightning power to intercept the thunderbolts that could have reduced Lin Yang to ashes. The clash of lightning had obliterated much of the destructive force. The Thunder Goddess. In the final moments, Lin Yang had summoned the thunderous forbidden spell through his extraordinary reflexes and innate talent for spontaneous incantation, not as an attack, but to command lightning to shield himself. Coughing violently, Lin Yang expelled a gust of air laced with the scent of singed electricity. He had not anticipated that even the elemental protection would falter against this onslaught. Slowly raising his head, his bloodied and soot-stained face bore eyes that shone like stars in a frigid night. There was no trace of fear, only the cold sharpness of survival and an even more fervent desire for battle. He fixed his gaze upon the golden figure in the sky, an alarm ringing in his mind. This was no ordinary beast. Lin Yang. Upon witnessing Lin Yang's survival, a surge of overwhelming joy coursed through Lin Anna like an electric current, instantly shattering her despair. Tears poured forth once more, but this time they were born of exultation. She struggled to rise and rush towards him, only to be halted by Lin Yang's piercing gaze. The danger had yet to pass. Just then, a cacophony of hurried footsteps and muffled gasps emanated from the damaged entrance of the hall. Figures cautiously made their way inside. They were the provincial champions who had previously hesitated on the periphery, mesmerized by Lin Yang's ruthless prowess, drawn by the earth-shattering explosion and the terrifying energy fluctuations. Their curiosity and greed could no longer be contained, and they bravely ventured forth. However, upon witnessing the scene before them, all were instantly petrified as if struck by a paralysis spell. The immense charred pit was a shocking sight. The residual destructive energy in the air pricked at their skin. The golden figure, suspended in the air and exuding a divine yet terrifying pressure, loomed like a nightmare. And in the pit, the figure that, despite its disheveled state, stood unwavering. Lin Yang. What manner of monster is that? Level 50. Was that explosion caused by it? Lin Yang is still alive. My heavens. Did he summon that thunder goddess? This is beyond our capacity to intervene. We must retreat. To be caught in this would spell our doom. Shock, fear, and disbelief spread among the crowd. Some trembled, others turned as pale as sheets, while many instinctively recoiled, eager to flee this hellish fate. All thoughts of abyssal rewards and pocket-sized containers paled in comparison to the overwhelming threat of death and absolute power. Their gazes towards Lin Yang brimmed with deeper reverence and a hint of pity, as though they were gazing upon the precipice of mortality. Faced with the terrifying power of this level 50 abyss lord, how much longer could Lin Yang possibly endure? The blue light beneath Seghart's helmet swept over this new assembly of ants. His cold gaze lingered not a moment longer before refocusing on Lin Yang. That Lin Yang had survived his casual strike, and even summoned a thunderous avatar imbued with the essence of law had piqued his genuine interest. The struggles of these ants were but a jest. Seghart's voice, like ice scraping against metal, declared, "With the next strike, I shall grant you obliteration." He raised the ethereal blue sword once more, its tip aimed squarely at Lin Yang. This time, the light coalescing upon the blade was no longer merely blue, but bore a blinding platinum hue. The air around the sword warped violently, emitting an unbearable hum, a more horrifying and concentrated aura of destruction. Seemingly capable of piercing the soul, locked onto Lin Yang. A lethal sense of crisis poured over him like icy water. "You wish to kill me?" Lin Yang yanked the Ronin's sword from the ground, forcing himself to stand tall, wiping the blood from his lips, with a flame of madness igniting in his eyes. "Let us see who falters first." The blessing of the Earth Mother. Buzz. A torrent of earth-toned energy surged forth from the ground, pouring into Lin Yang's body with fervor. The cracked earth-toned aura instantly repaired and solidified. Power coursed through his entire being once more. Simultaneously, he swiftly formed seals with his hands, intoning the affection of the Flame Goddess, the howl of the Hurricane Goddess. Chapter 83, Dragon Tooth Special Forces. Boom. A blazing stream of red and white flames erupted with a roar. Whoosh. A ferocious whirlwind tore through the air. The flames and whirlwind did not directly assault Seghart. Instead, they intertwined and spun wildly before Lin Yang. The wind fueled the flames, and the fire borrowed the wind's might. A colossal tornado of flame, ablaze with the fire of destruction, took shape in an instant. Like a roaring fire dragon, it surged towards Seghart with the intent to incinerate all in its path. This was the embryonic form of a composite forbidden spell. With a swift motion of his light sword, Seghart unleashed a concentrated platinum sword aura, effortlessly cleaving the fiery tornado in two. Yet, the severed firestorm did not dissipate. Instead, it transformed into a torrential rain of fire, obscuring all vision. Now was the moment. The deity of time's dominion. A silver gleam flashed in Lin Yang's eyes. Behind him, the ethereal silhouette of the goddess of time re-emerged. The massive clock's phantom began to revolve. She maintained her exaggerated JoJo pose, her fingertip pointing decisively towards Seghart. The world. The flow of time abruptly slowed. Seghart's sword swing. The fluttering of his light wings, even the cascading rain of fire, all moved as if in slow motion. Lin Yang's figure vanished in an instant. The Ice Queen's lament. An extreme chill coalesced furiously upon the Ronin's sword. Lin Yang appeared at Seghart's flank, imbued with the chilling power of frozen souls. He swung his sword fiercely towards Seghart's back. Clang! A deafening explosion reverberated. It sounded as if he had struck an ancient, unyielding divine stone. Seghart's golden aura flickered violently. The armor, seemingly composed of light, proved to be unimaginably resilient. Lin Yang's lethal strike, infused with the power of the earth. The rift in time, an absolute zero, merely left a deep, ice-blue gash about an inch in depth upon the golden armor. It was swiftly mended by the flowing golden light. The flow of time returned to normal. Seghart abruptly turned, his light sword sweeping forth in a furious arc. Fueled by the rage of an ant being offended, the speed was blistering. Guardian of the earth. A pure, holy light barrier materialized instantaneously before Lin Yang. Crack! The light sword struck the earthly barrier, shattering it like fragile glass. Yet, it had bought him a fleeting moment. Lin Yang propelled himself backward, narrowly evading the lethal blade. However, the sharp sword aura still left a bloody mark across his chest. Spit! Lin Yang landed, staggering a few steps, and coughed up fresh blood once more. The continuous invocation of multiple high-level forbidden spells, particularly manipulating time, placed an immense burden on his mental faculties. He gazed at the swiftly vanishing ice mark on Seghart's armor, his heart sinking into despair. The defense was too formidable. Even breaking through it proved to be such a challenge. The blue light beneath Seghart's helmet turned utterly frigid, akin to millennia-old ice. He slowly raised his light sword, its tip aimed directly at Lin Yang, the platinum radiance pulsating as if it were a tangible entity. This time, his aura completely locked down all of Lin Yang's avenues for evasion. The game has ended. The cold voice proclaimed the final judgment. In the distance, Lin Anna's heart raced to her throat, her nails digging deeply into her palm. The provincial champions held their breath, as if they could already envision Lin Yang being pierced by a single sword. Just as this moment of despair descended. Buzz! At this critical juncture of impending death, the space barrier reinforced by Seghart's power suddenly emitted a piercing sound, akin to glass being forcibly distorted. Following this, a searing, red-hot energy beam, imbued with the scent of smoke and steel, pierced through the dome of the hall at a weak point. Boom! The energy beam exploded, unleashing a violent shockwave that tore open a narrow rift, barely wide enough for a single person to pass through, its edges flickering with unstable electric sparks. Several lithe figures, akin to leopards, leaped through the rift, landing with poise. They donned matching deep gray special operations uniforms, their arm patches adorned with the head of a roaring dragon. They were none other than the elite Dragon Tooth Special Forces, tasked with participating in the abyssal party and ensuring internal security and investigation. At the forefront stood a resolute figure, his gaze sharp as an eagle, his insignia indicating the rank of major. He was none other than Zhou, heralded as the rising genius of the unit. In his hands, he wielded a fearsome, crimson single-soldier interdimensional cannon, smoke still curling from its muzzle. Dragon-tooth forces. Execute emergency evacuation. Zhou's voice resonated like the clash of metal, instantly overpowering the silence of the scene, imbued with an undeniable sense of command. His gaze swept across the chaotic battlefield, landing upon the Golden Reaper hovering above, and finally resting on Lin Yang. Bloodied yet standing defiantly at the edge of the deep pit, a flicker of barely detectable shock in his eyes. This student, who had managed to withstand the onslaught of this mutated level 50 lord until now. The spatial passage can only hold for a brief moment. Everyone, evacuate through the rift immediately. Hurry. A tall, athletic female officer beside Zhou barked, swiftly deploying a force field shield radiating stable blue light, her vigilance directed toward Seghart. Evacuate. There's hope. Hurry. The overwhelming joy of a narrow escape surged forth, obliterating the fear within. The provincial champions, who had been paralyzed by terror, clung to this lifeline, erupting with an unprecedented will to survive. They surged toward the rift crackling with electric sparks. At this moment, nothing mattered more than living. Lin Anna's eyes widened with hope, nearly overwhelming her. Instinctively, she yearned to rush toward Lin Yang, to bring him along. Lin Yang, hurry, she shouted hoarsely. However, Lin Yang slowly shook his head, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Seghart. His voice, hoarse yet remarkably clear, declared, "You all go. As long as this guy lives." The spatial blockade 1T fully lift. Once he frees his hands, no one can escape. I will stay behind. Are you mad? That's a mutated level 50 lord. Zhou's pupils constricted as he shouted sharply. He acknowledged Lin Yang's strength, but remaining to face Seghart was tantamount to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Major, the passage is narrowing. There's no time left, the female officer urged, glancing at the flickering edges of the rift, beginning to contract. Zhou looked into Lin Yang's eyes, ablaze with indomitable fighting spirit, unwavering in resolve. He then glanced at the talented individuals madly rushing toward the rift. Gritting his teeth, he made a decisive choice. Everyone, execute Plan A. Cover the civilians' evacuation. I'll stay behind. He was willing to take Lin Yang's place. No, Major, I'll do it. Me too. Several Dragon Tooth members stepped resolutely in front of Zhou, their expressions resolute. They understood what remaining meant, but the duty of a soldier is to protect. Zhou roared, shoving aside the teammates blocking his path, and charged towards Seghart. Obey the orders. Chapter 84, The Fiery Battle God's Strong Kick. Now, no one will interrupt. Let us revel in this clash. Lin Yang's icy yet frenzied voice echoed throughout the hall. The figures of him and Seghart, the Lord of Light, collided like two falling stars, crashing together with a resounding impact. Clang! Boom! The clash between the Ronin's long sword and the radiant blade forged from platinum light erupted once more, unleashing an energy tempest far more terrifying than before. Lin Yang summoned the blessing of the Earth Mother to its utmost limits, unleashing a torrent of dreadful power without reservation. Seghart stood as a true incarnation of light, his sword force grand and frigid. Each strike bore the will of purification and annihilation, deftly blocking and counterattacking. The sword energy surged like a tempest. Elements raged uncontrollably. Lin Yang moved with the swiftness of lightning, circling Seghart at high speed. Each flicker was accompanied by an explosive release of elemental power. The sigh of the Ice Queen. The frigid ice ring suddenly expanded, attempting to freeze the flowing golden light. The love of the flame goddess. Crimson and white fire pillars descended from the heavens, crashing into Seghart's shoulder armor. The judgment of the thunder goddess. Rampant lightning serpents slithered along the ground, entwining and tearing. Seghart's body radiated golden light, his luminous wings creating an absolute defense that shielded him from most elemental assaults. The light sword in his hand moved with such speed that it left only afterimages. Each slash forced Lin Yang to either block with all his might or evade in a desperate scramble. The overwhelming suppression of power and the existence of that anti-magic sword made Lin Yang's dazzling offensive futile in truly harming his foe. He danced upon the edge of a blade, each collision causing his hands to tremble and bleed. He relied solely on his boundless mental fortitude to withstand the consumption of various forbidden spells and the formidable physique granted by the Earth's blessing. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the Dragon Tooth Brigade, their defense forged from flesh and blood, bore unimaginable pressure. Roar! The exterminators surged forth like a relentless tide. They felt no pain, no fear, only the pure command to kill. Their sharp light blades resembled a storm of death. Hold the line. Hold it for me. Major Zhou was already drenched in blood, his combat uniform tattered, revealing ghastly wounds beneath. The alloy battle blade in his hand had carved out several notches, each swing accompanied by heavy gasps and splattering droplets of blood. He was struck hard in the chest by a massive light hammer exterminator, sent flying. Yet he roared as he rose again, lunging forward once more. Ammunition depleted. Use grenades. Even bite them to stop them. A burly comrade with a mangled chest, like a crazed tiger, smashed half of a broken rifle stock into an exterminator's skull. He was then pierced through by multiple light blades. Roaring as he detonated his last high-explosive grenade. Boom. The violent explosion consumed several exterminators, along with his valiant form. Xiaowu, the female officer, cried out in despair. Her force field shield already riddled with cracks. Each blow she endured made her delicate body tremble, her complexion pale as parchment. Sweat mingled with blood trickled down from her temples, dampening her disheveled short hair. She bit her lip fiercely, even drawing blood, exhausting all her mental energy to sustain the last flicker of the shield. For the now desolate passage behind her, and for the figure battling the divine, she endeavored to alleviate even the slightest pressure. The honor and duty of a soldier compelled them to never retreat an inch, even in the face of certain death. Blood and sacrifice stained the cold metallic hall with a tragic red. Lin Yang caught sight of this scene from the corner of his eye, his heart twisted in anguish, the flames of rage and battle igniting even more fiercely. Yet he was utterly ensnared by Segaheart, unable to divert his attention. Dare you to fight with me and still be distracted? Segaheart's icy voice echoed as his sword thrust out at an uncanny angle, piercing through Lin Yang's hastily formed ice shield, carving a grievous wound beneath his ribs. Spurt. Lin Yang spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering backward. Segaheart, seizing the advantage, raised his sword high, the cataclysmic platinum light gathering once more, evidently preparing to unleash a lethal strike. Just at that critical moment, berserker armor, fistamite. Two clear yet resolute shouts rang out like golden lightning slicing through dark clouds, suddenly emanating from behind Segaheart. A petite yet explosively powerful figure appeared, as if conjured from thin air. It was Lin Anna. She had not left. At this moment, she was enveloped in a tangible layer of golden aura. The terrifying energy gathered in her fists was compressed to an extreme, warping the very air around her. Her once pale and lovely face was devoid of fear or hesitation, replaced instead by an absolute calm that disregarded life and death, and a battle spirit boiling to its zenith. In her beautiful golden eyes burned the indomitable pride of a martial deity, along with a fierce determination to protect the bloodied figure. When had she returned? Did she not actually enter the rift during the retreat, but instead concealed herself using some form of movement technique, waiting for this singular opportunity? Fateful strike of the martial god. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Anna ignited every ounce of her vitality, potential, and even the essence of her life in a frenzied blaze at that very instant. The ultimate forbidden technique of the SSS-level martial deity, sacrificing foundational integrity and even shortening her lifespan in exchange for an explosive moment of power. Her long and powerful right leg soared high, instantly transformed into a dazzling crimson gold hue, as if forged from molten solar gold. The surrounding space warped and collapsed under the pressure of that leg. The sheer force contained within compelled even the embroiled Segaheart to sense the threat. His blue light helmet turning sharply, seeking death, Segaheart swung his sword back, intending to cleave this sudden pest in twain. But how could Lin Yang allow him that opportunity? Dominion of the god of time. Lin Yang's eyes blazed with silver light, disregarding the intense consumption and backlash of his mental energy, forcibly channeling the power of time once more. The ethereal form of the goddess of time manifested, her stance appearing somewhat hasty and blurred. With a flick of his fingertip, the world. Segaheart's action of swinging the sword back froze for an exceedingly brief moment, almost imperceptibly. A thousandth of a second? A 10,000th of a second? For a top-tier powerhouse, that was sufficient. Now is the time. Lin Anna's leg, ablaze with life and conviction, descended like a guillotine severing fate. It tore through time and space, imbued with an unstoppable and ferocious momentum that could slay gods and demons alike. It struck fiercely and with pinpoint precision at the very core of Segaheart's back, the connection point previously cracked by Lin Yang's ice sword. Boom! An indescribably terrifying explosion erupted. The resplendent crimson gold light clashed violently with the sacred golden light enveloping Segaheart, annihilating each other, like two stars colliding. Crack. Chapter 85. The Fall of the Lord of Light. Crack. A clear, tooth-grinding sound of shattering echoed behind Segaheart. The once impenetrable golden armor was shattered at its base by Lin Anna's fateful kick, splintering into countless golden shards that scattered like broken crystals. Ugh! Segaheart emitted a sound that was inhuman, a blend of agony and fury. The golden light swirling around him instantly became chaotic and dim, his aura visibly plummeting and destabilizing for the first time. His massive form even staggered slightly. Anna. Lin Yang's eyes widened in horror as he witnessed Lin Anna's kick, which seemed to drain her of all vitality. The radiant golden aura surrounding her extinguished in an instant, and the brilliance in her beautiful eyes faded rapidly. Blood poured from her mouth, nostrils, ears, and even from her skin's pores as if it were of no consequence. She resembled a withered leaf, helplessly plummeting from the sky. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yang rushed forward, catching her blood-soaked, limp body in his arms. Her skin felt frigid to the touch, and her breath was as faint as a flickering candle in the wind. "Who let you come back?" Lin Yang's voice was hoarse, and his arms trembled slightly as he held her. Lin Anna struggled to open her eyes, gazing at Lin Yang's blood-stained face, so close before her. She seemed to attempt to smile, but only more blood poured forth. "You can't always steal the spotlight," she murmured before her head tilted, and she fell into unconsciousness. "The state of life or death unknown." "Anna," Lin Yang roared. After bestowing upon her the kiss of the goddess of life, he carefully laid her in a relatively safe corner. He then abruptly raised his head to confront the heavily wounded Seghart. A murderous intent surged forth like a palpable force. Just as Seghart staggered from Lin Anna's desperate strike, the golden light around him dissipating, Lin Yang seized the fleeting opportunity. His eyes blazed with fierce determination as he harnessed the winds and flames that howled around him, fire fueled by the wind. He transformed into a comet of red and blue, as if the very fabric of space were torn apart, appearing in an instant behind Seghart's shattered armor. "Thundersword, breath of the divine," Lin Yang shouted, his voice crackling like ice shattering. Gripping the hilt of the Ronin's long sword tightly, he assumed an ancient yet formidable stance to draw his weapon. With a crackle, a wild torrent of purple lightning erupted from the void. No longer merely entwined around the blade, it compressed and condensed with frenzied intensity. The dark blade's spine became translucent, as if forged from countless bolts of leaping lightning, transforming into a blinding purple lightning blade. The destructive energy was highly contained, causing the air around the sword's edge to warp and collapse, emitting a mournful wail under the immense pressure. At that moment, an ethereal yet remarkably solid figure materialized quietly behind Lin Yang. The figure had jet black hair tied in a neat ponytail, a handsome visage, and a serene demeanor exuding tranquility. Dressed in traditional garb dominated by red and black, with white cloth binding his hands, he held a branch, his entire presence exuding an air of carefree elegance. It was the legendary sword god, Liang Yu's phantom. There was no earth-shattering spectacle, only unparalleled speed and absolute sharpness. Lin Yang and Liang Yu's phantom moved in perfect synchrony, twisting their bodies. The power they had gathered to the utmost erupted with a deafening roar. Drawl slash. A slender yet seemingly capable of slicing through time and space, purple line flashed past. Time appeared to stretch infinitely in that moment. That fine line accurately penetrated the core of the crack in Seghart's back. Crack. Uft. First came a subtle sound of shattering, followed by the muffled roar of armor and energy being forcibly torn apart and obliterated. The colossal golden form of Seghart, the lord of the city of light, froze abruptly, his frenzied movements coming to an instantaneous halt. A smooth purple lightning diagonal line extended from his left shoulder all the way to his right side. He incredulously looked down, watching as his upper and lower halves slowly began to separate, radiant golden liquid gushing forth like divine blood. Impossible. He struggled to turn his dimming blue soul fire. His gaze fixated on the slowly dissipating figure of Liang Yu, wearing a roguish smile behind Lin Yang. Endless shock engulfed this lord of light. "It's you." His voice twisted and distorted, filled with horror and despair. "Even you shall not thwart Lord Bakar's resurrection." In a final frenzy that supplanted fear, Seghart's disjoined halves erupted with unimaginable, blinding light. A cataclysmic energy, potent enough to obliterate the entire hall and even space itself, was about to explode from his core. However, that blinding radiance flickered violently for only a moment. It was as if an invisible hand had grasped its throat, abruptly pulling it inward, before it dimmed entirely, vanishing. The lord of the city of light, Seghart, had fallen. The strange sword, entwined with ethereal blue and platinum light, bearing the power to break magic, slipped from his powerless hands, clattering onto the charred ground with a crisp metallic ring. Simultaneously, the exiles, who were fiercely battling the remaining dragon-tooth soldiers, became as motionless as puppets severed from their energy source. The flames of their souls extinguished, their armor clattering to the ground, transforming into lifeless scrap. The dragon-tooth warriors, having narrowly escaped death, leaned heavily on their weapons, gasping for breath. They surveyed the chaos around them and the suddenly frozen enemies, their faces etched with bewilderment and the shock of survival. Lin Yang slowly straightened, the thunder on the Ronin's long sword gradually fading. His chest heaved violently, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The continuous use of forbidden spells, especially summoning Liang Yu's projection, had taken a significant toll on him. Yet, his gaze immediately fell upon the light sword quietly lying on the ground. Just as Seghart's form was obliterated and the energy dissipated entirely, an oddly shaped sword hilt had dropped to the ground with a clear sound. It was dark golden throughout, adorned with mysterious patterns, and the grip was wrapped in an unknown non-slip material. Its design was simple, yet exuded a technological aura that seemed out of place in this high martial world. Lin Yang's gaze sharpened as he bent to pick it up. It felt cool to the touch and remarkably light, as if he were grasping a piece of dry wood. Instinctively, he channeled the vast magical energy within him, attempting to infuse it into the hilt. With a hum, a brilliant, concentrated beam of platinum light erupted from the hilt's end. The light emitted a deep, authoritative rumble, then stabilized, coalescing into a sword form approximately 4 feet long, composed entirely of destructive energy. The air along the blade's edge warped violently, radiating a sharp and searing sensation that felt like holding a solidified bolt of lightning. Thunderlight Sword, Divine Punishment Judgment. Level, LV 50. Type, Light Sword. Grade, Epic.